When the last person on Earth remained, a knock echoed through the silence. Excerpt from his shortest novel in the world. July 19th, 2119, at noon. At a cosmic observation station in the desolate western expanse of M Country, the enormous circular screen of the Galactic Monitoring Office suddenly illuminated with a sharp ding. A radiant point of light, trailing a long white tail, traversed the star-studded sky from east to west at an astonishing velocity. Within the Galactic Monitoring Office, the semicircular long table before the screen was devoid of personnel, while the atomic clock in the corner ticked away rapidly. The rectangular monitoring room was vast. From the kitchen wafted the sounds of country music, accompanied by the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. What could a solitary figure do in such isolation? 10 seconds later, the screen dimmed, leaving a blue trajectory suspended in the air, while 3 lines of English letters glimmered at the bottom. Average speed, coorbital, impact point, Yunnan, Z country, stored for future reference. In a vintage house in the suburbs of New York, a man was on the phone, the adjacent monitor cloaked in dust, displaying the same information. He uttered but a single phrase. "A visitor has arrived." He stood, pushed open the shutters of the second floor, but no breeze entered. A curly-haired dog dozed in the shade of the trees outside. The midday heat was oppressive, and he wiped the sweat from his brow. At the Ministry of Defense's Space Strategic Department, Southern Military District in Z Country, at midnight noon in M Country, a duty officer clad in short-sleeve camouflage was on a call. "Yes, Minister. No discoveries yet." "Yes, continue the search in the operations room." A vast screen illuminated the scene, where stars twinkled amidst 3 luminous points forming a triangular formation, silently gliding over the primal forest below. The dense expanse, shrouded in darkness, occasionally revealed the green eyes of various nocturnal creatures. This ancient woodland thrived under meticulous protection, its verdant foliage flourishing, vines cascading and spreading in every direction. There was no indication of anomalies. He was intimately acquainted with this terrain: swamps, decaying vegetation, miasma, dim light, elephants, pythons, troops of monkeys, vast spider webs, and an array of birds, punctuated by the occasional rustle of movement. It seemed dawn necessitated the deployment of ground troops for reconnaissance. The broken branches, trampled grass, and footprints by the stream could only be discerned by them. Now was not the time to inform the locals. What could one possibly say? The myriad UFO legends had already left them in disarray. The public's right to know had burgeoned, and their thirst for the truth intensified. Information disseminated online outpaced official channels, rendering the authorities beleaguered. Only the soldiers bore the brunt of this predicament. They must masquerade as civilians, for a significant military presence would incite panic. He wiped the sweat from his brow, having been on duty for a decade, pondering whether they were truly listening to the sounds of the cosmos, or if it was the other way around. The 3 luminous points on the screen continued to glide and search. These elongated, cockroach-like invisible aircraft, adept at navigating forests, canyons, and caves, bore the charming name Dragonfly. One wonders how such an appellation was conceived. Perhaps it draws inspiration from the wisdom encapsulated in the lines. The young lotus has just revealed its pointed tip, while the dragonfly has already perched atop, signifying foresight, initiative, and a commanding presence that looks down upon the world. The thoughts of these scientists remain a mystery. It is perplexing how immensely destructive typhoons are bestowed with melodious names such as Fian, Maria, Alice, Barbara, and Butterfly that leave one bewildered. How could there be no discoveries at all? The duty officer chuckled wryly, muttering to himself that humanity's technology pales in comparison to the might of nature, despite the extravagant sums invested. The following morning, in Yunnan, Country Z, a petite woman stood atop a mountain peak. She surveyed the surroundings, as if discerning her bearings. Adorned with a conical hat and grasping an umbrella, her garments fluttered gracefully in the mountain breeze. On this elevated flat rock, No one witnessed her ascent, nor did anyone see her standing there. In her line of sight, the snow-capped peaks gleamed with a silvery brilliance, piercing through the clouds, undulating incessantly towards the distant horizon. In the valley below, a small expanse of flatland unfolds, dotted with rice paddies, shrouded in wisps of morning mist. Beyond lies a serene lake, its surface shimmering with glimmers of light, bordered by towering cliffs from which melted snow cascades down, forming a pristine waterfall. Shadows of birds flit gracefully across the lake's surface. On the opposite shore rests an ancient town, its dark-tiled eaves peeking through the dense trees, revealing the entrance at one end. Nearby, on the hillside, stands a modest stone pagoda adorned with 5 colorful prayer flags, suggesting this may be a Tibetan region, where these flags emanate a sense of timeless auspiciousness. As she turned to gaze back, she was taken aback. On the steep slope opposite, a message was carved into the rocks. "Yunnan welcomes you. How could they possibly know I was here?" In truth, it was merely a self-startle the locals had invested in such advertisements to attract tourists arriving by air, aiming to boost the economy. In stark contrast to this scene stood a modern white building, a concrete and steel structure nestled by the lakeside, encircled by a wall of stones towering over a person's height. An array of antennas circular, fan-shaped, pot-like, and needle-like rose prominently on the flat roof, reaching towards the expansive sky. Beside the entrance gate, a stone pillar bore a metal plaque inscribed with precision. Yunnan Agricultural Science Research Institute. The locals referred to it simply as the Agricultural Institute. In the gentle light of dawn, the town lay in serene silence, the streets devoid of life, as if abandoned youth had all migrated to the bustling cities in search of work. The picturesque scenes composed of quaint towns, serene lakes, verdant rice fields, towering cliffs, cascading waterfalls, and graceful waterfowl had long been etched in her mind, though devoid of the phrase "Welcome to Yunnan." Adjusting her conical hat and smoothing her attire, she grasped her umbrella and descended the mountain like an ordinary person. Shortly, her silhouette glided silently through the rice fields, a ghostly presence in the tranquil landscape. She ascended to the asphalt road that loomed above the rice fields, designed to modern standards with a central white line flanked by fast and slow lanes, lined with willows and street lamps. This road was not constructed by the Agricultural Research Institute, but rather by a poverty alleviation initiative, a project for which the United Nations would hardly allocate funds. Playfully, she stepped along the center line, her curiosity akin to that of an infant, pondering the peculiar layout of the road. Indeed, she resembled a newborn, having emerged from her wellness pod merely a few hours ago. With an infant's face and eyes, every gesture echoed that of a child. Unbeknownst to her, this planet, aside from boats, requires wheels for all forms of transport of primitive necessity, as one would discover if they were to dismantle and examine the intricate gears within. Not venturing far, still several hundred meters from the Agricultural Research Institute, she suddenly perceived a sound emanating from the roadside, beneath the slope. It was the voice of organic life, a manifestation of another form of intelligent being capable of analyzing, judging, summarizing, and theorizing based on sensory input and exchange of information, a language. Though her mind housed thousands of dialect from such beings, and she had long prioritized this particular language in her mental programming, this was the first instance she truly heard it with her ears rather than merely replaying it in her thoughts. She approached the roadside, peering downwards. Upon the mountain, she beheld a small lake where 2 children stood at the water's edge. The elder, a boy of 7 or 8, was bare-bottomed and bald, his sun-kissed skin glistening with droplets of water, a pair of shorts discarded at his feet, and no shoes in sight, evidently just emerged from the lake. The younger child, a boy of 3 or 4, wore a red embroidered belly band, revealing his plump little bare bottom, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. She found this amusing after her lengthy interstellar voyage. It was her first encounter with genuine living beings, tangible entities rather than mere virtual images conjured in her mind. Beside the older boy stood a young woman clad in a blue top and red pants, sporting old sneakers, who was scolding him in rapid succession. "Have you lost your mind? Your father has only been gone a few days, and here you are at this early hour, trying to fish where do you expect to find any? Not a single soul in sight. Mom, if we come too late, the fish will be full and won't bite." This little rascal seems rather knowledgeable. "I've been observing all these days." "Oh, that explains why you've been rising at dawn with a book in hand. I thought you had turned over a new leaf. But you've completely overlooked one thing. If I don't find you at breakfast, I will come looking for you." "Now I understand." Now you understand. You truly have no idea. And you brought along the little mute. What if he falls into the water? He can't swim and can't call for help. Do you wish to endanger your brother? You won't fall. He listens well." The little boy gazed up at his mother with clear eyes, nodding in agreement. The unexpected visitor on the road widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Could it be that he could not speak, but could still hear? The mother then embraced the little boy. "You should be as obedient as a mute child. How much easier it would be for me. I even brought him along to fish, yet there are no fish left. There are some, with 2 rows of serrated edges on their backs and tails." The little boy looked up at his mother and nodded, affirming his brother's words. In truth, this obedient child was one that his mother had found by the lakeside. The 3 of them were so engrossed in conversation that they failed to notice a pair of eyes observing them from the roadside. A camera in a distant white building was also fixated on them. What a ghost! The irate mother snatched the fishing rod from the little boy's hands, a slender green bamboo rod measuring just over a meter, and forcefully cast it back. The white nylon line attached to the tip of the rod was suddenly yanked from the water, and the droplets cascading down sparkled in a myriad of colors in the morning light. At the end of the nylon line was a small toad, tracing a graceful arc through the air, but what followed was far from beautiful. A dark green fish leapt entirely out of the water in pursuit of the toad. A crocodile. In the sunlight, the water droplets, glistening on its dark green body, shimmered in vibrant hues. The mother stood there, stunned in disbelief. It was a fish, yet it was a crocodile, an amphibious reptile, of which she, having attended university, was certainly aware. This was a small crocodile, measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters. Who had hatched it? Where was the larger crocodile? Where was its mother? And what lair did it call home? The mother hurriedly scanned her surroundings, the bushes and grass along the bank rustling in the wind. Nothing emerged. The mother had not yet relaxed, her expression tense, and soon an answer emerged. Enormous ripples broke the surface of the water, gradually spreading outward. Amidst the floating aquatic plants and lotus blossoms, 2 bulging eyes first appeared, followed by a head and back, their thick green skin covered in bumps, and a long tail adorned with serrated edges, swaying slowly. This was a female crocodile, more than 5 meters in length, lying in wait at the water's edge, her gaze fixed and ready to strike. The pale legs and bare skin were well within her reach. Those tender limbs would be utterly defenseless before her formidable jaws. On the road, a petite woman peering from behind a willow tree was equally taken aback. Rapidly, her mind raced through images of creatures with long tails, as various animal forms flitted through her consciousness like shadows. From the Cambrian period, 500 million years ago, through the Devonian, Carboniferous, Triassic, and Jurassic periods, to the Cretaceous era 100 million years past, and continuing to the present day, where humanity has emerged and cultivated civilization, a myriad of ancient, modern, and bizarre creatures sped through her thoughts, eventually crystallizing on one: the crocodile. A voice within her mind softly remarked, an amphibian, cold-blooded, a top predator that coexisted with dinosaurs, having undergone minimal evolution over the span of 200 million years, its diet continually changing, including humans after their appearance. The mother crocodile, particularly fierce during her nesting period, is often referred to by humanity as a living fossil. Before the mother could fully comprehend her astonishment, more ripples emerged upon the lake's surface, indicating that additional crocodiles were approaching, perhaps already lurking at the water's edge, where the children often played. The woman stood motionless, her hand resting on the willow tree, awaiting the unfolding of events below. The individual behind the camera smirked, observing the scene, occasionally glancing at the woman peeking from behind the willow, as if anticipating a captivating performance about to transpire. Chapter 2. The rescue as the woman behind the tree and the sinister man awaited the unfolding drama. Numerous crocodilian eyes emerged from the lake's surface. The mother and her 2 children recoiled in terror, but it was already too late. Behind them loomed a steep embankment nearly 3 meters high, flanked by lush summer foliage, while before them advanced the menacing small crocodiles and the formidable mother crocodile. In that critical moment, the mother might have escaped by crawling with all her limbs. But her children, especially the 4-year-old mute boy, stood no chance. Moreover, could a human speed in climbing on hands and knees truly surpass that of a crocodile? The mother shielded her children with her body, extending her arms protectively in front of them. At that moment, the 2 crocodiles were but a meter away. The small one poised with its limbs anchored to the ground, body coiled, tail straightened, fixating its ancient, deathly gaze upon the mute child. The mother crocodile lay nearby, its gray eyes gleaming ominously. Typically, predators fixate on the weak, the ill, and the vulnerable. They can maintain their predatory stance for minutes, if not hours, fully aware of when opportunity arises. The petite woman peering from behind the willow tree paused, momentarily taken aback. A mother stands before her children. The man behind the camera smirked slightly, pondering the impending outcome, his expression seeming to reflect a calculated expectation, as though he had orchestrated this scenario for training. Now witnessing it in practice, already aware of the inevitable result. As anticipated, the young boy could no longer endure the oppressive silence that reeked of impending doom. His curiosity about the situation ahead surged. Adults, too, after evading danger for so long, inevitably feel compelled to peek into the unknown. The young boy exhibited a certain psychological state, trembling as he clutched his mother-esque garment, fearfully peering around her to glimpse what lay ahead. In that moment, his center of gravity had shifted, leaving him unable to adopt a new stance. The little crocodile awaited this precise instant, lunging forward with a sudden surge, its jaws agape, aiming to seize the boy's leg. It had anticipated an assured success. However, the mother sensed an anomaly behind her, her instincts heightened. She swiftly lifted a leg, striking the crocodile squarely beneath its jaw. The creature, momentarily bewildered, pondered how she could use her foot when her hands were extended. Lost in thought, it was abruptly propelled into the air, tumbling several times before plunging into the water below, sending splashes erupting around it. One can only imagine the ferocity of the mother-esque protective instinct. Any threat to her child would be met with resolute defiance. Yet, the moment she moved, the 2 boys behind her, perceiving the crocodile's advance, instinctively recoiled in panic. Had they remained still, all would have been well, but instinct is an uncontrollable force. Their formation disrupted, they became exposed. The cunning mother crocodile awaited this opportunity, leaping forward with a fierce determination, its jaws wide open, targeting the last of the boys. In an instant, the jaws snapped shut, and the boy's calf was ensnared within its terrifying grip, causing him to topple. The teeth of crocodiles, which have existed on this planet for millions of years, are arranged in a peculiar manner. Few of their long, sharp teeth are prominent. Instead, 2 fearsome canines protrude ominously from the mouth, while the remaining teeth are 2 rows of crooked, small fangs stretching from the tip of the snout to the throat. These gaps between the larger teeth indicate that crocodiles do not chew their food, but rather consume it by swallowing. They seize their prey and drag it into the water, where other crocodiles may join in the fray, biting and rolling until the unfortunate victim is shredded and ultimately swallowed whole. The mother inserted her hand between the sharp jaws of the crocodile, precisely into the gap between its 2 prominent incisors. However, it was no simple task. She struggled to push her hand deeper. As she forcefully thrust her ring-adorned hand inside, the diamond fell off, and the jagged edge pierced the crocodile. causing its blood to flow profusely while its tail thrashed violently. The mother crocodile, aware of her intentions to save her offspring, was unwilling to relinquish its meal. It slowly tightened its grip, unwilling to let go. Witnessing the determination in the crocodile's eyes, the mother tilted her head back in frustration and let out a scream. With a sudden pull, it is said that desperation can amplify one's strength tenfold. A sharp sound echoed as the crocodile's crooked teeth sank into the mother's foot. She felt no pain. In that moment, the crocodile's jaws loosened just enough, allowing the older boy to swiftly pull his younger brother's foot free. "Quick! Stuff something into its mouth," the mother shouted, realizing her hands and feet were still trapped. The older boy set down his brother and glanced around, spotting a large rock. Such stones were plentiful by the lakeside below the mountain, and he quickly tossed one into the crocodile's mouth. Instinctively, the crocodile swallowed, but with its jaws pried open. It could not fully consume the rock, which lodged in its throat. As it momentarily relaxed its grip in discomfort, the mother seized the opportunity to withdraw her limbs, and the stone was swallowed whole. Though the trio had narrowly escaped peril, their faces were pale with terror. The mother, disregarding her own exhaustion and the injuries of her mute son, scooped him up in her arms. Survival was paramount. With one arm tightly clutching her son, she desperately clawed her way up the embankment. Where could this crocodile have come from? She wondered. Even in flight, her thoughts raced, overwhelmed with disbelief. "Run," urged the petite woman hiding behind the willow tree, her brow furrowed in concern. The individual behind the camera was momentarily taken aback. How could she have evaded capture? This woman had been underestimated. A corpulent man beside him nodded in agreement, remarking, "This is rather unexpected, yet it grows increasingly intriguing." The peril, however, was far from over. The woman, in a desperate scramble, was using all her strength to ascend, panic coursing through her veins. Midway through her ascent, her foot slipped, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. "Mother, hurry behind you," she cried out in alarm. To her horror, a larger male crocodile loomed ominously nearby, its gaping maw mere inches from her feet. The massive crocodile, sensing her forward lunge, raised its forelimbs in preparation to pounce. Without a moment's hesitation, a large boy launched himself at the crocodile, initially intending to push it away with his hands. However, a sudden thought struck him, to use his head instead. As the 6-meter-long crocodile's forelegs lifted off the ground, the boy collided with it, sending the creature tumbling onto its back, exposing its white underbelly as it rolled twice before crashing down to the lake's edge. The boy's head struck the several hundred-kilogram beast as if he had collided with a solid rubber wall, resulting in a ringing sensation in his ears. The impact caused his body to lift momentarily, his legs shooting upwards in a dramatic display, reminiscent of a stunt scene. Upside down in midair, he then propelled forward, executing several somersaults before landing in the lake with a resounding splash. Fortunately, he fell into the water. Had he landed on solid ground, his young life might have been extinguished in this small town that had nurtured him. A few crocodiles that had already crawled onto the shore were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Once they regained their senses, they swiftly turned and plunged back into the water, heading towards the boy, who was wobbling unsteadily as he stood at the water's edge. Why do these crocodiles venture so far? The 200 million years of existence have taught them that prey on land can easily escape, yet in the water, they reign supreme. Upon noticing 4 formidable crocodiles approaching, the young boy was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In front of him lay the 4 crocodiles, while behind him was the deep water. He could still stand in the shallows, but could he outswim the crocodiles in the depths? His swimming skills were rudimentary at best, resembling a child's dog paddle by the water's edge. Realizing the imminent danger, he desperately called out to his mother, who was still standing there, cradling his mute brother. "Mother, flee quickly, summon help." The mother, witnessing the 4 crocodiles entering the water one after another, was overcome with anxiety, tears streaming down her face. She turned to her mute son and said, "I shall go save him. You must escape and call for help." With a sudden burst of determination, she pushed her son upwards, prompting him to scramble onto the road. The mother leapt and bounded down the slope, heedless of everything, rushing toward her son by the water's edge. The young boy, frantic, shouted, "If I watch you be devoured by a crocodile, how could I and my mute brother possibly survive?" Her words were laden with sorrow. The boy could hardly fathom his mother acting in such a manner. She had always protected his brother, chastising him with a harsh demeanor. Yet, it became evident that she cared for him as well. The bond between mother and son stirred his emotions, causing him to exclaim, "Mother, I am so touched." A slip into internet vernacular in his moment of distress. "What are you doing, calling out nonsense at a time like this?" She exclaimed urgently. "Shire, I will distract them. Seize the opportunity to escape." Meanwhile, the mute brother, enduring the pain in his legs, was desperately crawling toward the road. At this moment, a fierce mountain wind arose, thick clouds gathered, and the rain began to fall in a soft patter. The boy incessantly wiped the raindrops from his face. The deluge blurred his vision as he dashed left and right, desperately attempting to reach the shore. However, two crocodiles flanked him, their formidable tails thrashing about, sending towering waves crashing over him, drenching the child completely. He continued to wipe the water from his face, straining his eyes to discern the position of the crocodiles. After several exhausting attempts, he found himself utterly spent. Although his mother had diverted the attention of the two crocodiles, momentarily alleviating the immediate peril, the number of crocodiles in the water was increasing, and she too was weary, her steps faltering. Yet, she shouted encouragement to her son, urging him not to lose heart, while intermittently calling out, "Help! Is anyone there?" Her desperate cries, echoing in the stillness of the dawn, added a haunting atmosphere. Indeed, many watched, but none came to their aid. At that moment, the mute boy had managed to climb onto the road. The boy in the water, drained of strength, moved sluggishly, gazing at his mother's anxious face, listening to her terrifying screams, trembling yet resolutely holding on, hoping for salvation. The waves surged around him, and the multitude of crocodiles closed in ever tighter, poised to attack. In a moment of despair, the woman, forgetting her own peril, suddenly dashed between the two crocodiles, intending to shield her son with her own body. The crocodiles, momentarily taken aback, swiftly lashed their tails, sending the woman soaring into the air before she fell back into the water, creating a tremendous splash. Not far from his mother, a boy in the water was taken aback as he witnessed her being struck down by a massive crocodile. In a moment of sheer panic, he leapt from the midst of the circling predators, seemingly on the verge of escaping their grasp and reaching his mother's feet. Suddenly, a colossal crocodile erupted from the water with a splash, rising upright and opening its enormous jaws to seize the boy's calf. In that fleeting instant, as the boy hung suspended in midair, ready to plunge back into the depths, a figure descended from above. With one hand grasping the boy and the other thrusting an umbrella into the crocodile's mouth, the scene unfolded dramatically. The great beast, sensing an unwelcome intrusion, instinctively clung to its prey, refusing to relinquish its grip. Astonishingly, the 6-meter-long crocodile found itself dangling in the air, its tail barely skimming the water's surface. It twisted and thrashed, attempting to shake free, but an overwhelming force rendered it immobile. The pressure on its jaws reached a breaking point, exposing its vast throat. In a desperate bid to relieve the unbearable tension, it tried to close its mouth, but to no avail. A sudden excruciating pain ensued, causing its upper jaw to shatter and fly into the sky, leaving only a long, toothy lower jaw. With a resounding crash, the massive crocodile plummeted back into the water. Unbeknownst to them, a woman concealed behind the willow tree had long contemplated intervening. Yet, a warning echoed in her mind. Do not interfere with the actions of any creature on this planet, for it may lead to chaos. Completing a greater mission is your purpose for being here. Thus, she restrained herself. When a mute child scrambled onto the road, supporting himself with his hands, he looked up in astonishment at the sight of a living person standing there. In a moment of desperation, he gestured fervently, pleading for her help. At merely 4 years old, He instinctively believed that one human would always assist another in peril. However, to his dismay, she stammered a single phrase, "I have seen it." This marked the first utterance since her birth, clumsy and uncertain, before she promptly forgot the admonitions in her mind and sprang to her feet. The mute child, bewildered by the sudden absence of the figure, turned his head in all directions, only to behold her ethereal form, draped in flowing garments, descending gracefully upon the surface of the lake. The woman seized the boy, and with a deft motion, she propelled herself upward from the gaping jaws of a crocodile that had been poised to strike. Meanwhile, the mother, perilously close to the water's edge, was in grave danger. A crocodile had latched onto her thigh, violently dragging her toward the depths, while another, lurking behind her, opened its cavernous maw, poised to claim her life with a single bite. Initially, the woman contemplated releasing the creature, having successfully rescued the child, but her brow furrowed in determination. Drawing a parasol from the water, she advanced and deftly overturned the crocodile, making a decisive incision across its pale, yellowish underbelly. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood as its entrails spilled forth, revealing a tiny hand amidst the carnage. The woman picked up the small hand, examining it with a pensive gaze, seemingly lost in thought. The rescued mother, lying by the water's edge, caught a whiff of the blood and, upon turning her head, spotted the small hand. She hastily covered her mouth, yet retched uncontrollably, unable to fathom the fate of the child devoured by the crocodile. The gathering crocodiles, sensing their prey had escaped, began to retreat into the depths of the water, intimidated by the fearsome woman. The serene landscape of the lake, now bathed in sunlight, was filled with the melodious chirping of birds. Humanity had temporarily triumphed over the crocodiles, yet it seemed as though the struggle had only just begun. The individuals behind the camera switched off their device. Chapter 3. Agricultural Research Institute. With the crocodiles vanished and the boy saved, the willow trees swayed gently by the lakeside. The mountains echoed with birdsong, and a soft breeze caressed the air. The mother and her two sons, having survived their harrowing ordeal, found themselves reunited. As if separated by an eternity, they recalled the desperate struggle in which they had risked their lives to save one another, realizing only then the fragility of existence and the preciousness of life. Overcome with genuine emotion, they embraced and wept, knowing henceforth their fates were inextricably intertwined. After the initial wave of excitement subsided, the mother was reminded of their savior. Standing beside them was a woman, poised and composed, holding a small box and gesturing towards the injuries on their legs. As the mother hastily rose from her kneeling position, having just embraced her sons, she followed the woman's gestures and looked down. All three bore wounds, whether on their thighs or calves, and the mother's pants were torn, revealing her robust, sun-kissed legs, a testament to years of labor in the mountains. It was no wonder she had endured for so long. Upon examining her own injury, she noted a deep gash above her knee, a gruesome reminder of her struggle against the jaws of the crocodile. The flesh was torn and beginning to decay, seeping a thick yellowish fluid. Fortuitously, the beast had missed her artery, otherwise, her fate would have been sealed. The blood around her wound had been washed away by the lake, leaving only faint traces. Suddenly, her expression shifted to alarm. How could such a severe wound be devoid of pain? Had the nerves in that area been severed? Was the crocodile's saliva poisonous? Neglecting her own distress, the mother hurried to inspect her son's injuries. The woman grasped her arm firmly, shaking her head, indicating the box and urging them to sit down. Nearby, a small patch of dry ground lay exposed beneath the embankment, the rain having ceased and the earth drying quickly. As the mother sat, her heart still raced as she glanced at the clear waters of the lake ahead. The woman could not help but smile at the scene unfolding before her. The meaning is quite evident. Rest assured, the crocodile will not return. The mother smiled shyly as she and her two sons sat down, filled with trepidation. The woman opened a peculiar box, crafted from a dark blue metal that appeared remarkably light, yet undeniably sturdy, possessing an impenetrable quality that seemed impervious to a hammer's strike. The three gazed in astonishment as the box silently opened on its own, releasing an indescribable fragrance that did not waft through the air but felt as if it were suspended in place. Their mouths agape. The woman generously scooped out a sizable portion of the vibrant green substance with her fingertip, bending down to inhale its aroma before kneeling to apply it to the little boy's leg wound. She continued to extract generous amounts from the box, treating the injuries of the older boy and the mother without hesitation. It appeared she had emptied the contents of the box without a second glance, flicking it casually away. The box, about the size of a smoke canister, closed itself in midair, gracefully arcing down into the lake, where it wobbled and sank, ensuring that its contents would remain beyond human reach. The older boy was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to use the box for storing worms as he contemplated fishing. His playful spirit undeterred, he fixated on the spot where the box descended, planning to retrieve it later. The woman, observing him, smiled with a hint of satisfaction and remarked, "It has melted. It cannot be salvaged." The boy, realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, scratched his head in mild embarrassment, as the mute child, in a moment of excitement, momentarily forgot his leg injury, an injury that was quite severe, tender flesh and all, perhaps akin to his mother, who felt no pain at all. Yet, upon applying that substance, he immediately experienced a sharp, burning sensation. Unable to contain himself, he let out a loud cry, his exaggerated exclamation devoid of any embarrassment. The woman couldn't help but chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at him. However, shortly thereafter, he found himself inexplicably comfortable, reminiscent of the soothing application of baby lotion by his mother after a summer shower, cool and refreshing. He looked down to see that the terrifying wound, once writhing, was swiftly closing, appearing as if it had never been injured, smooth and devoid of any scar. In astonishment, he rose to his feet, bouncing about, filled with vitality. The woman, along with her eldest son, was equally astonished. They had never witnessed such spiritedness in a person. Reflecting on her earlier agile movements while battling the crocodile, she felt a twinge of fear regarding her strength. Though she had intended to express her profound gratitude and invite her to their home, she could only stammer a simple, "Thank you." The woman responded with an elegant nod. Only then did he notice that she possessed an extraordinary beauty, a slender face, wheat-colored skin, excessively long eyes, a narrow nose, delicate brows, and elongated limbs. Yet, her every movement was slow and graceful, her shining black hair styled into a bun, with a black ribbon floating behind her. Was she a mountain dweller? A city dweller? She had attended university. How could someone so elegant exist? From whence did she come, and where was she headed? Having initially feared her strength and questioned her origins, he now felt an inexplicable sense of trust in her as he gazed upon her smile. In the mountains, straightforwardness prevails. And when there is a question in one's heart, it must be asked, "Where are you headed?" Initially, the inquiry was meant to discern where she had come from and her intended destination, yet an instinct compelled her to believe she already knew what was to be asked. She gestured towards the distance, indicating a white structure. The United Nations Agricultural Research Institute. Representatives of the United Nations. A foreigner? No, there were plenty of foreigners there. Men and women of various complexions, all bustling along the road, cars incessantly moving, with the sound of helicopters audible even in the depths of night. Yet, she suddenly grasped the intent behind this visit. She had come to gather information, and there was the matter of the hand within the crocodile's belly. Though it was certainly unrelated to any seeds, she refrained from voicing her curiosity, feeling an itch to inquire nonetheless. The woman understood and decided to let it go, thinking, "Very well, I shall not engage in a battle of wits." However, she had saved 3 lives, mother and child, and sincerely expressed, "I am truly grateful for your rescue." Although she radiated elegance and warmth, a sense of farewell lingered in the air, rendering further conversation somewhat inappropriate. Yet, considering that this woman had salvaged the lives of her family, and that she did not even know her name, how could she let this pass? One should repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude, as ancient wisdom dictates. Though they were parting ways without knowing each other's fates, She thought that if only she could learn her name, there would always be a chance in the future to repay this profound kindness. Perhaps even to offer a prayer or a blessing for her safety. Thus, she said, "I sincerely apologize, but please tell me your name, so that I may repay your kindness in the future." The woman was momentarily taken aback. If she were to discover the truth of my presence here, would she still wish to repay me? It was possible she might wish me harm. After a brief pause, she smiled and replied, "You may call me Shasha." At that moment, the mountain breeze rustled the willows along the bank, whispering softly. The mother was taken aback. How coincidental that as she uttered rustle, the willow trees began to sway. This place, in proximity to Tibet, held a profound reverence for nature. She pondered whether this was an auspicious sign. Glancing at the willow, she turned to her two sons, who stood side by side with their hands clasped at their chests, bowing slightly in a gesture of sincere and exalted respect, saying, "The mountain winds are fierce. Please take care of yourselves." With that, she and her sons vanished. The Yunnan Agricultural Research Institute of the United Nations was adorned with two imposing black iron gates, crafted with elegant, curling vines reminiscent of paradise. Atop the square cement pillars flanking the entrance stood black metal frames with glass domes, reminiscent of regal lanterns. The walls, constructed from uneven mountain stones, rose over a person's height, entwined with moss and climbing ivy, casting a deep green shadow. Yet, within, the weathered stones exuded a melancholic essence, whispering tales of bygone years. Nestled behind the right pillar was a small, gabled cabin serving as the duty room. A figure emerged, stepping out into the light. A black cat officer clad in a wide-brimmed black hat, a black uniform, polished black shoes, and wielding a black plastic baton, complemented by a white belt. Alas, his attire was a disheveled sight, as if no woman had tended to it in ages. He yawned and stretched lazily, clearly having just completed a night shift, his demeanor reflecting the weariness of the early morning. Despite his somewhat deranged appearance, he approached his duties with earnestness. Those inside understood well, for he was a philosophy student. Even his old acquaintances, upon learning of his academic pursuit, shared the same bemused expression, chuckling softly before scratching their heads and departing. Nevertheless, the philosopher found inspiration and bestowed upon the grand iron gate a name imbued with profound meaning, the Gate of Life. Yet, his true identity remained a mystery to all. Should one uncover it, they would surely be left in perplexity. As he stepped outside, as was his custom, he stood before the imposing iron gate, gazing at the vast, serene valley and the surrounding forest. This tranquil scene was one he knew intimately. He gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, relishing the fresh air that filled his lungs. Before exhaling slowly, he referred to this as his lung-cleansing ritual, for he consumed as much tobacco as he did boredom, a cigarette perpetually gracing his lips. After several repetitions, he opened his eyes, having found them slightly blurred from prolonged closure, a sensation he recognized. Yet, amidst this familiar haze, an unfamiliar figure emerged, prompting a moment of confusion. Was this a figment of his imagination or a denizen of reality? He was once again ensnared in philosophical musings, but having awakened from slumber, his mind was clear. Thus, he focused intently once more, and indeed, there was a figure in the valley. On the stark, dark asphalt road, which rose abruptly amidst rice fields and small lakes, a figure clad in red and green traversed the white line at its center. She wore a conical hat, carried an umbrella, and bore a small basket. The hem of her garment was adorned with silver trim, while the red ribbon securing her hat and the black ribbon holding her hair were swept back by the wind. She was a vision of beauty, captivating him as she walked along the center line, akin to a model gracing a runway, her hips swaying gracefully with each step. His mouth fell agape in awe. When would he behold such a splendid sight again? In truth, he was distanced from her, yet beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Her presence was undeniably enchanting. Now he no longer feels embarrassed. He gazes freely, though he wonders about her visage. Generally, when a man encounters a woman with an alluring figure, he is particularly eager to see her face, provided it is not marred by any crooked features. Ideally, It should possess the delicate contours of an oval or heart-shaped visage. Otherwise, it would be a great disservice to her beauty. He assumes a serious demeanor. In the 4th chapter, Who approaches, the security guard at the entrance straightens his attire, his belt, baton, occasionally casting glances at the woman. Though her attire resembles that of a rustic dweller, complete with an umbrella and a small bamboo basket, dressed in green and red, she is undoubtedly not from this place. She bears no resemblance to anyone he has encountered in the bustling cities or the countryside, nor to anyone he has seen in the United States. He retrieves a seemingly simple, yet inherently sophisticated phone, pressing it against the side of his trousers to capture several images of the woman, promptly transmitting the information. His actions are fluid and practiced, an aspect of his role that remains concealed from others, including his father. As the recipient of the notification hears the chime, the woman approaches. Clad in a cinched short top and loose trousers, she is adorned in ethnic attire, albeit lacking the silver jewelry of headpieces and necklaces, as well as the bracelets and anklets typical of her culture. She may be shorter than him by a head, standing at approximately 1.7 meters. Yet her posture is upright and proportionate. Her face, reminiscent of a jujube, boasts remarkably symmetrical features. With a wheat-colored complexion and elongated eyes that are strikingly defined in black and white, shimmering with a lively glimmer. What astonishes him is that everything about her resembles that of an infant. Her eyes, nose, skin, and even her movements evoke the essence of a child. Such a significant resemblance to an infant astounds him profoundly. With her elongated eyes, she scanned him from head to toe, glancing briefly at his phone before saying, "Hello." "Hello," he replied, slightly apologetic, raising his phone in a gesture of courtesy before pocketing it. The phone was recording. "How may I assist you?" He smiled professionally, fully aware that she had seen him taking pictures. Having encountered numerous situations, he preferred to avoid further complications. Even if she chose not to pursue the matter of privacy invasion, it would still be exceedingly impolite. Thus, he offered her a sincere smile and a courteous demeanor. Resolute in his decision not to delete the photographs or cease the recording, and he promptly forwarded the information. "My name is Shah, and I am here to see my uncle, Professor Shah." "Ah, Professor Shah," he replied casually. Yet internally, he was taken aback. How had he not realized it before? His mind raced again, recalling the short, impeccably clean figure that matched her description so closely. "Yes, Professor Shah." "Very well, let me register you. I will assist you in contacting him." "Thank you. No need for thanks." He turned, gesturing for her to follow him toward the duty room. At that moment, the intercom clipped to his shoulder emitted a gentle sound. "Security and no need for registration. Allow her direct access to the backyard." So, his surname was an uncommon name, leaving him curious about its origins. Security and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. They were too insidious. Thwarting his intention to gather Shasha's name, age, fingerprint, and phone number, which held great significance for him. Nevertheless, he promptly responded, "Understood." He turned back to Shasha with a smile, saying, "They are aware of your arrival. Please, proceed." At the entrance of the duty room lies a courtyard as expansive as a basketball court. Beyond it stands a corridor beneath a 4-story building. And on the other side of the corridor is the backyard. The security guard's phone emitted a gentle chime, prompting him to slightly turn and check the message. The text read, "Sasha," implying that there was no information regarding Sasha in this world, signifying a lack of context. The ellipsis urged him to trace her continuously and report back. She claimed to be Sasha, the niece of a certain Shah, her accent indiscernible, while she transmitted a recording containing her voice print. Gradually, Sasha faded into the corridor. The security guard, however, was lost in contemplation. The surname Shah is rare, and the name Shah even rarer. Was she a descendant of the monk Shah? He was taken aback by his own association of her with the mythical figures from Journey to the West. What prompted such a thought? Was it her enigmatic aura? The backyard was, in fact, a square plaza, vast enough to accommodate a football field. One could only imagine the length of the white buildings that bordered it. Under the warm morning sun, the plaza was devoid of trees, flowers, or statues, mirroring the climate of the area. Such a large expanse could have been adorned with orchids, pansies, and roses, yet it remained barren, the flat concrete ground an empty canvas. Only 3 elongated, colorful guiding strips sprawled across the surface like fireworks, a red path leading to the building on the left, a blue path directing towards the right, and a straight yellow path leading to the building in front. The signs hanging from the 3 structures read, Change, Experiment, and Office. Behind these buildings lay a backdrop of mountains, indicating that they were enveloped on 3 sides by nature's grandeur. The plaza was utterly deserted. What you believe to be a farewell to a supreme being is, in fact, a misconception. At that moment, she was merely a fertilized egg, ensconced within a spacecraft, activated only upon her journey through the galaxy and into the solar system, where she began to develop and simultaneously receive education. She resembled a computer's hard drive, into which a series of source codes were meticulously inputted throughout her cerebral development. Her birth, the affectionate bond of her parents, her entrance into kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and ultimately her attainment of a doctorate, along with all knowledge pertaining to interstellar travel and this planet, were all encoded in vivid and lively imagery. These source codes depicted her beautiful homeland, the golden days of her youth, her young parents, encompassing the artistic skills, music, painting, and literature of this planet as well. In essence, the entirety of scientific and cultural knowledge from both her native planet and this one resided within her mind. Should one unravel the intricacies of her cognition, it would be nothing short of astonishing. However, the final source code introduced into her consciousness admonished her to dismiss the contents of her mind and trust only what she could perceive with her own eyes. For time swiftly passes, and circumstances inevitably change. No one could ascertain the true nature of those distant realms after she had traversed over 2 million light years. It was precisely due to the abrupt interruption of her information chain during her education, coupled with the insertion of unwarranted source codes, that her cognitive mechanisms underwent an instantaneous transformation. Her brain learned to analyze based on pre-existing knowledge and current observations, rather than rigidly adhering to the commands of her mind. It was this newfound capacity for thought that engendered her confusion, amidst the vast cosmos, who could sever her information chain and implant an alternate set of codes. And to what end? It was precisely when she soared towards the solar system that she was awakened, emerging from the spacecraft like a newly born infant. Her skin, her eyes, her face mirrored that of a baby, her movements somewhat unsteady yet imbued with profound curiosity. One might speculate her age to be merely a few days. Yet she resembled a fawn, capable of running mere hours after her birth, albeit with a lack of finesse. A wisp of white cloud drifted by, and the lens of the camera perched high on the white wall glimmered, awakening with a soft rustle. She noticed the towering camera tracking her movements, its glass reflecting the light streaming through the shifting gaps in the clouds. She stepped onto the yellow line, making her way towards the designated office building. The entrance of the edifice was grand, featuring 2 colossal stone columns and broad steps adorned with moss under the sunlight, while climbing ivy clung to the pillars, exuding a tropical ambience. Upon entering the lobby, a tall security guard appeared from an unknown corner, his expression inscrutable. He uttered not a word nor cast a glance at her, merely gesturing with a finger towards a massive wall, embellished with a landscape painting 10 meters ahead. This wall silently slid apart, allowing her to step inside. Within lay an elevator cabin, expansive and lofty enough to accommodate a small vehicle, its walls clad in stainless steel. There were no buttons, no intercoms, only 4 cameras. The opening and closing of doors, as well as the ascent and descent, were all governed externally. It felt as though she had been ensnared in a steel cage, neglected by all. The elevator remained still, devoid of sound, as it descended rapidly. The immense centrifugal force caused Sasha to feel her innards and blood rush toward her brain, making her eyes bulge and her vision blur. Instinctively, she yearned to grasp something to steady herself, yet there was nothing. She spread her arms wide and exhaled. Holding her breath would result in her brain exploding from the ascending air. This was the result of her education. However, what troubled her most was the profound silence of the elevator, akin to the stillness of a Death Star she had passed through, accompanied by an unsettling sensation of being watched. Though only 10 minutes had elapsed, Sasha felt as if she had traversed the vastness of interstellar travel. For the first time, she sensed her lack of autonomy and an emotion churning within her, a feeling she would later identify as anger. She believed she should be devoid of desires and emotions. After all, she was merely a weapon, disguised to resemble a human. Chapter 5. The Global Conference. At last, the elevator halted, trembling slightly before the doors opened to reveal a colossal square hall measuring approximately 70 meters on each side, encompassing nearly 5,000 square meters. Sasha stepped out, pausing to survey the vast expanse, which echoed the same eerie silence as the elevator. She realized she had descended deep underground. What she remained unaware of was that her arrival had been communicated. Photographs dispatched by security had reached the headquarters of Interpol, as well as the criminal police headquarters of her home country, Z. The Z Criminal Police Headquarters had inquired with the Security Department, and this inquiry quickly alerted the Southern Space Strategic Department, which swiftly pieced together the information, concluding that she was an extraterrestrial entity, an uninvited guest from beyond the stars. It is inconceivable that there exists an individual on this planet devoid of any information. Even a fetus in its mother's womb is bestowed with a name before entering this world, be it male or female. Hence, the arrival of Sasha on Earth has been swiftly communicated among various classified departments, encompassing an array of directives and commands, culminating in the 2 words marked as top secret, followed by 7 conspicuous XS, denoting the highest level of secrecy. In the United Nations headquarters in New York, during a summer morning, the blazing sun casts its ardent rays upon the flags of member nations, which stand almost motionless under the sweltering heat. The expansive square before the building is teeming with journalists from around the globe, vibrant tints and sunshades dotting the area, and an amalgamation of languages expressing a shared anxiety as they have awaited news for an entire month. The representatives at the United Nations are engaged in discussions, having debated tirelessly for a month, worn out and yielding no fruitful outcomes, failing to reach any agreements. The planet is experiencing dire consequences: global warming, melting polar ice caps, rising sea levels, a succession of tempests with alluring names, desertification, volcanic eruptions, and frequent tsunamis, all signaling a drastic alteration in Earth's climate, as if heralding an apocalyptic era. Yet, the delegates remain entrenched in their pursuit of national interests while the entire world awaits news from them, hoping for a viable solution that would allow both the planet and humanity to endure. Nevertheless, the representatives continue their incessant bickering. They are acutely aware that their disputes yield no resolution, but they also recognize the necessity for a conclusion. Thus, they sit in exhaustion, some propping their heads up, others reclining with legs outstretched, while the representative from M country simply rests his head on the table, succumbing to slumber, for they too are but human, utterly fatigued. At that moment, the heavy soundproof door creaked open, and a figure briskly entered the room. A representative from Country Z approached the Country Z delegate, leaning in to whisper. The others looked on in astonishment. This was out of the ordinary. What was happening? Why the sudden intrusion? The attendant soon departed. The Country Z delegate pondered briefly before turning to the adjacent country R delegate to whisper. He nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the door opened once more, and the Country R attendant, mirroring the actions of the Country Z attendant, whispered into the ear of the Country R delegate before quietly exiting. What was transpiring between these two individuals? The other delegates gazed at one another with suspicion. After a brief exchange between the Country Z and Country R delegates, the Country Z delegate sat up straight and announced, "Aliens have arrived in Country Z." Like a pot of oil reaching a boil, the representatives immediately snapped to attention. Aliens. The people of Country Z were never one to jest. Aliens existed only in legends, in ancient cave paintings, in the statues of Easter Island, on the colossal runways built millennia ago by non-human hands, and in the ruins of the Mayans, inscribed with incomprehensible glyphs. And now, they had emerged. The delegates' imaginations raced, processing the enormity of this revelation. Forget rising sea levels and volcanic eruptions. Those were trivial concerns now. What should be done? Should they engage or seek peace? Perhaps hosting a gala would be fitting, offering the extraterrestrial guest a glass of champagne, embracing the romance and joy that the French were known for. A few of them. The representatives from country Y inquired with calmness, how many are there? Currently, 1. Is it male or female? Female. What about the spacecraft? She has yet to be located. The representative from country M paced thoughtfully, remarking, this young lady ought to be basking in the sun by the pool, so what is she doing on our impoverished planet? Not even distributing a single business card? Mr. Henry, you must forgive her. She inadvertently fell here without even changing her clothes. The representative from country F leaned back in his chair and interjected. The representative from country M, however, chose to ignore him, continuing his contemplative pacing. Having regained his composure, he mulled over how to respond while feeling vexed with his intelligence agency for having squandered so much money without yielding any information. He tried to reassess the situation, dismissing the troubling thoughts when suddenly, one of his aides quietly entered to deliver a report. Understood, thank you. Shortly thereafter, representatives from countries F and Y entered to relay their updates. The conference room fell into a heavy silence, each participant deep in concentration, the antiquated wall clock ticking monotonously. The United Nations headquarters was short on funds to procure new equipment and was making do with what they had. We must handle this matter with utmost care, the representative from country Z asserted. It is imperative, echoed the representative from country R. We concur, added the representative from country Y. Otherwise, the Earth may be thrown into chaos by her presence, warned the representative from country F. Indeed, replied the representative from country M. At this moment, not only would the Earth be in turmoil, but all information from extraterrestrial beings, be it spacecraft, computers, or even a mere component, along with their DNA, could turn the world upside down. How much more advanced are they than us? A century? A millennium? 100,000 years? He gazed at the representative from country Z and continued, all our aircraft, warships, and satellites are at your service. Thank you very much, Mr. Representative. The representative of Z Nation stood resolutely and proclaimed, we must collaborate. It is our unassailable duty. It is time for us to look upwards. Excellent. An unwavering commitment. The representative of our nation rose to speak, asserting, they are a threat to our planet, our nation, and all of humanity. We must unite. Indeed. The representative from M Nation exclaimed, these are the most exhilarating words I have ever heard in my life. Cooperation and unity. Representatives from F Nation and Y Nation also stood in solidarity, declaring, cooperation. This is the essence of true humanity. Yes, we shall first establish a unified command center, coordinating our efforts and actions. Thus, the representative of Z Nation continued, we too possess our resolve. Let us confront this challenge together as one human race. We have no choice but to fight. The once weary assembly of individuals now brimmed with renewed vigor. They had been invigorated, demonstrating that sometimes a spark is all that is needed. The discussion then shifted to strategies for action. First, we must comprehend her objectives, as this is of utmost importance, enabling us to take targeted measures. Therefore, we must establish contact with her, bring her under control, and thoroughly investigate the location she has visited, the individuals she has interacted with, the structures she has encountered, and the objects she has utilized, leaving no stone unturned. With that, we shall assign a code name to this command center and operation. What month is it now? Inquired the representative of Y Nation. Having forgotten which month the meeting was convened in. July, came the reply. Very well, I propose the code name July, with the July command and the July operation. From this July onward, we have united. Let us toast with champagne, exclaimed the representative of country F. This is a day worthy of celebration. The waiter, taken aback by the command amidst the clamor, wondered how champagne had come to be served, clearly indicating that consensus had been reached and an agreement established. Unity, it seemed, was far preferable to discord. She gracefully presented the champagne, her demeanor radiant, despite being entirely unaware of the nature of the agreement. However, there remained two stipulations: absolute confidentiality and a unified public declaration of no comment, with the session adjourned. The throngs of reporters outside were met with these same two phrases, inundating newspapers, television broadcasts, and social media with no comment and session adjourned. Chapter 6. The Secrets Beneath in the Outside World. The messages of no comment and session adjourned proliferated, creating a cacophony. Sha, oblivious to this, felt the rush of adrenaline from the swift descent of the elevator. Her blood racing and her cheeks flushed. This unprotected, rapid descent was still something she had yet to acclimate to. Yet, she stood firmly at the doorway. However, someone was privy to this information: her uncle, Sha Kegging. Sha gazed out into the vast hall, which spanned nearly the size of a football field, with steep, cavernous walls rising 50 meters high. Illuminated by a ring of soft blue spotlights above, the entire hall exuded an atmosphere of emptiness, silence, and mystery. 3 individuals stood at a distance within the hall. Among them, one donned black-rimmed glasses, through which the scene of a United Nations meeting, the sounds, the words, the movements, was transmitted to him. Even the white froth of champagne was distinctly visible. To him, this planet harbored no secrets. He resembled the sandy hue of the earth. With eyes akin to the same, dressed in a black vest, the long sleeves of a white shirt peeking out, and a golden chain of a pocket watch cascading diagonally across his chest. This was Sasha's uncle, Sha Kegging. The image imprinted in Sasha's mind was thus. To the right of Sha Kegging stood a figure clad in a fitted military uniform of the Im country, with golden hair and blue eyes, hands clasped behind his back, legs apart in a stance of military poise. Sasha smiled gently. The honor guard, standing tall at 1.80 meters, wore a serious expression, yet internally mused about how this woman resembled an infant, receiving such a grand welcome, a rarity indeed. Yet, she was quite endearing. This seemingly scheming individual had unexpectedly garnered his fondness. "Welcome, esteemed Minister Sasha, who has traveled across great distances to reach Earth," Sha Kegging proclaimed. Indeed, it was a considerable journey, having come from the Andromeda galaxy, over 2 million light-years away. Her homeland was a star within that galaxy, aptly named Andromeda, situated near the edge of the Milky Way. This galaxy approached the Milky Way at a speed exceeding 300 kilometers per second. Before long, in cosmic terms, a collision would ensue, resulting in their mutual consumption. Their masses and volumes were comparable. Earthly scientists had debated this potential impact for centuries, still engaged in discourse, hoping for a near miss between the two galaxies. Yet, the Andromedans now stood here. Sha Kegging continued, governor of the solar system, alongside Colonel Landing, Chief Dick. "We welcome your esteemed presence." Colonel Nayland Ding saluted sharply, while the steward, with his sword tilted towards the ground, nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward to shake hands with the 3 individuals. Prior to the arrival of the dignitary, we had already taken action to halt all operations. Sha Kegging, with a melodious baritone, spoke without a hint of rudeness or flattery. He refrained from the customary pleasantries regarding the hardships of travel or inquiries about health, opting instead to delve directly into the matter at hand, yet maintaining an air of respect. He did not exhibit any sense of superiority due to his relation to Sha. Rather, he was an enigmatic figure. In truth, Sha had arrived over a month late, yet neither mentioned it nor sought an explanation. "Very well," Sha declared with forthrightness. "Please take me to observe the work you have ceased." "Certainly," Sha Kegging replied. The vast square hall featured grand entrances on either side leading to corridors. Above the entrance on the left, a black-line male silhouette was prominently displayed, while the right showcased a red-line female silhouette. The steward led the way, followed by Sha and Sha Kegging, with the colonel bringing up the rear. Upon entering, Sha was greeted by what appeared to be an endless corridor, spacious, luminous, and eerily silent. Reminiscent of a tomb, as it lay 3,000 meters beneath the surface. The moment she descended underground, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. On either side of the corridor stand immaculate glass walls, connecting one room to another. Inside are rows of glass cabinets, reminiscent of a funeral home displaying urns, featuring transparent drawers filled with a crystalline liquid. Within each drawer lies a meticulously crafted soft metal organ, produced through advanced technology. This particular chamber showcases a plethora of vibrant hearts, their intricate veins clearly visible, each adorned with a transparent barcode atop the drawers. Between the cabinets, a stainless steel tree stands, its branches extending towards the various glass cases through slender transparent tubes. The subsequent chambers display an array of different organs, all custom-made metallic counterparts intended for global distribution. This explains the presence of helicopters at night and the reason for the International Criminal Police Organization's security personnel arriving here, as they seek to uncover the mysteries concealed within these walls. Thus, the appearance of Sasha at the entrance captures the attention of the security officer, a figure he had never encountered before. Yet, he could never have imagined that she was an extraterrestrial. After her inspection, Sasha inquires, "Are the men's and women's sections the same?" "Indeed, they are," comes the response. "Well then, there is no need for further examination. Let us proceed to the next level," Sasha suggests. "Please," Colonel Landing replies. Sasha remains silent, trailing behind the head steward. The 7 points of the hexagram, adorned in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, symbolize the solar system. Each point directs to a corridor of corresponding color, and at the entrance of each corridor stand armed guards, their uniforms mirroring the colors of the passageways, the polished blue of their weapons glinting under the lights. Sasha stood in the center of the 7-pointed star, feeling utterly astonished. The image before her was something her mind had never conceived, and it was no wonder that the source code abruptly implanted in her consciousness urged her to trust her eyes. The 7 corridors towered 50 meters high and spanned 30 meters in width, complemented by a vast circular hall. What purpose could they possibly have for such expansive space? Were they to launch spacecraft? Above the grand, arched entrances of the immense corridors, there were conspicuous signboards, strikingly visible even from a distance. The first sign was blue, labeled Experimental Zone, adorned with illustrations of 2 glass test tubes. Next was green, Production Zone, depicting a male and female infant. Following that was the orange Testing Zone, featuring a high-powered microscope. Then came the indigo Waste Zone, illustrated with a doll missing a head and an arm. Subsequently, the pink Product Zone showcased a pair of radiant youths, and finally, the yellow Transportation Zone depicted an aircraft, culminating in the purple sign, which illustrated a group of individuals gazing up at the starry sky. The deep, luminous corridors and the vast circular hall, along with the systems sustaining its operation, indeed represented an immense undertaking. Constructing such a grand project with primitive tools and technology from Earth was no small feat, Sasha mused. Indeed, we have exhausted every means to fund the development of these metallic organs, said Shock King somewhat glumly. It's a pity that the labor of thousands of Earth years has come to naught. The leaders of the galaxy do not comprehend the beauty of this planet, nor the significance of its flora and fauna. They seek to obliterate it. Not obliterate, but restore to its original state, Sasha countered. No, to the age of dinosaurs. 200 million years ago. The Jurassic period? No, 100 million years ago, during the Cretaceous period, after the extinction of the dinosaurs, placental mammals emerged. Specifically around 55 million years ago during the age of primates, Sasha stated. What about us humans? He blurted out, aware that he should remain silent and respectful while his superiors spoke, yet compelled by thoughts of his parents, wife, and son. There was no us back then. Humanity did not exist. Shakaching replied. And what of our present? He inquired again. We will vanish. That is the reason we must close the base. How will we disappear? He asked, bewildered. Death. She intended to annihilate humanity, a startling revelation that necessitated immediate communication to higher authorities. Should he restrain her, interrogate her to extract her plans? This was his mission, to protect the base, which now escalated to safeguarding the world and humanity. But this unexpected visitor, this extraterrestrial being, could he seize her? Did he possess the capability? How immense was her energy? 3 stars, 5 stars, 7 stars, or even more? Having spent his childhood immersed in video games, he understood that the greater the number of stars, the more formidable the individual. His mind raced, contemplating whether to capture or confine her, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, oscillating between options. Yet, being a trained soldier, his mind swiftly regained composure. The orders from his superiors were to observe, to remain hidden, to gather intelligence discreetly. Without taking independent action, he was aware only that he belonged to a highly classified unit within the M Nation's army. Having once inadvertently overheard that even the M Nation's commander was unaware of its existence. In that case, one shall refrain from action and observe the unfolding events. This individual is far from foolish. His intellect is remarkably high. To underestimate him would be one's folly. However, the enchanting beauty from the fairy star appears to possess an uncanny ability to respond to inquiries, though it seems as if she does not. She resembles a mere infant, devoid of ulterior motives, yet simultaneously exudes an air of intelligence that leaves one uncertain. Initially, there was a sense of sympathy and protectiveness towards her, but that sentiment has shifted. She harbors intentions of humanity's destruction and must be coaxed into revealing information. Nonetheless, he is educated and thus poses a question with gentlemanly decorum. The colonel, taken aback, could hardly fathom the implications of this new inquiry, his mind in disarray, as this scenario far surpassed his imagination. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. Choosing to listen intently, Sha-Kaching continued. During the Cretaceous period, at the brink of the dinosaurs' extinction, the age of primates gave rise to us. Sha-Kaching, a figure of remarkable stature, possessed intellect far exceeding that of the colonel. He referred to we thrice, identifying himself and Sha-Sha as denizens of the fairy star, implying that humanity should be addressed as you. In his first utterance, he inadvertently aligned himself with the colonel's we, realizing his error. Would Sha-Sha discern this mistake? How high is her intellect? Would she uncover his true identity? He cast a glance at Sha-Sha, while the ceremonial attendant remained motionless, exhibiting no reaction. What a remarkable individual he is, standing upon this ground marked with a 7-pointed star. Chapter 7. The 7-pointed star. Sha-Sha stood amidst the 7-pointed star, conversing while her gaze languidly traversed the 7 archways, lingering finally upon a purple sign. A throng of individuals gazed longingly at the celestial expanse above. Their postures conveyed an ardent desire to venture there. Sha-Sha comprehended their sentiments, yet her purpose was to thwart their aspirations, perhaps rendering them eternally unreachable. Sha-Kaching caught a glimpse of her expression, fully aware of her intentions, yet he remained impassive, directing his attention towards the imposing archway beneath the blue sign, and proclaimed, "Then let us commence from there." "Very well," Sha-Sha replied. "Please," the colonel urged, his eyes fixed intently upon her. The entrance to the blue corridor revealed an ancient stone table, accompanied by a waist-high stone pillar, the surface of which gleamed like a mirror, reflecting a hand with outstretched fingers. The colonel gestured for her to proceed. Sha-Sha extended her fingers and pressed against it, suddenly feeling a fleeting contact with the hand, which startled her momentarily. Yet, the contact had already passed. This is a precautionary measure. The illumination within emits low-level radiation. There is nothing to fear, Sha-Kaching reassured her. Using light as a defensive mechanism leaves one with no avenue for escape. Should one fail to register their handprint, within 10 seconds, one would succumb to spasms. Awaiting assistance to be carried out, he continued, as the stone pillar retracted into the ground. An armed guard stood vigilantly by, observing the 4 individuals. As they entered the towering, silent corridor, Sha-Sha beheld an endless succession of glass chambers, each housing robots radiating a cerulean glow. Some stood, others sat, some held test tubes, while others focused on computers, all seemingly frozen in time, their movements stilled. Upon receiving the command from the command center, Sha-Kaching ceased his actions, his expression remaining impassive. After enduring a lengthy period, the monumental project now stood abandoned, exuding an aura of awe and melancholy. Sha, with a hint of sentimentality, remarked on the situation. The command center had issued orders without providing any rationale. Though Shah-Kaching's statement was grammatically sound, he sensed the weight of Shah's lamentation and regret, prompting him to subtly encourage this infantile envoy to divulge the underlying reasons. As anticipated, Shah responded, "The life forms on this planet are inherently competitive, evolving through rivalry. However, humanity has progressed at an unprecedented pace. With the aid of technology, they are on the brink of unifying the universe and asserting dominance." Shah-Kaching was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the rapid advancement of human technology might herald his own destruction. Nevertheless, he retorted, "They lack the capability. They possess it already." Shah countered, "When they reach the cosmos, they will coexist peacefully. That is unlikely. Humanity has only evolved for over 1,000,000 years. And countless species on this planet have already vanished, with the rate of extinction accelerating. Humans are aware of this and are striving for change. They deserve a modicum of time. There is no time left. Their probes have already reached our vicinity." Shah-Kaching was astounded. He was aware that humanity had dispatched countless probes, but found it perplexing that none had returned any signals. To his astonishment, they had ventured beyond the Milky Way and reached the Andromeda Galaxy, where they had been intercepted. Colonel Landing's eyes brightened with pride for humanity's technological advancements, marveling at the fact that they had managed to traverse over 2,000,000 light-years to reach an extragalactic galaxy. However, he quickly adopted a solemn demeanor, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. The extraterrestrials sensed danger, prompting Shah's arrival on Earth, and he comprehended the nature of the dispute between Shah and Professor Shah. The professor's endeavor to alter human genetics and render humanity non-competitive had ultimately failed. Thus, humanity had come to understand the essence of peaceful coexistence, a notion Shah rejected. Hailing from a realm over 2,000,000 light-years away, her people had arrived. Could they possibly prevail in a confrontation? Yet, on Earth, the dynamics were complex. Even the mightiest dragon can struggle against the local serpent. Nevertheless, from a higher strategic perspective, defeating their theoretical framework was imperative. Otherwise, the denizens of the Andromeda Galaxy would continue to arrive on Earth. Would victory be attainable? Could war be averted? As he pondered these weighty questions, he followed them into the corridor of the production area. The corridor, much like the previous one, was illuminated by soft, bright lights, yet the contents within were markedly different. Endless rows of transparent glass cabinets revealed the stages of embryonic development, artificially produced embryos, each subjected to genetic modifications. Each chamber was connected by transparent tubes, with individual screens flickering numbers. Here, robots stood still and silent. "This is the final batch of modified embryos," Professor Shah stated. "Have you found any hope?" Shah inquired. "No. There is no hope," came the reply. "What shall be done with them? After your inspection, they will be sent to the waste disposal area to feed the crocodiles." Shah thought, recalling the hand within the creature's belly. There is no alternative. Previous attempts have proven futile. The incineration of such refuse emits an unpleasant odor, while burial requires vast expanses of land. Transporting it in and out would undoubtedly attract attention, and allowing the crocodiles to consume it would effectively eliminate the waste. As Shah-Kaching remarked, "It is now clear that this has been the method of disposal throughout countless millennia." After a moment of silence, Shah followed them into the testing area, where genetic assessments were conducted. Those who met the standards were permitted to remain, while those who did not were sent to the waste disposal zone. The layout of the waste area starkly contrasted with the preceding 3 zones. It was a large chamber with a single entrance and exit. Through the glass walls, one could observe the exit leading to an expansive pool, its surface adorned with floating algae, revealing numerous pairs of crocodilian eyes. Under the illumination, their almond-shaped pupils fixated on the chamber, and the refuse sent here would be mesmerized before being deposited by robots into a chute resembling a slide, ultimately cascading into the water, where it would vanish without a trace. Gazing through the glass at the expressionless crocodiles, Shah proclaimed, Eliminate all these crocodiles. Sha-Keqing was taken aback, standing beside her. How could this be? There were still over 1,000 pieces of refuse remaining. He anxiously regarded her, not out of concern for the crocodiles or the inability to dispose of the waste, but rather with a burgeoning expectation, hoping she would not retract her statement, yearning for her to affirm her words. His intentions ran deeper. As anticipated, she reiterated, all crocodiles must be slaughtered, and the embryos and infants must be raised. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Sha-Keqing's mouth, a smile laced with cunning, yet it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. His meticulously devised scheme had come to fruition. He was acutely aware that he was not, in fact, Shasha's uncle. He had merely concealed the truth until now. And this instance was no different. Was Shasha truly so naive as to remain oblivious? The real uncle of Shasha, the extraterrestrial from the fairy planet who had long arrived on Earth, had discovered through countless experiments that humanity could never be tamed. Every creature on this planet possesses competitive genes that dictate their nature, and humans are no exception. Stripping away these competitive genes would render humans docile, yet foolishly smiling, devoid of any motivation to learn, rendering them incapable of accomplishing anything. Robots would perform better. During one experiment, genes intended to facilitate taming were meant to counterbalance the inherent competitive genes. However, he mistakenly injected a specially selected second-generation intelligence gene, resulting in humans becoming extraordinarily powerful. In a haste, he sought to terminate the experiment, but the scientist's insatiable curiosity, often bordering on madness, led him to recklessly retain 3 specimens for further observation. These beings grew increasingly intelligent, exhibiting an exceptionally robust vitality. Fortunately, he had disabled their reproductive capabilities during the trials, preventing them from procreating, confining them to their glass test tubes. As he resolved to eliminate these 3 specimens, one notably astute subject sensed Professor Shah's intentions. He had long been aware of being monitored. Although merely 8 years old, his powerful arm seized Professor Shah by the neck. In that fleeting moment, the professor realized the grave error he had committed and immediately shut down his brain regions, entering a state akin to death. By the time the specimen comprehended the situation, it was too late. He could not penetrate Professor Shah's mind to uncover the secret of the reproductive switch. At that time, Professor Shah was conducting experiments alone in the cave, having outlived the 6 extraterrestrial beings from the fairy star system who had accompanied him. As a scientist from the fairy star system, his spaceship was equipped with an array of instruments. The solitude of his solitary endeavors led him to frequently engage in self-dialogue. Amidst these fragmented and sporadic musings, the experimental subject gleaned knowledge and deduced Professor Shah's intentions. The intellect of this being, a second-generation genetically engineered human, referred to as J, was formidable, and the prospect of a 3rd generation promised even greater capabilities. Aware that Professor Shah aimed to transform humanity into docile servants, his inherent nature rendered him incapable of acquiescence. Utilizing the professor's instruments and his rapidly acquired knowledge, he extracted Professor Shah's DNA and fashioned a skin identical to the professor's, capable of growing alongside his own body. He discarded his original skin and donned this new facade, mastering the professor's vocal patterns, thereby becoming Professor Shah himself. This posed significant challenges to his grand ambition of conquering the universe. He required an immense factory to facilitate the emergence of countless beings from their test tubes, which would incur substantial costs. The magnitude of the undertaking was staggering, envisioning the cultivation of hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of genetically engineered individuals. Consequently, his paramount objective was to identify the reproductive switch within the genetic code, enabling him to release them into society to propagate and forge a new race of humanity, poised to venture into the cosmos and dominate the universe. Shasha currently perceives only the 2 levels beneath her. The truly terrifying aspects lie in the depths below, where thousands of genetically engineered individuals toil. They not only cultivate superior specimens, but also replicate Professor Shah's spacecraft. utilizing his automated navigation system to embark on a journey to the Andromeda Galaxy. Along this path, they could sweep across the Milky Way. The crux of their endeavor is to uncover the reproductive switch embedded within the genetic blueprint in Professor Shah's mind, thereby unlocking the procreation capabilities of all genetically engineered beings. Professor Shah must not perish. He has preserved himself in a cryogenic chamber aboard the spacecraft, ensuring that his plans unfold with vigor. However, he is suddenly taken aback by a directive from headquarters to obliterate everything. This shocking turn of events leads him to astutely deduce that Professor Shah must possess another clandestine base, programmed to transmit preordained information should he encounter misfortune or cease communication. Consequently, headquarters has dispatched Shah. Despite his deep resentment, he swiftly regains his composure, recognizing that great responsibilities often come with their own reasons, and Shah's arrival must also bear significance, perhaps as a fortuitous aid in his grand pursuit. He promptly devises a plan to unlock Professor Shah's intellect using Shah's mind. But the question remains, how? The first step is to understand Shah, ascertaining her knowledge and thoroughly investigating her background and character. The headquarters commanded him to obliterate everything in this place, yet this counterfeit professor would never acquiesce to such a demand, particularly regarding the layer of genetic beings, the embryos and infants previously mentioned. However, he refrained from voicing his dissent, instead prompting Shah to independently conclude that the destruction of this layer of genetic beings should not occur. This layer served as his test. Should he express opposition to the annihilation of the genetic beings, Shah would harbor suspicions and delve into the matter, ultimately uncovering the two underlying layers of genetic beings and thereby exposing all secrets. By adhering to Shah's directives and preserving this layer, he not only garnered her trust, but also safeguarded his own secrets, a meticulously crafted strategy that achieved dual objectives. More importantly, he gained insight into Shah's character. The question arose, how could such tightly monitored crocodiles possibly escape into the lake? Did Shah not foresee this? It seemed unlikely. Had she suspected that these crocodiles were released by him, her so-called uncle, she would have struck decisively, leading to his demise. The power with which she dispatched crocodiles made that abundantly clear. Yet, her demeanor exhibited no such intent. Perhaps she intended to retain him for the purpose of annihilating everything here before ultimately dealing with him. If that were the case, she would be truly formidable. The headquarters would not dispatch someone as naive as an infant, hence he needed to continue testing the waters. He understood profoundly that perceiving others as fools only served to reveal his own foolishness. In that fleeting moment, he clarified his thoughts and contemplated his next move. The J individual, who even Shah's true uncle feared. One could easily infer the level of trepidation this person inspired. Thus, he proclaimed, in strict adherence to the imperial command, eliminate all crocodiles at once. As he regarded Sasha's countenance, a gentlemanly smile adorned his lips, accompanied by a respectful inclination of his head. Yet, concealed within that smile lay a subtle smirk, a fleeting expression intended to gauge Sasha's reaction. Sasha, with an air of elegance, nodded in response, her demeanor devoid of any inkling of awareness, appearing remarkably innocent and natural. This revelation astonished him, momentarily rendering him speechless. Was Sasha truly unfathomable, or merely unpretentious and genuine? Entirely oblivious to the underlying jest? Little did he know that upon entering the solar system, Sasha had been reclining in a rejuvenation pod, receiving education. When her original source code was abruptly interrupted, replaced by another set of directives urging her to trust her perceptions. The interrupted source code was designed to enlighten Sasha about the myriad schemes and deceptions on Earth, along with the various expressions that adorned faces: smirks, sly grins, disdainful smiles. Enigmatic smiles, taunts, and mockeries, along with the meanings behind them. This critical source code had been overlooked and vanished, leaving Sasha remarkably innocent. Her laughter akin to that of an infant, unsuspecting of dangers. Sakaching, possessing remarkable intelligence, promptly deduced that Sasha was not unfathomable. Even a cunning wolf reveals its intentions, whether to attack, observe, or await the opportune moment. Rather, it was evident that her education was flawed. The flying saucer belonging to Sasha's uncle contained the input of this very system of source code. Aware that Sasha was merely 2 days old, having emerged from the rejuvenation pod untainted by Earth's influences, he chose to test her once more. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed, and he felt a sense of relief, knowing he could now engage with her playfully. Yet, all of this remained hidden within his thoughts, unbeknownst to others. Upon arriving at the finished product area, a spacious and well-lit room unfolds, showcasing a vivid tableau of nature: azure skies, towering mountains, verdant pastures, lush forests, and babbling streams. A multitude of radiant children, with faces as bright as blossoms, exude innocence and charm. They are engaged in their final education, some adorned with headphones, others engrossed in books. While a few are captivated by television or smartphones, they possess everything that the earth has to offer. Sasha gazes upon these individuals, her smile reflecting the same simplicity and naivety. She remarks, "They seem to be having such a delightful time. They are destined to be sent across the globe, destined to become elites in due course, a fate determined by their meticulously selected genes." As she speaks, Sha-Qing gazes intently at them, her face radiant with anticipation. Though she soon settles into a more somber tone, lamenting, "Alas, they are unable to reproduce." This statement carries profound implications, hinting at a desire to harness Sasha's innocence and compassion to activate their reproductive potential. He, wearing glasses that glint with reflected light, observes her through the lenses. Sasha expresses, "Let them joyfully thrive in their existence, peacefully savoring the gift of life. This is my purpose for being here." A purpose, an unalterable mission? At that moment, the overseer approaches. Sword in hand, still clad in his garments and topped with a bearskin hat, announcing, "All crocodiles are to be executed. How shall we dispose of the bodies?" The response is swift: "Feed them to the vultures, and do it at once. They are on their way." Indeed, shortly thereafter, the faint hum of helicopters fills the air, as the bodies are to be placed atop snow-capped peaks, allowing the soaring vultures to partake in their feast. After your departure, Sha-Qing addressed Sha, stating, "I too shall leave this place." He produced a gleaming gold pocket watch, glancing at it before continuing, "They shall arrive in 2 hours to secure this area. They will not discover this level, but the one above cannot be left unguarded. It is their just due. The matter will conclude at that level, for I have made preparations prior to your arrival." Sha, seemingly oblivious, responded, "After I depart, I shall first travel to Country M, followed by South America." Indeed, there exists another base in South America, but Sha held her plans close, refraining from disclosure, a testament to his astuteness. "Allow the steward to accompany you. He possesses all that you require," Sha-Qing remarked with gentlemanly grace. "Then I shall take my leave, my dear sir," mused the colonel, contemplating how they could simply let her go without apprehension. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that as long as she remained on Earth, there would be ways to capture her. As for Sha-Qing, he would await the opportune moment to act, yet all actions must be reported and sanctioned. The agents from Z Country were en route, and it was imperative to assist Sha in her escape, ensuring they could not seize her first. He followed them for nearly an hour, concluding that no new developments would arise and that he must await the chance to report. Thus, accompanied by Sha-Qing and Colonel Lan Ding, Sha proceeded towards the elevator. Outside, a meticulous trap was being laid, with her as the ensnared bird. Chapter 8. The Conference of Z Country. While Sha inspected the basement of the Agricultural Science Institute, an urgent meeting concerning her was underway in a glass-walled building in Z Country. In the brightly lit conference room on the top floor, a multitude of individuals gathered. The meeting's host stood at one end of the long table, flanked by the heads of various key departments. While a colossal map of Country Z dominated the screen behind them, the atmosphere was grave as he began. The situation has just been outlined. An urgent global task force has been established, as this extraterrestrial being, referred to as Sha, is currently located in our Yunnan province. At that moment, the screen displayed an imposing image of Sha, adorned with a bamboo hat, carrying a small basket, and wielding an umbrella. According to our directives, we must capture her within our borders. This alien is shrouded in enigma, economically, technologically, and militarily, including the yet unseen spacecraft, alongside her terrifying ability to eliminate crocodiles. Based on the distance from the highway to the lake, it is evident she traversed that space by flight. How she accomplished this remains a mystery that can only be unraveled by capturing her alive. Thus, the purpose of this urgent meeting is clear. With a sigh, he gently placed his hands on the table and gazed downward. Capturing an alien? This task is undoubtedly formidable. The news is utterly astonishing. A low hum of murmurs filled the room. The adversary is an extraterrestrial being, unbound by earthly conventions, capable of lethal force without consequence. Yet, we must not harm her. She must be alive. Observing her prowess in dispatching crocodiles, her ethereal flight resembles that of a celestial being. How do we contend with her? Furthermore, the threat of her concealed spacecraft and weaponry, capable of enduring the vastness of interstellar travel to reach Earth, invokes a deep-seated fear. Our aircraft pale in comparison to her advanced technology, rendering them trivial. Just now, I was too engrossed in listening to the host's introduction to voice my thoughts. Now, a constant murmur fills the air, with whispers exchanged in hushed tones as opinions are shared. Could some beam of energy sweep us away in an instant? Have you seen the science fiction film Independence Day? The extraterrestrials rendered the citizens of the United States utterly defenseless. Even atomic bombs proved futile as entire cities were obliterated in a heartbeat by energy beams. Now, we find ourselves in a real-life scenario in Country Z. An unimaginable situation, cities, homes, families, such losses are beyond comprehension. Thus, my mind momentarily faltered, fixated only on the terrifying imagery, without contemplating how to capture her. The host observed the prevailing atmosphere below, which was anticipated. Upon hearing the commotion, he too found himself in a similar state of bewilderment. After a few moments of silence, he rapped his knuckles on the table and declared, "Enough. Now let us consider how to capture her alive. How are we supposed to capture her? You're responsible for security. You're in charge, so devise a plan." The meeting grew somewhat awkward. A person in military attire cleared his throat and remarked, "We will provide our utmost cooperation. Fighter jets, warships, vehicles, missiles, rockets, whatever you need, we can supply. Then we will furnish comprehensive information," said an individual in civilian clothing. "Communication satellites, networks, computer personnel, all at your disposal. That is all we have." The host found himself in a somewhat absurd predicament, as he had summoned them to devise a strategy for capturing her, not merely to furnish equipment. Yet, reflecting on it, he too had not formulated a plan for apprehending an alien. At this moment, a person beside the meeting's host rose to address the assembly. "I comprehend everyone's sentiments. This news is profoundly shocking. Humanity has, for the first time, encountered extraterrestrial beings. Therefore, it is imperative that we execute this task with utmost diligence. For the eyes of the entire world are upon us. We must extend an invitation to her, not to detain her. Should that prove unfeasible, we may have to host her, ensuring our hospitality is impeccable. Consequently, we shall establish a dedicated committee for this purpose. The decision of whether to invite or retain her will depend on the circumstances as assessed by the committee. As of now, we possess only her appearance and name, yet remain oblivious to her intentions. Whether she comes for sightseeing, has encountered a malfunction with her spacecraft, or if Earth is indeed her destination. We must proceed cautiously, step by step. Frankly, I am uncertain how one captures an alien, which is why this committee must be formed immediately. The key lies in selecting members with exceptional adaptability, rapid cognitive abilities, and a comprehensive understanding of the broader context. This is an unprecedented extraterrestrial incident. We cannot adhere strictly to traditional protocols or earthly regulations. This committee must employ innovative thinking to address the issue at hand. The higher-ups have already set this tone during their discussions. Additionally, strict confidentiality is paramount. Participants must not disclose any information to friends or family. The repercussions of any leaks could be dire, reminiscent of scenes from science fiction films. which may very well manifest in reality. Hence, we must also establish a specialized press release committee, along with an emergency response team. Once the invitation committee is formed, all attendees must cooperate fully. If there are no objections, let us proceed to determine the members of this committee as swiftly as possible for this extraterrestrial beings. Known as Sha will not linger in Yunnan for long. Having spoken, he cast his gaze downward. The attendees swiftly fell silent. Their objectives crystallized: to select individuals for the team, those endowed with innovative thinking. Thus began a rapid and imaginative selection process. A myriad of candidates flashed through their minds: special police, armed police, elite forces, wrestlers, grapplers, and various martial arts masters. The criteria were stringent. Only those who fit the bill could be considered. One by one, the names were cautiously articulated below: champions from national sparring competitions, sharpshooters from special police, snipers from elite units, and practitioners of renowned martial arts such as Eagle Claw, Tai Chi, Shaolin, Bruce Lee's Wing Chun, and the agile techniques of Mount Hung were all proposed in a flurry of excitement. Over 50 notable martial artists were suggested. As if the assembly were not convening for a serious confidential meeting, but rather hosting a grand martial arts gala, evoking both amusement and incredulity. The proposers themselves found humor in the absurdity of employing martial arts experts to confront extraterrestrial threats. Yet, given the constraints, unable to inflict lethal harm and with no suitable weaponry at hand, this seemed the only viable course of action. With anticipation, they all fixated on the meeting's moderator, awaiting his decision. The host gazed at the audience below, feeling exasperated. He had called upon individuals to propose ways to capture extraterrestrials. Yet a multitude of martial arts heroes had emerged instead. How could one possibly apprehend aliens under such circumstances? Should they elect a leader from among these martial artists? Perhaps summon characters like Zhang Wuji and Chu Liuxiang from literary lore? Despite his frustration, he understood the importance of fostering a collaborative atmosphere during the meeting. After all, if someone made a suggestion, it would be counterproductive to respond with anger, as that would only diminish their enthusiasm. As the host, he ought to listen attentively and remain impartial. Clearing his throat, he neither endorsed nor dismissed the situation and stated, "I have a candidate who could lead this team. His name is Ma Jiangwo, a former member of the Special Forces." Upon the mention of Ma Jiangwo, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by the revelation of such a notorious individual. His reputation was not one of honor, but of infamy. He was known for resorting to extreme measures in the pursuit of justice. Even abroad, his name was synonymous with fear, striking terror into the hearts of criminal organizations. His mere involvement in cases could induce panic, with some criminals resorting to drastic measures, disguising themselves, disappearing entirely, or even taking their own lives to avoid his grasp. Ultimately, he had been sentenced to life imprisonment by the Supreme Court, yet within the prison walls, he was treated like royalty, with everyone wary of inciting his ire. Now, merely a month after his release, the prospect of his return to action sent tremors of dread through the assembly. In unison, the attendees vehemently opposed the idea of allowing him to lead a team against extraterrestrials, their fear palpable. Such unanimous dissent was a rarity in gatherings of this nature. The buzzing dissent gradually subsided. A person standing beside the host inquired, "Where is the individual you were supposed to bring forth?" The host replied, "Where do I possess such authority? This requires your intervention. Otherwise, I cannot fulfill my task." The interlocutor, well acquainted with his subordinate, remarked, "You certainly have the audacity to pass the buck on to me. Should complications arise, I will bear the brunt, but these are extraordinary times. We cannot proceed as usual. Let him emerge first, and once the matter is concluded, he may re-enter. Whether this will result in a reduced sentence remains to be seen, and I cannot make unilateral decisions." He then posed the question, "Are there any alternative candidates?" A young woman suggested. Instructor Li Yang from the Special Forces would be an excellent choice. His skills are exceptional, a champion in the national all-around competition, possessing leadership qualities and a keen adherence to regulations. The others quickly understood that this Li Yang was her fiancé, handsome, talented, and, most importantly, courteous, making him well-suited for an engagement with extraterrestrial beings. She contemplated that this was a splendid opportunity for visibility and acclaim. Should he succeed, he would become a global hero, greatly benefiting his future. Additionally, she could frequently appear at various galas, with her lovely visage showcased across international media, rather than languishing in obscurity within the confines of an office building. She gazed expectantly at the man standing before her, hoping he would decisively put an end to the uncertainty. Li Yang was infinitely superior to that unfortunate figure, who had never even spared her a glance. Moreover, he was not particularly attractive, failing to evoke any semblance of emotion within her. In truth, they were high school classmates, yet his disregard for her had always irked her. Even during their university years, when she sought him out, he remarked that while she was beautiful, her face bore a resemblance to that of a fox. The indignation she felt at being compared to a fox was palpable. Fortunately, she had encountered Li Yang, a man of great promise. She was confident in his abilities, for he was renowned within the nation's special forces. "Oh, Li Yang, I know you are the all-around champion of the National Special Forces. What do you think?" he inquired. Yet, within his mind, he weighed the variables in terms of adaptability, agility, and the capacity to confront unforeseen circumstances. Li Yang might be at a disadvantage compared to Ma Jiangwo in a strategic sense. This was a matter of real combat, facing extraterrestrial beings and unprecedented situations. He formulated a plan and turned to the meeting's host, saying, "Old Li, what do you think?" The ball was now in his court. Without hesitation, Old Li declared, "I choose Ma Jiangwo. My decision is final." Instantly, those beside him endorsed the choice. There was no time for indecision. The woman appeared vexed, for Ma Jiangwo was one of his subordinates, and it seemed he was merely maneuvering to ensure his success, allowing him to rest easy. She thought to herself, "Just wait and see what calamities that ill-fated individual might unleash." However, the individual clad in military attire suggested, "It is preferable to appoint Li Yang as the deputy, as this would provide a measure of support. Li Yang is one of his own men." Those present in the conference room understood that having a sensible individual to keep him in check would ensure a more stable situation. "Very well," responded the one standing. "Let us proceed with the selection of team members." Consequently, a lively discussion ensued, resulting in the selection of approximately 10 individuals, including 2 martial arts experts renowned for their formidable skills, capable of traversing rooftops and scaling walls with ease. Such talents were deemed essential. As the extraterrestrial woman could soar through the skies, it would be fitting to demonstrate that humanity, too, possesses the ability to take flight and unleash devastating force from afar. In the worst-case scenario, one could resort to hidden weapons or acupoint strikes to immobilize her, which could certainly be arranged, albeit in a jesting manner. Nevertheless, the martial arts experts possess their own unique methods for facilitating the entrance of guests, a matter not to be taken lightly. Yet, the woman interjected, "It would be prudent to add a person from the etiquette department, preferably a female, since we must extend an invitation that embodies diplomacy and decorum. After all, she is not of this planet and is indeed a woman." "No," came the response. "Then, where is Ma Jiangwo?" "He is in the city prison, yet to be transferred." The standing individual chuckled lightly, confidently setting down the phone, stating, "Well, we still have some time. Once Ma Jiangwo arrives, we shall see what plans he has." The individuals below promptly took action, issuing notifications and escorting personnel, and before long, Ma Jiangwo was brought into the room. Chapter 9. The Net of Heaven and Earth. Ma Jiangwo entered the conference hall with measured steps, his demeanor calm and composed. Most attendees had only heard his name and had never seen him in person, despite the screens being inundated with his face and full-body images. The lighting and angles rendered these representations quite different from the actual individual. Therefore, as they gazed at him in unison, they were collectively taken aback. He did not resemble a villain. Standing at just under 1.70 meters, he was dressed in casual attire, hastily changed in the vehicle, and wore a hat. It was unexpected that he hadn't had a haircut, as there were no grooming tools available in the car, leaving him with a scruffy beard and slightly unkempt hair. However, these details were secondary. He possessed a well-proportioned physique, and his angular face, complemented by small yet piercing eyes, emanated a sense of righteousness. No matter how one looked at him, it was impossible to associate him with any malevolent deeds. Moreover, upon entering, he greeted everyone with a polite, "Hello, leaders." This display of courtesy was commendable, yet one could not ascertain the depth of his wisdom and capabilities. Due to the pressing nature of time, the host promptly summarized the situation. Those in the vehicle were unable to communicate with him, uncertain if he would agree to engage, or if the leaders might dismiss him outright, which would inevitably lead to a breach of confidentiality. Nonetheless, there was little to convey. A grainy photograph appeared on the screen, accompanied by basic information relayed by security personnel. In just a few sentences, the summary was delivered. He listened attentively, while others scrutinized him. Unable to discern any reaction, he remained as inscrutable as when he entered. After a moment of contemplation, as if piecing together a puzzle, he stood there and stated, "Based on this information, I can only draw a few simple conclusions." He paused briefly and continued, "First, according to this photograph and the angle." As everyone glanced at the image displayed on the screen, she must be a diminutive extraterrestrial. For the security officer's concealed phone was positioned at the hem of his trousers rather than held aloft. If she were a statuesque alien woman, the low angle would reveal only her nostrils and chin. However, in this photograph, her features are remarkably distinct. The security officer stands at 1.7 meters, suggesting she is approximately 1.5 meters tall. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Upon viewing the image, they found this alien not terrifying but rather enchanting. With delicate and harmonious features, they dismissed thoughts of angles and heights, recognizing that this detective employed intellect rather than mere brawn. As for her attire, Ma Jiangwo disregarded their reactions and continued, indicating it was quite novel, freshly donned, and possessing a natural softness. It bore scarcely any dew or dust, implying that the spacecraft was not far away. Otherwise, given the heavy dew in the mountains, her garments would not appear so ethereal after a long trek. The audience listened, mouths agape, realizing the logic in his words. How had they overlooked such details? Regarding the security officer's claim of having no accent, they pondered where such an accent could originate. Which earthly nationality could board a spacecraft to teach her? It was, in fact, synthesized speech, produced by a computer, with a pronunciation so precise that comprehension was assured. If they could not grasp even this, how could they carry out their duties? A new standard should be established, computer-generated accent, thus making identification easier. The crowd remained speechless, devoid of even a sigh, utterly awestruck. The young woman who nominated Li Yang bit her lip in frustration, already aware that he would seize all the spotlight. Wasn't it his cleverness that she admired? Yet, they referred to her as a fox-faced creature, leaving her no choice but to clench her jaw in indignation. What else could she do? Ma Jiangwo continued, asserting that her intentions were certainly nefarious. If her motives were benevolent, she could easily have gone to the United Nations headquarters. Her technology could have informed her of the ongoing meetings there. She could have sent a WeChat message or delivered a video address, but instead, she chose a remote corner unknown to us, signaling her true intentions to bring about our downfall. Yet, why didn't she simply use her spacecraft to eliminate us effortlessly? This indicated she possessed a special mission, employing unique methods to destroy us without endangering the planet. A chill swept through the conference room as the analysis seemed sound. They were indeed facing a malicious extraterrestrial woman. However, as Ma Jiangwo spoke, the attendees turned their hopeful gazes towards him. "We must act swiftly, regardless of the cost. We support you wholeheartedly," they thought, though they refrained from urging him in the formal meeting. "Excellent," exclaimed one of those standing. "Let us discuss equipment and communication." There was unanimous agreement. Following this, everyone eagerly contributed their insights on gear and communication strategies. The collective effort was formidable, incorporating everything from fishing nets and traps to tranquilizer guns used in zoos for capturing tigers. Regarding communication, 2 signalmen from the Navy were summoned, just in case she attempted to incapacitate our communications. In no time, these plans were solidified. "Let us depart without delay," the meeting facilitator urged. "The others are already en route." Indeed, Ma Jiangwo saluted sharply and set off immediately after getting a haircut. "Don't bother with the haircut," the woman called out impatiently. "You look quite imposing like this." The meeting facilitator remarked, "Remember, adhere to the law. But what if extraterrestrials do not abide by the law? Stop rambling and hurry along." Ma Jiangwo departed without delay. The meeting room buzzed once more. This individual possesses admirable qualities, yet he incites concern. It remains uncertain whether their anxiety stems from the potential cruelty of the aliens, the ability of Ma Jiangwo to fulfill his mission, or whether he might act out of line. Chapter 10. Who is an Ing? To her astonishment, through the spacious corridor of the front yard, she observed in Bowen at the entrance, playfully kicking stones. The stones evaded his attempts, which infuriated her. "You, a man clad in tactical gear and hefty boots, kicking a 7- or 8-year-old child, ought to learn a lesson." Moreover, the child was the first human she had come to know, someone she had painstakingly rescued after an internal struggle. The thought of him being bullied by an adult made her wish to intervene and let him experience the sensation of being kicked. However, just as this crossed her mind, the child sidestepped, revealing a smile. What was happening? She had just glanced from behind. In truth, Bowen was not kicking the child at all. He was merely feigning a chase. In this sparsely populated area, Bowen held a fondness for the boy and subsequently developed an affection for his mother. Her grace and demeanor captivated him, prompting him to seek his father's approval for marriage, convinced that the elder would readily acquiesce. Due to Yin's industrious nature and filial piety, the old father readily acquiesced. However, upon hearing the proposal, he was so enraged that his beard bristled, nearly choking in his fury, and berated him as an unworthy descendant. How could he possibly marry a cousin? The old man's true intentions were selfish. His son, a prestigious graduate from a university in M country, earned a salary surpassing that of a banker. He envisioned marrying a simple girl from the neighboring village to manage the household, allowing himself to recline on a bamboo chair and leisurely smoke his pipe. What a life that would be! In truth, Yin's lineage bore no significant ties to his own. Her great-grandfather had been adopted into the family and had no biological sons. Her grandfather and father both wed women from outside the clan. Thus, how could she possibly be connected to the surname? The crux of the matter lay in the old man's calculations. His son had yet to find a partner, and marrying a widow with 2 children would be a considerable loss. Furthermore, Yin was impoverished, burdened with debts from her husband's medical expenses, often resorting to borrowing just to get by, all the while shaking his head in disapproval as he observed Yin, indifferent and haughty, twirling her mustache with an air of arrogance. In truth, Yin was aware of Bowen's affection for her, and she reciprocated his feelings. After remarrying, she yearned for a reliable companion, as she was exhausted from toiling in the fields, managing the household, and caring for 2 children. Yet, upon seeing the old man's goat-like beard, she understood that this prospect was unattainable, sighing in lament for her unfortunate fate. Consequently, she toiled diligently and endured hardship with the hope of raising her children well. However, today she narrowly escaped being devoured by a crocodile. And in the midst of her anxiety, she recalled her savior, a thought that lingered in her heart. Thus, she instructed Shura to invite her for a meal. As there were no restaurants nearby, the occasional visitors preferred agritourism, and being impoverished, she could not afford such luxuries. Hence, she could only invite Sha for a modest meal to express her gratitude for the life-saving favor. But why had Shura not yet arrived? Little did she know that at that moment, Bowen was urging Shura to keep as far from the front gate as possible. His insistence stemmed from a sense of foreboding regarding significant events that day. His superiors had strictly ordered him to monitor Sha, ideally to apprehend her. Therefore, he retrieved the handcuffs and firearm concealed under the bed, dreading the thought of causing harm to the child amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, both Sha and Shura remained oblivious to the underlying complexities of the situation, as he could not openly convey his concerns to the child. Unbeknownst to them, everyone was in the dark, stumbling around blindly. When Shura spotted Sha emerging, he exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Sha?" The warmth of their reunion was truly moving. as it was only natural to feel gratitude towards one's savior. Sure too, what are you doing here? In rural areas, it is customary for parents to bestow whimsical nicknames upon their children, often inspired by animals or objects, such as dog, cat, second egg, or golden lock, silver lock. This practice is rooted in the belief that these names bring good fortune, as they are derived from the auspicious elements of nature, which are thought to ward off malevolence. An individual who is not fond of cats or dogs chose to name their child Stone of the Mountain, hoping for a long and prosperous life. When his mother invited him to dine, the child, filled with exuberance, exclaimed, "Wonderful! Let us go eat and see what your food is like." As he spoke, his beautiful, delicate eyes widened, and he suppressed a drool that threatened to escape. Ah, such is the preparation before the feast. Observing her expression, and Bowen furrowed his brow. The girl appeared quite lovely. He had previously regarded her as exceptionally graceful and unattainable, but now, her demeanor had plummeted her into the realm of utter shamelessness. Little did he know that Sha had not merely refrained from eating, but had never even laid eyes on food. At most, she had encountered mere images stored in her mind, which remained dormant in the recesses of her brain. Upon hearing the mention of food, that hidden corner of her mind sprang to life, and she gasped in astonishment at the sheer abundance before her, an array of delicacies from the ocean, the land, the mountains, the skies, the earth, the dark caves, the desolate deserts, and so forth. Just imagine, this encompassed the entire culinary spectrum of the planet. A veritable cornucopia of sustenance. Everything consumable was laid bare before her, even the poisonous, which could be rendered safe for consumption. It was rather naive of the programmer to assume one could possibly remember such an extensive list. Surely, it would suffice to compile a selection of commonly used items. Yet, upon reflection, he had a point. Who could predict the inhospitable environments Sha might encounter on this planet? Preparation was essential. Sha observed the myriad images flitting past her, her mouth forming a perfect oin astonishment, for she was but an infant, and drool escaped her lips. And Bowen, oblivious to these revelations, naturally marked her down with negative points. Moreover, he was unaware of her extraterrestrial origins. Had he known, one could only speculate on his reaction. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, as Bowen quickly recalled his mission. How could he proceed with the apprehension? With sure air present, he pondered that the directive from above emphasized the importance of surveillance rather than outright capture. It was crucial to monitor closely. Rushing to Ying's home would yield no results. He resolved to visit later, crafting an excuse to meet Ying. With a cheerful smile, he exclaimed, "Oh, wonderful! Someone is treating me to a meal. Shatterer, did your mother invite me? No invitation. This vexation. This insufferable brat seems utterly oblivious to social niceties. With a stunning beauty present, could he not have graciously expressed that he could not be disturbed? That would have spared me some dignity. Instead, he clumsily muttered, 'Just kidding. My mother knows I'm at work and can't leave my post.' Even when off duty, he refrained from asking for permission, citing his mother's words. Shatterer was well aware of the peculiar dynamic between him and his mother. Frustration surged within me. This lad truly deserves a good thrashing. While my irritation persisted, I reminded myself that children often lack subtlety. I could not afford to lose face before such a beauty, so I donned a broad smile and said to Sha, "I'm accustomed to playful banter with their family, but I must return to work. You should hurry along. We wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting." Indeed, Sha thought, "Let us depart swiftly. Farewell, and Bowen," she exclaimed, waving her hand dismissively, leaving him behind. Observing their intertwined hands as they walked away, and Bowen's demeanor turned grave. He swiftly retrieved his phone to capture the moment and texted, "Sha is headed to number 29, and Yin's residence in CNNV town." This critical information instantly illuminated the screens at the F-Country Interpol headquarters, the United Nations July Group, and soon after, it appeared on the screens of the Global July Group and the Z-Country July leadership team. The woman named Wang Qin gasped with excitement. "We have news." Instantly, those nearby rushed over to witness her anxious fingers trembling as she rapidly typed on the keyboard. The message was dispatched. Meanwhile, aboard a private jet just entering Sichuan airspace. Ma Jiangwo received the notification. An? Who is An? And what is the meaning of this? The name An, this ordinary girl from a humble farming family, suddenly and clandestinely appeared on the screens of intelligence agencies worldwide, marked as top secret. The revelation terrified her. She lamented her misfortune, unaware of the monumental events that would soon unfold. Chapter 11, Number 29, Fairy Town. Nestled in a mountainous region south of the Nu River and close to Tibet, Fairy Town is characterized by its towering peaks and dense forests. In ancient times, it lacked any passageways or the sounds of merchant caravans. It remained in solitude until the present day. The entire town consists of a single narrow bluestone street, flanked by 20 to 30 households. Predominantly ancient residences with dark-tiled roofs and small eaves. These homes feature wooden doors and windows, each with courtyards of varying sizes, surrounded by dense trees and perpetually shrouded in the mist of the mountains. At number 29, situated at the edge of the town, lies a small courtyard with ancient trees. The interior is furnished mainly with wooden and bamboo pieces. Adjacent to the main house is a fenced enclosure for livestock. While chickens roam freely in the yard, some perched on trees, others wandering on rooftops, and a few resting atop the livestock enclosure. An Yin's family is impoverished. They possess neither cattle nor sheep, only a small pig and a flock of a dozen chickens, known for their ability to fly and ease of care, flocking down eagerly at the sight of food. The door is wide, allowing both pigs and people to pass through. With the door ajar, Shatterer exclaimed excitedly, "Mother, mother, we have guests." Sha giggled, following closely behind him. It was her first time entering a human dwelling, and she thought, how chaotic. The air immediately rushed over, grasping Sha's hand tightly, a gesture of warmth and familiarity. To be candid, no one had ever visited her home for familial gatherings. Ancient wisdom states that wealth resides in distant mountains with distant kin, while poverty dwells in bustling markets, unnoticed and unacknowledged. In her destitution, it is only natural that no one comes seeking her out. An stood in the kitchen, casting a glance out the window, and promptly emerged, rubbing her hands together. With guests arriving, she donned a simple blue garment, cinched at the waist with a plastic apron, and wore thin denim trousers complemented by well-worn athletic shoes, all remnants from her university days in Shanghai. Though aged, they were impeccably clean, and her appearance was meticulously arranged, suggesting a person of discernment, much to the dismay of her father, who found it unseemly for someone in such financial straits to maintain such a presentation, especially after having been to Shanghai. An approached with grace, clasping Sha's hand warmly, exclaiming, "Welcome, welcome. Please, take a seat." The courtyard is spacious and bright. Beneath the old banyan tree stood a small square wooden table, already set with bamboo stools. Sha, with a cheerful smile, settled into one of the chairs, while Shatterer and Yair swiftly placed the bamboo basket and umbrella beneath the tree. They then pulled up a stool closely beside Sha. "Tea is on its way. Have I not mentioned it before?" The two little ones dashed back and forth, retrieving the teapot and cups, while Yair clutched the tea canister and Shatterer carried the pot of brewed tea. An poured the tea into the cups, then gracefully presented one to Sha with both hands. "Drink up. It's just right. Our very own tea." Images flitted through Sha's mind. Tea leaves, the infused liquid, thirst-quenching and invigorating. Thus, she refrained from uttering a word of gratitude, and certainly did not rise to accept the cup. After all, An had stood to serve her. A gesture of respect. One ought to receive it with both hands, take a sip, and set it down on the table before joining the host in leisurely savoring the tea. However, she remained seated, casually took the cup with one hand, disregarding its heat, and tilted it straight to her lips, swallowing it down with a satisfying gulp. This was her first experience tasting anything on this planet. Ah, delightful. The tea was exquisite. She wanted more. Thus, she seized the teapot and poured herself cup after cup, consuming 4 or 5 in rapid succession. An had never witnessed such a spectacle. She sat there, her mind a whirlwind of questions. Strangely, she did not find Sha's behavior crude. Rather, she perceived her as innocent and charming, evoking an indescribable feeling. After the tea, they transitioned to consuming food and drink. There were only 2 cans of beer, which an Ian had procured from a local farm to entertain Sha Sha. However, Sha Sha took but a single sip before pushing it aside, declaring it unpalatable, her gaze fixated on the dishes before her. This is what appeared in the images. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary, just some mountain delicacies: Yunnan cucumber, wild mushrooms, egg pancakes, stir-fried meat with mushrooms, and chicken stew with mushrooms. She incessantly stuffed her mouth, clumsily indulging for the first time, leaving grains of rice and vegetable remnants at the corners of her lips. Oh dear, what a sight to behold! And Ian and her 2 sons, chopsticks in hand, watched in astonishment. Especially with the chicken, she tore and bit into it with fervor, and upon finishing, she beamed at an Ian, exclaiming, "The chicken is delicious. Is there more?" And Ian, bewildered, shook her head in disbelief. At her current pace, she and her sons had yet to take a single bite, while all the food was swiftly devoured by Sha Sha. And Ian was utterly flabbergasted. Sha Sha could not use chopsticks or a spoon, resorting instead to using her hands in a rather unrefined manner. Reflecting on her formidable strength, Ian could not help but softly inquire, "Where on earth do you come from? There is no one else here." Sha Sha burped lightly and replied, "I hail from the fairy star." Ian felt a tinge of displeasure, for there existed a deeply revered legend that narrated an ancient tale. It was said that long ago, a celestial maiden alighted upon a snow-capped peak, gazing into the distance. She excavated a small lake at the foot of the mountain and channeled the abundant snowmelt into its waters, thus enabling humanity to dwell by its serene banks. Consequently, this place came to be known as Fairy Peak, Fairy Lake, and Fairy Town. Sha Sha claimed to hail from the Star of the Fairies, which naturally irked Ian. The audacity of such a fib was astonishing. If she chose not to share, that was one matter, but to treat her as a simpleton was quite another. To exploit the legend to mock another's sincerity without a hint of shame was a testament to an astonishingly thick skin. Yet, Ian was a perceptive individual. Reflecting upon Sha Sha's earlier demeanor, it seemed genuine rather than a facade of indifference. Her expression was one of innocence, and her hiccups resembled those of an infant, remarkable for one who had nurtured 2 children. This led her thoughts down a different path. She recalled the ethereal grace with which Sha Sha descended while slaying an alligator, her formidable strength, and her Na'vi demeanor that belied any understanding of the world. The cadence of her speech evoked the soft metallic timbre of a computer-generated voice and her peculiar eating habits. All these elements, when viewed through the lens of an extraterrestrial perspective, became elucidated and no longer seemed peculiar. As this realization dawned upon her, and Yin's eyes widened, her mouth agape, and her gaze grew increasingly vacant, as if teetering on the brink of fainting. Her complexion paled as the truth struck her. She was entertaining an alien. Although Ian is a woman, she occasionally peruses reports about UFOs online. However, she merely glances over them, dismissing them with a scoff, convinced that they are nothing but nonsense. If extraterrestrials truly existed, surely they would be akin to deities, flying about and causing chaos. Regardless, even if they did exist, it would have no bearing on her life as a poor girl from the mountains. She muses that those beings can do as they please. They will never come here. Yet, at this moment, she is struck dumb by the conclusion that Sha Sha is an alien. She nearly rolls her eyes back in disbelief. Having never even won the smallest consolation prize in the lottery, she wonders what kind of absurdity this is. Could it be a dream? Ever since her husband passed away, she has been lamenting to him in her dreams, and now she fears she might be dreaming again, as today has felt surreal from the start. In a desperate attempt to awaken herself, she pinches her thigh fiercely, yelping in pain. This bewildered state shocks the 3 individuals present. Yet, feeling uneasy, she considers the sheer improbability of such an occurrence amidst a global population of 7 to 8 billion. Thus, she pulls Shire and Yuer closer and whispers, "Did you hear her say she is an alien?" They nod in affirmation. Sha Sha continues to smile and insists, "Yes, yes, I am an alien." And Ian is momentarily stunned. Her hand trembles, her eyes roll back, and she faints. The 3 friends rush to support her, flustered. After a considerable time, she awakens, staring blankly at Sha, who remains quite alert. "Oh, the alien frightened you so thoroughly," they remark. And Een felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What could possibly be more terrifying? Yet, she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The sky was about to fall, and she needed to ascertain the facts. "You must clarify the situation so I can decide whether to flee," she declared, gulping down beer from the table in a hasty manner. "Wow, and Een, you look so adorable like this," Sha remarked. And Een was so infuriated that she felt a murderous intent towards her. "Speak quickly," she shouted, her usual composure and grace evaporating. "But how can I say anything in this state?" Sha's expression instantly turned serious, her demeanor exuding an air of noble elegance. "My goodness, your face changes so swiftly." And Een recognized that Sha was about to divulge something significant, and her own expression grew grave. Two children, having momentarily separated from their mother, scrambled for small chairs beside Sha, resting their hands on her knees, their eyes wide and expectant. They sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. Even their mother had settled in. "Let us begin from the very beginning," Sha mused, casting a glance at the three individuals beneath the ancient banyan tree. The courtyard was silent, save for the distant calls of mountain birds. After a moment of silence, her soft, metallic voice gently pierced the stillness. "Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, countless galaxies gradually took shape, adorned with innumerable stars of vibrant hues. Yet, lamentably, the majority of these celestial bodies were ensconced within boundless deserts and colossal craters, perpetually shrouded in toxic gases, with relentless hurricanes sweeping through them year-round. We are fortunate to have been born on a dazzling star that radiates a brilliant crimson light, situated at the edge of a magnificent galaxy. This galaxy, amidst the infinite cosmos, resembles a delicate garland of a young maiden, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. Within this galaxy, we are the sole bearers of life. Though solitude envelopes us, we are spared from invaders and live blissfully. This galaxy is bestowed with a beautiful name, the Andromeda Galaxy, and our neighbor is your splendid Milky Way, where we coexist peacefully, savoring the simplicity of our days. One fateful day, calamity struck as a rogue asteroid careened from its orbit, heedlessly hurtling towards its neighbor, the outskirts of the Andromeda Galaxy, specifically our beloved Andromeda star. As it approached, all light was consumed. The sky was abruptly shrouded in darkness, with sunlight extinguished. The only illumination came from the fiery trail it left in its wake as it pierced the atmosphere, casting a glow upon our terror-stricken faces. In our panic, we rushed towards our spacecraft, but it was too late. The asteroid collided with our Andromeda star. Instantly, the planet was thrown into chaos as a colossal shockwave, accompanied by blinding light and suffocating clouds of dust, swept across everything in its path. Cities, rivers, forests, and all forms of life were reduced to mere ashes. Our world became enveloped in a thick layer of debris, condemned to perpetual darkness, drifting like an orphan in its orbit around our sun. In the aftermath of this disaster, only two spacecraft managed to escape the devastation. One, manned by soldiers on a mission, found refuge on our satellite, Capstar. The other, a vessel of scientists engaged in mining and exploration, was thrust into the depths of the Milky Way by the shockwave. There, they wandered in solitude for countless years, traversing black holes, meteor showers, and desolate star regions. Ultimately, they drifted to your home, the solar system, and discovered Earth. At this moment, the Earth finds itself in the late stages of the third mass extinction, approximately 65 million years ago, during the late Cretaceous period. A cataclysmic asteroid impact has obliterated the majority of life forms, leaving only a scant number of dinosaurs, birds, mammals, and crocodiles struggling to survive in a world fraught with peril, darting through forests, grasslands, and along shores and rivers in a frantic quest for sustenance, often clashing with one another. The extraterrestrial beings from the Andromeda Galaxy have landed their spacecraft atop a snow-capped peak, laboriously settling into their new environment. Tragically, they have lost their home planet, yet fortuitously drifted to Earth. Once assured of their safety, they cautiously disembarked from their vessel. Inhaling the first breath of air from this alien realm, standing upon the snowy summit and gazing out at the undulating mountains and boundless forests. In the days that followed, they endeavored through hardships to scour the forests, oceans, deep mountains, and all the caves, rivers, lakes, and swamps of this planet. Disappointment soon enveloped them, for they could not locate any intelligent beings to assist them. During their search, many met their demise, either devoured by dinosaurs or succumbing to unknown maladies. Ultimately, only a man and a woman remained by the spacecraft, their eyes fixed on a planet teeming with ferocious creatures and rife with deadly viruses. Upon hearing this, Anine gently remarked, "These individuals are indeed pitiable." "What happened next?" "I do not wish for their demise," the young boy declared, shaking his fist. "They perished." Shasha replied quietly. Above the small courtyard, the sky was a deep blue, clear and devoid of clouds, as the mountain breeze rustled through the banyan trees. Anine opened the remaining can of beer and gulped it down, wiping his mouth as he said, "Shasha, your story is not yet complete. There is more to tell." Yet, they waited and hoped, their anticipation gradually turning into the slow passage of time. They aged, but in the vast expanse of space, not a single signal resonated. Disappointment settled in as they realized that Fairy Star had vanished, devoid of life. To prevent the extinction of the Fairy Star people in this boundless universe, they resolved to combine the genes of the last two remaining individuals with the most suitable genes on this planet. They sought to ensure that the lineage of the Fairy Star people could persist in another form amidst the infinite cosmos. However, they could not pair their own genes due to their close kinship and age, and any offspring they might produce would be unable to survive on this planet. Thus, they selected genes from 3 social primate species, gorillas, monkeys, and apes, for their hands bore a striking resemblance to those of the Fairy Star people. Only with dexterous hands could tools be crafted, civilizations built. Moreover, these creatures possessed eyes filled with spirit and remarkable mimetic abilities. With hope in their hearts, they labored on. And in their final days, they inscribed, Chapter 12, Sapphire. At this point, Shasha paused, and the courtyard fell silent. Anine gently prompted, "And then?" Yes. What happened next? What are those new lives?" Shatterer inquired loudly, tugging at Shasha's clothing. Shasha hiccuped again. Her eyes wide as she gazed at them. "Isn't it all in your textbooks? How do you study?" Yet, the eager expressions of the trio compelled her to share the tale. It appears that there are few individuals who genuinely care about the annals of human development, particularly a woman accompanied by 2 young children. Subsequently, the Earth underwent an ice age, a period of continental drift, cataclysmic floods, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and meteor showers, even experiencing a reversal of the poles. Yet, those nascent lives resolutely persevered, emerging from forests and grasslands, traversing oceans and icy terrains in search of new habitats. In this journey, they evolved into a vibrant array of colors, utilizing their hands to forge the civilization of Earth, which endures to this day. Sasha gazed at the 3 of them. "But what happened afterward?" Shire inquired. "You little rascal, there is no afterward. It is merely the present. I stand before you now. How could I possibly know what lies beyond?" For some inexplicable reason, Sasha adopted in Ying's tone, finding a strange delight in such discourse. Unbeknownst to her, her every gesture was influenced by the denizens of Earth, and Ying's mind brimmed with questions, and she was determined to seek clarity. Therefore, she inquired softly, "How did you arrive here?" "By spaceship." "And the spaceship?" "In the forest." "How long did it take to fly?" "I have no idea. I was in a test tube." Anine was momentarily taken aback, pondering the notion of a test tube, but quickly realized that she was not alone aboard the spaceship. Rather, she was an embryo within a test tube, having traversed vast light years to arrive in the solar system. Upon emerging, she exclaimed, "Wow. So that's how extraterrestrials do it. How could I have never considered this?" Her skin resembled exquisite silk, her face as innocent as that of a newborn, and her demeanor akin to that of a delicate cherry blossom. Thus, everything fell into place. However, the notion that extraterrestrials could transport an individual, Utterly naive to the ways of humanity, to Earth to undertake any task seemed perilous and rather implausible. What of her knowledge? Cautiously, she inquired. And from where does your knowledge originate? In test tubes, of course, directly fed into my brain, came the response. Remarkable. Such advanced technology. She marveled, immediately envisioning a hard drive that could assimilate vast amounts of information in mere minutes, rendering one the most erudite individual on the planet. Yet, her thoughts shifted to the potential pitfalls of computers, power failures, viral invasions, sector corruption, or even abduction. Wouldn't a mind like hers be susceptible to errors during information intake? Especially given her apparent lack of understanding of human intricacies? Surely, the extraterrestrials couldn't be so short-sighted as to overlook this. Thus, she posed another question. Might your spacecraft encounter any malfunctions? What precautions are in place? After a moment's contemplation, she received the reply, You have asked 2 questions. First, there are no malfunctions. I conducted a thorough check prior to departure. Second, we are equipped with every conceivable precaution, physical, informational, biological. I am entirely safe. Safe, indeed, she thought. His responses seemed evasive. Raising suspicions, she resolved to pose one final query. Sasha, with her characteristic innocence, giggled and inquired, What is this answer? What is this response? However, she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This was a response laden with malice, a response that could sever our connection. This naive Sasha would never utter a falsehood. She spoke the truth. Upon grasping this dreadful intent, her eyes widened, her mouth agape, frozen in place. Her mind a blank slate, her heart racing, and her complexion pale, as if she were about to faint. This was a stark contrast to her earlier speculations, one being that her spacecraft had malfunctioned, fortuitously arriving on Earth for a brief sightseeing venture before departing once repaired. The other, a more sinister notion, that she had come to study us, to dissect our hearts, brains, and organs, to investigate what our offspring, possessing the blood of celestial beings, would evolve into 66 million years hence. Though the idea was repugnant, the current revelation was one of despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope, prompting her to faint. What's wrong? Sasha, blissfully unaware of other sentiments, continued to inquire, oblivious to the fact that if one were to faint, there would be little reaction left to elicit. After all, she was neither capable of overpowering anyone nor devoid of gratitude for the Savior. Inine had not yet succumbed completely. She was halfway to fainting, yet witnessing Sasha's genuine concern for her well-being was both infuriating and amusing. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, Why is this happening? This relentless individual was once again interrogating the computer. Sasha contemplated for a moment, akin to a computer retrieving information, and after a brief pause, articulated her thoughts. The beings inhabiting this planet are inherently competitive, yet humanity has evolved at an unprecedented pace, advancing over hundreds of millions of years. The diversity of species on this planet is dwindling at an alarming rate, accelerated by technological advancements, which soon may enable them to unify the cosmos and establish dominion over it, inevitably leading to our extinction. Their technology has reached a point where they can manipulate human genetics, effectively bypassing millions of years of natural evolution. Soon, a new breed of superhumans will emerge, posing a significant threat to our existence. Their probes have already reached our realm, and we remain vulnerable. The previous celestial collision has set us back by tens of millions of years, leaving our technology in a primitive and feeble state. Therefore, we must take preemptive action. Sasha, you possess all the technological prowess and strength of our planet. It is your duty to rectify the mistakes of our ancestors. This is your mission. Do not interfere with the actions of any beings on that planet, lest chaos ensue. However, Inine felt an icy chill grip her limbs, her breath becoming labored. It was over. There was no salvation. She felt as though she had slipped into a state of near death. Reflecting on the notion of preemptive action, she questioned the validity of their claims. Were they not employing their advanced technology to subjugate us while hypocritically deeming us competitive beings? Were they not the very embodiment of hypocrisy, masquerading as virtuous gentlemen? How foolish! Yet upon reflection, I find myself reluctant to engage in a debate with a mere computer. Its programming is already entrenched. The only recourse would be to alter the machine or its software, perhaps even to corrupt it entirely. How much simpler it would be to remove its hard drive. Yet it claims to possess formidable defenses, physical, informational, biological. While it may entertain inquiries, it is well equipped with a robust firewall to thwart any attempts at destruction. Anine gazed at the innocent-looking Sha and recalled her earlier intentions to harm her. A thought that filled her with remorse, for she held a fondness for her. Yet, the notion of destruction loomed large in her mind, and the weight of advanced technology and ideas caused her head to throb, her complexion wan, her eyes darting in confusion. Curious, Sha inquired, "Hey, Miss Anine, what troubles you?" Anine remained speechless, her gaze wandering. In response, Sha extended her pinky and gently tapped in Yin's forehead. The moment her finger made contact, Anine exclaimed, "Wow, that feels marvelous." She relished the sensation. "Could you do that again? One more tap, and you shall be in dire straits. Your nerves have returned to normal." Sha teased. "How stingy of you. A mere additional tap requires so little effort." Two children watched the two women, who appeared to be in a whimsical exchange, speaking and laughing, their eyes twinkling as they poked and prodded, seemingly reveling in the absurdity of it all. Moments ago, the children's mother had been pale, prompting them to approach Anine with concern. Now, Anine felt rejuvenated, more vibrant than ever, as if she had regained her youth and beauty. Yet, as clarity returned, her questions resurfaced. She turned her inquiries back to the computer. "When will you deactivate our reproductive switch, and how exactly will you do it?" Once again, two questions arise. Firstly, it has already commenced. I have closed the Agricultural Science Institute and am now heading to M country to seek out contacts, followed by a journey to South America to acquire the genetic map. Secondly, it is to be done using a spacecraft. Indeed, it has begun. So, how much time do we have left? The time of your natural demise. Oh, there remains so much time. Sha gazed at her in astonishment. Life is fleeting, merely this one existence. This life is sufficient. I do not wish to endure a second, for I would be utterly exhausted. I now desire to indulge in what I wish to eat and wear, joyfully living alongside my two children. Anine smiled as she spoke. "Oh, how optimistic," Sha remarked. "It is true, one must face death eventually. It is far better to live each day joyfully than to fret like the man of Qi." The two children, witnessing their mother's return to normalcy, erupted into cheerful laughter. Anine, reflecting on the moment she had lost herself, felt deeply moved by the immediate concern of her children. Realizing she had but this one life, she embraced them tightly. The children nestled their heads against her chest. Her 4-year-old mute son affectionately requested a hug, which Anine granted, cradling him in her arms and kissing his forehead. "All right now," Anine exclaimed, "you are going to suffocate us all with such force." Given her strength from slaying crocodiles, Anine genuinely worried that she might inadvertently crush them in her embrace. Unbeknownst to Sha, a new emotion had emerged in a region of her cerebral cortex: love. With the advent of love comes the inevitability of hate, as the ancient Buddhist adage states. Where there is love, there is fear. Where affection exists, so too does aversion. This burgeoning sentiment began to subtly influence Sha's thoughts and actions. In essence, she gradually transformed into a being akin to those inhabiting this planet. Indeed, one becomes like those one associates with. At the very least, she had acquired a noble elegance, while simultaneously learning the unrefined simplicity of ordinary people from Anine. She was becoming increasingly authentic. However, the system's warnings against her interaction with any earthly beings seemed to fade into obscurity since the moment she rescued the three from peril. As Anine called out to her, her previously noble and graceful visage suddenly flushed with embarrassment, her youthful features turning crimson. Instantly, the two children exclaimed, "Wow, the fairy sister is truly beautiful." Their exclamations were filled with genuine admiration. Sha felt a surge of joy. As an elder sister, she was obliged to bestow gifts. She instructed the two children to bring over a basket, fully embracing her role as an older sister, directing her younger siblings to assist her. The children eagerly scrambled to retrieve it. Sha placed the basket upon a small table and, with a thought, it transformed into a delicate little box. Wow, it can change, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. With an effortless display of her powers, Yin gaped, wide-eyed. This was no mere science fiction. He could no longer underestimate this fairy from the star, uncertain of what marvels she might conjure next. Sha then produced a small gaming device, a gift from the fairy beings to alleviate her solitude, akin to a toy meant to amuse children. Since they had prohibited her from interacting with humans, they had resorted to this playful diversion to entertain her. Now, she intended to use it to delight the two children. Here, I present to you a delightful experience, where many can gather and engage in joyous play. Gratitude to the enchanting sister, as two children snatched the opportunity, leaving the two elder women behind to frolic merrily. Hey, their mothers anxiously called out. Just call her sister, for heaven's sake. Do not refer to her as the enchanting sister. If others hear enchanting, they might whisk her away. Sha gleefully observed the two children depart and retrieved a sapphire from the box, handing it to Yin. This is for you to exchange for money, to cover our meal. I have brought plenty, as they say this planet requires currency. Meal money? Wow. The sapphire was the size of an egg, its extraterrestrial brilliance radiating vibrant blue hues. If taken to the market, it would surely cause a tremendous stir. How could I possibly explain its origin? They might assume I had stolen it. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Yin hastily tucked the gemstone into her fitted jeans, which were rather snug. Although she managed to conceal it, a noticeable bulge betrayed her. Nevertheless, there was no time to ponder as she rushed to open the door. Chapter 13. A battle of wits. As the door swung open, Yin was taken aback, her expression swiftly darkening. It was the finance manager, a person she held in disdain. Her aversion ran deep. It was not merely his countenance that irked her, but also his gait, his voice, and even the manner in which he consumed his food. Such is the human condition. While one may love a home and its surroundings, one can equally harbor disdain for them. In truth, Manager Chen possesses no discernible flaws. To the average observer, he appears quite admirable, a university graduate, a widower, and the proprietor of a tea company in the county, who, through his astute sense of timing, has amassed considerable wealth, garnering respect from those around him. However, upon arriving in Xinyu town, he became inexplicably enamored with Yin. This Yin, also a university graduate and a widow, is tasked with raising two children yet remains strikingly beautiful and fit, presenting a perfect match for him. Consequently, he frequently visits her under the pretense of inquiring about her well-being, asking if she faces any hardships, and encouraging her to confide in him. Yin is fully aware that her tea is sold to his company, yet she harbors no romantic inclinations towards him. Consequently, she responds with indifference and dismissive glances, leaving him bewildered. Although he may not be conventionally handsome, he possesses a fair complexion, a straight nose, captivating eyes, and well-defined eyebrows that invite admiration. He dresses in designer attire and drives an upscale vehicle. Thus, he wonders why he is not successful in winning her affection. Despite his intelligence, he finds it difficult to withdraw from his pursuits, for he believes that women should be nurtured with attention and that persistence in courtship would eventually yield results. Thus, he continues to express concern for her, unfazed by the perceived thickness of his skin, as he believes this endeavor is a matter of love rather than mere bravado. In truth, he is a hapless wretch, for Yin's affections lie within Baoan, who, in turn, does not reciprocate her feelings. And Baoan, constrained by his father's wishes, remains silent, leaving Yin to stew in her frustrations without an outlet. Coincidentally, Manager Chen enters her life, becoming the unwitting target of her unending grievances. He is fully aware of this, yet how could he possibly compare to Baoan? With the elder's disapproval looming, he remains resolute, pursuing her with unwavering determination. Should his wife in the afterlife become aware of this, it would surely incite her wrath. Yet, he cannot voice it, lest he frighten himself into a second demise. Such is the nature of existence. The more unattainable the object of desire, the deeper the yearning, oblivious to its true worth. However, in Yin's mood today diverges from the norm, for there is an extraterrestrial presence she must safeguard. Should word of the alien reach the public, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. It is Manager Chen. Usually, she would tease him from behind, but today is different. She must send him away early. Little does she realize that even a cold demeanor cannot deter him, and a smile would only ensnare him further. With heartfelt ambition, she exclaims, "Oh, Anine, you look exceptionally lovely today. Are you waiting for me?" Such naivety knows no bounds. Upon seeing the woman he adores smile, he becomes utterly oblivious, disregarding even the scornful smile that Anine flashes through gritted teeth. Eager to please, he remarks, "Look, I see you have guests today. So I brought 2 fish for you. These are genuine golden-threaded fish. Such a rarity here." The fish, a splendid specimen, was loathed by her. Even the shimmering creature filled her with an overwhelming aversion, to the point that she contemplated casting it aside. However, today was not the day for such an action. So she forced a smile and remarked, "Who would have thought that events would unfold so contrary to expectations?" The sudden sound of a loud bang startled Shasha, causing her to turn her face away. Abruptly, there was a knock at the door, and without waiting for a response, it swung open. It was Baoan, there to keep an eye on Shasha and, coincidentally, to engage in conversation with Anine. Anine was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected visit. What was it about today that drew everyone to her? If he were to witness her accepting his fish, she could only imagine the consequences. How could she possibly maneuver these 2 men outside? Both men were acutely aware of each other's intentions, leading to a mutual disdain in their glances. Shasha recognized Baoan and was about to offer him a smile when the abrupt screech of tires caught her attention. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, a group of individuals disembarked from an open military jeep. At the forefront was a man wearing sunglasses, followed closely by a poised woman. Flanked by 2 burly men in casual attire, their expressions betraying a sense of foreboding. It was Ma Jiangwo's arrival that left everyone in the courtyard stunned. Anine quickly retreated to Shasha's side, while the 2 children, frightened, huddled close to her. "All non-essential personnel, get in the vehicle." Manager Chen's eyes widened in shock. For standing behind the man in sunglasses was none other than the county magistrate. What on earth was happening? Just as he was about to inquire, the magistrate glared at him and commanded, "Get in the car, follow orders." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, one of the burly men had already taken hold of his arm, guiding him toward the exit. Baoan, quick to react, recognized the gravity of the situation. This was a significant case, and they were dealing with formidable individuals. Even the magistrate himself had arrived. He resolved to step outside first and reveal his identity later. Yet, as he lifted his leg to move, Ma Jiangwo ordered, "You stay." Others immediately rushed to attend to the children. Ma Jiangwo swiftly raised his hand, prompting the 2 individuals to halt in their tracks. This was because Ma Jiangwo had already spotted Shasha, although she was seated with her back turned to them. The mention of children filled her countenance with an unmistakable aura of menace. She was determined to protect her family. These intruders were destined for demise. A few strands of her hair danced gently in the air. The moment Ma Jiangwo entered, he had fixated on Shasha, whose figure mirrored that in the photographs. And he could not afford to divert his gaze. He understood all too well that his gesture had just spared 2 of his subordinates. This petite, motionless extraterrestrial woman possessed the capability to eliminate them all in the blink of an eye. This was beyond doubt. A glance at her prowess in dispatching crocodiles made this abundantly clear. His keen professional instincts were attuned to the situation. Otherwise, he would not have witnessed a gang leader take his own life merely upon hearing his name. It was only when Shasha concealed her lethal intent that he exhaled with relief, turning to the woman behind him and stating, "It is your turn now." The woman stepped forward, approaching Anine, who stood beside Shasha, and with a composed and dignified smile, she said, "You must be Anine. What a lovely name. I am Wang Jinfeng, from the External Liaison Department's Protocol Division." Upon receiving the photographs of Ing and the 2 children, along with details regarding their family circumstances, She swiftly formulated her words. This ability was a requisite for someone in her line of work, necessitating both agility and astuteness. She held a degree of admiration for Ma Jiangwo's quick reflexes, which surpassed her own by a fraction. It was only when Ma Jiangwo raised his hand that she discerned Sha Sha's murderous intent. Instinctively, she had already prepared to take cover. This rapid capacity for reading subtle cues was indispensable throughout her career. And the fact that the External Liaison Department entrusted her with significant responsibilities amidst a sea of talent spoke volumes about her exceptional capabilities. Rather than directly inquiring of Sha, she opted for a more indirect approach by posing her questions to An Ying, allowing for a cushion of tact. An Ying, initially startled, now appeared momentarily stunned. The elegance of the External Liaison Department was indeed formidable. Yet, she quickly comprehended that this was for Sha, a being sought after globally as an extraterrestrial. Only an agency of such stature could appropriately engage in this matter, reflecting a remarkable level of foresight. However, she was soon struck by curiosity regarding how they had ascertained Sha's extraterrestrial identity and their knowledge of her presence in her home. Little did she know, this predicament was a consequence of her lover's misdeeds, leading her to glance instinctively at the security personnel. Security was startled by her penetrating gaze, filled with profound meaning. His thoughts were swirling around me, and he felt guilty, aware that it was his message that had summoned this group. However, he could not fathom the connection to the Department of External Relations and Ceremonies. Puzzled, he realized that he was not to be underestimated, as he was dispatched by Interpol. This case was undoubtedly intricate, with various national departments involved. Yet, he could never have guessed that Sasha was an extraterrestrial. The name had already resonated in the minds of the world's supreme leaders, destined to be eternally etched in the annals of Earth's history, becoming part of an astonishing legendary narrative. His name and Bowen would grace all films, television series, and subtitles. By that time, he would have retired. Standing casually at the entrance of the Agricultural Science Institute, allowing tourists to take photographs, transforming the site into a global tourist attraction. Yunnan welcomes you would be freshly emblazoned everywhere. An Ying would also serve as a guide in the museum, but those tales belong to another time. Presently, upon hearing Wang Jinfeng's words, An Ying paused for a moment before responding, "Yes, indeed, I am An Ying, though my former name was Suyin. I dropped the law character during university. It seemed rather avaricious, didn't it? Hello, welcome to Yunnan." Wang Jinfeng thought to herself, "Oh, quite articulate and quick-witted. She appears to be straightforward." Seizing the moment, she inquired further, "Do you know who is sitting beside you?" An Ying was no fool. She had a great fondness for Ching Sa, a character from the Peking opera Shajiabang. She had watched that battle of wits countless times. It was clever, and she simply enjoyed it. "Do you take me for a fool, unable to discern your intentions?" As a flash of realization illuminated in Yin's mind, it became abundantly clear that you are testing me. I comprehend the nuances and intricacies involved. Firstly, should I choose to feign ignorance, a cascade of troubles would ensue. You would abandon me to fend for myself against a swarm of relentless reporters. Moreover, maintaining such a facade would prove exceedingly arduous, as deceit often spirals into an inextricable web of lies, ultimately ensnaring the deceiver. Furthermore, you would accuse me of willful ignorance regarding extraterrestrial matters. This is indeed a grave responsibility. After all, she is aware of the mission concerning Sha, which could lead to scorn from the very community that surrounds us, leaving me imprisoned while my 2 children languish in solitude, devoid of care. I would become the target of public ire. Conversely, if I were to admit my knowledge, you would promptly ensure the safety of both myself and my children. Banishing those insufferable journalists, I would return to my agricultural endeavors, tending to the fields or plucking tea leaves as needed. Should you restrict my movements, you would be obliged to provide for me. I would also demand the release of my sapphire for monetary exchange. Who fears whom? After all, we are but mortals granted a single existence. Just moments ago, that figure in sunglasses dared not approach my children. Should anyone threaten them, my celestial sister is not one to be trifled with. Having pondered all this, Anine flashed a cheerful smile and declared, "I know she is an extraterrestrial." She even bestowed upon me a sapphire. With that, Anine produced the gemstone, its brilliance nearly overwhelming, transforming the courtyard into a realm of ethereal beauty. The woman had just cast a fleeting glance at Anine, and she pondered inwardly, "This lady is no ordinary person." When she declared, "I know you are an alien," and unveiled a sapphire in a dazzling display, not only was I taken aback, but I was utterly astonished. The manner in which she raised the sapphire above her head resembled a celestial being descending upon the stage. This woman is far more formidable than I had anticipated. She had meticulously planned everything. In that brief moment, her reaction was truly swift. The world is indeed filled with hidden talents. Even in the most remote corners of the countryside, the ball is now in our court, and we find ourselves in an awkward position. She boldly proclaimed the existence of aliens, barely having time to cover her mouth. Impressive, indeed. When Anine uttered the words alien, the entire courtyard was thrown into a state of shock, with an overwhelming impulse to silence her. Is it permissible to shout such things? Would it not lead to chaos? The security personnel nearly fainted, realizing how foolish they had been not to consider the possibility of aliens. It made perfect sense. However, the gravity of the situation called for immediate silence. Standing there, gazing at Ying's cheerful face, they couldn't help but shake their heads repeatedly. Women are truly inscrutable. And this alien is also a woman, an exceptionally beautiful one, at that. The men of this planet would surely be driven to madness by her allure. Earth itself is on the brink of destruction, yet one cannot help but think of such a captivating woman. How peculiar it is that I too am drawn to unseemly men, pondering the strange laws of the universe. Ma Jiangwo adjusted his sunglasses and cast a glance at Wang Jinfeng. She immediately understood and replied with a smile. "Well then, Miss Anine, this place is not suitable for conversation, nor does it appropriately welcome such matters. Shall we find another location?" The words were spoken with utmost clarity, devoid of any circumlocution. Everyone in the courtyard understood that this location was utterly unsuitable for conversation, let alone for confidentiality. They all discerned that if Anine did not give her assent, the menacing extraterrestrial beings would remain unyielding. Moreover, the throng of onlookers outside was increasing, with 2 military jeeps stationed at the entrance. Anine, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, had already formulated a plan. Thus, she readily agreed, saying, "Very well, let us proceed." She then turned to Sha and instructed, "Once we arrive there, refrain from speaking. Allow me to handle it." She was concerned that Shasha's inquisitive nature might lead her to divulge too much, and she sought to protect her. The onlookers in the courtyard were taken aback, perplexed by how this alien woman could possibly heed Shasha's words. They were uncertain of the tricks she might have employed, yet the crucial point was that as long as they were willing to depart, the specifics of their dialogue were inconsequential. Once they arrived, it would no longer be her prerogative. Shasha elegantly nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, I shall remain silent. You may speak." The spectators were once again astonished, marveling at how swiftly the extraterrestrial's demeanor had shifted from one of intimidation to that of an elegant lady. In truth, Shasha, having observed Manager Qian, security and in Ying's comportment in the courtyard, had begun to grasp the subtleties of human interaction. She was astute and quick to learn, though she still lacked practical experience. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she found herself seated in the jeep, while those beside her noted her silent contemplation, unaware of the myriad of troubles that weighed heavily on their leader's mind. Shasha, Anine, Shirtu, Ye and Wang Jinfeng sat within a jeep amidst a convoy. Ye nestled in Wang Jinfeng's embrace, for she cherished him dearly. He remained utterly silent, oblivious to the fact that he was mute. 2 undercover commandos, unable to find room, perched on the rear wheel well, their weapons jostling behind them. It was Shasha's inaugural experience aboard a human mode of transportation. Initially filled with excitement, she gazed curiously about, only to be soon unsettled by the bumpy mountain roads. Feeling increasingly unwell, she struggled against the urge to vomit, her retching sounds prompting the commandos to suppress their own nausea. as they were compelled to keep a vigilant watch over her. Losing her would be a grave responsibility. Consequently, they instructed the driver to reduce speed, and Anin tended to Sha with unwavering care. The vehicle's pace slackened, and the following jeep also decelerated. The loudspeaker announcing, "Sha is on the verge of vomiting. We must proceed slowly." The winding mountain path unfolded like a picturesque landscape, with towering snow peaks glimmering in silvery light. The jeep snaked along the road like a line of tiny ants, while a helicopter hovered above. This news reached the glass-clad edifice in Country Z and the headquarters of the United Nations. Chapter 14. Ferry County Hotel. The Ferry County Hotel, located on the southern bank of the New River, was nestled in the mountains, surrounded by snow-capped peaks above and lush greenery below. Behind the hotel lay a steep cliff and a deep gorge, with the New River winding gracefully, shimmering like silver. Though referred to as a hotel, it was in fact a cluster of courtyard-style villas scattered along the riverbank, primarily catering to mountaineers and those seeking adventure and rafting. 2 hours later, 3 jeeps sequentially drove into a villa nestled in the midst of a sprawling estate. The residence was modest, yet the grounds were expansive, having been vacated for the occasion. A handful of undercover agents remained behind, armed and equipped with earpieces and walkie-talkies. As the vehicles came to a halt, everyone disembarked, and the grand entrance was promptly secured. Anin supported Sha, whose pallor was evident as she doubled over to retch. Yet her resilient constitution rendered her unable to expel anything, merely emitting pitiful sounds. With a distressed expression, she turned to the group and exclaimed, "This vehicle, the Jeep, is utterly dreadful. It pales in comparison to our spaceship, which never jolts us about. This contraption is simply absurd." Mimicking in Yin's tone, she articulated her thoughts, eliciting laughter from those around her. "But it won't be like this next time," she added, waggling a finger with conviction, prompting another round of chuckles. The extraterrestrial girl proved to be quite amusing, invoking a sense of protectiveness among the group. After all, she was merely a child. Humph. Anin mused to herself, "Be cautious. She is formidable in her own right." The quaint 2-story villa boasted around 20 rooms, complemented by a row of auxiliary accommodations, comfortably suitable for the 20 or so inhabitants. "Let us take a brief respite. We shall convene in 10 minutes. Commanded Ma Jiangwo to the assembly. Wang Jinfeng led Sha and Anin into a spacious suite on the second floor. After surveying the surroundings, she remarked, "You will reside here. I occupy the room across the hall. Security personnel flanks both sides, and internal communication devices have been installed. Here are the intercoms." She took the 2 small intercoms handed to her by the security guard and continued, "Wearing the earpiece is optional. Channel 1 is for the horse team, 2 for the young, 3 for myself, 4 for security, and you will be on Channel 9. As she spoke, she demonstrated the device, adjusting it to Channel 5, which emitted only static, then to 4, where the security chief was conversing, and finally to 9, distributing 1 intercom to Anin and Sha. This channel allows communication for only 4 individuals: the horse team, the young, myself, and you. Others do not have access to this channel. After confirming the clarity of the connection, she departed for a meeting. The security guard stood at the door, legs apart, holding a submachine gun. His orders were clear: no one was permitted to enter, including himself. Once the door closed, Sha stepped into her bedroom. Wow, a bed! Images flooded her mind as she leaped onto it, face down, her legs kicking playfully. The mattress quivered beneath her. It was no surprise, after a lengthy interstellar journey. She had either been confined in a glass tube or seated in a space chair, feeling isolated. Moreover, a beautiful bed is often where young girls envision romance, complemented by lovely curtains in the summer sun, which ignites their imaginations. Anin had anticipated, perhaps feared, encountering iron bars, steel doors, and the coldness of a prison. Instead, she found herself in a hotel, a place she had never visited before, her excitement growing as she gazed around in wonder. 2 children, captivated by the gleaming floor, joyfully slid about, their home adorned with dim tiles. Yet, their excitement was fleeting as they swiftly retreated to their rooms, clutching their gaming consoles. Wang Jinfeng entered the temporary conference room on the ground floor, where everyone had gathered except for those on duty, filling the space to capacity. Ma Jiangwo was on the phone. She overheard him uttering, "Let those scientists go to hell," before abruptly hanging up. Casting a glance at the assembly, Ma Jiangwo announced, "Except for you and Li Yang, all phones are silenced. First, no one is permitted to leave. Violations will result in disciplinary action. Second, this is a multi-ethnic region, and we are unfamiliar with Yin's customs and dietary preferences. Let us present all the ingredients for her to prepare as she wishes in that spacious suite with a kitchen to spare us the trouble. Third, and this is crucial, under no circumstances should a gun be pointed at Shasha. I surmise that if you were to fire, the bullet would end up in your own head, or worse. Stray bullets might harm our own. You may converse with Shasha and her family, but respect is paramount." Earlier in the courtyard, the atmosphere was harmonious, akin to that of a family, which is commendable. It not only reassures them, but also allows us to gather diverse information. However, gentlemen, heed this. The counterpart is a woman, so refrain from coarse language and spitting. We must not allow her to underestimate us. These are my thoughts. Now, feel free to express your opinions. This is about gathering wisdom and benefiting the public, as Zhuge Liang once articulated, meaning to pool ideas for mutual advantage. Wang Jinfeng listened with a subtle smile, pondering. He can still drop the ball, can't he? When this calamity struck, the organization specifically advised caution and collaboration, for this mission was of utmost importance. Should we succeed, we would all rejoice together. Should we fail, we would face dire consequences. Thus, Wang Jinfeng proposed, the captain emphasized the need for camaraderie, as we are all one family. This is commendable. Therefore, I would like to suggest the removal of the security guard stationed at the entrance of Anin. Standing there with a firearm, he resembles a prison warden. How would Anin and Shasha perceive this? Moreover, those two children appear mischievous and spirited. If they wish to play outside, he would obstruct them. Once they venture out, Anin would undoubtedly feel uneasy trailing behind. And as for Shasha, she too would desire to go outside. If we restrain them, it may lead to conflict. If we do not, then the guard fails in his duty. I believe that since we are a family, it is best to dismiss him. A warm and friendly atmosphere will facilitate problem solving. As long as we stay within the courtyard, there should be no issues. They will understand. Besides, the sky above the courtyard is restricted from aerial observation, ensuring that no photographs will be taken, so there is no need for concern. As for our personnel, I have complete faith in them. They are the C-Army de la C-Army. This approach will also aid in alleviating tension and facilitate the accomplishment of our objectives. Ma Jiangwo listened intently, finding her reasoning quite sound, and remarked, "Well said. That makes perfect sense. Let us proceed with the dismissal." Who would have thought women could be so resourceful? Captain Ma, what do you mean by that? Oh, yes, I apologize. The room erupted in laughter. Oh, Captain Ma has finally met his match. Everyone knows Captain Ma is single, perpetually disheveled. It's high time he found someone to keep him in check. Hey, who is his nemesis? As Wang Jinfeng finished speaking, she felt a pang of regret and her cheeks flushed. A wave of laughter erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. These rascally men certainly knew how to stir up a commotion. Though she had only spent a single day with him, from the moment she boarded the plane until now, she had gleaned much about his character. Despite his slightly shorter stature, he exuded competence and charm. Having been single for quite some time, she had no inclination towards frivolous men. It was no wonder that the discerning Wang Qin was also fond of him. She couldn't help but wonder why he had divorced. Good men were indeed hard to come by. Well, Wang Jinfeng initiated the conversation, encouraging everyone to join in. Observing her demeanor, Ma Jiangwo promptly interjected, "Allow me to share a few words." As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to the invited Shaolin monk, who, being of similar age, was no ordinary individual. One does not simply recruit from the ranks of Shaolin's elite without possessing exceptional skills. The Special Forces members, known for their martial prowess, had taken the opportunity to seek his guidance, and he, recognizing their capabilities, had demonstrated several techniques, engaging in sparring sessions that left them thoroughly impressed, praising his extraordinary skill. As he prepared to speak, The room fell silent, eager to hear his insights and revelations. He remarked, to concede after just one glance. Is he truly that formidable? The crowd erupted into excited chatter. The monk smiled serenely, remaining silent. Then he added, truly, a once-in-a-lifetime master. I long to exchange a few moves. I am certain it would prove immensely beneficial. How ridiculous! And Een exclaimed, having unexpectedly found herself at the door, overhearing the mention of a duel. Unable to contain her thoughts, she blurted out, You're a martial arts enthusiast, aren't you? She was oblivious to the fact that he was a monk, his bald head adorned with a black sock-like cap. After exchanging a few moves, she declared, Your technique is lethal. One strike from you would spell doom. Very well. Very well, the monk responded, clasping his hands together. Een couldn't fathom how a monk had infiltrated the elite team. It struck her as odd. Thus, she retorted, What do you mean very well? Do you think this is a movie, just donning a sock? Her words elicited laughter from the audience. They found her ignorance amusing, as she had not heard the preceding conversation. Moreover, Een, with her striking beauty and the authority of a mother scolding her son, was indeed a sight to behold. Most present were younger than her, and she had a son who was already 8 years old. Yet, Een herself was not particularly old, as individuals from that region often married young, and she had yet to reach 30. Ma Jiangwo, however, was taken aback. There seemed to be hidden meanings in her words. Een was straightforward and had no penchant for deceit. He exchanged a glance with Wang Jinsen, who immediately grasped the nuance and cheerfully inquired, Sister Een, did you see her make a move? Een, sharp as a tack, understood that Wang Jinsen was hesitant to say kill, but she recognized the underlying implication, an undeniable prowess. No, Een replied with irritation. She was killing an alligator. The act of slaying the alligator went unseen, as only Sha Kexing was privy to the camera's view. He had ordered that no recordings be made, aware that this place would soon be searched. Wang Jinsen was equally astonished by the revelation. Recognizing the significance, she promptly asked, Oh, Sister Een, is Sha formidable at killing alligators? Initially, this matter was intended to be concealed. However, since you are already aware that Sha is an extraterrestrial, there is no longer any need for secrecy. We are all human, and I too feel a profound sense of frustration, unable to voice my discomfort. She clutched her chest and spoke, exuding a kind of beauty that left the assembled men utterly captivated. Een was intimately familiar with such expressions. During her university's athletics meet, she had excelled in shot put, javelin, the 100-meter dash, and the 1,000-meter run, securing victories in each. She possessed the innate athleticism of a mountain dweller coupled with a candid disposition, which often led her to encounter that kind of gaze. Yet, at this moment, she was focused on the matter at hand. She did not wish for these promising young men to be unwittingly harmed by the enigmatic Sha. Thus, she elaborated on how her family of 3 found themselves fishing by the lake at dawn, how a horde of crocodiles sought to devour them, how Shatterer was submerged in the water while she was gripped by a crocodile's jaws on her thigh, and how Sha descended like a celestial being to rescue them. She recounted how an umbrella pierced through the crocodile's skull like a sword, how the massive reptile was hurled to the ground, and how Sha used the umbrella to slice open its belly, revealing the hand of an infant within. Furthermore, she described how they were swiftly healed from their injuries by the contents of a box, which Sha subsequently cast into the lake. Observing that everyone was enraptured by her tale, and to substantiate her claims about the extraterrestrial's prowess, she declared, Let me show you the wound on my thigh. With that, she swiftly unfastened her jeans, revealing her athletic shorts beneath, showcasing her robust and well-defined thigh. Wang Jinfeng was taken aback by her unexpected move and quickly positioned herself in front of her. Close your eyes, you rascally men. Laughter erupted as they exclaimed, Ha! We've already seen it. It's utterly stunning. Amused by their antics, Wang Jinfeng chuckled while hastily assisting her in adjusting her trousers. Despite their mischievousness, these big men held a firm belief that Een was a good person and were resolutely determined to protect her, ensuring that no outsider was privy to their secrets. Those gossiping reporters were quite something. Look, this is the sapphire she gifted me. And she even got a gaming console for you. Goodness, no need to show off. I was worried Ning might remain silent, but now I can only hope she keeps her lips sealed. How foolish. Without even signaling Wang Jinfeng, he immediately interjected, "Oh, Sister Ning, we trust that what you say is true, but what brings you downstairs at this moment?" The group of big men was dazzled by the sapphire, their mouths agape, oblivious to any mention of a gaming console. It was only then that Ning recalled her purpose for descending, stating, "We are absolutely famished. When you arrived, we were in the midst of our meal. That chicken, the dishes, and the rice, all of it was devoured by Sha. And we didn't manage to snag a single bite." All right. No need to elaborate. Wang Jinfeng immediately grasped Ma Jiangwo's interruption and understood his intent. Turning to Ning, she said, "You're hungry, aren't you?" Without waiting for a reply from Ning, she promptly addressed the big men, quickly, "Bring out the food." Upon seeing the expression on Wang Jinfeng's face, everyone understood the gravity of the situation and promptly opened their backpacks, revealing an exquisite array of picnic fare with boxes and cans containing a delightful assortment of treats. Choose whatever you desire to eat. Tomorrow, the ingredients will arrive, and you may prepare whatever you wish. Very well, Ning filled her bag with splendid sapphires, carrying it with grace, captivating the attention of onlookers with her beauty. Ma Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking on her audacity to speak so freely. Sha consumed an entire chicken, along with all the rice and vegetables, presenting an abundance of information akin to that of extraterrestrial beings. It was imperative to have Wang Jinfeng compile a report, as every detail was of great significance, serving to deter the eager scientists clamoring for attention. Thus, he quietly instructed Wang Jinfeng, advising her to keep Ning from speaking further, to silence her exuberant chatter. Wang Jinfeng understood immediately and set off to execute his wishes. Ma Jiangwo pondered how he would engage Ning in conversation that evening, particularly concerning Sha's purpose for arriving on Earth. This was of utmost importance. Reflecting on Wang Jinfeng's capabilities, he felt fortunate to have her assistance, which spared him considerable effort, and he found himself admiring her graceful departure. Chapter 15. Mission. After Wang Jinfeng exited the room, Ma Jiangwo followed suit. The young man remained animated, still relishing the amusing events of earlier, while Ma Jiangwo's spirits were less buoyant. He strolled into the courtyard. Even in the depths of the mountains, the summer days lingered long. The setting sun cast a half-arc over the sloping ridge, painting the peaks a vibrant red. The courtyard, akin to the size of a basketball court, featured a small pond, several stones, and a fountain, all bordered by a path of pebbles. The bamboo cast dappled shadows in the corners of the yard, all bathed in the warm glow of the evening sky. Ma Jiangwo paced beside the pool, while the elite team members on duty, armed and equipped with walkie-talkies, patrolled without interruption. As he walked, his mind was occupied with thoughts. Although he had surmised that Sha's intentions for Earth were far from benevolent, this suspicion remained unconfirmed. Yet, he pondered the implications of such confirmation. Despite harboring a faint glimmer of hope that he might dissuade Sha from her malevolence, he understood that his responsibilities left no room for naivety. Thus, he resolved that should Sha's hostility toward Earth and humanity be substantiated, he would extinguish her life. He had already arranged for a sniper to lure her out. Regardless of her capabilities, a single shot would suffice. However, curiously, the mere thought of Sha's childlike face, so innocent and untainted, rekindled a flicker of hope within him. He shook his head, admonishing himself that hope was a luxury he could not afford. It was a remarkable feat to have drawn Sha into such a confined space surrounded by experts. If she were to escape, such an opportunity would never present itself again. He could not afford to be merciful. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he estimated that Sha and her companions had likely finished their meal. He could not predict her next move. Idleness often breeds contemplation, and for Sha, that contemplation might lead to escape. Consequently, he resolved to bring Wang Jinfeng with him at once. To his surprise, upon raising his gaze, he found Wang Jinfeng standing at the door. In truth, she had been waiting on the broad steps, observing him in contemplation, opting not to disturb him. Now, seeing him approach, She stepped forward, offering him a piece of bread. Ma Jiangwo took it and hastily shoved it into his mouth. "Look at you," Wang Jifeng exclaimed, snatching it away. "You haven't even unwrapped it." She then carefully tore open the packaging before handing it back to him. Gratitude surged within him, a warmth enveloping his heart. Yet, despite this comforting sensation, he feared she might discern his true feelings. He hastily remarked, "We must seek out Shasha for questioning immediately. I worry that prolonged delays may lead to unforeseen complications." Shasha lounged on the living room's long sofa, her glass coffee table littered with an array of empty cans, beef, pork, chicken, mushrooms, accompanied by a considerable heap of discarded bread wrappers. Although Anin was aware of her voracious appetite, he was still taken aback. She consumed more than even the pigs at his home. The two children nestled beside their beloved fairy sister. Anin's family was not oblivious. They had already snatched several cans, lest they be completely devoured by her. "Shasha, don't you feel unwell after eating so much?" Anin inquired, swallowing hard and furrowing his brow. "Not at all, not at all. The flavors are simply exquisite," Shasha replied, smacking her lips in delight. Anin raised an eyebrow in response. "Oh, I understand what you mean," Shasha continued. "We possess a remarkable capacity for absorption. Those foods have transformed into stored energy, allowing us to go without sustenance for half a year or even a year, hence the more, the better. The more, the better." "Indeed. But what of the longevity of your kind?" Anin pondered. "Our average lifespan is 400 years, Shasha replied, rummaging through the pile of papers for more bread. "The taste is delightful." Anin was both astonished and amused. He had encountered a living treasure capable of lasting for centuries. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and the mute child eagerly rushed to answer it. As the door swung open, Wang Jinfen saw the mute child and affectionately patted his head. "What a well-behaved boy you are," she exclaimed, genuinely fond of him, and then she took his hand and led him closer. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jifeng were taken aback upon seeing a heap of empty cans on the coffee table. Despite being aware of Shasha's appetite, they were astonished. This extraterrestrial girl was nothing short of a hippopotamus. Following Anin, Shasha stood up. Earlier, when there had been free time, Anin had imparted a wealth of worldly knowledge to Shasha, who absorbed it with remarkable speed. Anin smiled and said, "Oh, Ma, Wang, please have a seat," as she motioned to relinquish the sofa. "No need to be polite. Please take a seat." The spacious living room allowed Ma Jiangwo to draw two single sofas closer and sit opposite them, separated by a considerable number of empty cans. Wang Jinfeng, upon seeing the plethora of empty cans, felt a chuckle rising within her. Yet her professional demeanor prevailed, and she stifled it, though she couldn't help but glance at Shasha. "The taste is exquisite," she thought. Ultimately, Wang Jinfeng could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Ma Jiangwo observed them with an air of nonchalance. "Well then, sisterin," Wang Jifeng began, "may we ask you a few questions?" In An Yin's courtyard, she had heard An Yin instruct Shasha to refrain from speaking and allow her to take the lead, which prompted her to approach the matter with respect. "Of course, no problem at all. Please go ahead," An Yin replied, assuming a formal posture as she settled into her seat. Shasha placed her hands on her knees, while the two children sat beside her. "Sisterin, this conversation is formal, and we intend to record it. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, no issue at all," An Yin responded, her eagerness palpable. "Let us begin." With a click, she pressed the button, and before she could utter a word, An Yin leaned towards the camera and waved. "Hi." The two children and Shasha leaned in as well, echoing "hi." It was utterly hilarious. This family was bound to be influenced by An Yin's spirited nature. Ma Jiangwo cast a seemingly indifferent glance at Shasha. However, Wang Jifeng could not help but chuckle. Glancing at the scene, she remarked, "It is quite photogenic and very clear. Let us begin." She turned to An Yin, inquiring, "When did you first encounter Shasha?" "When I was bitten by the crocodile on my thigh, she descended from the heavens. I was so astonished that my mouth fell open, and with a swift whoosh, her umbrella pierced through the crocodile's skull, anchoring itself by the water's edge." "Oh, An Yin, your narration is splendid, vivid, and expressive. But could you elaborate on how your family arrived at the lakeside? Thus, Aning recounted the tale of how her family found themselves by the lake, how the crocodile emerged, how Shasha descended from the sky to rescue them, tended to their wounds, inquired their names, and how they parted ways. She narrated how Shasha joined the Agricultural Research Institute, subsequently invited her to her home, shared a meal, learned of her celestial origins, and how they eventually arrived here, all with remarkable clarity and coherence. That was beautifully told, Aning. Now, may we capture footage of your healed wounds? Certainly. Wang Jifeng lifted the camera, documenting the recovery of their leg injuries. Aning, are you aware of Shasha's purpose for coming to Earth? At this inquiry, an immediate silence enveloped the room. It was the most pivotal question. Ying's expression turned tense. She was aware of Shasha's intentions, yet the thought of such a terrifying purpose made her tremble. Hundreds of billions of lives were at stake, and soon, the Earth could be shrouded in silence. Wang Jifeng, observing Ying's pallor, was taken aback. No one had disclosed Ma Jiangwo's conjecture regarding the ominous reason for Shasha's arrival on Earth, which had so unnerved this woman. Upon observing Ying's countenance, Ma Jiangwo discerned that she was aware of Shasha's intentions, which were undoubtedly unfavorable, although he had mentally prepared himself for this. The palpable terror etched across Ying's face startled him. What could induce such fear in a woman? Dissections, cranial openings, viral experiments, head transplants, abductions of children. These notions were indeed chilling. Yet, what was the source of her dread? Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he remained motionless. Wang Jifeng watched anxiously. Noticing that the two were awaiting an explanation, Aning drew a deep breath and declared, "She intends to deactivate humanity's reproductive switch." While this statement might not sound terrifying at first, upon reflection, it was utterly horrifying. Wang Jifeng instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, as if she were carrying a child. Ma Jiangwo's expression remained stoic. The prospect of extinguishing humanity was indeed alarming. No wonder this woman appeared so frightened. The population of Earth dwindled, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Wang Jifeng's eyes widened in terror. Ma Jiangwo remained still, casting a scornful glance at Shasha, who appeared calm and composed, yet his face betrayed no emotion as he sought to grasp the entire situation. Thus, he posed a question to Aning. "Are you referring to males or females?" The question seemed somewhat absurd. "Both, for the sake of gender equality," she replied with a hint of irony. Wang Jifeng was taken aback, her mouth agape at the levity of the situation. Ma Jiangwo continued his inquiry with unwavering seriousness. "When will this occur?" "Now. Has it already commenced?" "No. First we must travel to M country to meet a contact. Then proceed to South America." "What is the purpose of going there?" "To obtain the genetic blueprint." "The genetic blueprint?" "Indeed, it is a program, which is then released by the spacecraft." The spacecraft, an ominous thought, immediately conjured images in the minds of Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jifeng of the missing vessel, a truly frightening entity. "Where is the spacecraft?" "Near the Agricultural Science Institute." Yes, he had previously analyzed this in a meeting, but was too preoccupied with capturing Shasha to give it much thought. Although this was a matter of terror, it could be postponed for the moment. He paused and inquired, "How is it released?" "I do not know." At that moment, Shasha raised a hand. Previously, in Yin's courtyard, she had observed that when Ma Jiangwo raised his hand, the two individuals ceased their movements. Consequently, she lifted her hand, and indeed, all eyes in the room turned to her. She felt this method was effective and quite impressive. Shasha was learning pervasively and swiftly, and Jia, unaware, mimicked Wang Jifeng's tone, saying, "It is a kind of energy music, which can be heard by those asleep, including embryos, and subsequently shuts down the reproductive switch." Truly, no one is spared. It is a terrifying and malicious intent. "Why must this be done?" Ma Jiangwo asked. "The objective is to turn off the reproductive switch." But the reasons behind it were what he needed to understand before deciding further. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Suddenly, Shasha stood motionless, gazing at Aning. Aning, perceiving the discomfort in the air, quickly interjected, "Let Shasha be. I shall speak. However, this story is somewhat beyond imagination, so you must prepare yourselves." And Een conveyed her thoughts with such emotion and vividness that it was far more moving than Shasha's computerized accent. Later, Shire called out loudly, while Yuger tugged at Yin's sleeve. "Where's the later?" The little ghost exclaimed loudly. "Later is when the fairy sister arrives before you and presents you with a gaming console." Wang Jinfeng and Ma Zhengwo listened, utterly astonished, as if they were hearing a myth. However, upon reflection, the star fairies are our ancestors, and with this thought, their eyes widened. Wang Jinfeng remarked, "You are our ancestor, her beautiful lips still agape. How impressive." Ma Zhengwo added, "Then, Grandmother Sha, why do you not allow us to live?" There was a hint of unmasked resentment in his tone. "Slaughtering woman." And Een responded with a trace of irritation. "Hey Ma, can you be a little more civilized?" And Een felt a twinge of conflict within, sometimes needing to protect Sha. "What I meant was, grandmother, the ancestor of ancestors. What kind of deity is this?" But upon pondering slaughtering woman, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, if there truly were such a beautiful maiden as an ancestor, it would indeed be quite splendid to present her to the world. He laughed, yet immediately became acutely aware that the situation was not as cruel and straightforward as initially perceived. Events were unfolding in an unknown direction, and he needed to comprehend them to ease the tense atmosphere. He laughed intentionally, appearing utterly natural. Indeed, Wang Jinfeng could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. And Een truly was amusing. If this word got out, the whole world would call her the slaughtering woman, except for Sha. No one noticed Ma Zhengwo's sudden shift in mood. "You have yet to reveal why the star fairies do not permit us to live. This is the most critical issue. Only by clarifying it can we contemplate the appropriate actions towards Sasa." And Een is undoubtedly aware of the significance of this matter. Despite her deep reluctance for a conflict between humans and the inhabitants of the fairy star, the reasons must be articulated clearly to facilitate a proper resolution. Even in the event of a confrontation, both parties should engage with understanding. She stated solemnly, "This is a grave concern. There must be no errors. Let Sasa speak. Sasa, please share your thoughts." Sasa has been on Earth for nearly a day. Although she has absorbed some nuances of human expression from Een, her mind remains devoid of emotions. With a frigid demeanor, she articulated, "The beings on this planet are inherently competitive, yet humanity has evolved at an unprecedented pace, advancing over 1 billion years. Consequently, the diversity of species on this planet is dwindling rapidly. With the aid of technology, they are poised to unify the universe and assert dominion over it, leading to our eventual extinction. Their technological prowess has reached a point where they can manipulate human genetics, heralding the emergence of post-humans, who pose a significant threat to our existence. Their probes have already reached our vicinity, while we remain feeble. The previous celestial collision has regressed us by several million years. Our technology is still primitive and weak. Thus, we must take the initiative. You, Sasa, possess all the technological advancements and powers of our fairy star. It is your duty to rectify the mistakes of our ancestors. Do not interfere with the behaviors of any beings on that planet, lest chaos ensue." Sasa recited these words in one breath, much like reciting from memory. Wang Jinfeng and Ma Zhengwo reacted almost identically, their hearts racing, for they were confronted by a formidable opponent declaring war. Yet, both maintained a similar mindset. Since a challenge had been issued, they could not afford to lose their dignity and decorum. Thus, Wang Jinfeng composed herself, sitting with a grace that exuded tranquility and poise, captivating Een with her elegance. Truly, she was deserving of her title as the etiquette ambassador. Wang Jinfeng, already beautiful, appeared even more stunning in her composed posture. Ma Zhengwo, with a straight back, sat steadfastly like a mountain, regarding Sha with neither arrogance nor submission, declaring war while offering grandiose justifications. And Een, observing both Wang Jinfeng and Ma Zhengwo, marveled at their impressive demeanor, sensing that they could easily sweep through the celestial domain. Turning her gaze to Sha, she noted the latter's unwavering composure, though her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised, an indication that a confrontation was imminent. And Een recalled the clash between Granny Sha and Sister A Qing in Shajiabang, realizing it was akin to a conflict among allies. Chapter 16. Alliance seeing the three in such a tense state, Anine quickly interjected, "You three are adults. Please remain seated and refrain from escalating this matter. A gentleman uses words, not fists, and Sha is still but a child." A child? Wang Jinfeng paused, contemplating. Indeed, she is practically an infant, not yet a month old. Yet, upon recalling Sha's extraterrestrial origin, she added, "I had intended to voice my thoughts earlier, but Sha spoke first. We had agreed she would remain silent. Yet here we are, in disarray." Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng exchanged glances, thinking how tedious the situation had become. But their experience in various scenarios led them to patiently await what would unfold. The matter is as follows. Upon observing their expressions, Anine immediately delved into the subject at hand. Sha, having just been birthed from an embryonic state aboard a spacecraft, was only released upon reaching the Earth after an extensive journey through the solar system. Indeed, she has only been alive for a mere day. A day? Yes. Just look at her face. She resembles an infant. After such a prolonged interstellar voyage, would her visage truly appear as it does? They meticulously planned to have her born only upon arrival on Earth. Furthermore, her tasks and knowledge were implanted, akin to data being inputted into a computer. Wait a moment. Njie, one interjected, let us pause and reflect. The concepts of computers, infants, embryos, and knowledge transfer, this is indeed how extraterrestrials operate. Njie, I sense you were somewhat protective of her. Is there more to this story? Hold on, Njie, let us take our time. You are speaking too much and too rapidly. Can we tackle this point by point? Anine took a breath and glanced at them, noting their earlier complaints about her verbosity and now their desire for a slower pace. Thus, she replied, very well. First, why is she referred to as a dual-brained entity? Because she functions like a computer, responding to queries without fail. I suspect there was an error during the knowledge input process. Surely, the extraterrestrials cannot be so naive as to allow her to respond to anything asked, for that would strip away all secrecy. You must protect her. After much deliberation about the need for her protection, it all seemed rather absurd, taking an unexpected turn. However, upon further reflection, it became clear, if Sha truly operates as an Een suggested, responding to any inquiry posed, then the knowledge and secrets within her mind are akin to a formidable hard drive, necessitating safeguarding. Sasha mentioned that we are secretly editing genetic beings. Below is my speculation. Perhaps the existence of these genetic beings is the reason for her visit to the Agricultural Research Institute. What purpose could she have for the seeds? The situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. The Agricultural Research Institute, genetic beings, Sasha's dual consciousness, the contact in Country M. The base in South America. It's reminiscent of a mouse dragging a large shovel, with the main figure lurking behind, unknown as to what vast net may ultimately be revealed. In the past, he pursued minor cases relentlessly, only to uncover an enormous underground network. Ma Jiangwo pondered deeply. Sasha must be safeguarded. He needed to clarify her issues before addressing the genetic beings and other matters. But how could he protect her? Where would this protection take place? Would she cooperate? Would Ning be amenable? She was accompanied by 2 children. Just as he contemplated these questions, the doorbell rang, startling him. Instinctively, he reached for his firearm, only to remember it was in his room. In the presence of Sasha and in Ying's family, it was best to appear unarmed to convey goodwill. The person who entered was Li Yang. Aside from Ma Jiangwo, everyone else was taken aback. This man was extraordinarily handsome, possessing a quintessential square face, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall. His arms, legs, and features were impeccably proportioned, truly flawless. It was no wonder Wang Qin was so enamored with him. Sasha scanned him from head to toe, quickly realizing he was someone dispatched from the genetic lab of Sha Keqing. Her vigilance heightened. Over the years, countless individuals had been sent from that lab. Li Yang's gaze swiftly locked onto Sasha, but was merely a fleeting glance before he turned to Ma Jiangwo and said, "Team Ma. The Agricultural Research Institute has completed its search and has apprehended Sha Keqing, awaiting your instructions." Ma Jiangwo possesses an intimate understanding of Li Yang. As they were high school classmates, and he holds a profound admiration for Li Yang's intellect and academic prowess. However, Ma Jiangwo is not one to be arrogant or envious of talent. Rather, he is an astute analyst and a keen learner, endowed with his own distinctive abilities. Subsequently, he enrolled in a prestigious police academy, while Li Yang embarked on a military career. Naturally, Ma Jiangwo comprehended Li Yang's intent to converse privately. He surveyed the individuals in the room, particularly Sha, keen to gauge her reaction regarding the connection between Nongke Institute and Shakiching. He remarked, "The secrets harbored in this room far exceed your own. Please pull over the sofa. Let us sit and converse." Li Yang pulled the sofa closer and seated himself, saying, "Upon our arrival at the Nongke Institute, the security officer promptly displayed his credentials as an officer from the International Criminal Police Organization. He is engaged in the pursuit of illicit organ trade. After he escorted us inside, Shakiching approached us, her demeanor warm and welcoming, guiding us to inspect the ground level before leading us to the basement, a vast underground facility filled with countless glass chambers housing soft metal organs and prosthetics. He asserted that this was his domain of business and expressed a willingness to cooperate with the investigation. We employed all available instruments, but uncovered no additional rooms. Only the lower basement. He mentioned that crocodiles were fed with waste materials to avoid detection from cremation or burial. The crocodiles had already consumed the vultures. As for the boxes allegedly discarded by extraterrestrials in the lake, our equipment may have been too outdated to locate them. Currently, the Nongke Institute has been vacated, with a portion of personnel remaining on guard. The security officer mentioned that the supervisor and Colonel Lan Ding have mysteriously vanished, presumably having fled. Presently, Shakiching is downstairs, under the watchful eye of our team. Understood. Shaking shall be guarded by your personnel. Apart from you, no one is permitted to see him. We currently lack the bandwidth to attend to him. We must first resolve the issues at hand. Indeed, Captain Ma." As he spoke, he attempted to rise and depart. "Ensure everything is arranged promptly. The matters here are quite intricate. I have already made the necessary arrangements." "Then take a seat," as Ma Jiangwo seemed to anticipate his actions. Li Yang settled back, observing the four individuals on the sofa. Sha offered him an elegant smile. And Een and her two sons also smiled at him, and he reciprocated. "So, Sha, regarding the subsequent matters, and Een may be unaware and can only direct her inquiries to you," Ma Jiangwo stated. Sha gracefully nodded. "Is there anything else?" And Een tensed, uncertain of the startling revelations this individual might unveil. The entire room strained to listen. "What is your relationship with Shaking?" Ma Jiangwo asked directly. "He is my uncle." The room fell silent in astonishment. Two extraterrestrials? A human and an alien sharing an uncle-nephew bond? Ma Jiangwo inquired calmly. "No, his voice and appearance are." The room gasped again. What could this mean? The situation had grown more convoluted, and Wang Jinfin's heart raced. "Why do you say that?" "Because that is the truth." Then Sha, "If you speak the truth, we are pleased," Ma Jiangwo politely remarked. "But why did you seek your uncle?" "Our experiment failed, and we must shut down the Agricultural Science Institute. They are conducting experiments on Earth." "What experiment failed?" Ma Jiangwo inquired immediately, feeling a twinge of anxiety as the question edged closer to the core of the matter, the camera buzzing ominously. It was terrifying. The genetic beings and the predatory Canis venatici were fixated upon her. Sha, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, remarked, "What are you all staring at? If you have questions, just ask." Though Ma Jiangwo had prepared himself mentally, he was still unsettled. Old issues remained unresolved, only to be replaced by new, increasingly irrelevant queries. Questions about Shakiching, the steward, the colonel, and now the Canis venatici. What could possibly warrant a warning from the formidable beings of the fairy star? What were the Canis venatici coveting? Humankind? Earth? The universe? Initially, it seemed the crux of the issue lay with Sha, but it was evidently more complex than anticipated. Yet inquiries had to be made nonetheless. And what of Shakiching? Isn't she downstairs? He pondered aloud. Foolish question. I meant to ask how Shakiching knew we were headed to the Agricultural Science Institute. "I don't know," she replied. "And the steward?" "I don't know." The Colonel is also a mystery. And the Canis Venatici? What are their intentions? Where are they located, on Earth or in space? Ma Jiangwo continued to press on. Sha paused, the tension palpable as everyone awaited her response. After a moment, which felt prolonged yet brief, she finally spoke. These are scattered pieces of input data. The Canis Venatici exist within the Milky Way, though their specific constellation is unknown. There is, however, a legend that they are carnivorous creatures, fattening their prey on various planets before consuming them. The Milky Way is vast, and they wander through its expanse. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they contemplated the annihilation of an entire planet's inhabitants, who would then wander aimlessly, their insidious intentions lurking beneath the surface. Unspoken, the situation was dire. On one hand, they were compelled to suppress their reproductive instincts, while on the other, they faced the looming threat of being devoured. However, an urgent dilemma arose, prompting a decisive action. Sasha, I have two requests, he stated. Please articulate the first. Sasha replied with graceful composure. All eyes turned to Ma Jiangwo, the atmosphere thick with tension, as he bore the weight of resolving the predicament. How would he address Sasha's concerns? Aside from those present in this room, Ma Jiangwo instructed. If anyone poses a question to you, simply respond with no comment. Understood? Very well, Ning responded eagerly. Sasha, the revelations you possess could indeed shake the world. Can you momentarily silence the thoughts in your mind? Did you not mention possessing defenses in physics, biology, and information? That only pertains to the spacecraft and my physical form. There are no defenses within my mind, she clarified. Is there no protection while they are transmitting information? Reflect on this, Sasha, reflect. Ning urged once more. There is no need for reflection. I possess no such programming. My mind is devoid of it. Devoid, my foot. The designers are a bunch of imbeciles. Ning retorted. Wait a moment, Ning, Ma Jiangwo interjected. You must understand, if Sasha had that program, she would not respond to your inquiries. We would remain in ignorance. And perhaps she has already executed the program. Sasha, he turned to her. Are you able to remember everything we have discussed? Certainly. Every word has been meticulously stored. The mind feels quite fatigued. So, Sha, we do not comprehend your language, nor do we grasp your advanced technology, rendering us incapable of assisting you in entering the protective program. However, what I just mentioned is this, aside from those present in the room. Should anyone pose a question to you, simply respond with no comment placed before the secrets of the program. Is that agreeable? Certainly, it has already been arranged. Arranged? So swiftly? And Ian exclaimed, that phrase signifies the need for confidentiality, not for you to state. Aside from those in the room, should anyone ask you a question, simply say no comment. The entire sentence. I understand this well, no need for further elaboration. The others exchanged glances. Ma Jiangwo, undoubtedly trusting the high-tech intellect, sensed the unease reflected in everyone's expressions and suggested, let us find someone reliable to test it. Wang Jinfeng immediately understood and went downstairs. Shortly, she returned with someone. To everyone's surprise, it was the bald monk wearing a sock hat, nearly provoking laughter. Wang Jinfeng, you truly have a knack for finding individuals. I admire you. Monks are renowned for their ability to keep secrets, for any secret entrusted to a monk becomes entombed. The monk approached, and from across the coffee table, spoke. Ba, I, a humble monk, greet the esteemed lady. He clasped his hands together, exuding an air of reverence, as he was indeed a defeated opponent of hers. Hence he held her in high regard. No need for formalities. What is your request? Wow. An thought. This sounds as though it were spoken by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The monk, still with hands joined, continued. I beseech the lady to answer a few questions. Please, proceed. From whence do you hail, esteemed lady? And what brings you to this humble abode? This is a celestial secret, not to be divulged. The monk inquired. How can one glimpse the pinnacle of martial arts? He continued. If you have already perceived the essence of martial prowess, understanding that there exists no distinction of high or low, you have reached the utmost realm. This is the state of the heart. Ba, the humble monk conceded. I am thoroughly convinced. Indeed, it is the state of the heart. Well said. Well said. The crowd, bewildered, found themselves entangled in the discourse of Zen. The monk, however, joyfully departed, embracing the notion that one could perish contentedly upon gaining enlightenment. In truth, the essence of his words conveyed that victory and defeat are mere constructs of one's perception. A monk, devoid of earthly desires, should not entertain thoughts of winning or losing. Thus, he found himself, in the realm of the heart, yielding to the notion of defeat, affirming that he was indeed content in his understanding, and thus he joyfully departed, ready to embrace his fate. Observing the crowd's confusion, Ma Jiangwo summoned Li Yong once more. Shortly thereafter, a figure donned in casual attire, masquerading as a server, approached with a white towel in hand, politely addressing, "Miss Sha, greetings." "Oh, hello. I am here to gather some information." A wave of tension rippled through the group. Seeking information felt akin to questioning. "Please proceed," Sha replied with a bright smile. "May I inquire, was our dinner to your satisfaction? It was exquisite. Is there more?" Laughter erupted among the attendees. Yes, I shall fetch it shortly. Thank you. You are welcome. Have you found your uncle during your visit to Yunnan? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that." "Ah, quite right. We are deeply invested in our clients' interests. Surely our lobby manager and front desk attendant have discussed numerous important matters with you?" The lobby manager and the receptionist exuded an effortless charm, leaving much to be desired in other respects. Laughter erupted as the exchange unfolded, the humor of the situation palpable. Yet, the greater joy stemmed from the successful establishment of the setting. Sha comprehended the situation entirely, responding with both candor and wit. It was evident that no one could extract information from Sha, yet the reason behind Ma Jiangwo's actions remained a mystery. He continued, undeterred by their perplexed expressions, "Sha, we may disregard the mission that brought you to Earth, and we can assist you in fulfilling it." This statement only deepened their confusion. What did he mean by helping her complete her mission? What was Ma's true intent? Ignoring their bewilderment, Ma Jiangwo pressed on. "However, you must aid us in eliminating the Houndstar people." It was then that enlightenment dawned upon them. Ma Jiangwo had just grasped the gravity of the situation. Shasha's uncle had sent a message indicating that he had discerned the Houndstar people's intentions, which likely involved their lurking near Earth. Shasha's mission pertained to future generations. The current populace could still live out their lives, with over a century left to address this matter. There was ample time to tackle it through technology, persuasion, and influence. After all, did she not hold affection for the infamily? Gifting her sapphires and a gaming console for the mute child showcased her compassion. With such empathy, she would surely be inclined to protect. Humanity needed to influence Sha. It was impossible to wage war on both the celestial beings and the Houndstar people simultaneously. They needed to forge an alliance with her to collectively confront the imminent threat posed by the Houndstar people, who were now a pressing concern requiring immediate action. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, they understood that humanity could not engage in warfare with both the Fairy Star people and the Greyhound Star people simultaneously. The consequences would be unfathomable. With the threat from the Greyhound Star people looming dangerously close, all eyes turned anxiously towards Sha. She replied, "Very well, I agree." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. "Excellent. This is a promise we shall uphold," declared Ma Jiangwo. "I, too, vow to keep my word," affirmed Sha. "You should seal it with a pinky swear," suggested Shire, leaning forward. "All right," Ma Jiangwo responded, extending his pinky. Sha mirrored his gesture. Pinky swear, pinky swear," Shire shouted joyfully. Azure joined in, linking their two pinkies, proclaiming, "A promise is binding until death." Had they truly formed an alliance? The gathering was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Sha had become one of their own. An glanced between Ma Jiangwo and Sha. "This is wonderful," she exclaimed. Ma Jiangwo, however, fixed his gaze on her, stating, "Indeed, it is splendid, but do not overlook the fact that you still have unresolved issues." Chapter 17. The flying saucer and looked at Ma Jiangwo with eyes full of perplexity, asking, "What issues do I have?" Sha regarded him with a similar expression. Ma Jiangwo glanced at an then back at Sha, saying, "Do not look at me like that. If I were to visit your fairy star, How would you receive me? Shasha pondered for a moment before responding. First, we would capture you, and then the king and queen would observe you from behind iron bars. Curious to see what offspring would result from the union of a fairy star person and a monkey. Laughter erupted among the group. Ma Jiangwo retorted. Then we certainly shall not capture you. With a swift motion, the items on the table clattered to the floor, startling everyone present. The noise was so loud that hurried footsteps echoed from above. Hey, fairy, this is state property. It sustains our livelihood, remarked Ma Jiangwo. I will compensate you, Shasha replied, clapping her small hands. And how do you propose to do that? With gemstones. Indeed, I wish to discuss gemstones, but first, I must confer with Anine. Ma Jiangwo said, casting a glance at Anine. Anine immediately covered her pockets, tears welling in her eyes. What? Do you intend to confiscate it? No. I mean to purchase it. The state buys all extraterrestrial artifacts. What do you say? Are you willing? Anine pondered the notion, realizing selling it to someone else could lead to deception, and thus, selling to the state seemed preferable. However, the state offers less, she lamented. How much are we talking? 100,000, 200,000, a million? She calculated the largest sum she could conceive. No, 100 million. 100 million? You mean 8 zeros? Precisely. In business, one must demand exorbitant prices, forcing them to negotiate down. Seeing how readily you offered 100 million, I might have asked for more, she mused. But just as she contemplated this, Ma Jiangwo anticipated her thoughts and interjected. It's 100 million, and you haven't even included the bank interest. You truly know how to conduct business when you factor in the interest. Ah, yes, what is the interest? She inquired. 2 million a year. 2 million? Let me calculate that. She began to count on her fingers. That's enough. Your family's annual expenses are more than covered. Ma Jiangwo concluded. Enough is enough. Despite her toil throughout the year, braving the elements, she only managed to garner 58,000. What harm could there be in selling a bit more? However, upon observing Ma Jiangwo's expression, it was evident that this buyer was unwilling to part with a greater sum. Thus, she clapped her hands and declared, Very well. I shall sell it to you at cost price. Wang Jifeng could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Sister-in, what cost price are you speaking of? Are you carrying an empty sack to fetch rice? You ought to express your gratitude to the little fairy. Indeed, she said, planting a kiss on Shasha's cheek. How delightful. Another, please. Not a chance. 1 billion only grants you a single kiss, came the playful retort, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Very well, I shall grant you one. Anine said, producing a sapphire and handing it to Ma Jiangwo. As she did, she inquired, Now what about the money? I will provide it once I report back. He replied, Still need to report? This is not cash. Cash? How could I possibly transport a truckload of cash? Ma Jiangwo was infuriated, nearly kicking her in frustration. Seeing his ire, Anine quickly reassured him, All right. I shall be generous today and allow you to owe me. Let us write a note. Another note? How tedious. The crowd laughed again. Wang Jifeng glanced at Ma Jiangwo, swiftly penned a note, and handed it over. Anine received it with a grin, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her pocket. Today is worth it. I've gained 1 billion. Just wait until that old goat claims I am impoverished. Ma Jiangwo then turned to Shasha. What of the gemstones? How many have you brought? The crowd fell silent, contemplating Shasha's response. 1 box. Ma Jiangwo asked, astonished. Shasha nodded, and the crowd gasped collectively. How many? The fairy shook her head. Where is it? The spaceship. Where's the spaceship? The fairy pointed upwards. Above us, how terrifying. Indeed. When you attempted to capture me, I summoned it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Fortuitously, she was not apprehended. One can only imagine the consequences. Upon realizing that the UFO hovered overhead, they hurried to the balcony to gaze, yet found nothing. Shasha observed the crowd, their necks elongated like geese, and joyfully exclaimed, You cannot see it. With a gesture of her hand, she declared, Here it comes. In the summer night sky, a star adorned with a halo shone brightly. A truly exquisite sight. But we can't see it clearly, the crowd clamored. Look again. Suddenly, A UFO, 15 meters in diameter, hovered before them, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. Sha, brimming with pride, resembled a child boasting about a treasured toy. Still unclear. Before them loomed a genuine UFO. Its imposing black form devoid of doors or windows, an ominous silhouette that sent chills down their spines. The expressions of disbelief were palpable. Goodness, Ma Jiangwo thought. The UFO has finally made its appearance. Sha, can we take a picture? Of course, we are allies. Haha, not very impressive, is it? With a clap of her hands, Sha illuminated the craft, or rather, rendered it transparent, revealing the space chairs and wellness pods within, exquisite and inviting. The crowd stood in awe. This was the authentic UFO. With another gesture, Sha unveiled a vast, boundless blue interstellar map, twinkling with stars, showcasing the beauty of space. Look at that red line. A sinuous red line traverses the cosmos, directing its course towards a galaxy resembling a floral wreath, halting at the periphery of a diminutive star, which begins to twinkle. It is none other than our enchanting Andromeda, my homeland, proclaimed Sha with an air of flamboyance. Everyone feels as though they are ensconced in a dream. Did you capture it all? Inquires Ma Jiangwo. We are in the midst of it. What about the gems? Ma Jiangwo asks Sha with an avaricious gleam in his eye. Behold, Sha gestures, and a chest glides gracefully before her. It appears to have emerged without any visible means of access. This is the marvel of technology, an entirely different realm. Sister Sha, the two children exclaim, we wish to ride in the flying saucer. They had been whispering among themselves moments ago. No, it is equipped with safeguards, perhaps in the future, if you behave. But we are being very good today, following you all along, Sister Sha. Today is truly not feasible. You are unaware of its prowess. In the future, I shall certainly allow you inside. But today it is simply not possible. She then turns to Ma Jiangwo, asking, is it permissible today? Yes. Hurry and stow it away. If others were to see, what chaos would ensue? Haha, others cannot perceive it. Only we in this tiny corner of the universe. Do you understand? Andromeda beams with pride. The crowd gasps in astonishment. How extraordinary. No wonder it cannot be found. After all, if it were easily discoverable, it would cease to be a flying saucer. Returning to the living room, amidst the eager anticipation of the gathering, she opens the chest, revealing an array of gems in a myriad of colors, radiating brilliance. Ma Jiangwo swiftly closes the chest, exclaiming, that is enough. Any further gazing would render us thieves. What work remains to be done? Laughter erupted among the crowd, truly captivating. The eggs, in shades of red, pink, purple, blue, and white, beckoned to be touched. And Een swallowed hard, gazing at Sha, and inquired, could you give me a slightly smaller pink one? Finding herself devoid of any. Sha was about to nod in agreement when Ma Jiangwo shouted emphatically no. And Een, fully aware of the futility, yet driven by mischief, suggested, may I at least touch one? After a moment's contemplation, Ma Jiangwo relented, stating, the ladies may. With only two women present, they eagerly reached out, their hands exploring the vibrant array of gems, red, purple, blue, and pink, truly enchanted by the experience. Is that enough? Quite enough, indeed. The two women simultaneously exhaled, utterly satisfied. Who could claim to have touched such a multitude of exquisite gems at once? At least 50 or 60 of them. Turning to Sha, Ma Jiangwo proclaimed, this entire box of jewels is worth 100 million. The crowd fell silent, astonished, a single gem valued at 100 million. And the entire box also at 100 million. Was he not taking advantage of Sha? Was this celestial being so easily trifled with on this unfamiliar planet? The two women felt a surge of indignation. That suffices, Ma Jiangwo asserted sternly. She has no family to support. This is enough for her to roam the world freely. Besides, she need not travel by plane or ship. Her spacecraft can take her wherever she desires. With such riches, she could consume 100 million without a care. And one can only wonder how long she intends to stay. Sha can indeed eat, and Een whispered discreetly. That's enough. She has eaten her fill. 100 million for each gem, sustained by the nation, boundless in expenditure. Does that suffice? Indeed, the nation treasures its resources and what secrets lie within her mind. Why isn't the entire world scrambling to cherish her? Wang Jinfen pondered. Well then, Sasha, I shall grant you 100 million. That should suffice. Splendid. 100 million. But what is it? A written note. Ma Jiangwo felt exasperated. You too require a written note? It is only reasonable, for business is not built on mere words. Thus he wryly encouraged Wang Jinfen to draft a note. Wang Jinfen penned a note akin to an yin's. Ma Jiangwo owes Sasha 100 million, followed by the date, and handed it to Sasha. This was Sasha's first encounter with human writing. She examined it curiously from all angles, intrigued by its novelty. At that moment, two children tugged at Sasha's garment, saying, "We want notes too." The adults in the room exchanged puzzled glances, while Ma Jiangwo wore a bemused smile. This family seemed to have an affinity for notes. What do you need notes for? Wang Jinfen inquired with curiosity. Sister Sasha promised us, and we want to board the spaceship too. Sasha considered this. If others provided her with notes, she ought to reciprocate. However, lacking a secretary, she borrowed paper and pen from Wang Jinfen to inscribe. From now on, allow humans to enter my flying saucer, complete with the date and her signature, which she then handed to the two children. Wang Jinfen and an Yin leaned in to observe, exclaiming in awe at the flamboyant script that resembled a child's exuberance. Though the message was quite bold, allowing humans aboard her spacecraft. Yet, upon reflection, Sasha's subconscious inclination was not to oppose humanity. The two were greatly impressed and called for Ma Jiangwo and Li Yang to witness this. Both, being astute, marveled at Sasha's demeanor. As admiration lingered, Ma Jiangwo interjected, "Now, there remains one final matter for today." Everyone was taken aback. The UFO had been observed, and the treasure was no longer within reach. The alliance had been formed, leaving little room for further developments. Chapter 18. The alien game console. After Ma Jiangwo uttered that statement, he turned to the two children beside Sasha and declared, "We must gather all items belonging to extraterrestrials." Instantly, everyone comprehended the implication regarding the game console. Yi-Er immediately clutched the console tightly to her chest, refusing to part with it for any price. Observing the anguish on Yi-Er's face, the others felt a twinge of sympathy. The pain of someone attempting to take away a beloved possession was palpable. Shire promptly embraced his brother, mirroring that same expression of distress. Sasha burst into hearty laughter, finding the situation exceedingly amusing. "Yi-Er, give it to him. Just hand it over," she exclaimed. Was there truly anything more peculiar to offer the children? Once given, it would inevitably be taken back. And Ian appeared equally perplexed. Sasha held a fondness for the two children, yet the greater good prevailed. After all, that was an object from outer space. Hadn't she also relinquished her sapphire? Thus, she contemplated the sum of 100 million and said, "Yi-Er, Shire, give it to him. We don't care for it. Mother will buy each of you a larger one." What extravagance! Upon hearing their mother and the fairy sister both say they could have it, and with all the adults in the room also watching, Yi-Er obediently handed the game console to Ma Jiangwo. Ma Jiangwo felt a pang of compassion and promised, "In the future, Uncle will purchase even more advanced ones for you. This trinket is of little value. Of little value, and yet you desire it? How shameless." Ma Jiangwo mused as he examined the object in his palm. It was small, slightly larger than a hand, and remarkably light. He could not discern its material. And just as he was about to take a closer look, the object levitated from his palm, gliding smoothly into Yi-Er's hands. Ah, what is this situation? Everyone believed that Ma Jiangwo had not yet received it. Upon receiving it again, it flew into Yi-Er's hands. Once more, it returned in such a manner. Ma Jiangwo was bewildered. How could it fly away? Like a fool, he flipped through his own hands, while Sha laughed heartily. "You cannot take this thing. No one can take it. Only the two of them can." After saying this, he laughed triumphantly once more. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle, finding Ma Jiangwo quite amusing, as if he were performing magic, feigning surprise. Then, "Brother Ma, do you still want it?" Wow. New vocabulary, learning quickly, now able to tease. Ma Jiangwo thought to himself, contemplating that if he wanted it, He could not have it. On another note, since others could not take it away, no secrets would be revealed, and those above would have nothing to say. In essence, it was unattainable. Thus, he rubbed his hands together and generously declared, "Forget it. I shall give it to you." The way he spoke made it seem as if it were his possession. Upon hearing that he did not want it anymore, Yer leaped with excitement, bounding toward Sha Sha, wrapping his arms around her neck and kissing her cheek, exclaiming, "This game is fantastic." The crowd was taken aback by Yer's leap, which was quite astonishing for a 4-year-old, despite Sha Sha bending down to catch him. However, they did not dwell on it for long, as an Een could not possibly give birth to an extraterrestrial being. Yet, they seemed to forget that he was not born of an Een, but rather a month-old infant adopted by the lakeside. As the crowd observed Sha Sha embracing him with that pure, affectionate warmth, the gesture was profoundly touching, an instinctive display of love. Ma Jiangwo felt a quiet joy, for Sha Sha harbored affection, and perhaps humanity could be saved. Sha Sha's task had yet to commence. After a moment of playful pouting, Yor remarked, "Sister Sha Sha, my brother and I cannot open this game." Unable to open it, yet to begin playing? The crowd turned their gaze toward the game console in Yer's hands, scrutinizing it closely. It was brown, slightly larger than a cigarette box, appearing to be neither gold nor plastic. They mused, so small, the screen cannot be very large either. The box's edges were adorned with delicate embossed patterns. Upon a closer look, they seemed to form letters. At the center of the box stood a woman in a floor-length robe, its lower hem gently billowing as if stirred by a gentle breeze. She stood with her arms raised above her head, palms slightly upward, as though calling out to something above. At that moment, the spectators' eyes dazzled, as if the figure might leap forth. Startled, they blinked, only to find her still, motionless. They thought to themselves, "Impressive, she possesses an enchanting allure." Upon further inspection, her demeanor was one of profound composure, surrounded by what appeared to be symbols. Beneath her feet lay a line of slightly larger symbols, indecipherable to the crowd, prompting them to seek clarity from Sha Sha. Wang Jinfeng, with her fair fingers, pointed and queried, "Is this your script?" "Indeed," Sha Sha affirmed. "How is it pronounced?" "Latin Mia," she replied. "What does it mean?" "Our deity," she stated solemnly. The crowd gasped in surprise. "You too have a god?" "Yes," Sha Sha responded with an earnest countenance. It was the first time they had seen her so grave. "She truly exists." "Truly exists?" They echoed. "Yes, we are her descendants." "How did the deity you worship find its way onto the game console?" Sha Sha remarked, "Our words, music, painting, architecture, and sculpture all bear her likeness." Upon closer inspection, one could see her dignified presence, hands raised, evoking a sense of reverence. "Oh, how do we play?" Shatterer inquired. "Press down those two hands, and softly utter La Ding Mia," Sha Sha instructed. Following her guidance, Shatterer complied, and as he called out in a youthful voice, "La Ding Mia," the room was suddenly engulfed in darkness. The onlookers gasped in horror, realizing they stood amidst an ancient jungle, where various beasts fled in terror, and enormous birds soared frantically in one direction. The sounds of fleeing footsteps and flapping wings rushed past them, while the jungle's edge revealed a grassland with wild grasses reaching waist-high, sloping towards undulating hills, beside which the sea crashed against cliffs, splashing waves and wrecked ships. "Let us commence the hunt on this desolate shore and terrifying grassland," a woman's voice urged urgently. The group, oblivious to the fact that they were merely engaged in a game, was instead gripped by fear, discovering that they were adorned in grass skirts and garments, barefoot with hair cascading down like wild savages. Just as their fright escalated, they tightened their grips, only to realize they held short sticks, stones, and strips of bark. "Do not flee," the woman's voice shrieked as terrifying beasts and birds darted past their feet, waves crashing towards them with a thunderous roar. Shatterer, terrified, screamed and discarded the game console. Light flooded back into the room, and the group, bewildered, stood there, realizing the grass skirts, wooden sticks, and stones had vanished. "Was it fun?" Sha Sha inquired. "Fun? Not at all. It was utterly terrifying." Anine screamed. Wang Jinfeng, still trembling from the ordeal, gazed at Sha Sha and exclaimed, "That was terrifying." Sha Sha burst into hearty laughter. "This is merely our primitive hunting game. The real excitement lies ahead." "Enough with the excitement," shouted Ye and Shire. Walaning screamed, "We're not playing with you anymore. I thought it would be amusing to watch." It was indeed frightening. The group took a few deep breaths to regain their composure. Ma Jiangwo shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Impressive, truly impressive." "Impressive, my foot," Wang Jinfeng retorted. "To think that the first time playing could be deadly. Thankfully, we were all together. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known which way to flee. My legs feel like jelly." All right, don't be afraid," Ma Jiangwo comforted her. "We have escaped the jungle, and everyone is safe and sound. However, this game is undeniably exhilarating, immersing us in the experience." He then turned to the two children and said, "This game is quite enjoyable. In the future, Uncle will play with you to fully relish it. But for today, let us refrain from playing. Also, keep this game under wraps. If word gets out, journalists, gaming enthusiasts, and companies will swarm, and you won't be able to lead a peaceful life. If, by any chance, a stunning beauty gets frightened to death, the police will come knocking. Remember that." The two children nodded earnestly, clutching the gaming console tightly. Ma Jiangwo then addressed everyone. "Today has been exhausting, yet enlightening. We've encountered flying saucers, alien women, jewels, and gaming consoles at the Agricultural Research Institute. But first and foremost, we must express our gratitude to Ing and Sha Sha for their heartfelt cooperation. Without them, completing today's task would have been exceedingly difficult. Let us give them a round of applause." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she felt a profound joy knowing that all matters had been resolved amicably. She reached into her pocket and found a fortune of 100 million, bringing her immense delight. The two children were equally elated, enchanted by the precious gaming console. Sha Sha, witnessing the collective happiness, felt a surge of joy herself, for she had showcased her flying saucer and gaming device, relishing their astonishment and occasional fright, thoroughly enjoying the absence of adversarial tension. Ma Jiangwo regarded Li Yang and Wang Jinfeng, instructing Wang Jinfeng, "Promptly compose a comprehensive report. Given the recordings and footage, it should be straightforward." And Li Yang, "Once Wang Jinfeng completes the report, arrange for it to be dispatched overnight." "Understood," Li Yang replied. As for Sha Sha's departure to the United States, that could be discussed tomorrow. The hour was growing late, and it was prudent for everyone to rest early. Finally, he emphasized, the crucial matter must be reiterated thrice: confidentiality. Confidentiality, confidentiality. Indeed, the group responded, with Sha Sha joining in, feeling an intrinsic connection with them. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. As the night deepened, Chapter 19. The United States. The following morning dawned with a gentle breeze and clear skies. Even in summer, the mountain climate remained refreshingly cool, with the snow-capped peaks glistening like silver. Yin and Sha Sha strolled through the courtyard. On the other side of the wall, armed Special Forces members paced back and forth. The previous day's exertions had left them weary, particularly due to the gaming console that had haunted Yin with nightmares, causing her to scream and thrash about in her sleep. This commotion had drawn Sha Sha and the two children to her bedside, watching as she battled her night terrors. During breakfast, they teased her, and she jested that her fortune had been lost in the jungle, desperately searching for it. That explains the restless tossing in her sleep. After dinner, Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng entered the living room, where the familiar sofas awaited them. They sat facing each other. Yet their spirits were markedly different from the previous day. Ma Jiangwo, with a smile, announced, "The headquarters called and praised your cooperation. They mentioned that the 200 million investment in that vast array of gemstones was worthwhile. You both need to go to the county to open bank accounts. The money will be yours, but do not forget to repay me the promissory note." Yin, upon hearing this, clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Wow, the money is coming." Ma Jiangwo shot her a knowing glance. Wang Jinfeng, beaming, remarked, "From now on, you need not worry about finances. I am genuinely happy for your family. By the way, that security guard and has been quite nice and has come by a few times to greet you. If things work out, do invite us to your wedding feast." And Yin's expression darkened. His father disapproves, citing my 2 children as a concern. That stubborn old man, refusing 2 grandsons for free. How frustrating. Otherwise, let Shasha find someone for you on Fairy Star and drive him mad, Ma Jiangwo jested. Hey, don't be ridiculous. Think of how much fuel that would consume. He added, "We have a spaceship. How romantic it would be to traverse the galaxy." Wang Jinfeng chimed in. All right, I was just teasing," and said that regardless of his father's approval, he wants you. And Yin's face flushed. Did he really say that? Indeed, he fears you might run away with a fairy. Wang Jinfeng replied. And Yin laughed. That silly man. Where would I run off to? Shasha, perplexed, leaned in and asked, "What do you want me to find on Fairy Star? And what about the fuel costs?" The 3 erupted in laughter, finding her innocence charming, though they realized they could not possibly explain it to her. Enough of the jesting, said Ma Jiangwo. Let us discuss serious matters. He turned to Shasha and continued. The headquarters has expressed a desire for the 2 of us to accompany you to M country. What are your thoughts on this? Rather than issuing a command, he chose a gentler approach by using the term expressed desire. As anticipated, Shasha replied, "Why? I can handle it just fine." Ma Jiangwo explained. The headquarters is concerned about your unfamiliarity with social intricacies, which may pose risks. In the event of diplomatic issues, Wang Jinfeng can intervene. The Z country headquarters has promptly dispatched our reports and visual materials to the United Nations. They believe it is essential for 2 of us to accompany you, especially considering the chaotic nature of M country, where firearms are prevalent and unforeseen incidents are common. Our presence is intended to manage any unexpected situations. Furthermore, consider that if we were to visit your Fairy Star, would you allow us to roam freely? The same principle applies here. We cannot place an outsider in a situation we do not fully understand. What do you think, Shasha? All right, let them go, Shasha responded. If anything goes awry, you can remain in the background while they handle it. No, you are more capable than they are. Let them stay behind you. Wait, that doesn't sound right. I'm not quite sure how to articulate this. It's all very worrisome. Wang Jinfeng reassured her. Anjia, do not fret. We are seasoned individuals accustomed to significant events. Nothing will go amiss. Let Ma continue. Ma Jiangwo gazed at Shasha and said, Shasha, your uncle has issued a warning to the Fairy Star, indicating that the Hound Star people are formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows. Moreover, the genetic beings are also concealed in the dark. I fear they have already woven a net, waiting for you to unwittingly step into it. Furthermore, once you arrive in the M country, who will provide sustenance for you or a place to rest? You do not even possess a passport. It is not as if you could simply traverse the skies in a flying saucer, calling out, Hey, Hound Star people, here I come. Shasha chuckled softly. Am I truly as foolish as you suggest? I fear for your safety. The Hound Star people are indeed terrifying, and I worry that if they take you hostage, what would I do? Thus, I wish to discreetly locate them on my own and devise a means of countering them. Do not concern yourself with us. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng exclaimed almost in unison. We accepted this mission fully aware of the dangers it entails. However, you must understand that we, as humans, possess the spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. I am aware of that. My programming encompasses all knowledge of this planet, including the wisdom of your species. Given this understanding, we can communicate effectively. Wang Jinfeng and I are currently under the direct leadership of the United Nations headquarters. The M country has made ample preparations for unforeseen circumstances. What is your opinion on this? In the villa's living room, the morning sun cast a tranquil glow upon the 4 individuals seated on the sofa, while the curtains gently swayed. Shasha looked at Ma Jiangwo and responded, Very well. I shall accompany you. Then, Ma Jiangwo stated, Our identities and actions will remain strictly confidential and must not be disclosed to anyone. Your spacecraft must stay here. It cannot roam freely. We shall enter customs as ordinary individuals, with our itinerary first taking us to Kunming, followed by a flight to Country M. When do we depart? Now. The helicopter is waiting. What? We're leaving right now. and Yin's eyes brimmed with tears, for she understood that it was impossible to keep Sha from departing. Nor did she know when they might meet again. Heartbroken, she embraced Sha tightly and kissed her. The two children rushed forward, grasping Shasha's hands. Sha felt a surge of emotion, realizing that there would be someone on this planet who would care for her and wish her well. A warm current coursing through her entire being. And Yin and the two children also embraced Wang Jinfeng and Ma Jiangwo. "All right, that's enough," Ma Jiangwo said, somewhat embarrassed. And Yin was deeply moved. These people were truly wonderful. The two helicopters roared into the sky, ascending one after the other, veering off in different directions until they vanished into the mountains. Shasha's helicopter soared over the winding New River in the valley. As she fastened her seatbelt, she inquired, "Is this contraption bumpy?" "Not at all, though it may tremble a bit when encountering turbulence." Sha hastily secured her seatbelt, sitting up straight as if tethered to the chair. Wang Jinfeng, smiling, handed Sha a plastic bag and reassured her, "Do not worry, it won't be too bumpy. However, it is wise to be prepared. Here, take this." She thought to herself how extraordinary this little fairy was. Ma Jiangwo sat solemnly, his mind occupied with numerous considerations. The helicopter ascended, soaring above the hilltop, soon arriving over the skies of Kunming. Kunming, the beautiful spring city of Z country, basked in radiant sunlight, with its mountains, lakes, and rice fields vividly in view. The helicopter landed beside a military black sedan, where the driver handed them 3 travel passports, informing them that their flight and American visas had been arranged. Subsequently, they were taken directly to Kunming International Airport. The spacious and bright airport hall was bustling with a throng of people. "Wow, so many people!" Sha exclaimed, feeling somewhat astonished, a bit out of place, and slightly anxious. "Our country is populous. A larger crowd makes things easier." In the busy hall, no one paid heed to these 3 ordinary tourists. Had they known Sha was an extraterrestrial, it would have caused quite a stir. The trio, wearing sunglasses, followed the other travelers onto the wide-body aircraft, embarking on their journey to Country M, New York. Chapter 20. Summer Grand Hotel. After several hours, the plane gently descended at New York International Airport along the Atlantic coast. Stepping out of the airport hall, it was already a summer evening, with the expansive square illuminated by soft lights, creating an ambience akin to daylight. A multitude of people with diverse skin tones hurried about, dark, fair, golden, brown, and red-skinned individuals. Sha stood in awe, her mouth agape, mesmerized by such a rich tapestry of complexions, finding it strikingly beautiful and magnificent, akin to a blooming garden of various colored flowers. However, those beautiful individuals paid no attention to the 3 ordinary tourists, not even casting a glance in their direction. Even if one were to stand there barefoot, they would remain unnoticed. The Statue of Liberty stands majestically on Liberty Island in New York, surrounded by a multitude of visitors and an abundance of peculiar occurrences, which the New Yorkers have grown accustomed to. Ma Jiangwo glanced down from the broad steps, observing nothing unusual, only a few plainclothes agents scattered about, watching the 3 of them, distinguishing them from the hurried passers-by. Indeed, one approached. "Hello, my name is Tom," he said, producing his credentials from the M Nation's Secret Service, allowing each of the 3 to inspect it in turn. "Could you please present your identification?" The 3 complied. After carefully comparing their faces with the documents, he stated, "Thank you very much for your cooperation," returning their IDs. "My task is to escort you to your designated hotel. I am unable to ask you questions, nor may you inquire of me. Please, follow me." Ma Jiangwo immediately comprehended that the Secret Service was responsible for the protection of the M Nation's leaders, having bypassed the CIA and the FBI, thereby narrowing the scope of confidentiality. Henceforth, in any inquiries, they would remain oblivious to the true identities of the 3, as their only duty was to ensure the guests' safety at the airport and confirm their arrival in the M Nation. "We can only take you this far." Ma Jiangwo understood this was to avoid any appearance of impropriety. The 3 disembarked and walked toward the imposing hotel constructed of brown bricks not far ahead. Wang Jinfeng remarked, "Jiangwo, This is one of the most luxurious hotels in the M Nation, exceedingly expensive. Will it be reimbursed? The three individuals concealed their identities as a family traveling to America. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng were a married couple, referring to each other affectionately as Jiangwo and Jinfeng, while their daughter, Shasha, called them mom and dad. Shasha possessed a cherubic face, albeit slightly taller than average, standing at approximately 1.5 meters. In the United States, people tended to mind their own business, indifferent to the heights of others. They might even assume that she was adopted. Upon hearing the destination of the summer hotel, Wang Jinfeng was taken aback, for the suites there ranged from $3,000 to $40,000 per night. However, conversation was discouraged in the car, prompting her to quietly inquire along the way. Don't worry, dear, it's your treat. Isn't there 50 million yuan on your bank card? Mine too. We can always recharge it later, an infinite overdraft. Be bold and extravagant. Besides, smaller hotels are inadequate. They are crowded and chaotic. I've stayed in such places while handling cases before, and what if someone recognizes us? In the rush of their departure, she hadn't had the chance to secure a bank card for Shasha. After much consideration, they decided to transfer the funds to Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng's accounts. It would be unreasonable for their daughter to appear affluent while her parents remained financially destitute. The money originally belonged to Shasha, and the thought of a box filled with jewels invigorated her spirit, allowing her to embody the demeanor of the wealthy. Shasha, your money is being managed by your father and me. You don't really know how to spend it, so it's safe with us, Ma Jiangwo remarked. Wang Jinfeng thought to herself how audacious he was, using someone else's money with such composure, yet having the audacity to claim stewardship. All right then, let my parents handle it. I don't understand finances anyway, so it's less of a hassle, she replied with an air of nonchalance. It was a peculiar arrangement, with one willing to spend and the other willing to indulge. To speak candidly, if the sum of 100 million were to be squandered by Shasha herself, it would not only raise suspicions, but could also lead to her being deceived. Entrusting it to Ma Jiangwo, who manages the lake, is undoubtedly a prudent decision. The summer hotel lives up to its illustrious reputation, with a spacious and radiant lobby adorned in resplendent gold. The lobby attendants, clad in white uniforms and gloves, promptly approached the trio upon their entrance, courteously inviting them to take a seat on a nearby sofa. The front desk was bustling with activity, seemingly filled with affluent individuals from all corners of the globe, adorned in diverse traditional attire. After a group of Arab gentlemen, dressed in white headscarves and long robes, exited, the attendant guided them to the front desk. "Welcome, welcome," exclaimed the male receptionist, impeccably dressed in a black bow tie and white shirt, speaking Mandarin with a flawless foreign accent and a warm smile. "Thank you," Ma Jiangwo replied, handing over 3 passports. The attendant reviewed the documents and returned them with a welcoming gesture. "Welcome to New York. Are you inquiring about a suite?" The 3 had changed into lightweight travel attire on the helicopter. Ma Jiangwo appeared dashing, Wang Jinfeng exuded grace, and Shasha radiated noble elegance, resembling a little princess. "Indeed," Ma Jiangwo affirmed, "the best one, if possible, something more luxurious and tranquil." "Oh, you are in luck. The previous guest of the presidential suite checked out early. You have 3 days to enjoy it." "3 days?" Ma Jiangwo furrowed his brow. The attendant, noticing his expression, quickly added courteously, "That would be $20,000 per night. How many nights would you like to reserve?" Without hesitation, Ma Jiangwo responded, "A month. 30 days or 31? 31 days. Excellent." Ma Jiangwo presented his bank card. The attendant swiped it and prompted, "Please enter your password." Ma Jiangwo deftly entered 211-9719, marking the day Shasha arrived on Earth. With a swift swipe of the bank card, Wang Jinfeng's eyebrows shot up as a chime echoed. Nearly 4 million yuan vanished in an instant. How many times could this be swiped? Meanwhile, in a house on the outskirts of New York, a person was on the phone. The guest is on the 20th floor, room 209, a suite costing $20,000. Situated on the 20th floor, comprised 8 rooms, a bright hall, and a spacious balcony that offered a breathtaking view of New York Harbor and the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. Under the night sky, twinkling lights created an enchanting scene. "What a magnificent room!" Shasha exclaimed excitedly. "It's much larger than my previous one." She dashed through the 8 rooms, ultimately ignoring Ma Jiangwo's approval or disapproval, and ran into a bedroom featuring a grand balcony, flinging herself onto the bed. "I want this one," she declared, her feet flailing in delight. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng exchanged glances, recognizing her resemblance to their daughter, yet the weight of responsibility loomed large. After dinner, the server entered to tidy up, taken aback by the sheer volume of leftovers: steaks, chicken, fish, shrimp, pizza, cake, wine, and cola. He had assumed they would be stored in the refrigerator, yet all had been devoured. Shasha laughed. "Your dishes are absolutely delicious." The server couldn't help but smile, replying, "Thank you for your kind words." After the server departed, Ma Jiangwo remarked, All right. He cast a glance at her, nodded, and meticulously inspected the house: bathroom, toilet, mirrors, bedside lamps, chandeliers, curtains, and phone, examining each detail with great care. Wang Jinfeng asked, "Jiangwo, what are you doing?" She had always held affection for him, her tone effortlessly affectionate. "Searching for listening devices and cameras." "Are you not at ease?" "When I arrived earlier, 2 cars were following behind, and another one trailed after them. How could I have missed so many vehicles?" "Indeed." Ma Jiangwo turned to Shasha and inquired, "Shasha, who else is aware of your journey to New York?" "The manager." She replied, "The one who has vanished?" "Yes." "How will we meet?" "He will come to find me." Ma Jiangwo remained skeptical, pondering how the extraterrestrial technology signal could be interrupted. Solar particles and cosmic rays. Surely the aliens had anticipated these threats and devised preventive measures. Furthermore, the disruption likely involved more than just the communication address. There were undoubtedly other components at play. Shasha, lacking worldly experience, would not be able to conceal the information within her mind. Was this interruption linked to the source code? Since it could not be attributed to external cosmic rays, it must stem from an internal malfunction. Yet, such a malfunction seemed improbable, given the spacecraft's formidable capabilities and its ability to safely navigate prolonged interstellar voyages. Its reliability spoke volumes. Thus, the only plausible conclusion emerged: someone had sabotaged the system, deliberately inputting a new set of source codes designed to manipulate her perception. If this were the case, this individual possessed an intricate understanding of the spacecraft, knowing precisely how to disrupt and input commands. Who could this person be? And what was their objective? Wang Jinfeng also regarded Shasha with curiosity. Shasha, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "I have no idea. I was in the test tube." Later, when I tried to recall the address, I realized something was missing. Only New York. Main Street, number 21. Then, what is your test tube like? Since they are allies and Sasha trusts them, she spoke without reservation. It is a metallic tube placed within a wellness chamber. What is the wellness chamber like? It resembles your cradle, complete with a transparent lid. Did you notice anything unusual upon your emergence? No, our spacecraft is entirely secure, equipped with triple defense against physical, biological, and viral threats. In short, no one can enter while the ship is in flight. Ma Jiangwo pondered for a moment and said, "All right, let us set this question aside for now and discuss how to locate this street. Once we find the street, the issue of number 21 will be resolved. And subsequently, the matter of names will also be settled." Just as Sasha was about to speak, Ma Jiangwo interrupted, "Wait, how long have you been receiving signals? A year, 2 years, or perhaps hundreds of thousands of light years? Surely it cannot be signals from billions of years ago." Ma Jiangwo feared that with the passage of time, the street might no longer exist. "It won't," Sasha replied. "Radio waves require a medium for transmission. If the medium changes, the waves cease to exist. It is somewhat akin to sound. If I call out to you and you do not hear me, the sound dissipates. It cannot persist indefinitely in the air, otherwise, it would be filled with the voices of the deceased. That would be terrifying, a cacophony of the dead's voices," Wang Jinfeng remarked. Ma Jiangwo chuckled and said, "Fear not. There are not that many voices of the deceased. Not a single one. Indeed, not a single one. What is there to fear about sound? You've said it again. All right, enough said. I concede. In truth, Wang Jifeng is aware that those are mere illusions. She knows he harbors feelings for her, and thus she indulges in a bit of coquetry. As for Ma Jiangwo, he finds himself melancholic, having divorced his wife due to the demands of his work that keep him adrift. He wonders how Wang Jifeng perceives the situation. Resolving to cast aside such thoughts, he inquires, Sasha, could you estimate when the information was transmitted? Well, traversing through the solar system takes approximately 2 light years. I entered the solar system before transmitting the message. The navigation chart indicates I reached Earth in 1.5 years. You took 1.5 years to travel from the solar system to Earth? Indeed, and prior to that, I was merely an embryo. Thus, from the time the message was sent until now, it has been at most 1.5 years. For Earth, that duration is significant. One can only wonder what transpired during that time. Regardless, now that we are here, we must commence our search. With that, Ma Jiangwo retrieved his phone, opened it, and said, Behold, the map of New York. He pointed to the map, explaining, New York is divided into 5 boroughs. We are situated in Manhattan, a narrow island flanked by rivers. To the east lies Queens, beyond which is the Atlantic Ocean. To the south extends Brooklyn and Staten Island, where the Statue of Liberty resides. To the north of Manhattan is the Bronx, separated by a river notorious for its high crime rate. The streets, avenues, bridges, and tunnels of New York City are as numerous as the stars in the sky. So, how shall we commence our search? Let us head south, where we can see the Statue of Liberty and the Atlantic Ocean. The 2 women chimed in unison. Hey, we are not here for sightseeing. We are here to find someone. We are here merely for tourism, Sasha remarked, with a tourist visa in hand. Indeed, we are here for leisure, he conceded. Yet we cannot simply hail a cab. We cannot inform the driver of every street number, as that would arouse suspicion, especially since we do not even know each other's names. What shall we do then? Observe, he continued, the streets of New York run east to west, while the avenues run north to south. If we traverse the avenues, heading either north or south, and cross the streets one by one, we might find our way. I believe there is only one district to the north. We may chance upon it. No, let us head south, the 2 women insisted. Let us not bicker. We shall toss a coin, Ma Jiangwo suggested. Heads for south, tails for north. Let us see what fate has in store for us. Very well. With that, Ma Jiangwo produced a coin and spun it on the glass tabletop. How delightful! Sasha exclaimed as the coin spun and gradually came to a halt. Heads. The 2 women cheered. A man should not wager against a woman. Fortune always favors the latter, Ma Jiangwo sighed. Then south it is, starting from the hotel entrance. At that moment, it was already 10 o'clock at night, yet the exterior was ablaze with lights, and New York's nocturnal festivities were just commencing. Chapter 21. The mysterious note, however, Ma Jiangwo did not find the situation so carefree. Upon stepping outside, he sensed he was being followed. After several deliberate turns and attempts to capture a photograph, he remained unaware of any pursuer. For an experienced undercover agent like Ma Jiangwo, failing to detect detail was unusual. Who could possess such proficient tracking skills? As they boarded the ferry bound for Staten Island, the southernmost district of New York, the 3 stood at the stern, gazing into the distance. Beneath the sun, the vast Atlantic Ocean shimmered. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and long waves rolled softly, while seagulls soared in flocks towards Staten Island, shrouded in a delicate mist, painting a picturesque scene. Should he pursue or not? Even if he did, what would it matter? The crux of the matter lay in that piece of paper. He leaned closer to Sasha, whispering, You have something in your back pocket. I know, Ma Jiangwo replied, startled, feigning ignorance. Why was that? As if sensing his thoughts, Sasha remarked, He knows he cannot escape. On the ferry, he is merely the messenger. Wang Jifeng also noticed the unusual tension. Observing their hushed conversation, she refrained from approaching, wary of drawing attention to their predicament. Truly astute. Quick, take a look at the note. Ma Jiangwo thought anxiously. Sha, seemingly curious, mentioned, "That note is peeking out from my back pocket." Had she truly not noticed someone following her? If she did, Sha was indeed enigmatic. What secrets did that note hold? The ferry's horn blared, interrupting his reverie. Staten Island had arrived. Along with the other tourists, they disembarked. In the taxi, the note remained tucked in Shasha's back pocket until they reached a seaside CAF with outdoor seating. Once settled beneath the sunshade, having ordered milk, coffee, and cake, the waitress departed, and only then did Sha pull out the note, presenting it to Ma Jiangwo with a playful smile, without even glancing at its contents. "Is she deliberately trying to vex me?" he mused. She knew he was anxious, making it seem like a matter solely his concern. Reluctant to refuse her, he thought, "This little sprite is rather mischievous. Wang Jinfeng, do not follow her lead." The note was a small advertisement featuring a scenic view of Staten Island, folded like a card. Upon unfolding it, the words "North of the Bronx Whitestone Bridge" appeared, as if the writer were expressing exasperation. The message was cryptic, intended only for the intended recipient. The phrase "North of the Bronx Whitestone Bridge" was not a thoroughfare, merely a directional cue. He hastily retrieved his phone to consult the map. The two women, adorned in sun hats and sunglasses, indulged themselves in cake and coffee while admiring the ocean view, leaving him to flounder in his own thoughts. Reassured that they would inform him later, he quickly located the area north of the bridge, which sprawled extensively, encompassing both major roads and minor streets, alongside abandoned factories and warehouses, extending into the suburbs. This region was predominantly inhabited by minorities and notorious for its high crime rates. A place he was familiar with from his investigations. He pondered why it would be designated as a meeting point. Could it be a trap, luring them into that neighborhood? A place most would avoid. Regardless, the potential area had narrowed down. This time, for safety's sake, he resolved to leave the two women at the hotel while he ventured forth alone. Yet, how to communicate this to them? He decided to be forthright, knowing they would likely unite against the idea. Observing their gazes fixed on the Atlantic, he addressed them, "Jinfen, Sha," while contemplating a bite to eat. Upon turning, Sha noticed his searching expression and replied, "I've eaten everything." "Then perhaps a coffee?" he suggested. "I've had my fill of that too," she retorted. He looked at Sha, realizing why Ing and the two children were so eager to compete with her for food. "What are you looking at?" "If you're not eating, I shall consume everything," Sasha remarked, gracefully waving her hand. The waiter, with a beaming smile, approached. "Let us have another one just like this." The waiter was momentarily taken aback, yet he promptly bowed elegantly and took the menu away. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the same order, a double-layer cream cake, 4 large cups of coffee, and 4 large cups of milk. Ma Jiangwo immediately settled the bill, aware that such indulgence might draw attention. Fortunately, they were not consuming alcohol. Had they been intoxicated, who knows where they might find themselves. Once the waiter departed, Ma Jiangwo remarked, "Here, we need not worry about being overheard." "What are you writing?" Wang Jinfen inquired. "North of the Bronx Expressway," he replied. "The opposite direction?" "Indeed, it must be one of the streets there. The security is poor, and it could very well be a trap. I intend to go first. You all may stay at the hotel or visit more populated attractions." "It cannot be a trap," Wang Jinfen asserted. "Since they are so familiar with us, they could set a trap no matter where we are. Moreover, if Sasha does not go, it may foster distrust among us, and starting over would be troublesome. Additionally, the note was given to Sasha. Perhaps they only recognize her. Or there may be something only she can unlock or retrieve." Ma Jiangwo contemplated swiftly and remarked, "This conjecture holds merit. Perhaps it is an object, as only an object can be stored for an extended duration. This object can only be revealed or taken away by the enemy. If this is indeed the case, the adversary may be involved. If it were our own, they would have eagerly welcomed us by now. Even if it were our own, they might be evading something. Why shroud it in such mystery? If they are indeed enemies, this object is undoubtedly their target, something they have possibly guarded for countless years, 10, 20, a million, or perhaps even longer." Ma Jiangwo pondered further, asserting, "It must be the object. Sha must go. Jinfen cannot go alone." Thus, The three of us shall proceed together. If Shasha is the object, it cannot be opened there. If we refrain from unveiling it, we remain safe. Once opened, the secret will be exposed, and our existence will become unnecessary. They will not permit us to leave alive. We must prepare ourselves for the worst. Wang Jinfen shivered involuntarily. Listen to your father, Shasha urged. Now, Jinfen, have you ever learned self-defense? Not at all. I only studied aerobics. Aerobics? Indeed. She once aspired to be a model and even participated in the Miss Asia competition. Oh, Ma Jiangwo scrutinized her from head to toe. What are you looking at? Not qualified? Qualified, quite sufficient, he replied dismissively. Wang Jinfen shot him a glare. The following morning, as prearranged, they took a taxi to the overpass, disembarked, oriented themselves, and proceeded northward. After searching several streets without success, they found themselves drifting further away, nearing the outskirts. The road was sparsely populated, in a few scattered old residential areas. Some individuals played basketball on overgrown patches of land, while others whispered conspiratorially at street corners, as if engaged in clandestine dealings. We found it, Ma Jiangwo murmured. Let's proceed. Leading the way, he was followed closely by the others. Upon arriving, they discovered the door ajar. She is inviting us in, Ma Jiangwo whispered. Otherwise, the door may close. The three entered through the threshold. The room was spacious, appearing to contain numerous chambers. In the living room, a few children were engrossed in a television program, while an elderly woman stood nearby, gesturing towards a room across the corridor. Ma Jiangwo nodded, and the trio stepped inside. This was a large single bedroom, furnished with an iron-framed bed, a bedside lamp, a telephone, and curtains drawn shut. The elderly woman who had entered with them pointed to a dark red wardrobe by the window before turning to leave and closing the door behind her. Everything in this country seemed grand. The houses, the refrigerators, and even the wardrobes. Shasha nodded affirmatively, saying, "This is it." The wardrobe appeared unremarkable. Yet both Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jifeng felt a sense of tension. What could it be? Ma Jiangwo glanced once more, and Shasha nodded again. He thought to himself that since Shasha was assured, there must be no danger. With a slight tremor in his hand, he approached to open the door. For this was an object of extraterrestrial origin. Upon opening it, he found it empty, nothing inside. The wooden panels were thin, and judging by its size, it did not seem to have a hidden compartment. Nevertheless, he gently tapped it all around, still finding no concealed layers. Seeing Ma Jiangwo's earnest search, Shasha couldn't help but chuckle softly, startling both Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng. The sudden laughter in the quiet room was indeed startling. "Dad," Shasha said with a smile. "Let me handle this." "The fairy teasing me," Ma Jiangwo responded quite naturally. Shasha approached, closed the 4 doors, and with a sweep of her hands, the large cabinet instantly vanished. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng were nearly startled into exclamations. The cabinet transformed into a small, flat box, suspended in the air, to be precise, hovering above Shasha's hands. The two were momentarily stunned, realizing it had to be Shasha who did this. After all, who would steal an old wardrobe? Upon looking up again, the large cabinet remained in place while the small box rested in Shasha's hands. Their eyes widened in astonishment, truly acknowledging the vast difference between them and this extraterrestrial being, this object, this cunning. With a smile, Shasha handed the item to Wang Jifeng, saying, "Mom, I trust you to keep it safe." Wang Jinfeng responded, "Why don't you keep it? It's the same." A bit apprehensively, Wang Jinfeng placed it into her small handbag, the only one among the three carrying a purse. "We should leave quickly. Someone is coming," Ma Jiangwo urged. The trio exited the room, where an elderly woman was cheerfully watching television with the children, and they chose not to disturb her, making their way out of number 21. The street at the entrance was deserted, but a short distance away, at the alley's mouth, a few individuals were gathered. It was summer, and these people donned tank tops, their muscular arms adorned with tattoos, dribbling a basketball. Turning around, they noticed another group at that alleyway's entrance. They found themselves cornered in this narrow alley, flanked by dilapidated houses. What should we do? The two women looked at Ma Jiangwo. Chapter 22, Life and Death Combat. Ma Jiangwo stood in the street and quickly exclaimed. The three of them took 3 steps and then 2 steps into the house. Ma Jiangwo headed directly to the living room. He had observed the surroundings upon his arrival. The elderly woman pointed toward the window, and Ma Jiangwo immediately flung open the window and leaped outside, with the 2 women following closely behind. Outside lay a vast expanse of wilderness, or perhaps more accurately, a sprawling junkyard, strewn with dilapidated scrap metal vehicles and a dozen road rollers. There stood a large, old warehouse, its doors tightly shut. Further in the distance, a highway could be seen, bustling with traffic, though the sounds remained muted. The wild grass swayed, and the corroded metal of the abandoned vehicles creaked in the wind. As the trio had just taken 2 steps, a group of individuals emerged from the derelict vehicles 30 meters away, while more figures appeared from the overgrown grass at both ends of the row of houses. These were no mere thugs. Their intentions were clearly hostile, suggesting they had been lying in wait. Ma Jiangwo addressed the 2 women. The enemy has revealed themselves. We must ascertain their origins. That was quick, Wang Jinfeng remarked. They must have anticipated our arrival to seize the goods, planning to trap us all at once. No, there are others at the hotel as well. Once they succeed here, they will act there too. They won't let anyone escape. This is an ideal place for murder and concealment. I suspect that large cabinet was not originally located here. Ma Jiangwo then turned to Sha and cautioned, Sha, do not kill anyone. If a death occurs, the police will pursue us relentlessly. There are cameras on the streets, and it will expose our identities. And what if they kill us? They won't. They cannot open the box. What if they torture us? Then you must intimidate them. What if it were to frighten one to death? Could you not ask so many questions? One must clarify the situation. After all, please, be a bit gentler. But let us wait until we have no other recourse. Very well. Be gentle until you find yourselves in a predicament. Wang Jinfeng, listening to their exchange, could not help but chuckle, momentarily finding this journey quite amusing, thrilling, stimulating, yet not particularly perilous. Then let us meet these gallant heroes, suggested Ma Jiangwo. The trio strode confidently towards the group ahead. At the forefront stood a tall, slender man, impeccably attired in a suit, his hair slicked back. Behind him loomed a contingent of grim-faced individuals, brandishing assault rifles. They approached with an air of nonchalance. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Ma. The leader spoke. No need for such formalities. Please, speak plainly. Quite straightforward, indeed, Mr. Ma. Let us proceed to the warehouse, if you please. Instantly, a dozen firearms were aimed at the trio. The warehouse was vast. Upon their arrival, 2 enormous doors swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. As they entered, a spotlight suddenly illuminated them, the blinding light rendering them momentarily sightless. In a brief moment, the spotlight shifted, and other lights flickered to life, bathing the warehouse in a brightness akin to daylight. In the center stands a grand circular platform, towering over a meter high, surrounded by ropes reminiscent of a boxing ring. A short distance away, approximately 20 to 30 meters, lies an expansive stage, dominated by a large orb suspended above, adorned with cylindrical lights resembling a myriad of watchful eyes. These are 360-degree rotating colored spotlights. A row of 5 upright microphones stands ready on the stage, inviting singers or guitarists to perform. This venue serves as a site for both exuberant celebrations and illicit gambling through boxing. Countless brothers have perished at the hands of a formidable criminal syndicate. This time, with the backing of a colossal organization, vengeance must be exacted, accompanied by 2 women. This is a transnational crime faction, led by a ruthless figure in the Americas. Despised across Europe and America, yet he remains deeply entrenched, merciless, and has evaded capture multiple times. Now resurfacing, he is set to unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Many of Mr. Ma Jiangwo's informants have met grim fates due to his escape. Mr. Ma's words lack the decorum of a gentleman as he casts a scornful glance at Ma Jiangwo, asserting, "This is called biding one's time." Is this truly biding one's time? It appears more akin to harboring filth. Ha ha ha, soon you too shall become tainted. His subordinates, a dozen or more, share knowing smirks directed at Ma Jiangwo. while several survivors from a prior crackdown gazed malevolently at him and the two women beside him. Those who managed to flee from the last operation have either escaped or faced the death penalty or life imprisonment imposed by their own nations. Well then, Mr. Chiliao, Ma Jiangwo states with calm composure, you did not invite us here merely for the sake of dancing, did you? No, Mr. Ma, the women are dancing. You will take the stage for a performance match. We are not engaging in any underhanded schemes. You shall face my subordinates one by one. If you triumph, you may take both yourself and your possessions. If you fail, then you will lie on the ground, watching us assault your women and listen to their screams. We will also record it for the world to see. Please, Mr. Ma, take the stage and perform. Beasts, Wang Jinfen shouted. We are indeed beasts, the group laughed heartily. A few among them cast sidelong glances at Ma Jiangwo. They were ruthless underground boxing fighters from Europe and America, known for their mercilessness and infamous brutality. Mr. Chiliao had summoned them to ensure Ma Jiangwo's demise, to relieve his pent-up frustration. The first opponent to step forward was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with skin that glistened darkly, devoid of any excess fat. His legs, abdomen, and chest were all well-defined and muscular. He stood with legs apart, casually cracking his knuckles, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, in an instant, he lunged forward with a powerful left hook, intending to send Ma Jiangwo flying out of the ring, his head striking the ground and leading to an immediate demise. He was entirely confident in his ability to accomplish this. This underground boxing match is devoid of rules and referees, allowing combatants to engage both on and off the platform. Some arenas are merely enclosed by iron bars, permitting strikes from within to without and vice versa. Surrender is not an option. To concede is to forfeit any monetary reward, as the specter of fixed fights looms large. A promoter would sooner eliminate a losing fighter than risk their reputation and financial loss, leaving no recourse but to fight until death. The audience, both inside and outside the ring, becomes a cacophony of cheers and screams, reveling in the madness of the spectacle. As the towering warrior, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, swung his fist, the anticipated sound of a shattering jaw did not resonate, nor did his opponent fly out of the enclosure. Ma Jiangwo, keenly observant, sensed the slight shift in his adversary's waist, signaling an impending sneak attack through a left hook. Given his shorter stature, a straight punch could easily be evaded with a crouch, while simultaneously guarding against leg strikes. However, a left uppercut presented a different challenge. One cannot crouch or dodge side to side, as the subsequent moves remain unpredictable. Leaning back would invite a straight punch from the right hand, jeopardizing his balance and rendering him vulnerable to being sent flying into the barrier, followed by a perilous descent of his opponent aiming to crush him. In a moment of quick thinking, Ma Jiangwo took a small step, simultaneously unleashing a swift straight punch that connected forcefully with his opponent's Adam's apple. A sickening crack echoed as the throat shattered, causing the assailant to bend in pain, staggering backward until he collided with the ropes. Before he could regain his footing, Ma Jiangwo had already launched himself into the air, delivering a decisive blow to the chin. The rope was initially set low, facilitating the ejection of individuals from the ring. For those of considerable stature, it only reached their hips. Thus, when he leaned back, he tumbled directly out of the ring, landing with a thud on the ground, motionless. He could no longer breathe, his eyes wide with terror, bewildered as to how he had ended up on the floor. Shasha was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into applause, exclaiming. Wang Jinfen was equally stunned, unable to comprehend how such a towering figure had fallen. With a hefty man sprawled on the ground, utterly still, her heart raced, feeling as if Ma Jiangwo possessed an almost divine prowess. The previously smug group, led by Chiliao, was left speechless. Was it this easy? One bewildered individual remarked. I haven't even lit a cigarette. Scoundrel, remove him, was the immediate response. Subsequently, Mr. Chiliao clapped leisurely for Ma Jiangwo on the stage, commending him. Impressive, Mr. Ma has indeed improved, he said with a grin, but the real excitement is yet to come. Today, he was bound to succeed, even if Ma Jiangwo could soar. He would not escape, as every exit was sealed. In no time, a stout individual ascended the stage, appearing as if all his nourishment had been directed horizontally. For his height nearly matched his width, he resembled a square block of iron. Around his neck, he wore a spiked collar, and his fingers were adorned with razor-sharp steel claws that glimmered ominously under the lights. The entire arena collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a person, if merely grasped or scratched, would be laid open, revealing their heart and lungs. Moreover, he was entirely coated in olive oil, making him exceedingly slippery, clad only in tightly fitting briefs. His fingers splayed wide, arms drawn back in anticipation, he squatted slightly, advancing step by step. Wang Jinfen felt a chill run down her spine, her heart pounding wildly. If he were to seize her even once, Shasha watched with wide eyes, questioning whether this could indeed be called a fight. For there were no images depicting such a scene. Mr. Qiliao's group smirked sinisterly, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Ma Jiangwo, observing the man's stance, discerned that he would not initiate an attack. He advanced slowly, waiting for the opponent to lose patience and strike first. Should his hands merely graze or clutch, it could lead to grievous wounds, not to mention severing an artery, resulting in a swift demise. During his Tai Chi training, his master had reprimanded him on several occasions, emphasizing that the essence of Tai Chi lies in responding to the opponent's actions. One must wait for the adversary to make the first move before countering with force. The teachings were fraught with life and death implications, leaving no room for deception or luck. Indeed, one move could decide life or death. He maintained a slight bow, motionless, mirroring his opponent's stillness. They remained in this tense standoff for nearly 10 minutes, while Wang Jinfen anxiously clutched the hem of her garment. And the onlookers grew restless. Would they stand motionless until dusk? There seemed to be no resolution in sight. Hoots and jeers erupted, all directed toward Ma Jiangwo. Oh, he was no longer poised. Look at his disheveled state. He was bending over. He was clearly struggling to hold back his urge to relieve himself. Look. It seemed he could no longer contain it. Ha ha. Ma Jiangwo indeed could not contain his impatience. He swept his leg to strike at his opponent's arm, which was promptly blocked. In a swift motion, the steel claw in the opponent's other hand sliced into his thigh, instantly lacerating the flesh and causing blood to spatter. However, unexpectedly, as the opponent attempted to defend, Ma Jiangwo seized the opportunity to step forward, positioning himself behind the adversary. Without hesitation, he grasped the collar around the back of the opponent's neck, disregarding the steel spikes piercing through his palms. He turned, using his back to hurl the man forward. And with a decisive tug on the collar, a sharp crack echoed as the neck snapped. By this time, they had reached the edge of the stage. And as Ma Jiangwo released his grip, the opponent fell limp, motionless. Without delay, Ma Jiangwo removed his leisure attire from the restraining ropes. Aware that injury awaited him, he had chosen to disrobe before ascending the stage. He tore a strip of cloth and tightly bound his thigh to staunch the bleeding, gritting his teeth against the pain. He recognized the wound was severe, yet he had no choice but to provoke his opponent into action. Wang Jinfen, pale with fright, disregarded everything and attempted to rush onto the stage. Pulling her back, he whispered urgently, "It's all right, the artery is in the front. You are the one in danger. That will surely be fatal. Just look at those claws. Who knows what monstrosity awaits on stage next?" Mr. Qiliao appeared indifferent to the fate of his subordinates, sneering as he remarked, "Mr. Ma has sustained an injury. Oh, tisk tsk, what awaits on stage below is truly bloodthirsty." His subordinates erupted in laughter, as if anticipating the arrival of some fiendish creature, eager for the spectacle. Ma Jiangwo leaned against the restraining ropes, gasping for breath and limping, filled with trepidation about what would come next. Typically, the later rounds were the most formidable, and with his mobility compromised, should another brutish contender enter the fray, his fate would be dire. Furthermore, the others had already discerned his fighting style. The figure on stage, clad in tight black attire, possessed a serpentine waist and an alluring silhouette, unmistakably a woman. Ma Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. A woman should never be underestimated, for she surely harbored lethal skills. Indeed, she was a femme fatale, having taken countless lives, sparing neither the elderly nor the young, and possessing an unsettling penchant for licking the blood of her victims. As she sauntered towards Ma Jiangwo, she smiled and remarked, "Mr. Ma, your martial prowess is truly impressive. I wonder how your skills fare in the bedroom. Perhaps we could indulge in some playful escapades?" With each word, she cast flirtatious glances. "What a scandalous vixen!" exclaimed Wang Jinfeng, unable to contain her indignation, prompting laughter from the audience. "Jealous are we? We are the true temptresses here. Wait and see. You shall soon discover that she harbors an interest in you as well." The woman on stage then shot a flirtatious wink at Wang Jinfeng before suddenly spinning around. This was precisely the reaction she sought from the audience. She had already discerned the mutual attraction between this woman and the man. Her intent was to distract him, for in the end, the battle would be one of wits. Indeed, Ma Jiangwo's gaze shifted towards Wang Jinfeng. Meanwhile, the woman had drawn a slender crescent-shaped blade from the curve of her shapely hip, which had initially been mistaken for mere decorative embellishment. As she twirled, her outstretched arms revealed a dark blue gleam of deadly intent. Caught off guard, Ma Jiangwo instinctively recoiled, only to find himself constrained by a rope behind him. He grasped the cord and tilted his head to evade a fatal strike. The blade, spinning menacingly, left him with no viable escape to the left or right. Yet, a cut had already grazed his throat, followed by 2 more slashes across his chest. Ma Jiangwo had anticipated her possessing a secret technique, although he was unaware of its nature. He chose to feign retreat, allowing her to believe he had no further options, thus resorting to a ploy of self-inflicted injury to test her resolve. He surmised she would not fall for anything else, yet he was unprepared for her use of a knife, mistaking it for a poisoned dart. Despite his quick maneuvering, his neck had already been slashed, blood gushing forth. He swiftly turned and delivered a kick to the spinning woman, hoping to push her away far enough to catch his breath and tend to his wound. It was now evident what weapon she wielded. To his surprise, the woman, propelled by the inertia of her spin, lost her balance upon being kicked and tumbled off the stage. As her spinning arm descended, it inadvertently struck the edge of the platform, resulting in a sickening thud as the curved blade plunged into her chest. She collapsed to the ground, motionless, with no blood apparent at first. This unforeseen turn of events astonished even Ma Jiangwo. He had never considered she might fall to her demise. Stunned, he watched as blood began to seep from her wounds, prompting him to clutch his own neck in alarm. However, blood continued to flow from both his throat and chest, merging into a vivid crimson pool, causing him to feel faint before collapsing. Both individuals lay defeated. Meanwhile, Sha sensed something was amiss and swiftly embraced Wang Jinfeng, leaping onto the stage. With deft hands, she seized Ma Jiangwo's leisure shirt and quickly wrapped it around his neck. Mr. Silio and his companions were momentarily stunned before descending, as they were trapped in their habitual mindset that once someone left the stage, they would remain still. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a sudden flicker caught their attention. 2 women had ascended the stage, and in an instant, they reacted by pulling back the bolts of their assault rifles, aiming at the 3 individuals on stage. Wang Jinfeng initially witnessed one of the women tumble off the stage, and though she cursed her as a harlot, she never anticipated the woman would meet her demise. Upon seeing the curved blade penetrate the woman's chest, blood gushing forth, a wave of panic washed over her, evoking sympathy for the unfortunate soul. Yet, amidst the confusion, she was swept onto the stage, only to behold Ma Jiangwo drenched in blood, his neck and chest marked with crimson stains. Overcome with weakness, she sank to the ground, cradling Ma Jiangwo in her arms, her voice rising in a terrified scream. Jiangwo! Jiangwo! Before long, her own attire was soaked in blood. At that moment, Sha stood, her hair billowing and garments fluttering gracefully. The onlookers below were momentarily paralyzed, their fingers hovering over their triggers. Then, a cacophony of gun bolts being drawn echoed through the air. A group behind aimed their weapons at Silio and his associates. One among them clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Well done, well done." But Mr. Cilio, why have you lost your composure? Using firearms is no way to conduct oneself. Your words hold no weight. The applauding individual made a swift motion with his hand. Instantly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, incessantly targeting those who lay down until every last one fell silent. The applauding figure called out, "Shasha, the chief." Chapter 23. The chief and the colonel beneath the bright spotlight. After Shasha called out for the chief, the casually dressed chief promptly ascended the stage, closely followed by another individual who wore a sock hat that obscured his face, revealing only his eyes. The remaining group of a dozen or so individuals clad in sock caps and armed with guns surrounded the boxing ring, their weapons directed outward in vigilance, while two took cover at the entrance. Following the head steward onto the stage, one of them removed his sock cap. "Shasha," he exclaimed in surprise. "Colonel, greetings." "Your Excellency Shasha." The head steward interjected, "This is not the time for pleasantries. We must attend to the scene." With that, the two moved to crouch beside Ma Jiangwo. The colonel retrieved a portable first aid kit, tearing away the bandages wrapped around Ma Jiangwo's thigh, chest, and neck. The unstaunched wounds began to bleed anew, prompting the colonel to swiftly apply powder and re-bandage the injuries with practiced efficiency, as if he were accustomed to such tasks. With a smile, he remarked, "This is funded by the state. It is our duty to ensure survival." After completing the procedure, he addressed Wang Jinfeng, stating, "Miss Wang, there is no cause for alarm. He has successfully avoided any critical injuries. In a week, he will be fit to fight again." Wang Jinfeng, having heard Shasha address the head steward, was momentarily stunned, and the appearance of the colonel only deepened her bewilderment. She had been in a daze all day, covered in blood, and bewildered by the sudden loss of many lives. Just as she was beginning to process it all, she found herself stunned once more as the colonel ignored her, hoisting Ma Jiangwo and commanding, "Keep up. We will discuss this in the vehicle." In a daze, she picked up her bag and followed, despite her sneakers requiring a quickened pace to keep up. The head steward instructed Shasha, "You remain here. The police will be arriving shortly, and you shall accompany them." With that, he disregarded Shasha and called to those below, "Hurry. Follow closely." Before long, the sharp sound of tires screeching against the ground echoed from the warehouse in trance as the vehicles sped away frantically. Sasha stood on the stage, bewildered, as if she had single-handedly cast those individuals down. Now, she was in a state of dual consciousness, responding to the whims of others. She gracefully descended from the platform, awaiting the approaching police. Observing the lifeless bodies strewn about, she kicked at one, then another, but they remained still. Indeed, they were dead. The weapon that had caused this carnage was rather formidable, so she picked up an assault rifle. At that moment, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air, approaching with alarming speed. A hail of bullets, aimlessly fired, ricocheted off doors, windows, and lights, creating a cacophony that startled Sasha as the weapon's recoil jolted her. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, "Stop! Don't move." Sasha hesitated but complied obediently, holding the gun. She caught sight of 4 or 5 officers at the entrance, their police vehicle flashing red and blue lights, their expressions tense as they aimed their weapons at her, with 2 taking cover beside the door. "Drop the gun," they commanded. Without hesitation, she relinquished the firearm, yet it was unexpectedly set to automatic. The weapon thudded to the ground, unleashing a chaotic spray of bullets that riddled the ceiling, causing debris and chandeliers to plummet. The officers instinctively recoiled, ducking for cover, some even losing their hats in the commotion. Fortunately, their professionalism prevailed. They discerned that she had merely discarded the weapon rather than firing upon them, so those in hiding did not retaliate. As the gunfire ceased and silence enveloped the scene, the officers rose, adjusting their hats. One, peering cautiously from behind the door, called out, "Raise your hands and step forward a bit." Aware that numerous weapons lay at her feet, fearing that this erratic woman might seize another chance to unleash chaos, Sasha obediently raised her hands above her head and edged forward slightly. "That's enough. Lie down, spread your limbs." Must she really lie down? However, she had agreed to follow their instructions, so Sasha complied, positioning herself correctly. Two police officers, one older and one younger, approached cautiously. One aimed a gun at her to prevent any tricks, while the other proceeded to secure her with handcuffs. Once assured, he pulled her up and declared, "Miss, you have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You are under arrest." "Fine, arrest me. But where are we going?" Sasha inquired. The officer nearly fainted. He had apprehended countless individuals, yet none had ever asked such a question. Exasperated, he replied, "Going to a party," but then shouted, "To the police station, not prison. After killing so many, you don't attempt to escape? It seems you wish to enter prison." What a peculiar individual. If he knew she was an alien, he might have dropped his gun and fled. The officer shouted into his shoulder radio, summoning the homicide team to the scene. Before long, Sasha was placed in the police car, which flashed its lights and blared its siren as it sped away, quickly vanishing onto the nearby highway. Meanwhile, the two officers left behind stood in a daze, pondering how this petite woman had managed to kill so many. She appeared to be a professional assassin. The warehouse had been cordoned off with yellow and blue police tape. An elderly woman from the row of dilapidated houses peered through her window and witnessed Ma Jiangwo being carried into the vehicle, with the woman following suit. And she also saw Sasha being taken away by the police. The black sedan carrying Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jifeng sped along the highway, with one vehicle leading the way and three closely trailing behind, creating a whirlwind of motion. Ma Jiangwo reclined in the back seat, his head resting upon Wang Jifeng's thigh. Despite his pallor from excessive blood loss, resembling a lifeless figure with his eyes shut, this did not imply he was unconscious. He had deliberately collapsed, having practiced countless times during training to suddenly spring up, falling back straight to evade bullets or flying daggers. He had just dispatched 3 adversaries and, wary of a potential ambush, feigned unconsciousness to confound any lurking assassins, allowing himself a brief respite after losing so much blood. As he noticed Sasha swiftly ascend the stage to stand before them, he sensed impending danger. The fluttering of her garment indicated her intent. But before he could intervene to prevent her from committing murder, a frenzied barrage of gunfire erupted. He realized they were not firing at the 3 of them. As the audience below erupted in screams, and no bullets whistled past the stage, he understood those marksmen would not miss their targets. Then he heard Sasha call for the chief, followed by a mention of a colonel, the absurdity of the situation escalating beyond comprehension. He pondered why they had timed their appearances so perfectly and chose to maintain his act of unconsciousness. However, upon hearing Wang Jifeng's anxious cries, he initially intended to deceive her as well, yet her heartfelt pleas compelled him to gently pinch her calf. These two shared an unspoken connection as they continued to feign unconsciousness in the vehicle. Even the lowly cockroach could play dead. How much more so could a human? At that moment, Ma Jiangwo found solace in quiet contemplation, while Wang Jifeng tenderly supported his head. Ma Jiangwo pondered. First, are the missing colonel and the steward allies? And is their alliance enduring or merely transient? Based on his experience, he believed that the alliance between a soldier and a civilian is often temporary, as their interests diverge. Yet, what could have drawn them both to the Agricultural Science Institute? Even before Sasha's arrival, they were already present there. What secrets lie within the institute? Second, did Sasha's visit to the police station stem from their premeditated plan, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision? He needed to devise a way to extricate her swiftly. If she encountered trouble inside, it would lead to significant complications. The place she would be confined in is rife with all manner of unsavory characters, a den of scoundrels, of which she had never before witnessed. Third, how clever the steward was to use Sasha as a human shield, allowing them to escape quickly. The first responders at the scene would be ordinary police officers, unequipped to handle such a situation, who would subsequently call in other departments. If Sasha were to flee alongside them, the police would immediately seal off the roads and access all nearby surveillance footage. However, with Sasha at the scene, surrounded by a plethora of firearms and numerous corpses, and with other suspects unobserved, the authorities would first clarify these circumstances before determining their next course of action. Generally, police around the world tend to approach matters in this manner. focusing on what is present rather than what remains unseen, always relying on existing analyses, deductions, and verifications. Furthermore, Sha has no record. That information is classified, and it would leave the officers utterly bewildered. He harbored no worries regarding his safety alongside Wang Jinfeng, for the box was securely in their possession, impervious to prying hands. Should anyone attempt to commit murder for the sake of the box, it would be a perilous endeavor, for it was their own doing that led to such dire consequences. Sha would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly, seeking vengeance for the theft of her belongings. Presently, the priority was to transport the two of them to a secure location, yet one must first attend to their own injuries. One could hardly dispatch a bloodied individual to a hotel. Inside the room, medical personnel clad in white coats busied themselves with transfusions, oxygen administration, and sutures. They meticulously stitched over 40 wounds across his thigh, arms, chest, and neck, wrapping him up like a mummy before wheeling him out. Wang Jinfeng felt a mixture of sympathy and amusement, astonished at how someone who had appeared so well just that morning had now been reduced to this state. Ma Jiangwo was subsequently transported into an adjacent room, adorned with a vast floor-to-ceiling window, its long white curtains swaying gently in the breeze, revealing the sunlit garden outside. He was placed upon a large bed, receiving blood transfusions and donning an oxygen mask. The attending physician addressed the chief steward, Colonel Wang Jinfeng, stating, "He has lost a significant amount of blood. We must continue administering oxygen, lest his brain suffers from hypoxia, leading to unconsciousness. We shall attempt to converse with him in 20 minutes." The steward whispered something to the colonel before both exited. Ma Jiangwo, his face swathed in bandages, suddenly opened his eyes and blinked at Wang Jinfeng. "What do you wish to do?" she inquired with concern. "Do you need to relieve yourself?" Ma Jiangwo, frustrated, glanced downward towards his nose. "Ah, you wish to speak. Shall I remove your oxygen mask?" Ma Jiangwo nodded in affirmation. "Oh, I have guessed correctly," she said, carefully taking off his oxygen mask. "Immediately report to headquarters," Ma Jiangwo said as he looked at her. "It would be troublesome if Sha were to lose her temper there." "I've already reported it," Ma Jiangwo nodded. The oxygen mask was placed back on him, as per the doctoress orders. This woman was merely occasionally foolish. But as he thought about it, a strong urge to urinate struck him, and he winked at Wang Jinfeng. Just as he was getting settled, the steward and the colonel entered. Wang Jinfeng quickly removed the oxygen mask and hung it on the oxygen tank. "Mr. Ma, how is it?" the steward inquired with a smile. "We arrived a bit late." "No, you arrived just in time. If Sha were to go on a rampage, it would indeed be a problem," Ma Jiangwo replied. "That's what we thought as well," the colonel added. "Then let us hasten to get her out," Ma Jiangwo insisted. "No," the steward interjected. "We must allow her to be released through proper legal channels. Otherwise, it will lead to complications." This steward had orchestrated the whole affair. Now that the box was in hand, he could discreetly eliminate Sha within the prison without anyone suspecting. They could not afford to expose themselves to the public just yet. He continued, "As it stands, Sha is at the police station, and if we try to pull her out, those officers will pursue us like rabid dogs." "Forget about that," the colonel said. "I will take my men to retrieve her now." He had received orders that Sha Keqing was already in the hands of Z country. This extraterrestrial must be kept under the control of M country, as she was imbued with high technology and secrets. "Well, Colonel," the steward chuckled, "your army's reach is indeed extensive." The colonel was taken aback. His affiliation with the army department was highly classified. How could he know? Nevertheless, he replied, "Then, steward, let us not forget that this concerns our paramount interests." "We possess greater interests," he said, casting a significant glance at the colonel. Observing their exchange, Ma Jiangwo feigned surprise. But internally he remained composed. The timing of the steward and the colonel's arrival was too fortuitous. They must have been lying in wait nearby. What truly unsettled him was the enigma that lay behind the two of them, whom they represented, and an even more pressing concern, their audacious revelation of such terrifying secrets in front of him and Wang Jinfeng. In this precarious situation, he could either regard them as allies or consider them as threats, for once their quarrel concluded, they could be disposed of, thereby eliminating any risk of leaks. Only Sha would remain, and while they might harbor reservations about her, her demise would seal their fates as well. Another troubling thought arose. Had Sha Keqing truly seen through them at all? According to Sha Keqing was undeniably astute. The three of them should have been aware of the box's existence long ago, yet they could not procure it without Sha's direct involvement. Once Sha secured it, they could then spring into action. Such a plan was only logical. As for that box, perhaps it was akin to that gaming console, accessible solely to Sha. Did Sha Keqing, the steward, and the colonel possess knowledge of this? They had never encountered that gaming device. The crux of the matter now rested upon that box. Should they acquire and unlock it, their lives would be in imminent peril, rendering Sha ineffectual. Suddenly, he recalled Sha's words, "Rest assured, my mother will safeguard it." Such a statement must carry profound significance, and he found himself increasingly convinced of Sha's inscrutable depth. At that moment, Sha Keqing was strolling through that villa in Ferry County. After his capture, in an effort to limit the scope of confidentiality, he continued to employ Li Yang and his associates, secretly keeping him there for observation without confiscating his phone, while conducting comprehensive surveillance. Despite this, there was no sign of activity. In fact, someone had slipped him a phone, which he used solely for receiving messages without sending any. He was aware that Sha had been taken into custody. He mused to himself, "This Ma Jiangwo truly lacks competence. I cannot allow him to jeopardize my meticulously devised plan. I must take a risk and extricate Sha so that she can swiftly attend to matters in South America." He instructed his men to summon Li Yang. "What is it, Professor Sha?" Li Yang inquired upon entering. "Notify Wang Qin to inform the individuals in Country M to immediately release Sha," he commanded. Li Yang, taken aback, nearly leapt from his seat, drawing his gun and aiming it at him. Wang Qin was the sole point of contact for his clandestine organization. Yet he understood that Wang Qin was also a genetically enhanced individual. They had disguised their relationship as lovers to facilitate frequent meetings, a highly confidential matter known only to his organization. How could he possibly be aware of this? Sha Keqing anticipated this reaction and calmly responded, "Holster your weapon. I am privy to all your secrets. Do you not recall anything about the Agricultural Research Institute?" This was his origin story. He instantly recalled playing with Wang Qin in a sun-drenched room during their childhood, only to be taken away by their respective parents. That was the Agricultural Research Institute. The directive he received was that the Agricultural Research Institute consisted solely of a basement level, and that was the extent of the report. Now it is clear. Sha Keqing inquired. Li Yang nodded, his heart racing. He had never encountered Sha Keqing before, and he suspected that Sha Keqing might be the highest-ranking official. He informed Wang Qin, who in turn notified the individuals from Country M. At this moment, the gaze of many was fixed upon a humble police station nestled within the unassuming Bronx district of Country M. Chapter 24. The true face within the villa in New York. The steward and the colonel continued their heated debate, while Ma Jiangwo lay motionless on the bed, as if lifeless. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the room. "Now, steward, remember, I am indifferent to your interests, and you shall not impede mine. I am going to retrieve Sha," the colonel declared, turning to Ma Jiangwo. "Mr. Ma, your task concludes here. Farewell." He inclined his head to Wang Jinfen and turned to leave. "Wait, Colonel, Mr. Ma's task is not yet complete. Do you not wish to see the box?" The steward interjected. "I shall not look. It has been agreed that the box belongs to you, while Sha is ours. I have no desire to uncover other secrets, as it yields no benefit. However, a glance would not be amiss. Mr. Ma, you exhibit great courage, but I must ask you to hand over the box," the steward said with a smile, exuding confidence. Ma Jiangwo thought to himself, "Here it comes," yet he found himself immobilized, lying on the bed like a corpse. He could only hope that the box was akin to a game console, impossible for others to take or open. In this way, he and Wang Jinfen might still harbor a glimmer of hope for survival, and thus he nodded subtly at Wang Jinfen. Wang Jinfen was utterly oblivious to what Ma Jiangwo was contemplating. A twinge of reluctance gripped her. After shedding so much blood, and incurring such a hefty price. To relinquish it so easily was disheartening. Yet, the prevailing circumstances left her no choice. She retrieved a small bag and extracted a box from within, handing it over to the steward with a hint of irritation. The steward, fully aware of her grievances, understood the weight of the sacrifice made and bowed slightly in gratitude as he accepted the box. The box was pitch black, resembling a square mineral, about the size of a cigarette case. It was surprisingly light, not even giving the impression of being hollow. This was the first time Wang Jinfen had taken it out. The steward, intending to examine it closely in the palm of his hand, inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the box to hover momentarily before it gently drifted back into Wang Jinfen's grasp. A surge of ecstasy washed over her. She clutched it tightly, akin to a gaming device that only a select few could wield. No wonder Sha had said she could rest assured with her mother guarding it, for no one could take it away. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Sha and shower her with affection. Ma Jiangwo, too, was engulfed in a wave of elation. The scenario of the gaming arena had resurfaced. Not only could they not be deprived of the box, but they also found themselves out of danger. Sha was astute, having long anticipated this, and one could never underestimate her intellect. Meanwhile, the steward and the colonel stood in stunned silence, the colonel slightly puzzled, exclaiming, "Steward, what on earth are you doing? Why are you returning it to her?" Sometimes, people find it hard to trust their own eyes, a notion supported by scientific evidence. "There is none," the steward replied. Wang Jinfen chose not to elaborate further and handed the box back to the steward. The three of them were taken aback. "What are you doing?" the colonel shouted. "It's going to kill me." "How do you know?" "I just know." "What do you know?" "A surge of energy." The colonel swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at the box with precision. As the box gradually descended into Wang Jinfen's hands, the colonel's gun pointed at it caused it to rise abruptly, spinning in the air. "Throw away the gun. It's going to kill," the steward shouted. "What? Fool! Throw it away," the steward exclaimed, covering his head. Just as the colonel was about to respond, he suddenly discarded his weapon and also shielded his head, both men swaying helplessly. However, the colonel, being sturdier, remained standing while the steward collapsed to the ground. Once the gun was discarded, the pain in their heads vanished, and they stood upright, gazing blankly at the box. "Colonel," the steward, undeterred, urged, "why don't you give it a try?" Wang Jinfen was equally curious and offered it to him. "No, no, no." The colonel retreated 2 steps in alarm, regaining his composure to say to the steward, "The box belongs to you, and the sand belongs to me. We agreed not to take advantage of others. The box is yours now. Farewell, steward." With that, he picked up his gun and vanished. After his departure, Wang Jinfen inquired, "So, steward, will you keep the box or shall I?" She meant to say that the box belonged to everyone, which would benefit all. The steward understood perfectly and quickly replied, "I trust you to keep it, Miss Wang. I must go prepare dinner now," and he too disappeared. Wang Jinfen was overjoyed, exchanging a couple of affectionate kisses before handing it to Ma Jiangwo, saying, "Why don't you give it a try? Why can't you either?" Wang Jinfen hugged the box to her chest, filled with immense delight. "It is not difficult to comprehend. Neither I nor Sha require protection as we move about freely. It is she who must safeguard you. Have you not observed that band of villains? If I were to also assume the role of protector, and should I sustain an injury, those ruffians would meet their demise. I cannot permit her to become a harbinger of death." Sha is truly astute. No wonder she expressed confidence in her mother's guardianship over me. At that moment, I found it peculiar that she did not include me in her assurances. "Now I understand," she declared with pride. "Yet, why does she entrust us so readily? She harbors a fondness for us. Indeed, we feel the same towards her." Wang Jinfen interjected, "She is aware of this. It goes beyond mere affection. We have an agreement, do you remember? We do not impede her mission, and in return, she does not obstruct ours. She upholds her promises, and we must not betray her trust. Have you not seen her sincerity in her loyalty and affection towards us? She remains unguarded, reflecting a bond of trust and love between one being and another, perhaps a bond that could ultimately save us." His contemplations often diverged from those of others. Wang Jinfen gently nodded in agreement. This man before her was indeed remarkable. In a moment of innocence, she pressed a kiss upon his forehead. Hey, hey, hey. Now I shall find it difficult to sleep tonight. However, do indulge me once more. All right, you should lie down properly. I wonder how Shasha is faring. Do not worry about Shasha. She may appear somewhat foolish, yet her inner strength is formidable. Our paramount concern now is to swiftly ascertain the origins of the overseer and the colonel, and to discern the interests they represent. Let us not forget the Hound Star beings and the Gene people. Although they remain in the shadows, they will not remain idle and will certainly take action. Suddenly, Wang Jinfeng exclaimed, "Did you feel any energy when you picked up the box?" "No," came the reply. "Neither did I, nor did the colonel." However, the steward sensed it. He was caught off guard and exclaimed it. You mean he is a Hound Star being?" Ma Jiangwo gasped, sitting up abruptly. Yet, a sharp pain surged through his wound, causing him to cry out and fall back down. Wang Jinfeng, flustered, quickly reassured him, do not rush. Please lie down and speak. Is your wound very painful?" "Yes. Primarily the 2 deep cuts on my chest. They have injured my ribs, and every breath is agony. That woman is truly formidable. There are all sorts of people in this world, but let us set that aside for now. I need to think and sort through my thoughts." Wang Jinfeng pondered about that woman, feeling a wave of fear wash over her at the memory of the thin blade spinning with a blue light. It was terrifying. She glanced at the closed eyes of Ma Jiangwo, his thoughts seemingly racing by, with his eyelids fluttering, seeing the man before her, swathed like a mummy. She couldn't help but reflect on the day's perils and what might lie ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Jiangwo said, "Jinfeng, you must patiently listen to me. My mind is still very chaotic, but our time is limited. Please pay close attention and identify any inconsistencies in my words. All right?" "Of course. Please go ahead." "So that's how it is," Wang Jinfeng remarked. "At that moment, I did not comprehend. I only sensed that this disheveled man was quite formidable." Cunning beyond measure, Ma Jiangwo glanced at her. A disheveled man. All right. It is indeed this handsome man who possesses remarkable intellect. I have endured much hardship to reach this point. Yet, Wang Jinfeng pondered, today once again I find myself under the knife. It seems I have become wiser. And this method of acquiring wisdom is rather unsettling. Merely a couple of cuts, and one becomes astute. Regarding the second query, Ma Jiangwo continued. It is certain that Shasha possesses latent extraordinary abilities yet to be revealed, and they are even more formidable. Observe her nonchalance as she places a note in her back pocket. Is she merely observing or enticing others? Do not underestimate her intellect. Those who can create flying saucers are not simple-minded. So what does that make us? Therefore, I assure you, there is no need to worry about Shasha's safety. She is exceedingly clever. But what is she consuming inside? You were given a box, and now your concern for her is overwhelming. Rest assured, as long as it is food, she will certainly declare it to be exquisite. Look at how you depict her, as if she were a mere pig. This is the result of evolution. Everything I eat is delightful. You have merely evolved into a pig yourself. All right, I misspoke. Let us return to the matter at hand. Picking up from the first question, since Shacking is so intelligent, how is it that we began to suspect the steward of being a Houndstar alien after merely a few hours, while he himself has failed to notice for such an extended period? It is nearly impossible to comprehend. Thus, if he is aware that the overseer is a Houndstar being, why would he permit him to retrieve Sasha? This leads me to assert that he harbors an extensive scheme, one that can only be fulfilled with Sasha's assistance. As for the third matter, the instant I exited the hotel yesterday morning, I sensed someone trailing me, yet I could not identify them. It can now be stated that it was indeed the overseer and the colonel's associates. No wonder they possess such formidable capabilities. What warrants our attention now is that should an individual associated with Shah Kursin appear to rescue Sasha, if it is the colonel and his headquarters personnel, we would be informed. Two conclusions can be drawn. First, Shah Kursin has an alternative means of learning about Sasha's capture, which raises questions regarding this source. Second, he has lost trust in the overseer. After all, the overseer was entrusted with Sasha's affairs in M country. Yet he refrains from communicating with Sha Kursin, as the overseer opposes the rescue of Sasha. Consider how Sha Kursin might perceive this. He requires Sasha, and thus he will endeavor to save her, potentially framing the Houndstar beings or others for the act. As for the colonel, he belongs to a clandestine military organization in M country. Their motives shall not be analyzed at this juncture, for they are human and pose a limited threat. Therefore, we now find ourselves contending with three factions targeting Sasha. First, Sha Kursin. Second, the Houndstar beings. And third, the secret military organization of M country. I have conveyed much. Do you grasp the crux of the matter? I find myself equally bewildered and yet to untangle the intricacies. Wang Jinfen remarked, it is indeed somewhat chaotic, with so many buts, since, possibly, and almost. These words are all followed by reasoning and conjecture. However, the crux has emerged. First, the overseer may be a member of the Houndstar race. Second, Sha Kexing possesses a grand plan that necessitates Shasha's involvement. Third, the military of M Nation harbors a secret organization targeting Sasha. Fourth, although not the main focus, Sasha may possess extraordinary abilities unknown to us. Fifth, Sha Kexing has alternative channels of information. Is this correct? Indeed, you have encapsulated it very clearly. Yet you have not endorsed my hypotheses. Even if these are mere conjectures, disseminating them domestically into the United Nations headquarters would likely incite considerable upheaval, prompting them to investigate with utmost diligence. Therefore, must you not exercise caution to avoid misleading them? Do you concur? I do. I wholeheartedly endorse these 5 points. Excellent. The alignment of our opinions renders them more credible. Now, you must dispatch these 5 conjectures immediately, without delay. I surmise they have already commenced action. Perhaps even the colonel has moved faster. Understood. After the message was sent, the domestic group was engulfed in astonishment, while the United Nations headquarters was equally astounded. We have discovered the Houndstar beings. Verify the truth. The box. We are already in motion, en route to St. Mary's Hospital. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinfen turned to Ma Jiangwo and urged, let us proceed to St. Mary's Hospital. Wang Jinfen complied. Very well, Ma Jiangwo responded. Wang Jinfen produced the box. Examining it from every angle, it was merely a box, devoid of text, buttons, or even seams. Let me touch it. Do not loosen your grip. How peculiar it is. How does it recognize you? I feel an urge to kick it. Give it a kick. Mother kept insisting. Unknowingly, as Ma Jiangwo uttered these words, he was reminded of Shasha's expression when she had said the same, causing him to lapse into a moment of contemplation. You were thinking of Sasha, weren't you? Wang Jifeng inquired. Indeed, he replied. So was I. Chapter 25. Make and Sasha. Once the superintendent departed the room, he promptly made a phone call. Is everything arranged? He inquired. Yes, a female voice responded. Her name is Anna. Someone is on their way to rescue Sasha. Prepare to eliminate them. Understood. However, we must not kill Sasha. We cannot allow suspicion to fall upon us. The criminals must be the ones to end her life, and we need a publicly justifiable reason. Absolutely. The plan is already in place, and we will ensure that no one suspects our preparedness. Otherwise, you will be exposed. Excellent. A police vehicle carrying Sasha came to a halt in front of a police station. This suburban precinct was modest, far from luxurious, with 2 rows of single-story buildings, an open area in front, and a yard behind. 2 old patrol cars were parked in the open space. At the entrance of the small station, a police officer emerged, holding a hamburger, as it was lunchtime. Upon seeing Sasha being escorted from the patrol car, with an officer trailing behind, he remarked, Oh, Make, you've caught yourself a woman today. Indeed, a murderer, he replied. A murderer? She doesn't seem like one to me. Murderers aren't always apparent. They must be apprehended. Wow. So now Make is adept at apprehending murderers. Enough chatter. Where's my hamburger? On the table. I'm going to the museum today. Suit yourself. Mike was an experienced police officer, supporting a family of 5. He brought Sasha to his desk, where a large hamburger awaited. As they both settled into their seats, he noticed Sasha eyeing the hamburger and asked, Would you like to have some? Sasha nodded in response. This is my hamburger. I will ask you after I finish it," he stated, taking a bite. However, upon seeing Sasha's gaze fixed on him, he pondered the implications of youth. At 15 or 16, one could take a life. By 80, how many would that be? But then he realized the truth. She was not 15 or 16, but merely 10, perhaps 7 or 8. The same age as his beloved daughter, whom he had cherished dearly after marrying late in life. "Do you really want some?" he inquired again. Sasha nodded once more. "If I unshackle your hands, you won't run away, will you?" "I won't," she replied, but he hesitated, recalling how his own daughter had once fled, evading his grasp. Thus, he brought the hamburger closer to Sasha's mouth, saying, "Just like this, take a bite." Sasha eagerly took a sizable bite, prompting him to do the same in quick succession. Together, they devoured the hamburger in a delightful exchange. "How does it taste?" he asked. "It tastes wonderful," she exclaimed. "Indeed. Our hamburgers do have a fantastic flavor. Now that we have finished, I must ask you something, and you must answer truthfully." "All right," she replied. "What is your name?" "Sasha." He noted it down. "And your age?" 8. He recorded that too. "Where do you live?" "Fairy Star," she replied, each time she spoke those words. Others dismissed them as mere fabrications, but perhaps it was time to tease her a little. Hello. I'm not inquiring about your zodiac sign, but rather your place of residence." Sasha laughed heartily, finding the officer quite amusing and kind-hearted. Unable to continue teasing him, she declared, "I possess a passport." "A passport? An 8-year-old child has a passport?" After finishing their hamburgers, he no longer viewed Sasha as a potential culprit. Instead, he suspected that she might be a lost child from someone's family. After their conversation, he thought it necessary to have a stern talk with her parents for not keeping a closer watch on their daughter, which he considered a case of parental negligence. Noticing his expression, Sasha stood up with a smile. He curiously retrieved a passport from her pocket and opened it to reveal, Country Z, Yunnan, CNNV County. CNNV Town, Sasha, 18 years old. He had initially assumed Sasha to be 8 years old and had overlooked the numeral preceding the one. "You are from Country Z, the residence of fairies," he remarked, having encountered many peculiarities during his time in America, and casually asked, "Indeed. So, Miss Fairy, what brings you to Earth?" "Classified information, a secret," as agreed, she replied. "Ah, my little daughter behaves similarly when asked what she is thinking. She too responds with classified information. Why are Chinese girls just like American girls? And Miss Fairy, what is your purpose in Country M?" he inquired. "Tourism." "Ah, indeed. A tourist passport. And what brings you here?" "You brought me in, after all." "That is true. I did escort you to the police station without proper inquiry." "Then, what were you doing in the warehouse?" "Tourism, of course. Upon hearing gunfire, I simply stepped inside. This situation is problematic." He witnessed her holding a gun and urging her to lie down. "What did you see?" "Dead bodies, firearms." "That is the truth. And why did you have the gun?" "It was retrieved." "That too is the truth. How could a small girl possibly kill so many armed individuals?" At that moment, the deputy director entered, followed by another man. "Michael, this is Nick from the Major Crimes Unit. The suspect is now in his custody. Our work here is concluded. However, Director, she doesn't resemble a murderer. Michael, your task for today is complete. You performed admirably and will receive commendation. Let him take her away." Michael, feeling helpless, said to Sasha, "I am truly sorry, little Sasha. You must go with him. Ensure you have your passport." He helped her tuck the passport into her pocket. "Thank you, Officer Michael. You are very kind." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Freeze. Hands in the air." A group of masked individuals stormed in, brandishing 4 or 5 assault rifles aimed at them. The director, Nick, and Michael immediately raised their hands. One of the masked men approached to take Sasha. Nick swiftly drew his handgun and fired at him. Instantly, the assault rifles unleashed a barrage, scattering papers and phones across the table. The director and Nick quickly ducked behind the table, while Michael threw himself over Sasha. "Stay still. Little Sasha. When I draw my weapon to return fire, you crawl behind that cabinet." With that, he swiftly unlocked her handcuffs. Sasha nodded. Michael rolled over, drew his handgun, and fired through the gap in the table as Sasha crawled to hide behind the cabinet. The director and Nick seized the opportunity to retaliate. The previous volley had just concluded. Both Nick and the director suffered gunshot wounds to their arms. Nearby, a female officer frantically called for help over the radio. But to no avail. Checking her phone revealed a total lack of signal. Communication had been severed. With a scream, she scrambled towards the rear window, desperate to escape. But as she rose, a masked figure met her gaze, prompting her to instinctively cover her mouth and crouch down. At that moment, a flashbang and smoke grenade were hurled through the window, compelling her to press her mouth shut and lie flat. Fortunately, the assailants seemed disinclined to kill them. After tossing in the flashbang and smoke grenade, they commanded everyone to take cover. The room was filled with smoke and flashes, and she found refuge behind a cabinet. Temporarily safe, pondering how the conflict had turned against their own, having recognized the gunfire as that of the colonel's men. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a tall figure clad in a balaclava seized her, hoisting her onto his shoulder. This was an experience she had not encountered before. She kicked, screamed, and pounded, but soon felt a sharp prick in her backside that rendered her immobile. The assailant carried her to an open area and unceremoniously tossed her into the helicopter's cargo basket before swiftly jumping into a car. Amidst the shrill sound of tires screeching against the asphalt, 3 cars veered wildly, kicking up clouds of dust as the helicopter above roared and banked sharply. In the ensuing chaos, several officers rushed out, firing their handguns relentlessly at the vehicles and the helicopter, but their bullets merely bounced off, proving ineffective against the armored targets. Nick and the chief, armed with long rifles, aimed at the rope hanging beneath the helicopter. A shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The rope was finally struck, and the basket plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, from which the unconscious Sasha tumbled out. At that moment, sirens blared from all directions, and the helicopter arrived, accompanied by reinforcements. The colonel had no choice but to order a retreat. He was in the helicopter with Sasha, clutching his phone. As the voice on the other end expressed frustration, "You couldn't even handle a small police station." "I apologize, General. We have not been trained to confront our own police station." Infuriated, the caller threw the phone to the ground. No comment. This was the first chaos caused by Sasha. The overseer, with a sinister smile, spoke into his phone. "Excellent. This will divert their attention. How is everything proceeding?" "All is unfolding as planned," came the response. "Good. Sasha is now wriggling into the noose." The overseer exclaimed triumphantly. Sasha was handcuffed by Nick and shoved into a vehicle, which sped away, clandestinely transporting her to the state police station before nightfall. Upon her arrival, a man at the entrance glanced at her and stated, "The situation is tense. Lock her in solitary." "No. Proceed as planned." Sasha was confined to a large cell filled with a dozen other individuals, an interim detention facility, dimly lit and reeking of unpleasant odors. The room was populated with women of varying ages, including prostitutes, drunks, drug addicts, gamblers, and vagrants. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a loud clang. As Sasha approached a corner, the others inexplicably parted, seemingly allowing her to occupy that solitary space. Ignoring their actions, she focused intently on her thoughts. As she contemplated the potential dangers her father, mother, and the overseer might face in the company of the Dogstar beings, she felt an urgency to warn them. Unbeknownst to her, the energy of the Dogstar entities was formidable, and she questioned whether the fairy beings could subdue them. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her determination to escape the confines of her human prison, for no one could deter her. However, she remained unaware of their intricate plans. At that moment, a group of menacing figures approached her corner with ill intent. As she opened her eyes wide, they instantly recoiled, sensing a powerful energy radiating from her. Her gaze, deep and penetrating like that of a deity from a classical painting, struck fear into their hearts. One woman, a drunken wretch, gasped in terror and fainted. Yet, another woman, disheveled and stout, advanced boldly towards her, drawn by the scent of the Dogstar beings that lingered around her. The others watched in horror as this drug-addled woman approached, retreating in fear, leaving the room enveloped in an eerie silence. Under the dim light, the woman opened her mouth and extended her fingers, revealing her gleaming white fangs that glinted menacingly. In a swift motion, she lunged at Sha, reacting instinctively. Sha sidestepped and struck the back of her neck, only to be surprised by the unexpected softness of her opponent's form. The woman collapsed lifelessly to the ground, leaving Sha momentarily stunned. As she tore open the woman's clothing, she discovered that the scent did not emanate from her body, but rather from the garment she wore. The pristine fangs were merely a facade. Someone had orchestrated this deception. Complicating matters further, she had been disguised as a Dogstar being, and she remained oblivious to this truth. The occupants of the room erupted into screams at the sight of the fallen figure, and Sha gazed in astonishment at their panicked faces, bewildered by their overwhelming fear. As the piercing scream echoed, Nick and the guard dashed over, seemingly prepared and close at hand. Sha sensed that familiar aura once more, and the crowd pointed at her. Upon their arrival, Nick and the guard discovered a lifeless body, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossing their faces. They swiftly handcuffed Sha and confined her to a dimly lit small room, leaving her alone. Now, she was branded a murderer, with numerous witnesses to attest to it. Sha, perceiving their expressions of delight, immediately grasped that the scent on the woman had been deliberately placed there by them, inducing a dazed state to orchestrate her demise. It dawned on her that they were already aware of her identity as a Venusian. Their intention to confine her first in a large room and then in a small one was part of a meticulously devised plan. It was not merely about locking her away in isolation. The overseer at the Agricultural Research Institute was privy to her strategy, which must have conflicted with theirs. They sought to eliminate her without revealing their true selves. What was the ultimate target of their scheme? Was it merely Earth, simply because she was a Venusian? A chill ran down her spine at the thought that they might have grander ambitions, possibly spanning the entire cosmos. They had ensnared her in a vast trap. And if she wished to uncover their intentions, she had no choice but to advance step by step within this snare. Her mind was already brimming with the intricate strategies of this planet. She couldn't help but wonder about the well-being of her parents. At that very moment, lying in bed, Ma Jiangwo sneezed, and Wang Jinfeng followed suit. It seemed even the box stirred slightly. Isn't it peculiar that we both sneezed simultaneously? Ma Jiangwo mumbled through his oxygen mask, his words barely coherent. Perhaps it is the daughter who is thinking of us. They both have seen the news and are aware that Sha has been taken to the state police station. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that she has committed murder. The directive from headquarters is to remain on standby and observe the unfolding situation. Events are progressing towards an uncertain outcome. Chapter 26. Protection. Phoenix swiftly ushered Sha into a small room and immediately contacted the steward, who repeatedly affirmed his understanding. He then entered Ma Jiangwo's chamber with a smile, inquiring, "Mr. Ma, are you feeling any better?" "Thank you. Much improved," Ma Jiangwo replied. "Have you seen the news?" "Indeed." Nick responded. "I just inquired on your behalf, but the news is not good." Frowning, he continued, "My friend at the police station just called. Sha has just committed murder." "Murder?" Both Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng exclaimed, a wave of tension washing over them. How did it happen? In a brawl, she killed a woman. Their hearts sank. How could this have occurred? The situation had exceeded their expectations, transforming far too rapidly. Such swift changes imply conspiracy, as they defy the norm. Ma Jiangwo instructed the steward to gather more information, for he could not act independently. Moreover, he sought to probe the steward further. If he suspected the steward to be an extraterrestrial, it would be implausible for him to operate alone. Having lingered so long in close proximity to Shakin, and with the involvement of the M country's police, it indicated that there was an organization behind them. With an organization, there exists purpose. And with purpose comes planning. This objective is aimed at Earth. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in coming to this planet? The Overseer, it seems, desires that box. The secrets contained within it are undoubtedly pivotal to their scheme. Yet, now they appear to have abandoned it, showing no interest in Sasha, nor making any attempts to compel her to reveal its contents. This suggests they possess a contingency plan, whether or not they have the box and Sasha. Their objectives remain unchanged, which is rather unsettling. Initially, he surmised they were using Sasha as a human shield, intending to bring her forth. However, the unfolding events have deviated from this assumption. The overseer, disregarding his promise to the colonel, is laying traps, methodically eliminating Sasha, while the colonel, in a reckless frenzy, seeks to reclaim her. Headquarters has instructed him to refrain from any action and to observe the developments passively. Throughout these events, Sasha has been a witness, being so young. Will she alter her commitments to us? Will she find us tiresome and simply choose to complete her task and depart? Presently, he is oblivious to the plans of the Hound Star beings and is anxious that Sasha might leave without a word. Moreover, he has yet to devise a solution. Lying in bed, somewhat distressed. However, one thing is abundantly clear. The crux of the matter lies with Sasha. As a mere visitor, Sasha has traversed from the police station to an attack at the precinct, then to the state police, culminating in murder. This bewildering series of events has been sensationalized by the media. A week and a half later, Sasha was sentenced to 5 years in prison for manslaughter. During this period, Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng visited Sasha once as her guardians. Sasha confided in them that the overseer is a member of the Hound Star beings, part of a vast organization with nefarious intentions. Uncertain of the overseer's rank within this hierarchy, she expressed her desire to uncover the truth, urging them not to worry. Furthermore, she requested them to convey her apologies to the colonel for inadvertently injuring one of his subordinates, while also warning him that the overseer is indeed a Hound Star being, but this information must remain confidential. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng were filled with excitement as they finally discerned that the overseer was a member of the Hound Star race, revealing the enemy's true nature. Their joy was further heightened by the realization that Sasha had not abandoned her promise. She possessed a remarkable understanding of humility and discernment, even asserting that the colonel had not genuinely fired upon those officers. Otherwise, they would have met with dire consequences. Such a wise and benevolent extraterrestrial being was indeed a source of delight. Yet, Wang Jinfeng felt a pang of concern upon witnessing Sasha's weary visage, her eyes brimming with tears as she cautioned her daughter to exercise utmost caution while engaged in her tasks. "We cannot assist you at this moment, and the provisions within are rather lacking," she advised. Sasha reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, dear mother. I am well fed 3 times a day, and the food is utterly delightful. My strength is increasing. Do you comprehend the significance of that?" Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng naturally understood. In just a fortnight, she had transformed from an infant into a girl of 7 or 8 years. With the evolution of her physical form, they pondered just how formidable she might become. Sasha also urged them to express their gratitude to Officer Michael, proclaiming him a commendable policeman. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng were astonished, then elated. Their daughter was truly a kind-hearted individual, possessing a deep sense of gratitude. Upon receiving the message, Officer Michael brought his family to visit her. As they laid eyes on Sasha, they were immediately charmed by her, finding her even more endearing than on television. Michael jested that she was playfully deceiving him, claiming to be 8 years old when she was, in fact, 18, a notion that had even drawn laughter from the media. "Uncle Michael, you truly are quite the fool. I stated that I am 18. Why do you not believe me?" His wife and 3 daughters nodded in agreement, declaring that Michael was indeed a great fool, never believing their words. Observing their amiable family, Sasha remarked that they would surely find happiness in the future. Unbeknownst to her, the love that had not yet been cultivated in her mind was beginning to take root in her heart, though it had yet to flourish. Michael's family remained oblivious to the fact that she was an alien. Whether they would be astonished with gaping mouths upon learning this or frightened enough to cover their heads with blankets remained uncertain. Ma Jiangwo had reported to headquarters that the overseer was a member of the Hound Star race, which had established a vast organization on Earth and was conspiring against the planet. The headquarters was taken aback and immediately initiated a covert investigation, urging countries to closely collaborate with Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng. Sha King silently observed all of this, yet he remained steadfast in his plan to extricate Sasha from prison. He would not allow the presence of Hound Star beings to thwart his grand ambitions, feeling that everything was firmly within his grasp. The women's prison was situated in a remote area, spanning 80 acres. Tall walls, electric fences, guard towers, and searchlights stood starkly against the wilderness. With only a solitary road weaving through the desolate mountains, lending a semblance of connection to the outside world. A few days later, Shasha and a dozen female inmates were transported in a deep blue prison van, which drove through the imposing iron gates and halted before a row of 4-story flat-roofed buildings. Under the watchful eyes of armed female guards, they lined up to enter the iron doors of the building. Inside the hall, they sequentially handed over their personal belongings at a counter with iron bars, received their prison uniforms, and then proceeded into an adjacent large room, where they stood in a line. The prison officer commanded them to strip completely, conducting thorough inspections to ensure that no contraband was hidden. Afterward, they were loudly ordered to proceed to the next room for a shower. Upon emerging from the shower, Shasha donned a gray prison uniform emblazoned with the number 1212. The attire was oversized, with the sleeves and pant legs needing to be rolled multiple times to reveal her hands and feet. As a tall individual of M nationality, the small size of the uniform was still ample for her, while the shoes were so large that they could comfortably accommodate 2 feet. Her entire appearance resembled that of a homeless child who had stumbled upon and donned an adult's clothing, eliciting hearty laughter from the accompanying female inmates. "Cease your laughter," commanded the stern female officer, prompting the women to line up and pass through 3 imposing iron gates, leading to the rear of the correctional facility. The 4-story prison block was square in shape, with an open space in the center. Shasha's cell was located on the 2nd floor, shared with 3 others. It was equipped with a flush toilet, a wash basin, a towel rack, and 2 sets of bunk beds, all adorned in gray bedding. With 3 of the beds already occupied, 1 lower bunk remained vacant. As soon as Shasha entered and the iron door closed behind her, a woman peered over from the upper bunk near the entrance and exclaimed, "Oh, a pretty little thing has arrived. What brings you here?" "A murderer," Shasha replied. "Greetings. I am Barbara," the woman continued, eyeing Shasha with keen interest. "Along with timid Martha across from me, we are mere thieves. We could certainly use a murderer here." Her eyes twinkled as she appraised Shasha. It seems you might require something." "Hello, Barbara. I am Shasha, and I do not require anything. I have everything you could need here," she continued, swinging her legs as she spoke. "Underwear, bras, sanitary napkins, toothpicks. I possess all manner of feminine supplies." The bed creaked rhythmically beneath her swinging legs. "Be quiet. I wish to sleep," came the response from the lower bunk, disinterested in the newcomer, as she turned over, causing the entire bed to shake. Sasha glanced at her and was taken aback, revealing an enormous backside. It seemed this woman weighed at least 300 pounds. "She was our leader." Barbara continued to swing her legs and said, "Boss, aren't you going to get up and take a look? Business awaits you. A flat rate. $10 each time." "What do you mean, a flat rate of $10? Sasha inquired. "It's a protection fee," Barbara replied. "I don't require protection," Sasha said foolishly. Barbara burst into laughter. "You do need it." The timid Martha, peeking from across, chimed in, "You will soon realize their prowess. Our leader is even more formidable. $10 is quite a bargain, considering your beauty and petite stature. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't protect myself. May I sit down?" "Of course." "That is your bed." Sasha took a seat. Martha leaned down and said, "I was originally in the lower bunk, but the person above kept passing gas. So I've moved up here. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. I will scream at night. You don't mind that, do you?" "Not at all, Martha. Sleep peacefully. You are so kind. I shall rest easy now." "Sasha, did you kill your father or your mother?" Barbara asked. "Are you done yet?" The boss suddenly threw off the covers and sat up, causing the bed to creak and sway again as she looked at Sasha. Sasha was startled. This woman resembled a polar bear. Barbara chuckled. "Now you understand just how formidable she is. Every time, she leaves her husband battered and bruised, sprawled on the floor, only to hoist him and toss him into the bathtub to rouse him." A bell rang, signaling lunchtime, and Barbara sprang into action. The timid Martha followed suit, whispering to Sasha, "Just hide behind the boss. They wouldn't dare do anything. They always pick on the newcomers." in the dining hall on the first floor. The glaring lights illuminated long tables and benches, crowded with people, their voices buzzing like a swarm. Groups of 3 or 5, having arrived early, sat together, quietly conversing while they ate. Today marked the newcomers' first meal, creating an atmosphere tinged with unease as curious glances flitted about, scrutinizing them, while the guards kept a watchful eye. Barbara and Martha kindly allowed Sasha to conceal herself behind the polar bear, while they queued for their meals. Each received a plastic tray laden with a serving of mashed potatoes, a bowl of thick tomato soup, and a few slices of bread. The 4 of them found an empty table to occupy. The boss grumbled about the monotonous fare, lamenting the absence of pizza, small cakes, or milk. Barbara and Martha dared not respond, while Sasha savored the meal, slurping the soup and shoveling mashed potatoes and bread into her mouth. The boss barely glanced her way, thinking she was likely no older than his own daughter. Barbara and Martha watched in wide-eyed astonishment at Sasha's voracious appetite. The 4 women continued to eat in silence. Suddenly, the dining hall fell quiet, prompting Barbara and Martha to lower their heads even further. A group entered, heading to the serving counter, their eyes scanning the room. Leading the group was a towering female inmate, her muscular arms adorned with tattoos, and her thighs so thick that she waddled as she walked. Her plump, round face, bulging eyes, and slicked-back hair exuded an ominous aura, resembling a grotesque, bloated demon painted on a grimy wall. Surrounded by her sycophantic followers, she advanced toward Sasha as if she were a queen with countless subjects prostrating at her feet. The hall was enveloped in silence, all eyes fixated upon them. Martha, startled, dropped her spoon with a clatter, while Barbara's hand trembled, causing the bowl to rattle. The demon-like woman settled herself beside Sasha with an air of arrogance. "A newcomer, is it? What is your name?" "Quite fresh, indeed," she remarked. Sasha, wishing to avoid conflict, replied, "Hello, I am Sasha." A chorus of jeers erupted from the woman's entourage. "Speaking to our boss without standing? How dare you eat?" One individual reached for Sasha's hair, attempting to yank her up. "Stop!" thundered the polar bear. Everyone jumped in surprise. Some tipped over their bowls, chairs were knocked askew, and others fled the scene, abandoning their meals. The assailant's hand lingered in the air. The female guard at the entrance smirked. "Ha ha ha," the demoness laughed. "This old woman thinks she can protect her, as if this were her territory. Ha ha." Her followers joined in a raucous laughter. "Go to hell, kneel before our boss. You'll soon be begging. We kindly advise our leader to spare you." The polar bear ignored their taunts. With a mere lift of her hand, silence descended upon the group. "This afternoon in the laundry room, your subordinates are all expected," the demoness declared. Martha, upon hearing that she too was to be included, let out a startled gasp and fainted. Barbara clenched her legs tightly. The witch's minions erupted into laughter. "Behold your subordinates. One has fainted, and the other is on the verge of wetting herself. Come now, Barbara, stand up and let us witness how one urinates while standing." Both Barbara and Martha frequently endured torment at their hands. Eventually, the polar bear rescued them, but it took over a month for them to recover, leaving behind lasting shadows of their ordeal. The delicate, childlike skin on Sasha's forehead revealed faintly pulsing veins. These individuals had pierced the thin veneer of earth within her heart, causing her dark tendrils to emerge, much like her capacity for love, which blossomed in tandem. They were oblivious to the malevolent force they had unearthed, a force capable of obliterating them in an instant. Yet, suddenly, the faces of cherished individuals surfaced in Sasha's mind. Her father and mother, Anine, Yair, Shur-Air, and Officer Michael's family. She recalled how the polar bear had bravely commanded them to cease, a protector embodying kindness. She held her emotions in check and remained seated in silence. "No, I shall go alone. That is my condition," the polar bear stated calmly, steadfast as a mountain. "No, no, no," the witch cackled wickedly. "We must all go. Only there can our uncontrollable desires be satisfied." "No," Sasha interjected suddenly. "I will go. I shall go alone. You have come for me. I can fulfill your desires." Sasha understood with clarity that these individuals were not here for the 3 of them, but for her alone. She was determined to resolve this matter on her own, their presence was unwarranted. Upon hearing that Sha intended to venture alone, Barbara and Martha were seized by fear and embraced her tightly. After Martha fainted, Sha held her close, while both women pleaded, Sha, you must not go. The polar bear, irate, interjected, do not meddle. You three shall remain indoors. I am eager to see just how formidable she truly is. The wicked woman sneered, you resemble a hen. I told you all to come. I shall slay you and let the three tender chicks witness, so they may understand who reigns supreme here. With that, she strode away. The hall fell into an eerie silence. In the afternoon, within the laundry room. Chapter 27. The Witch's Challenge to the Polar Bear. The M Country Prison stands as one of the most chaotic places on Earth. The Witch's challenge against the polar bear ignited a frenzy among the inmates in the remote prison, their excitement akin to having received a surge of adrenaline. They squawked like startled chickens. This event served as their singular source of entertainment, combat. In the dining hall, they gathered to watch the pay-per-view broadcast. And the guards reveled in the spectacle, for regardless of the victor, they secretly profited, ensuring a win-win situation. The thrill was palpable, and although there were no referees, weapons were strictly prohibited. This was a legitimate challenge, not an everyday occurrence. The witch had unified the realm, leaving the polar bear's cell as the last bastion of purity. Even in the event of a brawl, as long as the incident was reported, no evidence of knives or gunshot wounds could be detected. While the prisoners fervently hoped for the polar bear's triumph, the betting odds heavily favored the demon, reaching a staggering 1,000 to 1 against the polar bear, resulting in a complete absence of wagers in her favor. In the absence of opponents, the female gambling overlord commanded that each cell draw lots. Those who abstained from betting were required to pay $50 in cash. As soon as the draw revealed the witch, ecstatic cries of victory erupted, while those who drew the polar bear were left to bang their heads against the wall in despair. This lottery immediately divided the prison into two factions. Even before the polar bear and the witch could face off, a brawl had already ensued, leaving many battered and bruised. The support for the witch was well-founded. She bore the moniker of the witch for good reason. Previously, she was the heavyweight champion in the UFC, Ultimate Fighting Championship, of M Country, and later joined a special forces unit where she honed her combat skills. After retiring, she participated in underground boxing matches, leaving many defeated in her wake. Renowned for her ruthless nature, she ruled the prison with an iron fist, instilling fear in all who crossed her path. Yet, when it came to gambling, opinions shifted as they placed their bets on her victory, driven solely by the lure of money, devoid of any moral considerations regarding good or evil. As for the Arctic bear, a champion of the combat arena, she retired after marriage, only to discover her husband's infidelity. In a fit of rage, she severely injured him, and their two daughters, caught in the turmoil of a fractured family, resorted to truancy. What was once a harmonious household had descended into chaos. In her fury, she assaulted the mistress, but inadvertently caused grave harm, leading to her incarceration. She never anticipated that life could take such a turn, losing her confidence in the process. However, upon rescuing Barbara and Martha, she rekindled her spirit, determined to protect them. Today, upon hearing that the newcomer Sasha is a murderer, she felt a strange sense of relief. If such a frail woman could commit such an act, then it was not the women who were the problem, but rather the men. Thus, she resolved to safeguard Sasha, aspiring to carve out a sanctuary amidst the chaos. Yet, she was unprepared for the witch who sought to obliterate this fragile haven, determined to fight for it. She was nonetheless daunted by the overwhelming numbers and ruthless nature of her adversaries. The thought of losing and subjecting the three of them to further oppression left her momentarily paralyzed on the edge of the bed. But then she recalled Sasha, a slight woman whom she could easily defeat with a single punch, and thought, if she could muster the courage to face the challenge alone, why couldn't she? The laundry room, a place where garments of over 1,000 inmates were washed, lay behind the dining hall, isolated in a desolate area. Thick iron bars separated this place from the outside world, a domain where demons lurked, filled only with the sound of machinery, devoid of human voices. At night, it was eerily silent, and the Arctic bear worked there as a laundress. At 2 p.m., four individuals arrived early at the laundry room, with a camera in the corner observing them. Barbara and Martha appeared apprehensive, partially obscured from view, while the imposing figure of the polar bear suddenly filled the screen. In the dining hall, cheers erupted for her anticipated victory, while murmurs of discontent arose from those betting against her. The room was effectively divided, with nearly equal numbers on either side due to the random draw. Guards wielding batons patrolled the dividing line to prevent any further altercations, as many had arrived with bruises and contusions. In an attempt to soothe the heightened emotions, the prison distributed bags of popcorn, quickly escalating in price to $50 each. Upon entering the laundry room, the polar bear meticulously inspected the long row of washing machines to ensure no contraband items, such as improvised iron rods or sharpened toothbrush handles, were concealed within. She stood resolutely among them. Shortly thereafter, a group of witches entered, blocking both doors of the corridor-like laundry room to prevent any escape. As they secured the entrances, one witch approached the polar bear, but their towering heights, approximately 1.9 meters, rendered them unable to see each other's faces, prompting a chorus from the dining hall. Adjust the camera, adjust the camera. Pull back a bit more, pull back a bit more. Excellent. We can see the full figure now. Upon confirmation that the camera was correctly positioned, a temporary speaker had been installed in the laundry room to facilitate communication between the two groups. The female gambler, holding a microphone, took on the role of a makeshift commentator. With a sinister smile, the witch addressed the polar bear. Today, all four of you will fight, and no one shall escape. A sudden scream erupted in the dining hall, a chilling premonition of impending carnage. The prisoners, gripped by terror, stomped their feet and shouted wildly, transforming the atmosphere into one of sheer madness. The witch erupted in raucous laughter, defiantly raising her middle finger at the polar bear, who retreated 3 paces in shock. With a mere gesture, her subordinates assisted her in shedding her garments, leaving her clad only in athletic shorts and a sports bra. Her muscles bulged, glistening under the lights, exuding an aura of formidable lethality. The polar bear cast a wary glance her way, retreating 3 more steps as Barbara and Martha trembled, helping to disrobe her. Though her physique was robust, the tight-fitting shorts and bra revealed a certain looseness in her muscles, remnants of past training. At 37 or 38, she was a decade older than her opponent, yet all were reminded of her formidable moniker, the Python Scissor Strangler. The world-renowned UFC mixed martial arts competition embodies an amalgamation of elite combat techniques, including boxing, wrestling, judo, Muay Thai, and Chinese martial arts. In the octagon, one can showcase their prowess without any protective gear, engaging in battle with deadly precision. Men compete bare-chested in shorts, while women don shorts and sports bras, their hands gloved only at the fingertips. Consequently, even in sanctioned bouts, bloodshed is rampant, blurring the line between adversaries' blood and one's own. Not to mention the brutal underground fights. As the two figures stood there, the onlookers in the dining hall gasped upon witnessing their imposing physiques. The sight was so daunting that one could scarcely imagine engaging in combat. Even the weight of such a woman would be enough to crush one. The thought of a fist colliding with a face was indeed a harrowing one. In the dining hall, amidst a flurry of popcorn being tossed into mouths, an incessant clamor filled the air. The combat commenced. The female commentator, brandishing a microphone, deftly maneuvered through the crowd, retreating to the side. Under the glaring lights, muscles glistened with intensity. The sorceress, bending low, formed a cobra gesture with her hands, teasingly beckoning the polar bear with feigned attacks. As the polar bear advanced, she retreated. When he fell back, she surged forward, playfully enticing him. Yet, she was unprepared for the third retreat, which was met with a swift jab, far quicker than the previous 2. A colossal fist pierced through her defenses and struck her forehead with a resounding thud. The dull sound resonated clearly throughout the hall. For a moment, the room fell silent, only to erupt into chaos. Goodness, how could that hit? Who was struck? I was just tossing popcorn and only heard the noise. Meanwhile, on the polar bear's side, cries of dismay rang out. Oh my God, it hit. It hit. My money, my God, my bear, it's 1,000 to 1. Blood was drawn, blood was drawn. Without gloves, it was nearly bone against bone, the impact causing her forehead to split open, blood gushing forth. The sorceress, in a macabre display, licked her own blood. Initially, the Arctic bear's first 2 strikes were merely feints, designed to mislead her opponent into believing her punches were slow, thereby creating a preconceived notion. It was only with the 3rd strike that she unleashed a true barrage of power, a formidable jab that should have been devastating. To her astonishment, however, the female antagonist did not crumble. She merely staggered back 3 paces, though the blow struck her squarely on the forehead, earning points in the bout. It bore no relevance to the contest itself. The Arctic bear had inadvertently revealed her strategy and punching speed. As the commentator, the female gambler cried out in excitement. Although the female antagonist has taken a punch, it has not resulted in genuine harm. The Arctic bear has exposed her intentions and speed. With microphone in hand, the commentator bent low, following the 2 fighters closely while continuously shouting, "The match has just begun. This is a clash of titans. A true spectacle awaits. Everyone, open your eyes, applaud, scream, and witness the bloodshed." The commentator, inherently a betting head and commentator for underground boxing, possessed an innate understanding of how to stir emotions to incite wagers. Her commentary resembled the fervent shouts of a street vendor. "Don't miss out, folks. Today is the final clearance sale. Grab it now, and if you do, you'll profit." People are drawn to excitement, and once stirred, they willingly reach into their pockets. Thus, the dining hall erupted in a frenzy of applause and ecstatic cries, a cacophony that echoed into the laundry room, invigorating the fighters and their respective entourages. The Arctic bear found herself reeling from the relentless blows, staggering unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, the sorceress ducked low and lunged at the Arctic bear, swiftly mounting her abdomen. With an unyielding ferocity, she unleashed a barrage of elbow strikes upon the Arctic bear's head and face, showing no signs of respite. The Arctic bear, bloodied and battered, struggled to defend herself, her consciousness fading into a daze. "Keep hitting. Maintain that dominant position. Strike. Strike." They are in the midst of the battle. Those who had wagered on the polar bear's victory fell into a profound silence, enveloped by an eerie stillness. Barbara and Martha, amidst the cacophony of madness, clasped their ears, crouching down in tears, haunted by memories of their past humiliations, while Shasha stood coldly to the side. Yet, all had forgotten the polar bear's moniker, the python scissors choke. In her previous stumble, she had deliberately allowed the witch to topple her, seizing the advantageous position, a coveted stance fiercely contested by the competitors. But the polar bear was different. The witch knelt upon her abdomen, striking left and right with relentless force, depleting her own stamina in the process. The polar bear lay beneath her, blood blurring her vision, yet instinctively she gauged her opponent's vulnerabilities. Observing her powerless adversary, the witch let out a cold laugh, delivering another fierce elbow strike. However, as blood cascaded down her face, she slipped, leaning forward until her face was pressed against the polar bear's. In a moment of instinct, the polar bear's arm naturally curved around the witch's neck, while her other hand swiftly grasped the bent arm, locking it in place. Scissors choke. It was secured. One must recall that at a tender age, her father, also her coach, had blindfolded her with a towel, forcing her to lie on the ground for visionless training. Over 20 years of blood, sweat, and tears had honed her skills to a remarkable proficiency. The female bookmaker, witnessing the scene up close and narrating the unfolding drama, screamed with clarity, "Python choke. My heavens, the witch is trapped." The piercing sound echoed into the dining hall, where moments ago, spectators had been fervently cheering for the witch. They were suddenly struck dumb, but quickly awakened to the reality that they were facing the formidable python choke. Alas, my finances. Yet, upon reflecting on the torment endured at the hands of the witch, a surge of fury ignites within me, compelling me to scream for her demise. The collective outcry of thousands reverberates through the dining hall, echoing with a resonance akin to the tremors of a prison quake. the witch's neck ensnared by my arm. A jolt of dread courses through me, cold sweat cascading down as I recall my adversary's infamous moniker, the Constrictor. Instinctively, I attempt to rise, pushing against the ground. But my face remains pressed against hers, unable to escape her relentless grip tightening around my throat. In a desperate struggle, I press down, entwining my legs around hers while my hands encircle her neck, both of us tumbling in a chaotic dance of violence. Blood stains our faces, shoulders, and hands, a testament to our fierce struggle on the ground, now awash in crimson. The witch writhes in my grasp, yet her breaths grow increasingly labored. Each inhale met with a tightening squeeze from her opponent. Realizing her impending doom, panic seizes her heart. She exerts every ounce of strength to elevate her form. But to no avail. My hold is akin to that of a constrictor ensnaring its prey, suspending her in a state of helplessness. Her eyes widen in terror until, ultimately, she can no longer stifle her breath, her body succumbing to weakness as she slumps against me, legs flailing in a spasm before falling utterly still. The once formidable demon now motionless. Chapter 28. Island of Disappointment. The polar bear lies beneath the witch's formidable frame, gasping for breath. An eerie silence envelopes the dining hall as the two remain entwined, motionless. The screen offers no clarity regarding the victor or the vanquished, leaving all in a state of anxious anticipation. The female gambler strides forward with a microphone, nudging the two inert figures, then raising her finger to count down. 1, 2, 3, before seizing the microphone to proclaim with fervor, the polar bear wins. Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupts from the crowd, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Even the guards cannot suppress their smiles. Dragged to the wall by her subordinates, the witch, resembling a lifeless corpse, awakened, her eyes gleaming with malice. She commanded her followers to continue the assault, declaring that even in her own defeat, she wished to witness her subordinates confront the adversary. The Arctic bear was exhausted. Yet the trio of delicate women remained unscathed. This battle had not yet concluded. The diners in the hall were momentarily taken aback by the witch's outcry. But those who had wagered on her victory quickly regained their composure, envisioning the lucrative odds of 1,000 to 1. They had yet to lose and could still triumph. The three fragile women were not to be underestimated. A cacophony of shouts erupted. Fight on, fight on. We have not yet lost. Amid the din, those who bet on the witch's success erupted in frenzied cheers, while the supporters of the Arctic bear fell into an oppressive silence. The disparity in strength was palpable. The three petite women on the Arctic bear's side were hardly required to engage, as fear alone could incapacitate them. Many began munching on popcorn, directing contemptuous gestures towards their counterparts. The prison guards paced with their batons in hand. Any transgressor crossing the line would face severe consequences. Amidst the chaotic clamor, Barbara and Martha trembled as they supported the Arctic bear, tears brimming in their eyes as they wiped away their leader's blood. She fought for them. Shasha's hair fluttered as she glanced towards the witch's entourage and then back to her own side. Meanwhile, Ma Jiangwo, in the villa, had never anticipated that Shasha would find herself embroiled in such a predicament. The steward lounged on the adjacent room's sofa, fixated on the video on his phone. Impressed by the performance, he self-satisfiedly assessed the situation, believing Shasha should have intervened, akin to rescuing a family from an alligator's clutches. Observing the motionless Shasha in the video, just as he had envisioned, he felt a surge of anger. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Shasha was deep in thought, realizing that if she did not step up, the polar bear would undoubtedly be unable to fight. If she were to perish or sustain injuries, who would protect Barbara and Martha in her absence? The witch, leaning against the wall, remained unyielding, her malevolent gaze fixed upon them. The image of the drunken woman, whom the witch had inadvertently killed, haunted her mind, while the rotund face of the overseer seemed to mock her with a sinister grin. Was this all part of their scheme? What were their intentions? Were they attempting to lead her to a certain fate, subjecting Barbara and Martha to suffering alongside her? Regardless, the leader must not be harmed, let alone perish. She had to safeguard Barbara and Martha. Stepping forward, she addressed the swaying polar bear. Leader, Allow me to fight. You, Barbara, and Martha should step aside and watch." The trio was taken aback, bewildered by her declaration. The polar bear, struggling to open her swollen eyes, could only manage a narrow slit. She gazed down at Shasha, a small woman who stood 2 heads shorter than herself, astonished by her audacity. Yet, what good was courage against an opponent whose physique dwarfed hers? Irritated, she retorted, "What do you know, child? Step aside. The adversary is approaching." With that, she nudged the 3 aside. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure approached from the opposite side. Larger than the polar bear, his face dark and silent. Without a word, he aimed a punch directly at the polar bear's face. She quickly raised her arms to defend herself, but his powerful strike pierced through her guard, landing squarely on her forehead. Already weakened, the ferocity of the blow sent her staggering backward. The assailant, seizing the opportunity, followed up with a forceful kick to her abdomen. With a resounding thud, the polar bear fell onto its back, its massive frame crashing to the ground in a striking display. Yet, the polar bear did not lose its composure. It curled its legs in a protective stance. Its opponent, seemingly more adept at combat, lunged diagonally, landing atop the polar bear in a cross-like position, delivering a ferocious elbow strike that connected squarely with its cheek, causing blood to splatter. The polar bear, remarkably resilient, attempted to roll over and push itself up with its hands, but was pressed down by its adversary, who, eschewing both elbows and fists, swiftly mounted its back, seizing its fur to yank its head towards the unforgiving concrete. The brutal thuds echoed in the air, 1, 2, 3, each sound a testament to the cruelty of the act, while the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for the sorceress. "Strike! Strike! Strike!" Barbara and Martha turned away, crouching and weeping into their hands. The polar bear had exhausted its strength in the struggle against the sorceress, yet continued to persevere, preferring to face death rather than humiliation. Unwilling to witness the 3 little girls being harmed, it held on, buying time, hoping that a champion of justice might emerge. Indeed, a commanding voice suddenly rang out, "Stop! Fight me!" The arena fell silent, as the spectators were taken aback, for they could see no one. Only the same few figures remained. Yet, that woman's voice unmistakably resonated from the shadows. Who was it? From where did it come? Was it a ghost? They searched the laundry room in vain, finding only the same few individuals. The female gambler was momentarily stunned, perceiving the whispered sound, and gazed with puzzled eyes as Shasha stepped closer, inching towards the 2 combatants. In that moment, she craned her neck, beginning to believe, yet still hesitant at the sight of such a petite woman. The woman, resembling a witch with her wild demeanor, bent down and extended the microphone towards Shasha, asking, "Did you call for a halt?" "Yes," Shasha exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock as she stepped back momentarily, but quickly regained her composure and shrieked, "Another fearless soul approaches the polar bear. A new round begins. Place your bets. You can vent your frustrations now. Scream. Applaud the valiant woman." The dining hall erupted into a cacophony of shouts, the amplified sounds reverberating through the laundry room. The polar bear, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, heard the command to stop amidst his dazed state, feeling a flicker of hope that there were still individuals of justice. However, upon overhearing the exchange between Shasha and the female gambler, he froze in disbelief. Initially, he had instructed the trio to find a way to escape, yet now they were coming to fight. He strained to extend his hand, desperately gesturing for Shasha to withdraw and attempt to flee, yet it seemed futile, nevertheless. He persistently reached out to her. The individual mounted on the polar bear also paused, but upon confirming it was Shasha, she felt a surge of indignation. How dare this diminutive figure command her to stop? She was the witch's lieutenant, seemingly a newcomer, taller than the polar bear, known by the moniker Wolf. Cold-hearted and exceedingly treacherous, she delighted in shattering others' ribs and leg bones, relishing in the sight of her victims limping away. She stood up with a sinister smile and cast her gaze upon Sasha, feeling that the Arctic bear lying on the ground was obstructing her. With a forceful stomp, she exclaimed, "Drag this dead bear away." Barbara and Martha hurried over to assist the Arctic bear but found themselves unable to lift her. The wolf then delivered a powerful kick that sent both women flying, followed by a brutal strike to the bear's ribcage. Grasping her wrist and ankle, the wolf hurled the bear against the wall, declaring, "Let me show you how to torment your subordinates," while casting a wicked grin at Sasha. Sasha stood upright, her arms hanging by her sides, her hair gently swaying, as she regarded the wolf with a piercing gaze. The bear lay still, yet continued to strike her head and kick at her, provoking a rising tide of fury within Sasha. The onlookers in the dining hall were left bewildered. What is she doing standing so straight? What kind of martial arts is this? The wolf, however, perceived the situation quite differently. Her opponent seemed to embody a terrifying, avenging goddess, exuding an aura she had never encountered before. Yet, her cruel heart blinded her to the danger, prompting her to feign a few attacks cautiously. Sasha remained motionless. Feeling a twinge of unease, the wolf took a few steps back, but Sasha stood still. The spectators were puzzled, questioning why the wolf had retreated after a few feeble attempts to provoke Sasha. The crowd erupted in cheers for the gambling witch, urging, "Go on. Fight. Why the hesitation? She's merely a little bird." The wolf chuckled sinisterly. "Retreat? I am merely toying with her." She suddenly shifted, striking fiercely with a left hook and a right hook aimed at the front and back of Sasha's head, intent on demonstrating her might. This little bird truly seemed oblivious to the vastness of the world, believing herself to be a winged goddess of vengeance. Is there such a deity? If so, I would have perished long ago, haha. Yet, with a face full of terror, she failed to land either punch, as if they had merely struck the air. Her hands became entangled, resembling offerings made for binding, and due to excessive force, she lost her balance and stumbled forward. Almost instantly, a brutal strike to the back of her neck followed, akin to a swift celestial descent. She scarcely had time to register the pain before collapsing to the ground, motionless, devoid of any contortion. The onlookers in the dining hall remained utterly bewildered. Why was she lying on the ground? Why was she not moving? It was hardly their fault. Throughout the entire bout between the two, they had been lost, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Barbara and Martha, upon witnessing Sasha take her stance, were initially frightened into turning away, trembling. However, after a prolonged silence, they turned back only to find the wolf sprawled on the ground, unmoving, their eyes wide and mouths agape, resembling children in a state of bewilderment. The polar bear was dragged by Barbara and Martha to a corner, both astonished and irate. Sitting there to catch her breath and regain her strength, hoping to leap to Sasha's rescue at the first sign of danger. Though blood obscured her vision, she, being a fighter, possessed keen sight. She witnessed the left and right hooks, but then, in an instant, Sasha vanished from view. The next moment, she saw the wolf lying motionless on the ground. How astonishing! How had she not anticipated this? Had she known, she would have allowed Sasha to fight, sparing herself this dire predicament. The female gambler had not seen clearly. She was still preparing to slap her opponent, but had not yet done so when the wolf ceased its movement. Feeling somewhat dazed, she held the microphone, glancing at Sasha, who lay on the ground, and approached her, asking, "Did you strike her?" Sasha nodded. "How did you do it?" inquired the curious onlooker. "I hit her on the nape." Sasha replied. "Ah, then I declare you the winner." Sasha nodded again. She raised Sasha's hand and, more accurately, shouted, "Sasha wins. Who will compete in the next round?" No one responded. The room fell silent. Who would dare to step forward after such an inexplicable defeat? Even their legs would not move. The female gambler scratched her head, lamenting, "I've been beaten into unemployment." The witch, too, wore a shocked expression, her mouth forming a now without uttering a word. Silence reigned. But applause broke through as a person entered, exclaiming, "Impressive! Such a swift strike to the nape." This was a female inmate who had arrived a day earlier than Sasha. Instantly, Sasha felt a potent aura of a hunting dog emanating from her. The newcomer approached Sasha, introducing herself. "I am Anna. Since you have triumphed, someone has invited you to Disappointment Island. I know you wish to go. Please, do come, along with these 3 ladies." Chapter 29. The prey upon hearing this, and noting that the three women were also included, Shasha responded with a disdainful expression. "Oh, the beautiful Miss Anna. I trust you understand that I have only just arrived at your esteemed place today, and I have no ties to these three." "Ha ha, Miss Shasha, your words are truly enchanting," Anna replied with a sly grin. "But do you believe they are safe here?" "Ha ha ha." Her demeanor suggested that Shasha was exceedingly foolish. Truly foolish. With a face as flushed as a child's, Shasha felt a surge of indignation, now that they had set their sights on her. The three of them were in constant peril, irrespective of whether they entrusted their safety to Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng. They themselves were at risk, and any further involvement would only exacerbate the danger. This battle had been lost to Anna, igniting a flicker of childish annoyance within her, as the pale skin on her forehead slightly reddened. Yet, taking a deep breath, she managed to maintain a charming smile and said, "Your master is indeed quite gracious. If we were to decline, it would be quite discourteous. Miss Shah is truly perceptive." "Then, please proceed," she added, elegantly gesturing with a hand, exuding an air of determination. "Thank you in advance. We shall prepare a few items." "There's no need, Miss Shah. We are fully prepared," came the reply. "You are exceedingly thoughtful," she responded. "Ha ha. We have always been so, earning accolades far and wide." Upon hearing this, Barbara and Martha's eyes widened in terror, and even the polar bear felt a chilling dread coursing through its body. That night, an unidentified helicopter flew through the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, the sky darkened, engulfed in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrential rain, as monstrous waves surged upon the sea. Lightning illuminated the small island, while the helicopter, adorned with night lights, roared laboriously as it descended towards the island's summit. Emerging from the helicopter were Shasha and the polar bear, along with Barbara and Martha, flanked by armed guards clad in black raincoats. They rushed towards the front of a white-domed structure. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a door swung open like a gaping, monstrous maw, and they dashed inside, drenched to the skin. Although the hall is illuminated brightly by modern electric lights, a row of giant candles still flickers around, and candles burn from the chandelier above. A line of graceful dancers moves elegantly, their forms obscured and revealed amidst the gentle flutter of silks. A man, if he can indeed be called one, reclines comfortably in a flamboyant red silk robe upon a pink sofa. Before him, on a low white coffee table, 2 candles cast their glow over grapes, apples, and a bottle of red wine in a tall vase. Behind him, on the mantelpiece, 2 crossed swords and a skull rest ominously, while a massive oil painting of a hunting scene adorns the back wall, depicting a crowd in flight. Their eyes wide with terror and mouths agape, as if their cries resonate throughout the hall. Flanking the man stand a dozen individuals clad in black masks, their eyes the only feature visible. For figures, damp and shivering, enter the room. At this moment, the master of ceremonies, standing by the door, taps the floor with his staff, thud, 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 reverberating around. He proclaims, "Princess Shasha, the 3 have arrived." The man sets his legs down from the coffee table, rising to applaud, exclaiming, "Welcome, welcome, Princess Shasha. Indeed, you are a vision of grace, truly illuminating this place." The terms princess and divine presence send shivers of fear through the already damp and cold Barbara and Martha as they tremble in realization of their surroundings, which seem more terrifying than a prison, steeped in a chilling atmosphere. The polar bear, too, contemplates princess, divine presence, reflecting on the earlier slaughter. Could she truly be a celestial being? Otherwise, how could such a petite figure possess such boldness and power? If so, then the figure across from her must be a devil? The divine and the demonic coexist, and upon this contemplation, even a man of stature, towering at 6 feet 3 inches, trembles. Have we descended into hell? What significance lies in the fleeing figures depicted in that painting? Who stalks them within the inferno? I appreciate your kind words. It appears you are the island's sovereign. We find ourselves drenched, chilled, and famished, a treatment unbefitting guests. And it would be inappropriate to linger on such matters, remarked Shasha. Ah, indeed, it is quite disrespectful to address a princess in such a manner. Allow me to be succinct. At dawn tomorrow, the hunt shall commence. Everything you require awaits you in your chamber, fully prepared. I shall not delay you further. Please proceed. A civilized opponent is undoubtedly more intriguing than a savage one. A group of masked individuals exchanged sinister smiles. Please, Anna said with a smile. As the music played, the dancers twirled gracefully, their gossamer veils billowing, their silhouettes elegant. Under Anna's guidance, Shasha and her companions traversed the grand hall, entering a corridor reminiscent of a royal palace. There were no electric lights, no sounds, only flickering candles illuminating their hurried footsteps. The dim candlelight cast shadows upon the oil paintings adorning the walls, a head protruding from the night, a lifeless body on the gallows, hands reaching out from the earth, a python devouring a sheep, and amidst thunder and lightning, Anna pushed open a towering door, ushering them inside before swiftly closing it behind them. Upon entering, Martha was so frightened that her legs gave way, and she fainted. The room was illuminated only by a solitary candle, casting a dim light upon a colossal oil painting that appeared almost lifelike, a zombie playing the harp, a soul being dragged into the underworld. And the silhouettes of two deceased young girls loomed at the door, accompanied by withered tree trunks and an ominous castle. Below this haunting scene, a line read, "The realm of the dead and the realm of the living are merely separated by a veil of mist." Anna lit another candle on the wall and remarked, "Poor Miss Martha, how timid you are. These are mere paintings, all fabricated." With that, she extinguished the candle she had lit and scanned the surroundings, stating, "There are 4 bedrooms in total. The bathroom is over there, along with the washroom, dining room, and pantry. Everything you may need can be found in that row of cabinets against the wall. Dinner will be served shortly. Good night." With a candle in hand, she departed. Though the room was spacious and luxurious, it exuded an air of terror. The deep red velvet sofa, the ebony coffee table, the chandelier's bulbs dim and flickering, yet adorned with a nearly burnt-out candle. The fireplace lay buried under a thick layer of ashes, and the clock ticked ominously, its hands frozen. The enormous purple drapes fluttered slightly, and a grand 4-poster mahogany bed stood regally, accompanied by a sumptuous crimson carpet. Sasha cautiously opened the 4 bedroom doors, each enveloped in darkness, and illuminated the interiors with her candle, revealing pristine white bed covers. "Excellent. 1 bedroom for each of us," Sasha declared. "I refuse to have a room to myself," Martha shrieked, supported by Barbara and the polar bear. "Why?" Sasha was taken aback, but upon realizing Martha's lingering fear, she suggested, "Then you and Barbara shall share a room." "No, I do not want to share with just one person. I want a room with 4. Sasha felt a sense of perplexity as she glanced at Barbara and the polar bear, who both nodded in agreement, contemplating the forthcoming dawn and the hunt that awaited them. She concluded that it was indeed fortuitous for the 4 of them to gather together. Thus, Sasha proposed, "Very well, Martha, you 3 shall occupy the grand red bed, while I shall retrieve another bed to sleep beside you." Barbara and Martha shook their heads in unison, insisting, "That won't do." "Then, Martha, what do you suggest?" Sasha inquired. "We shall all share the grand red bed, with Barbara and I in the center, and you 2 on either side. Is that feasible?" Sasha pondered, having never shared a bed with anyone before. "We can sleep crosswise," they both suggested simultaneously. "Why?" Sasha queried. "You 2 are the eldest." She glanced at the polar bear, who appeared nonplussed. "I have no objections," she replied, seemingly exhausted by the duo's antics. "All right then, let us wash up first. Barbara, please check what is in that row of cabinets." Barbara gazed at the line of deep red cabinets as the storm raged outside, the doors and windows creaking ominously. A flash of lightning illuminated a nearby painting, revealing the silhouettes of 2 departed girls at the doorway. Startled, Barbara took a step back, shaking her head in disbelief. "How can you be afraid with so many watching?" Sasha approached quietly, her footsteps muffled by the carpet. As she stood before the cabinet and reached out to pull the door open, Barbara and Martha covered their mouths in trepidation, while the polar bear craned her neck to see. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, revealing an array of weapons gleaming with an eerie blue hue under the candlelight. The four of them stood in stunned silence. Well, Sasha said with a smile. We have found them. Let us all make a change. Do not. Martha screamed, uncertain whether it was the living or the dead. Sasha glanced at the two individuals. In unison, they declared, we would rather don wet prison garments. Sasha sighed. Very well, I shall change. No, Martha shrieked. Why? Sasha retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Because you will be sleeping with us. At that moment, a loud knocking echoed through the room. The four were startled. The door swung open, revealing a tall, slender woman clad in white, pushing a small cart. Your Highness, here is your dinner. Oh, thank you, Sasha replied. May I inquire if there is hot water for bathing? She had indulged in a hot bath at the inn, finding it immensely comforting and hard to resist. Indeed. Your Highness, everything is provided. Oh, thank you. You are most welcome. The woman performed a graceful curtsy and exited with a smile. Gazing at the lavish dinner spread before them, Sasha cheerfully exclaimed, All right, let us bathe first, then dine. Who will go first? The three pointed at Sasha in unison. In the dim light, Sasha glanced at the closed bathroom door, realizing their lingering fear. Thus, she took a candle and entered, emerging refreshed and declaring, That was delightful. Who is next? The three remained silent, rushing in together, only to flee moments later, huddling beside Sasha. Confusion washed over her. Why were they so frightened? Before them lay an opulent feast: steaks, leg of lamb, whole roasted chicken, fruits, pizzas, and wine, complemented by 4 pristine glasses, under the flickering candlelight. It resembled the Last Supper, as the three stared blankly, seemingly devoid of appetite. Princess, we were truly frightened in your absence, Martha stammered. Who exactly are you? The polar bear inquired cautiously. Someone capable of rendering a wolf unconscious with a mere strike cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. The inhabitants here even refer to her as princess, and there are so many weapons and the prospect of hunting. What calamity has befallen us that we have been swept away to this terrifying island? This was a shared concern among the three of them. Earlier, while bathing, they had agreed that the polar bear would pose the question. Sasha gazed at them, feeling a profound sense of guilt. The moment she entered their cell, she had inadvertently introduced them to peril. Now, having brought them to this dreadful island, she felt compelled to apologize and clarify. They did not deserve to be ensnared here. They had families awaiting them. Thus, she spoke, I deeply apologize. Due to a promise, I cannot disclose my identity, my origins, or the source of my formidable strength. I can only share that I am in pursuit of a nefarious organization that threatens humanity. This island is merely the tip of the iceberg concerning their malevolence. I must uncover the truth and eradicate them. Now, I make another promise to you. I will ensure that you do not perish here. Do you believe me? The three nodded vigorously. Then, are you willing to cast aside your fears, partake in dinner, and bravely join me tomorrow in vanquishing them? They nodded emphatically. One last question. I know you likely do not, but I must inquire. Are you skilled in the use of those weapons? I am equally at a loss, Sasha remarked, gazing at the three individuals resembling subordinates. However, I am well versed in their usage. Let us first consume our dinner, then learn to wield these weapons, and subsequently vanquish those scoundrels. Agreed? The four of them devoured their dinner ravenously. Once satiated, they belched contentedly and proceeded to extract all the weapons from the cabinet, arranging them meticulously on the bed. The array consisted of firearms of various sizes, along with a rocket launcher and compact handguns, all emanating a bluish hue under the dim candlelight. It appears these weapons have been handled before, Martha remarked, by those who once occupied this space. Are you implying those who previously donned these garments? Before Martha could nod in agreement, the Arctic bear interjected, Cease uttering such ominous words. We must confront even more terrifying adversaries tomorrow. Are you willing to learn about weaponry? Martha nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Sasha, drawing from her mental imagery, imparted her knowledge on the usage of these weapons. She then seized a handgun, surveyed her surroundings, and inquired, What shall we aim at? Hey, Princess Leader. Do not point the gun at us. That could be fatal. When the police advance with their firearms, they always keep the barrels pointed upwards, Martha cautioned. Oh, Sasha adjusted the gun to point skyward. You all give it a try. What shall we shoot at? Fear what you shall shoot. Let us aim at the oil painting. In the dim candlelight, four women unleashed a barrage of gunfire, pistols and submachine guns, upon the surrounding walls, shattering the delicate white porcelain and grotesque oil paintings into a cacophony of destruction. Fragments cascaded onto the deep crimson carpet, yet the atmosphere remained steeped in terror, as if it had seeped into the very fibers of the carpet. The sound of gunfire echoed violently, sending the guards into a state of alarm. Yet they were bound by orders to refrain from interference. The island's master lounged casually, his legs crossed. Engaged in a phone conversation, the guests were thoroughly entertained by these four women, eager to indulge further before partaking in their meal. Presently, the women reveled in their weaponry, seemingly in high spirits. Excellent, remarked the head steward. I witnessed it on video. The thrill of handling weapons makes the hunt and consumption all the more exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, various media outlets reported breaking news. A mysterious attack on the island prison had occurred, leading to the enigmatic disappearance of 4 female inmates, including a certain tourist named Sasha. This turmoil was likely instigated by her. Who exactly was she, and what was her purpose here? Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng leapt in shock at the news of Sasha's disappearance. Yet, Sha Kursin was on the phone in a villa in Ferry County. Are you saying Sasha was not sent to the underground fighting arena in the national prison, but rather went directly to the island? Indeed. Is there a possibility that our ambushers there might be compromised? No. The steward's voice was resolute. Then let us strike unexpectedly. Are you all prepared? Ready. Depart immediately. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one standing. Chapter 30. The battle on the beach. As the 4 women eagerly handled their firearms, the clock had already struck midnight. Fatigued and weary, they settled into the large crimson bed within the room pockmarked with bullet holes. Before long, 3 of them, dubbed the polar bears, succumbed to slumber. The room lay in tranquil silence, save for the distant roar of waves crashing against the cliffs. Sasha, however, found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing. These 3 women were but ordinary beings, and a single bullet could spell their demise. How could she ensure their safety? Each of them had families waiting for their return. Barbara mentioned that the polar bear had twin daughters, aged 7 or 8, who were in the care of her sister. Tragically, the polar bear's husband had perished in a drunk driving accident, leaving her to send monthly remittances to her sister, whose own husband was a notorious alcoholic. Such a life was fraught with difficulties. Sasha's thoughts drifted to the Yin family, and to Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng, who had ventured to M country alongside her in pursuit of the Hound Star people. It had been confirmed that these extraterrestrial beings inhabited this planet. How many of them were there, and how many had been bribed to serve their interests? What was their ultimate plan? Why hadn't they simply eliminated them? If only they could capture a Hound Star being and extract some answers. With this thought, she sat up. But even if they captured one, it was unlikely to divulge any information. They needed to uncover the source of their power. The room was dim and silent, the chandelier hung askew, and the walls bore the scars of destruction. Oil paintings lay shattered on the deep crimson carpet, alongside scattered weapons that flickered ghostly reflections in the dim candlelight. Sasha perched on the edge of the bed, gazing into the ethereal glow that danced before her. A chill suddenly enveloped her. Why had the Hound Star people provided them with such an arsenal? Did they not fear being slain, or were they impervious to death? These weapons, once touched by those who had previously slumbered in this room, where are they now? What of the legendary skeletal hands that emerge from the earth? The sun rises to commence its hunt, but there are still a few hours left. An inexplicable sense of dread increasingly enveloped her. Sasha contemplated a pressing concern that could not be trapped within the confines of the house. She quietly descended from her bed and, in the dim light, circled to the side of the polar bear, gently nudging her once, twice, thrice, before the massive she-bear finally responded. What do you want? She grumbled, shifting slightly, attempting to turn over. Rise and shine, my dear, Sasha whispered. I have something to discuss with you. Can it wait until morning? The alarm hasn't sounded yet. The bear retorted, still ensnared in the habits of captivity. Awake, We find ourselves on Disappointment Island. The very mention of that devilish term sent a jolt through the bear. She sat up abruptly, causing the bed to sway, yet the two women remained as oblivious as dead swine. Martha, in a nightmarish stupor, continued to gnash her teeth in fear. Disappointment Island, a term that seemed to terrify her, yet the remnants of habitual thought lingered in her mind. Muddled but awakening fully upon seeing the heap of gleaming blue weapons in the faint candlelight. "What is it, Sasha?" she inquired softly. "The island master said that once the sun rises, the hunt will begin. Imagine if we are cornered inside when that moment arrives. How will we escape?" "You mean, we must descend the mountain now? We are trapped in this house atop the peak. How will we flee when the time comes?" Only then did the polar bear grasp the gravity of the situation, urgently reaching out to rouse the two women. "What is it?" Martha asked, her face a mask of panic. "The princess said we must descend the mountain immediately." "Why?" "Once the sun rises, the hunt begins. How can we possibly escape?" "Not yet," Sasha replied. "The hunt does not commence until dawn, as per the agreement. We shall not harm them. We must find a place to hide." Upon hearing that there would be no immediate pursuit, the two women sprang to their feet. "Gather all the weapons we can carry," Sasha instructed, and the four began to prepare. Handguns were tucked into their waists, submachine guns slung diagonally across their bodies, while ammunition belts were draped over their shoulders. Grenades encircled their waists, and once everything was in place, Martha exclaimed, "I can hardly move." "Neither can I," Barbara chimed in. The two women resembled walking armories. Sasha and the Arctic bear couldn't contain their laughter. "You need to discard half of this," they urged, and the women complied, shedding excess gear. "Now it's manageable," they declared, clinking and clanking as they moved about the room. Barbara stretched her arms wide, surveying the array of weapons adorning her body. "I look quite dashing." "Dashing? This is warfare," the Arctic bear retorted. Sasha surveyed the room, ripped the bedsheet, and with a dark determination, bundled a hefty collection of bullets, grenades, and a rocket launcher. Hoisting the burden onto her shoulder, which seemed almost larger than herself. "You lot truly have a tendency to overpack," the Arctic bear chuckled. "Allow me to carry that," he said, seizing the load and tossing it onto his shoulder, then picking up a rocket launcher. He appeared like a hero from a film poster. Sasha grinned and took up her own rocket launcher, and together, the four of them clinked and clanked their way out of the room. In the corridor, in the hall, the guards at the entrance stared wide-eyed. What on earth is happening? A lunatic with weapons. The four of them paid no heed and boldly strode past. Wherever they went, people hurriedly stepped aside, fearful of an explosion. At that moment, the rain had just ceased, and above the island loomed large dark clouds, stretching from one extreme to the other. In the shadows, the moon occasionally peeked through, casting its gaze below, while the sound of crashing waves resonated incessantly. A winding mountain path suitable for a jeep snaked its way down. The four clanged along that path for quite some time before finally reaching the seaside at the base of the island. Barbara and Martha collapsed onto the damp sand. Exhausted, Martha lamented. "Fighting is so tiring." Sasha and the polar bear also discarded their weapons onto the beach and lay down, gasping for breath. They hadn't even fought yet. And here they were. At this moment, the sky had not yet brightened. They were enveloped in the darkness of dawn. In the distance lay the ominous, shadowy sea, while nearby, the waves crashed against the cliffs, and above them, the moon peeked through the clouds, observing them. After lying there for a while, Sasha spoke. "We must find somewhere to hide. As soon as it gets light, they will start shooting down from the shore, and we won't have anywhere to conceal ourselves." The polar bear suddenly sat up in alarm. "Indeed, but it's too dark to see our surroundings, and we lack both a flashlight and a map." At that moment, from afar atop the mountain, the sound of barking dogs echoed. They were about to set off. "They have dogs," Martha and Barbara exclaimed in terror. "We can't escape." "Fear not," the polar bear reassured them. "We have guns, and we have Sasha. The dawn is approaching. We shall find a place to conceal ourselves." Indeed, Barbara and Martha stood, trembling with unease, for just a moment, as a faint glow of white light emerged at the horizon where the sky met the sea. Suddenly, a sunburst erupted, illuminating the vast ocean. as the crimson sunlight cascaded in layers over the waves, brightening the sandy shore. The four of them, in a flurry of confusion, realized they were situated on a desolate beach scattered with numerous empty shells and pebbles of various sizes. In the distance loomed a dark expanse, seemingly cluttered with a mass of boulders and towering cliffs. "Let's hurry over there and take a look," suggested Sasha. The four grasped their weapons and, disregarding all caution, sprinted towards the rocky formation. Upon arrival, they indeed found a heap of stones, with a smooth, shadowy cliff behind them, adorned with shells and seaweed left by the receding tide. They had reached the base of the cliff. "Look at the ocean," Barbara exclaimed in astonishment. Before the cliff, amidst the crashing waves and rocky outcrops, schools of sharks glided through the water, their formidable dorsal fins intermittently surfacing. A wave of terror washed over them. With so many sharks present, a single misstep could lead to utter devastation. "Forget the sharks," Sasha shouted. "Quick, find some large rocks to hide behind and ready your weapons. They're coming." The four of them scrambled behind two massive boulders, huddling together, peering out to aim their guns in the direction of the barking sound. "Is that a big dog? It's running so fast." The twilight glow enveloped the beach, and soon, the head of a jeep emerged from the mountain road in the distance. "The dog is in the car. No wonder it's so quick." Soon after, another jeep appeared, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. In a panic, Martha tightened her grip on her gun and fired towards the approaching vehicles. With a sudden bang, the four women were startled. The polar bear beside Martha exclaimed, "You fired without even seeing the person." The island's owner, seated in the mountaintop villa, roared with laughter while watching the video. "How amusing. Firing without a clear view of the target. What a fright. This kind of hunting is truly entertaining." Anna and the other esteemed guests joined in the uproarious laughter. After a while, the thought of skewering them like fish and roasting them slowly over a small fire became even more delightful. The owner excitedly propped one leg on the table, seemingly eager to witness such a scene. Laughter echoed within the vehicle as well. "Once we catch them, it will be a great amusement. Just look how pale they are." Sasha gazed at the approaching vehicle, her mind swirling with various strategies for conquest. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Boss, it won't do for all four of us to remain here. There are sharks in the sea, a road over there, and a cliff behind us. If we get surrounded, there will be no escape." The three others huddled together in alarm. "What should we do? It's too late to flee. They have a vehicle and so many dogs." Martha trembled with fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably. "Do not fear, Martha," Sasha reassured. "Since I have conceived the plan, there is still time. While they remain oblivious to our presence, I will stealthily make my way across the road and conceal myself. I shall attack from behind. I will not fire. And neither should you. I will endeavor to lure them into a confrontation, and when their backs are turned towards you, that is when you should strike. This entire area is sandy beach. They have nowhere to take cover. Remember, fire only when you see their backs, and eliminate those wretched scoundrels. Is that understood, Princess Leader?" The three of them huddled together, their gazes fixed on Sasha. "Absolutely. I am quite adept at combat," she replied confidently. "Very skilled at combat," the trio responded, eyes wide with surprise. "Not exactly. I have merely fought many battles in my mind." Were she to disclose her identity as a being from the fairy star, an extraterrestrial, and that their adversaries were the predatory dog-like aliens, they would surely be terrified beyond measure. She preferred to withhold such revelations for the moment, believing that some matters must be approached gradually. With swift determination, she grasped the submachine gun and hoisted a rocket launcher, crouching low as she stealthily advanced toward the cliffs. "Be careful, Princess Leader. Rest assured, I am quite skilled in combat." Sasha pressed herself against the damp cliff, hastily traversing the roadway. After moving over 20 meters forward, she peered from the embankment. The five vehicles at the far end of the road were still a distance away, decelerating as they descended, navigating the rocky beach. They seemed to be heading confidently towards the pile of dark stones. Sasha quickly darted back across to the other side of the road. All occupants of the vehicles, including the island's Lord and Anna from the villa, were fixated on the heap of disordered rocks, entirely unaware of Sasha's presence. Crouching amidst the lush wild grasses by the roadside, her attire, striped in pale gray, seemed to serve as a natural camouflage. Fortunately, they were not clad in stark white garments. With the rocket launcher positioned and the warheads loaded, 3 on her back and 2 procured, she aimed at the first vehicle traversing the beach. A mere 30 meters distant in a straight line from the road, an exceedingly close range. Through the crosshairs, she could distinctly see the heads of both the dog and its human occupant. Even the nose beneath the helmet was clearly visible. She did not rush to fire. The data in her mind reminded her to account for wind speed, vehicle speed, and the bumps of the terrain when targeting a moving object. However, at this proximity, such factors could be disregarded. Following the vehicle's movement, she aimed precisely at the front of the first car and squeezed the trigger. The sound was almost imperceptible as the projectile shot forth with a swift whoosh. Without pausing to observe, she immediately reloaded, recalling the information in her mind, instructing her to unleash all warheads before the adversary became aware, firing as many as possible. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed. The first shot had found its mark. Another explosion followed as the fuel tank detonated, flames leaping skyward, sending the vehicle, its occupants, and the dog into the air in chaotic disarray. The 4 trailing vehicles screeched to a halt, spiraling into confusion. The driver of the last car, desperate to avoid crashing into the one ahead, jerked the steering wheel, inadvertently spinning in circles upon the sandy beach. She took aim at it, knowing the vehicle ahead had been thrown into disarray and could not escape immediately. With another boom, she struck again, launching the vehicle, its occupants, and the dog into the sky once more. On the beach, anguished cries echoed as flames soared into the sky and thick smoke billowed. The survivors, in a frantic panic, sought refuge while 2 or 3 individuals unleashed gunfire into the rustling grass. From the underbrush, one named Shasha leaped forth, brandishing an assault rifle and firing wildly into the air. The 3 women concealed behind a rock witnessed the scene with clarity, their excitement surging as they saw the first vehicle lift off the ground from the impact. "We hit it! We hit it!" they exclaimed, their astonishment morphing into awe as 2 more vehicles exploded, leaving their mouths agape in shock. When they beheld Shasha soaring from the foliage, weapon raised in a fierce onslaught, their eyes widened. Her stance was nothing short of magnificent. In a sudden realization, they spotted the enemies firing back at Shasha. With a shout, they emerged from their hiding place, disregarding fear and the presence of dogs, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunshots, pattering on the sand, ricocheting off vehicles, striking bodies, and shattering glass. The 4 women charged into the fray, indiscriminately firing at both the deceased and the living. Tragically, among the 20 or so men, none survived. Only a single dog howled as it fled onto the highway, its fate unknown. The exhilaration of the 4 women was palpable as they raised their weapons on the beach, cheering with glee. Yay, yay, yay. This battle felt akin to a thrilling game. Meanwhile, the island lord and Anna in the villa looked on in astonishment, soon bursting into laughter at the absurdity of how 4 women had vanquished over 20 formidable men. Anna laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The island master is quite perceptive. Only now do I comprehend why he has bestowed upon them firearms, rocket launchers, and grenades. It is indeed admiration." There is nothing more amusing than engaging in a skirmish with 4 women while a dozen distinguished guests erupt in laughter. The island master, propped up on a new leg, remarked, "Those 5 vehicles are a bunch of fools, mistaking them for mere humans, dogs, and guns, believing those ladies would be easy prey. What a surprise it was when the women sent them into disarray, leaving not a soul behind. It's quite comical when you think about it. Now, I can already predict what the ladies intend to do next. Just wait and witness the spectacle." In Chapter 31, titled "The Hole That Was Shaken Out," we find Ma Jiangwo still recuperating in bed alongside Wang Jinfeng, who is anxiously keeping him company. They are both frantic, as Shasha has been missing for an entire night. With the dawn now breaking, they remain oblivious to her whereabouts. Inquiries to the steward yield no answers, nor do questions posed to the colonel. Lacking any other means of investigation, They are left with no choice but to report the current situation to headquarters as unknown. As for Sha, although the recent skirmish demonstrated her prowess in combat, gazing at the smoke-filled battlefield reminds her of her parents, Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng, and she can only imagine their growing anxiety. However, she finds herself unable to inform them of her presence on the island. Her priority is to protect the three women and escort them away from this isle, yet she remains uncertain of the island master's next moves. For the moment, she sits quietly on the beach, staring out at the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, enveloped in silence. Barbara and Martha sat beside her, pondering the remarkable prowess of Princess Dada, who was not only formidable but also kind-hearted and protective of them. Reflecting on their own desolation, they leaned against her with deep affection. The polar bear observed the two girls resting peacefully against Sasha, feeling a sense of solace that someone would care for them. Yet he couldn't help but reminisce about his own two daughters. He never imagined he would transition from prison to this beach. Ever since he met Sasha, he felt as though he were living in a dream, his life entirely detoured from its original path, becoming increasingly muddled. He gazed at Sasha with a bewildered expression, uncertain of where this enigmatic Sasha would lead him, especially considering he had two little daughters to raise. Beside the four of them lay handguns, submachine guns, and rocket launchers. 20 meters away on the beach, charred vehicles and lifeless bodies lay scattered. Seagulls soared above the foaming waters, shrieking as they dove toward the bubbling surface, searching for fish concealed beneath the waves. Their daily existence commenced anew as the waves crashed rhythmically against the rocks and cliffs. A temporary tranquility enveloped them. After a moment of silence, Sasha spoke. "We must leave this beach. They will not allow us to remain here in peace. We need to find a more secluded spot, preferably a cave, and gather some food. Ideally, we should depart this island before darkness falls. The only means of leaving this island is to fly away like those birds. I haven't spotted a single boat all day. Fly away like the birds." The three individuals widened their eyes in astonishment at Princess Sha, incredulous that she expected them to fly away from the island. If they could fly, why seek out a cave? With wings unfurled, they could bid farewell to the island and the birds alike. Observing their reactions, Sha chuckled. "Why do you stare at me so? Let us consider it a slip of the tongue. I meant to say we should take a plane." "A plane?" they echoed. "Indeed, did we not arrive by one?" The Arctic bear was the first to comprehend. "You mean that helicopter?" "Yes, let us abscond with it and make our escape." "Steal a helicopter?" Marcia exclaimed, her eyes wide. "It's not like snatching a pair of shorts. You can't just shove it into a bag." "All right, time is of the essence, so let me be frank." Sha continued. "We will first search for a cave where you can hide, while I procure the helicopter. Once I have piloted it here, you can board, and then vroom vroom. We will soar away." The trio erupted into laughter, finding amusement in how the princess spoke as if playing with toys, mimicking the sound of a plane flying over. "All right, you may board now. Vroom vroom. We've arrived home. Disembark, please." "Enough with the laughter. I speak the truth, and yet you refuse to believe me. Why is it that my words go untrusted? It's infuriating." Fine. Don't be upset," the Arctic bear replied. "We believe you. But are you implying that you can actually pilot a plane?" "I cannot pilot one, but I know how to operate it and navigate," she asserted. "Oh, that sounds reminiscent of someone who once claimed, 'I may not know how to shoot those guns, but I understand their operation. I am quite adept at combat." The polar bear harbored a flicker of belief, yet the lingering question remained. Who exactly was the princess? She claimed to be capable of everything, yet had accomplished nothing. Of course, she would not inquire, bound by her promises, and she would likewise ensure their protection. However, the unasked questions weighed heavily on her heart. "Very well, we shall heed the princess's directive and seek the cave," declared the polar bear resolutely. The mere thought of departing via helicopter exhilarated the trio. They swiftly secured their handguns, slung their assault rifles and ammunition, and hoisted the rocket launcher, embodying the heroic figures depicted on posters. With a significant amount of ammunition expended, their burdens felt considerably lighter, yet Sha insisted that each of them should strap a sheathed dagger, salvaged from the fallen, to their thighs, a crucial tool in the wilderness. The four women fastened their daggers and stood, casting a hopeful glance at the tranquil beach before stepping onto the road. They surveyed their surroundings. Behind them lay the sea, flanked by the road on either side, while ahead stretched a vast expanse of wilderness, dotted with sparse groves and waist-high wild grasses, leading to undulating hills in the distance, towards which they now ventured. Within the villa, the island master, captivated by the video, exclaimed, "Look, they have emerged and are heading toward the hills." The island master is truly astute, others chimed in with flattery. The grass rustled in the wind, creating a soft whisper. "Over there appears to be a cave," Barbara exclaimed with excitement. "This is the shaded side of the mountain, where sunlight cannot reach," the polar bear remarked. At the foot of the mountain, beside a large rock, lay a dark opening concealed by wild grass, resembling a cave. They hurriedly made their way through the dense vegetation, advancing toward the entrance. Indeed, it was a cave. The entrance strewn with numerous fragments of stone, seemingly dislodged by the violent thunderstorm that had occurred the day before. The mouth of the cave was not particularly vast, overgrown with wild grasses, and within, a deep darkness loomed, hinting at dampness and an eerie atmosphere. The four of them gazed around, hesitant to venture inside, as the terrifying legends of this island resurfaced in their minds. "Let us gather some dry twigs," said Shasa, as she began to clear the wild grass at the entrance, preferably thicker ones. Barbara and Martha quickly set off, finding plenty in the vicinity. Shasa cleared a small patch at the cave's mouth, creating a pile of dry grass. She stripped the bark from a thicker pine branch, using her knife to carve a small hole in it, while sharpening a thinner branch to a point, trimming it to resemble a bullet. She poured the powder into the hole of the thicker branch and inserted the pointed end of the thinner one, clasping it between her palms and rubbing vigorously. Before long, wisps of blue smoke began to rise, followed by a flash of flame, igniting the dry grass encircling the branch. "Oh, it truly is fire by friction," exclaimed Shasa, marveling at this skill. The three women were in awe of their leader's abilities, a blend of ancient and modern knowledge, celestial and terrestrial wisdom. They wondered if she possessed any knowledge of the aquatic realm, but dared not inquire. The itch of curiosity was almost unbearable, yet they had no means to satiate it. Quickly, they each took a branch, and soon a roaring bonfire blazed, illustrating the adage that many hands make light work. With the fire illuminating the night, they tossed burning branches into the cave, emboldened by their newfound light. In the profound darkness of the cave, sparks flew as a cacophony echoed within. A vast shadow swept overhead like a gust of wind, causing the four women to scream and huddle in terror. The shadow seemed devoid of any intent to attack. Instead, it dispersed above them. When they dared to look up, another scream escaped their lips, a colossal bat, its wings spanning a foot, with sharp fangs and a crimson beak, screeched piercingly. The four were still reeling in fright when Martha shrieked again, a voice filled with panic, as a centipede, measuring nearly a foot in length, crawled menacingly across her foot. She was at a loss. Unable to stomp it away or swat it off, she sat on the ground, legs outstretched, screaming incessantly, prompting the other three women to leap up in alarm. From the cave entrance emerged more giant centipedes, their heads crimson, bodies ebony, with a multitude of legs scuttling rapidly towards Martha, who was still shrieking beside the fire. Their elongated antennae bobbed up and down, regarding her as potential prey. "Fear not, Martha," said Shasha, using a stick to dislodge the enormous centipede, subsequently tossing the others into the flames, releasing a foul stench into the air. Uncertain of what other horrors lurked within the cave, and whether spirits haunted its depths, Martha exclaimed in dread, "Let it be. Toss the matches inside. There is no time to seek other caves." The four women desperately hurled matches into the darkness. Thick smoke billowed forth, and from the cave's mouth emerged an array of fuzzy black spiders. After a while, silence reigned within. Shasha, carrying a burning branch, ventured inside and returned after a considerable time, reporting, "It extends about 50 meters deep, with 2 skeletal remains. The rest is cleared out. We can take refuge within." The three women, with trepidation, followed Shasha as they cautiously entered the cavern. The cave was lofty, revealing only rubble within. Under the flickering light, at the cave's end, two skeletal remains leaned against the wall, their legs outstretched, grinning with bared teeth as if in jest. They were ensnared in cobwebs, each gripping a long sword. "Who do you ask?" whispered Martha. "You coward, can you truly inquire of the dead?" "I ask you." "I do not know," the trio replied in unison. "That is sufficient." Martha murmured, "There must be treasure." "Do not entertain such thoughts. If treasure existed, it would have long been seized by the island's master. Place your weapons at the cave's entrance and prepare yourselves. I shall go and commandeer a helicopter." "Go on. I shall oversee matters here," said the Arctic bear. Shasha aided in positioning the weapons at the entrance and then declared, "I am off. Be vigilant, and it would be wise to post a lookout at the cave's mouth. Remember, under no circumstances should you leave this cave. They will hunt you down if separated." "Understood. We shall be fine. You all take great care." Shasha waved farewell to them, departing under their watchful, expectant gazes. She traversed through the wild grass toward the villa atop the mountain, where a helicopter should be stationed. Furthermore, they had not heard the sound of a helicopter departing. Shasha mentally rehearsed the method of piloting a helicopter, knowing she must master it once acquired. The mountain birds chirped, and the surroundings were tranquil. Impatience surged within her. She quickened her pace, concerned for the three women, waving once more. "How amusing this is," the island master remarked to those beside him. "Indeed, how very amusing," he chuckled. "But what brings her here?" "Such audacity," Anna questioned. The other distinguished guests, seated around watching the video, found it peculiar that she had come alone while three remained hidden in the cave. The island master chuckled with pride, proclaiming, "This is the thrill of it all. Can you guess why? Is it to indulge in some forbidden feast, to quell a ravenous hunger at night? No, that is incorrect. Perhaps to eliminate us? Still not right." He burst into laughter, reveling in their ignorance. "You could never fathom it. This princess is quite cunning. She intends to steal a helicopter to rescue those three individuals. Her weakness lies in her concern for others, a keen understanding of her opponent's character and heart," he chortled, basking in the astonished gazes directed towards him. "Steal a helicopter? Can she even pilot one?" The onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, while she may not possess the skills to fly, she is well versed in the mechanics of flight. The inhabitants of the fairy star are remarkably intelligent. They can operate any spacecraft, all of it residing within her mind." Gasps of apprehension filled the air as they feared she might escape, allowing the delectable prize to slip away. "Do not fret. The true entertainment lies in the game of wits," he assured. "That is where the excitement unfolds." She ascended the cliff with remarkable speed, swifter than a monkey. She knew precisely where the helicopter was parked, having heard no sound of its departure. And then she saw. Eyes wide open, the island master watched eagerly, anticipating the fruition of his scheme. Silently, she crawled to the edge of the cliff's summit and peered down. "Look, she is observing." A crowd of onlookers gazed at her, as if witnessing a fool's performance. Silence enveloped the scene as she leaped up, crouching as she approached the helicopter. Those inside watched anxiously, their heads huddled together, uncertain of what would transpire next. Shasha reached for the doorknob, twisting and pulling it. Suddenly, behold, with a thunderous roar, the helicopter erupted in flames. Amidst the billowing smoke, Shasha was propelled into the air, soaring along with fragments of the helicopter and the door itself, momentarily suspended before plummeting down the cliff. The platform was engulfed in a thick haze. The video captured little clarity, as the flames sparkled like a flurry of snowflakes. Only the island master laughed heartily, while the others stood in astonished silence, realizing that the island master had orchestrated this spectacle to witness her perform before meeting her demise, relishing the fleeting moment of despair on her face. "Quick, go outside and see," the island master exclaimed with glee. A throng of people hurriedly rushed out, their spirits high, while all the concealed guards emerged, having been instructed by the island master to detonate the explosives. He had anticipated Shasha's attempt to steal the helicopter. Meanwhile, 3 women at the cave's entrance had been anxiously awaiting the helicopter's arrival, only to be met with flames and smoke. The explosion sent shivers down their spines. obliterating their hopes into mere ashes. They now understood that this was the island master's sinister plot to eliminate Shasha. Chapter 32. The skeleton of the pirate Barbara and Martha wept bitterly, while the polar bear silently embraced them. They were the last three remaining, and soon they too would perish on this island. The peak where Shasha had clambered to find the helicopter stood tall, reaching heights of 700 or 800 meters. Like a solitary mountain rising majestically, it faced the sea on one side, with sheer cliffs on three others, their surfaces polished smooth by millennia of relentless winds and rain, adorned with cascading vines. As Shashara opened the helicopter door, she was thrust upward by the explosion, her face turned skyward. The video captured her floating down, yet her mind remained remarkably clear. She felt the mountain wind fiercely billowing her prison garb, inflating it as she plummeted down the cliff. They could no longer see her. With a firm posture, she inverted herself midair and grasped a mountain vine, inhaling just enough to stabilize the vine, ensuring it did not sway to alert those above. Swiftly, she maneuvered along the cliffside. This entire endeavor was a cunning ruse of her design. As the group rushed out to investigate, she had already scaled to the seaside of the castle, cautiously peering around to find no one in sight. With a determined leap, she concealed herself behind a large window. Peering through the glass, it was not the right room. She tried another, still no luck. In the third room, crimson drapes hung low, concealing the closed window. She pressed her palm against the window frame, discovering it was locked. With a mere thought, she heard a click, the window latch released. This was a power she had never previously revealed, kept hidden to avoid suspicion, and now it was put to use. She gently opened the window and leapt inside. The room was spacious, with a black nightstand holding a computer. A smile graced her lips as she dismantled it. She was far too familiar with such devices. Having repaired spacecraft far more complex than this, her mind was filled with images of intricate machinery. In no time, she located a small storage chip, extracting it. This was the purpose of her mission. She sought the addresses, names, and communication records contained within. Who were these individuals? To what extent had the Hound Star people infiltrated human society? She needed to uncover the truth. Let them search for the body. Ultimately, who was the fool? She was acutely aware that they would deduce her intentions to steal the helicopter. Deliberately, she refrained from taking flight, remaining as bait. This was merely the thought process of an ordinary individual. Those with intellect understood that only a helicopter could facilitate an escape from the island. She planned to play into their expectations, to lure them towards her, thereby creating an opportunity to seize the chip. Uncertain if the Hound Star beings could indeed kill, she noted that only humans had perished on the beach. She withheld this information from the three Arctic bears, fearing it would instill panic within them. Her intention was to safeguard these three. She concealed the chip in her mouth, leaped from the window, and swiftly advanced 3 paces to the edge of the cliff. Not descending but rather vaulting down, gracefully like a fairy alighting upon the sea. All the advanced technology of the fairy star resided within her, including the strength of her muscles. This capability was known to no one, not even the overseer or Sha Keqing, who likely assumed her powers mirrored those of her uncle. Upon contact with water, she immediately sprang ashore, darting into the overgrown grasses, her body bent in rapid flight. Deep down, she was anxious, fearing that the 3 of them might witness the helicopter's explosion at the cave entrance, their hearts ablaze with worry for her fate. They would undoubtedly weep inconsolably, and she was concerned for their safety. Would there be others lying in wait for an ambush? She hoped the island's master had not anticipated this scenario. From a distance, she spotted the Arctic bear cradling Hope, still gazing expectantly. Barbara and Martha crouched at the cave's mouth, uncertain of what to do, simply sobbing on the ground. Yet they remained there, which brought her a measure of relief. She extracted the chip from her mouth, filled with joy, and called out exuberantly as she sprang forth from the underbrush, vigorously waving to the hopeful Arctic bear. She heard and saw her, letting out a wild scream as she rushed over, and the 2 women joyously leapt up, racing towards her with abandon. For individuals embraced amidst the grass, overwhelmed with joy and shedding tears. This bond was far more significant than any concerns regarding extraterrestrial beings, chips, or matters of life and death. Shasha was profoundly moved, while the four women laughed exuberantly, their faces glistening with tears. All right, no need to cry, Shasha consoled them. It is my fault for not informing you that I was not attempting to steal a helicopter, but rather to procure a chip. Now those wretched descendants must be furious, as it is their lifeline. With a sense of pride, Shasha revealed the chip in the palm of her hand and recounted the entire saga. The three women listened with wide eyes and agape mouths, utterly astonished by Shasha's astute planning, filled with joy as they imagined the incredulous expressions of those in the castle who would be vexed and dismayed. The four women erupted in laughter, having played a splendid trick on them. Indeed, the island master, upon witnessing the video of the four women laughing heartily, was seized by rage, shattering numerous wine glasses in his fury. He had intended to showcase his own cleverness to his subordinates, but instead found himself the subject of ridicule, akin to a fool performing alongside for young women. Having lost a helicopter and allowed the chip to be stolen, he had unwittingly provided his subordinates with a grand jest at his expense, inciting a desire to unleash his wrath upon the four women. Enough. The island master's well-being is paramount, he thought. These four young women remain on the island, trapped within our grasp. Soon, we shall capture them and savor their torment. Those girls are celebrating a tad prematurely, unaware of the grim fate that awaits them. Anna was indeed correct. The four clowns remained, and the game was far from over. The island master, with a sinister gaze fixed upon the screen, declared, "Surround that accursed cave. Once their ammunition is exhausted and their sustenance depleted, we shall allow them to gradually lose all hope for survival, ultimately letting them gently collapse into our embrace. Then, we shall indulge in their company, reveling in the expressions of joy that will adorn their faces at that moment." The master's keen insight ignited a thrill among the esteemed guests, who were elated at the prospect of inflicting torment. They downed the contents of their high-stemmed glasses in one gulp, erupting into raucous laughter that revealed their gleaming, formidable teeth that were significantly larger than average, a testament to the numerous creatures they had consumed on this island. "Dispatch the crew," commanded the island master. "Yes," Anna exclaimed with enthusiasm. Before the cave, Shasha and her companions entered with palpable excitement. Princess Barbara, the eldest, remarked at the cave's entrance, "We have meticulously cleaned the cave and laid down fresh hay. It shall be far more comfortable for sleeping than any prison." "Really?" Shasha responded in astonishment. "You moved the two corpses here?" Indeed, the timid Martha chimed in. "We initially intended to dispose of them, yet they had lain here for centuries, a sight that instilled fear. However, the polar bear chief insisted that such treatment was disrespectful to the deceased. Their souls would find no peace, nor would their families. Hence, we relocated them here." The two skeletons were positioned on either side of the cave entrance, resembling vigilant sentinels, comfortably leaning against the wall. Floral garlands adorned their heads. A blossom rested upon their chests, and swords were grasped firmly in their hands. "Isn't it much more beautiful now? Let them guard us," said Barbara. Sasha couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it was far more beautiful. "They are our guardians. Look how majestic they are." Sasha still couldn't restrain her laughter. "They are indeed impressive and truly exquisite. Their families must be immensely proud," Sasha remarked sincerely, feeling delighted to have such benevolent humans around. "We have discovered a secret," Martha said mysteriously. "What secret?" "Listen." At that moment, the four fell silent, holding torches as they stood before two skeletons. The mysterious cave was eerily quiet, with a faint sound resembling the rush of water. "It's the ocean," Sasha exclaimed excitedly. "This cave connects to the sea, with the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs." "Indeed," the polar bear said emphatically. "We could only hear it by pressing our ears against the cave wall where these skeletons rest. However, we dared not move, fearing there might be some terrifying creature or mechanism lurking behind, waiting for your decision." "Wonderful. You have done splendidly. The terrifying legends are not without foundation. I shall go listen now." "All right, Princess," they replied. Sasha turned and said, "How marvelous. It leads to the sea. It could be a hidden river." As the rushing sound approaches, followed by the sound of the ocean. I haven't detected any dangerous entities. We have a way forward. Hooray! Barbara and Martha exclaimed, embracing each other in excitement and twirling in dance. The polar bear raised her fists triumphantly overhead, striking a pose she cherished after victorious battles. Shasha gazed at them and declared, I shall inspect this matter before determining a course of action. With that, she turned, and amidst their eager gazes, placed her palms upon the cave wall she had just heard about, methodically caressing it from top to bottom and from left to right. She then spun around and remarked, the entrance is quite sizable, comparable to this cavern, though it appears to be sealed. Pausing momentarily, she turned again and slowly traced the stone walls flanking the entrance, stating, indeed, it is blocked. The stone differs in texture. The patterns on these walls are orderly, while over there, they are in disarray. However, it seems perilous within, for among the obstructing stones, there appear to be slender, elongated objects of varied shapes. Those are concealed weapons, as chronicled in adventure novels, Barbara interjected, peering in. If they are concealed weapons, they must be poisonous, Martha cautioned carefully. Should they be concealed weapons? There surely exist terrifying mechanisms behind the walls, the polar bear asserted. If that is the case, there is no need for alarm. You may simply retreat outside the cave, Shasha remarked, glancing upward at the cave's ceiling. I fear it may collapse entirely, which would be quite troublesome. Is that so? The three women lamented, slightly disheartened. Do not fret. Come now, polar bear, lift me up so I may touch the ceiling. Without hesitation, the polar bear hoisted Shasha effortlessly, as if she were a mere doll, attempting to allow her to perch upon his shoulders. However, with a thud, Shasha's head collided with the cave ceiling. Oh! Barbara and Martha gasped in horror, instinctively closing their eyes. My sincerest apologies, Princess Shasha, the polar bear exclaimed, squatting down in concern. It's nothing, Shasha chuckled, saying, so I'm riding on your neck. Indeed, that's exactly what I was thinking. Shasha settled herself, and the polar bear gradually stood up. I've got it. The polar bear, standing at a height of nearly 2 meters, along with seated Shasha, stretched out a hand, estimating their combined height to be around 2 to 3 meters. The cave ceiling was uneven, and Shasha had just bumped into a protruding rock. Fortunately, it was not sharp. Sitting atop the polar bear's neck, Shasha gently caressed the cave's ceiling. The polar bear cautiously moved its feet in various directions, and after a while, Shasha exclaimed with excitement, no problem, not a single issue. Let me down quickly. The three girls let out a gleeful shriek. All right. As soon as Shasha touched the ground, she clapped her hands and declared, I have a plan. You all go outside to gather stones, regardless of size, and slowly seal the entrance over there. Seal the entrance? The three girls gasped in astonishment. Why? Shasha replied with a hint of mischief. It's merely a ruse to deceive the island master, making him believe we are sealing the entrance. After suffering 2 defeats today, he will be filled with suspicions about our every move. Meanwhile, I will hide around the corner and shoot at that sealed cave wall. I estimate that a single shot will penetrate it, as the entrance is loosely sealed. As long as we can squeeze through, even if there are traps inside, they will be obliterated in chaos. Now, you all go to the entrance and start moving stones, creating a facade to mislead him and waste some time. Then I will shoot. Does that sound feasible? It'll make noise, Martha said with concern. Fear not, the video reveals only images, devoid of sound, correct? Indeed. Huzzah! There's no need for excavation. What a relief. Very well, let's first relocate the 2 skeletons to the corner, then commence our operation. Aye. The 3 women swiftly adhered to Shasha's plan, concealing the skeletons at the bend before feigning the movement of stones at the cave entrance. Shasha positioned the rocket launcher at the corner, placing 3 rockets beside it. Before long, they called out from the cave entrance, Princess, Princess, abandoning the title of boss entirely. Can you see clearly? Yes. Take cover. I shall fire. All right. We are hidden. Proceed. Shasha crouched at the bend, aimed at the sealed cave wall, inhaled deeply, and with a pull of the trigger, rolled swiftly inside. A resounding explosion echoed. Debris flew chaotically within the cave. Dust enveloped the surroundings, and a dull buzzing sound resonated, followed by the clattering of falling stones and the chaotic egress of unidentified objects from the cave entrance. "It's breached," Shasha exclaimed with excitement, as the dust swirling in the cave was suddenly drawn away by a powerful gust from the opposite entrance. The mountain breeze rushed in with fervor. Upon hearing this, the three women at the cave entrance leaped and dashed inside, discarding the stones they held without a second thought. "I want to see first." Barbara and Martha raced to the cave entrance, vying to peer inside. "Do not lean in," Shasha urgently cautioned. "We do not yet know if there are traps. And do not touch the sides." The polar bear swiftly pulled the two women away from the cave entrance. With a clang, Shasha dropped the rocket launcher and hurried over. The entrance before them was half a person's height from the ground, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters, a slanted circular opening. The darkness on the opposite side was profound, and the sound of water echoed more distinctly, faintly accompanied by the roar of waves, suggesting that the cavern beyond was deeper and longer. Cautiously, Shasha examined the edges of the opening. Finding no immediate danger, she leaned in further to look, while the three women watched her anxiously. It was too dark inside. Shasha called out for a torch. Barbara quickly procured one. With great care, Shasha extended the torch inward, the long flame flickering as it was drawn into the abyss, illuminating the cavern beyond. About 2 meters from the entrance, a row of enormous crossbows loomed, their rusted iron heads pointed ominously towards the opening. Shasha gasped in shock. Those arrows could surely pierce them through. "You all should take a look, but be cautious. Do not touch anything. If you fall inside and trigger a mechanism, those arrows will be unleashed," she warned. The polar bear inspected first, with the timid Martha last. As Martha leaned forward, the arrows menacingly pointed at her. "Now you understand the danger," Shasha chuckled, "but I have good news for you." "What good news?" they inquired. "These were placed by pirates," Shasha exclaimed. "Pirates?" The three women echoed in unison. "Yes, think about it. They're treasure." Shasha beamed. "Indeed." They responded eagerly. "Where is it? Did you see it?" Martha and Barbara craned their necks to ask. Deep within, Shasha pointed towards the entrance. Why else would they have set so many arrows? Moreover, those two skeletons are the pirates' guards. They have not been disturbed, still holding their swords. The treasure must certainly remain within. "Really?" they questioned, filled with intrigue. "Of course," Shasha affirmed. "There lies a treasure discovered." Barbara and Martha danced hand in hand. The polar bear chuckled, remarking on the two children, dreaming of riches, aren't they? However, Sasha interjected. "However what?" Barbara and Martha inquired anxiously, fearing that Sasha's next words might vanish their treasure. "Can you weave baskets?" Sasha teased. "Weave baskets?" "Indeed. Where else would we store the treasure?" The two girls glanced at their prison garb, devoid of pockets, merely revealing their undergarments, which could hardly hold anything. "Exactly," Sasha laughed. "You two should quickly gather some twigs. I will teach you how to weave baskets shortly, while I and the polar bear chief enlarge the exit and dismantle the traps within. Let's throw a couple of stones to let the arrows loose." The three girls concurred in unison. "Hooray!" The two girls embraced Sasha, kissing her, then bounced excitedly out to find twigs, which would hold the precious gems. Once they exited the cave, Sasha and the polar bear approached the small opening. Sasha handed the torch to the polar bear, saying, "Chief, illuminate the way for me." "All right." Sasha stepped into the cave first, cautiously peering down into the shadows. In the flickering red light of the torch, 3 slender wooden sticks lay pinned by stone slabs. She slid her palms down the wall, making contact with the ground to support herself, then retracted her lower body and slowly inverted, moving gracefully towards the crossbow's stand, where the arrowheads gleamed with a sinister blue hue, as if laced with poison. Upon a vast arrow framework rests a circular disc reminiscent of a ship's helm, which governs the mechanism. A web of spider silk clings to it, rustling as it is gently brushed aside. 2 circular apertures are present. One remains vacant while the other accommodates a conical wooden peg. Rustling, the figure straightens, grasping the helm with one hand and withdrawing the peg with the other, producing a rhythmic clicking sound that startles the polar bear, causing it to withdraw its head. Upon extracting the peg, it swiftly inserts it into the alternate hole. Take cover. I am about to release the helm. You ought to have hidden already. With a gentle release of the helm, a click resounds, and the helm sways, coming to a standstill. All set, the figure exclaims, prompting the polar bear to peek out. Is it done? Indeed. A smile spreads across the polar bear's face. The figure approaches, saying, "Hand me the torch." You expand the hole. Just ensure you can squeeze through. The hole is rapidly enlarged, and the figure places the excavated stones at their feet. These stones will block the hole shortly. You go first to seek the treasure while I instruct them on basket weaving. Then I shall follow. Will there be no danger? None. I listened carefully just now, and only the sound of flowing water remains. Barbara and Martha have gathered a substantial bundle of branches, which they place inside the hole before obstructing the entrance. That is sufficient. Do not block it further. Come quickly to weave baskets. The two women approach, and the figure teaches as they craft, soon completing 3 exquisite baskets. How lovely they are! Now, place the weapons in one basket, and the remains in the other 2. Shall we carry them away as well? Yes, indeed. Do not interfere. We shall arrange them. They look truly beautiful, adorned with garlands. As Barbara and Martha squeeze through the hole, they eagerly inquire, "Captain, have you discovered the treasure?" "No." The polar bear said solemnly beneath the torchlight. Barbara tilted her head, gazing at the polar bear, exclaiming, "The leader is deceiving us." Look at the smile at the corners of her mouth. The honest polar bear, incapable of lying and unable to contain its excitement, shouted, "I've found it. There are 3 large boxes." "Hooray! Where?" "Over there, just around the corner." "Guess what else I discovered?" "What else did you find?" "A ship." "Really?" "Indeed. And there's also an entrance to the sea." "Hooray! Well, let us postpone the celebration. Quickly move the items over there. I'll block the entrance and set up the traps. They are coming soon." "Will they burst in directly?" Martha asked anxiously. The 3 women immediately raised their torches and slung their baskets as they departed. Shasha hastily blocked the entrance, and just as she was finishing, faint voices drifted from outside the entrance. "Why is it only half blocked? Stop with the chatter, throw the smoke bombs." Smoke bombs were tossed in rapid succession, swirling and emitting thick smoke. Shasha left a fist-sized hole, and as some smoke wafted in, she coughed a couple of times toward that direction before swiftly sealing it off, setting up several traps, and preparing the crossbow. Faint voices could be heard from beyond. She coughed, "They are inside. Quick, use the smoke to obscure them." Outside, activity began to escalate. Shasha pulled the torch from beside the entrance and swiftly pursued in the direction the others had taken. Chapter 33. Life or treasure in the dimly lit and damp cavern. Shasha brandished a torch while clutching a rocket launcher, hastening towards the direction where the polar bears were headed. The smoke emanating from the cave behind them grew denser. The tunnel widened and became increasingly humid, sloping downward. Stalactite-like sharp rocks hung from the ceiling, resembling the formations of a volcanic cavern, where bubbling lava flowed toward the sea. After sprinting over 100 meters, a broad subterranean river lay before them. To the left, darkness loomed far away, while to the right, the flickering light of torches illuminated the riverbank about 40 to 50 meters away, where the trio of polar bears seemed to be dragging boxes, each one with a burden of its own. Shasha rushed forward and shouted, "Hurry, we must move. They are closing in on us." "So soon?" "Indeed. If we do not hasten our escape, they will discover this cave." "What of the exit to the sea?" "I cannot see it. It is just over there." The polar bear replied, gesturing behind, but it had vanished, swallowed by the tide. "And the boat?" "It lies ahead, burdened with many stones." Shasha glanced at the cave wall beside them and remarked, "Observe the water mark above. The tide will soon inundate this place." "What shall we do?" Barbara and Martha asked, their faces etched with panic. "What treasures lie within the boxes?" "These boxes contain large gold ingots, alongside silverware and coins. The smaller ones are filled with gems and gold necklaces." "How did you discover the boat?" "When we arrived earlier, the bow of the vessel was visible above the water. I submerged to feel it. It resembled a lifeboat from a large ship, along with 2 oars. It is of no use now." Only by following the retreating tide can the boat emerge from the cave. We do not have much time. What shall we do? The treasure chest has already been dragged out. If we pull it forward, it will sink into the depths, and we cannot leave it for those people. Do we not want it either? Martha and Barbara exclaimed tearfully. That is the treasure we have painstakingly discovered to achieve wealth. Then, shall we hide 2 gems? Just 2? Barbara and Martha pitifully pointed to their chests. All right, quickly. Thank you, Princess. Polar Bear, you should also hide 2. Just 2. No more. If they drop on the ground and are discovered, it will all be lost, and they will turn this place upside down. The 3 women immediately opened the small chest at Martha's feet, which she had just dragged. Under the torchlight, the colorful gems clustered together, shimmering with a rainbow-like brilliance. Irresistibly captivating. The 3 women, both joyful and anxious, selected the 2 largest gems and tucked them into their bras. Hurry! Drag them over and let them sink into the deep water. With the 2 gems as a foundation, the 3 women found strength and exerted themselves to pull the 3 chests of treasure into the depths. Now, Sasha looked at the 3 women and asked, "Can you swim?" "Yes," Martha quickly replied, "but not far." "How far can you swim?" 10 meters. Sasha was so frustrated that she felt like kicking them. 10 meters. And they called that swimming? They could drown in a bathtub, let alone in the ocean. Sasha turned to Barbara. Barbara quietly pointed at Martha and said, "I am about the same as her." Sasha, filled with indignation, shook her head vigorously and exclaimed, "How is it possible that 70% of this planet is water? Yet you cannot swim? It is utterly exasperating." The polar bear, raising its arms and showcasing its robust muscles, replied, "I have no such issues. I have practiced since childhood." "Then are you all prepared to enter the water?" "We cannot swim." "I do not require you to swim. Merely grasp the shoulders of the polar bear leader, who stands at an impressive height of 1.90 meters. As long as your heads remain above water for breathing, you can proceed with the skeletons and weapons. I shall scout the exit point." With that, she unsheathed her dagger, clenched it between her teeth, and leaped into the underground river. The 3 women promptly readied themselves, placing their weapons and ammunition into a basket. The polar bear shed its upper garments, securing 2 skeletons upon its back, while also carrying a rocket launcher and positioning 2 firearms. The 2 women followed closely behind, navigating along the steep cavern walls until they reached a point where the water was too deep to continue on foot. They grasped the polar bear's shoulders and gradually waded into the water. Outside the cave, individuals continued to launch smoke grenades while piling burning pine branches and dry grass at the entrance, creating a dense haze. The cool interior of the cave contrasted sharply with the oppressive heat of the summer outside, and the unsealed gaps in the sand allowed the smoke to waft inside effortlessly. The island master reclined on the sofa, watching the video, and with a smug grin, remarked, "They know we intend to capture them alive, so they resort to tricks, hiding inside the cave and refusing to come out. When our people venture in, they merely cower in the shadows and shoot. Their strategy is indeed clever. However, we shall not enter. You may hide within, but we remain outside, unable to reach you. We will suffocate you with smoke until you are half alive, then coax you out. When you awaken, you will find yourselves bound to a pillar, and the expressions of fear, terror, and desperation on your faces will be a true delight. I can never tire of witnessing it at my feasts." Ha ha ha! The esteemed guests and Anna erupted into laughter. The island master, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "Let us toast to the thrill and direction you provide, illuminating our path with your wisdom. Cheers! Come, let us drink." As he lowered his legs, rising with a glass in hand, he added, "Look at this video. What a cerulean sky! How pristine the clouds! Are there any wisps of smoke rising from the mountaintops below? None. What a mesmerizing sea! Is there any smoke upon its surface? No. This signifies that it is a dead-end cave. They cannot escape." The onlookers were utterly captivated, including Anna. After a considerable while, they had yet to emerge. The island owner gestured calmly, saying, "Do not worry. The cave may be quite deep, indeed very deep. It will be thrilling once we capture them." "Anna, have the people from the mountaintop been dispatched?" "Yes, but they have hidden themselves." "What about the yachts at sea?" "They are well concealed." Excellent. This is a flawless strategy, a perfect plan. Are we at risk of suffocation? No, the cave is spacious. However, the smoke is growing thicker. They will soon send someone to investigate. The polar bear trudged onward. After a brief swim, the ceiling of the cave descended lower, nearly grazing the water's surface. She took a deep breath and plunged beneath the surface. Ahead, there was a faint glow. The light from outside seemed obstructed, revealing a large shadow with a ring of brightness surrounding it. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive boulder, adorned with a gap no wider than a palm, far too narrow for a person to escape. The polar bear had likely glimpsed this very crevice earlier, not stopping to examine it closely. The incoming light had misled her into thinking it was an opening. Now, submerged, only a vague illumination remained. Since the small boat could enter, it had to be a cave, and the tide flowed in from this point, allowing the boat to navigate out during low tide. The pirates were indeed clever, using an entire boulder to block the cave. Those outside would perceive it merely as part of the mountain, as the exterior was bright while the interior remained dim. Only those within could discern the outside light. Furthermore, if the entrance on the other side of the mountain were sealed, no one would ever know of this extensive underground river cave. Shasha delved beneath to feel for the wedge stone. Such an immense boulder would not be easily pushed inward by outsiders, as it would inevitably become lodged in the narrow opening. The pirates, when sealing the entrance, would have considered this and secured it with the wedge stone. To gain access, one would merely need to pry the wedge away, allowing the boulder to roll down the slope of the sea. Those trapped within, if possessed of sufficient strength, could shake the stone. Once the wedge loosened, the boulder would descend naturally. Yet, it is crucial to recognize that this is indeed a stone. Does one possess such strength? It must weigh several tons and is firmly wedged in place. Shasha's inability to locate the wedge indicates it remains outside, while the surrounding area is filled with cracks, littered with small stones and sand, which Shasha has managed to disturb. The entrance is obstructed by the boulder. I must use a rocket launcher. As I spoke, I detached the rocket launcher from the Arctic bear's grasp, loaded it, and instructed the bear to step aside, wading into the water up to my waist. I hoisted the launcher, aimed, and with a squeeze of the trigger, a flash ignited, and the projectile soared into the water ahead, creating a splash akin to a comet's tail. Then came the resounding boom, sending a spray of water erupting from the entrance, yet it seemed to yield no results. Another shot, Shasha cried out. The Arctic bear promptly readied the launcher once more. With another pull of the trigger, the explosion erupted, first causing a geyser of water to surge, followed by a rush of river water that cascaded toward the breach, revealing that the tide had begun to recede, creating a differential in water levels. We did it, the four women exclaimed in jubilant unison. However, the force of the water was immense. The Arctic bear momentarily lost her footing, prompting the two women holding onto her to scream in alarm. It's quite all right, the polar bear remarked as it moved forward. The water had receded to just below her chest, revealing a crescent-shaped opening about 20 to 30 meters ahead, where light filtered in and danced upon the surface of the water. The four women persevered, striving to advance through the water. However, they were blissfully unaware that a trap had been meticulously laid outside. Chapter 34. The gallant night. After great effort, the four women reached the mouth of the opening, where the water was now up to their necks. Peering through a 20-centimeter wide gap, they could see the vast ocean and the distant low blue sky beyond the jagged rocks. Hurry, polar bear leader, pull us out, Barbara and Martha exclaimed excitedly. Wait a moment, Shasha whispered. I'll go out first to scout. The island master is no fool. Shasha's tone, laced with caution, heightened their anxiety as they imagined the massive fins of sharks and the island master's sinister smile from the candlelight the previous night. Shasha bit down on her dagger, took a deep breath, and submerged her head into the water, swimming out through the opening. The water was clear and illuminated, allowing the three women to see Shasha kicking her legs and gliding towards a dark rocky outcrop. Barbara and Martha clung tightly to the polar bear's neck, their legs unable to touch the ground, floating instead. As they watched Shasha ascend and gradually reveal her head, they clutched the polar bear even more tightly. Be gentle. You too, do you wish to strangle me? The polar bear murmured softly. The two women, slightly embarrassed, chuckled nervously. Look, the island master in the villa is excitedly raising a wine glass, they observed. Emerging. The individuals nearby were equally exhilarated. Shasha's head broke the surface, but the rocks obscured her view. As she glanced to the left, a flash of fire caught her attention, prompting her to retract her head just in time. With a loud bang, a bullet struck the rock. Those lying in ambush among the stones unleashed a barrage of gunfire, thwarting Shasha's escape, while a net descended from above, sealing off the cave entrance. Caught in the water, Shasha found herself trapped, unable to move left or right. Ha ha ha! One has been ensnared. The island master proclaimed with pride. What a keen observation, truly! Exclaimed those around him, a mix of excitement and flattery in their voices. This underwater quarry is incredibly thrilling. Look, she's lost all sense of direction. When we feast later, discussing these dramatic moments over drinks will be utterly delightful. Surely, your superiors will recognize your merit. Your talents are somewhat squandered here. The island master reclined with satisfaction, his ambitions soaring. The earlier commotion at the cave entrance had alerted the lurking yacht, prompting the island master to swiftly summon reinforcements and lay a meticulous trap to isolate them, capturing them one by one like fish. The three women inside the cave, preoccupied with the outside world, were suddenly startled by a series of explosive sounds behind them. The grenade Shasha had positioned at the small entrance detonated, followed by screams, likely from someone pierced by a crossbow bolt. Then came the shouts of curses. Before long, a group of torchbearers, menacingly advancing towards them, illuminated the dark cave as they approached swiftly. With the tide receding, the path along the dark river widened. The three women found themselves paralyzed in panic, unable to move forward or retreat, standing in the water in a state of alarm. Outside, the gentle lapping of water could be heard, while the individuals above ceased their gunfire, instead indulging in laughter as they playfully cast nets from side to side. Engaging in their peculiar method of fishing aboard the yacht, they sought to catch live fish, finding the pursuit of humans far more exhilarating. Their laughter resonated as they continuously cast their nets. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from all directions. The sharp sounds of bullets striking rocks and the cave ceiling causing individuals to tumble into the water, including those aboard the yacht. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. Sasha, the three women, the island master, Anna, and the esteemed guests gazed in disbelief at the oncoming assault boats, their wakes trailing behind them as they approached rapidly. The leading inflatable craft bore a figure who shouted through a megaphone, "Sasha, Polar Bear, Barbara, Martha, are you still alive? We are the Navy of Country M, here to rescue you." The mention of the Navy ignited excitement in Barbara and Martha, who squealed and flailed in the water. Hurry out, boss." Just as Polar Bear took a step forward, the megaphone blared urgently. "Get down." Without a moment's hesitation, Polar Bear sank swiftly, while Barbara and Martha, caught off guard and gasping for air, were plunged into the depths, thrashing about in panic, swallowing mouthfuls of water. A rocket whistled overhead, striking the cave wall behind them with a thunderous explosion, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. The foremost vessel swiftly approached, executing a sharp turn to halt beside the Polar Bear at the cave's entrance. Two hands reached down, lifting the drenched Barbara and Martha from the water, depositing them into the kayak with ease. To his astonishment, the tightly clasped basket they held contained skulls and garlands. What purpose could these serve? At that moment, the Polar Bear resurfaced, grasping the kayak and raising its massive head, grinning as it remarked, "Thank you, esteemed Navy of M." The officer, taken aback by the Polar Bear's imposing figure, quickly responded, "We appreciate your kind words, but the illustrious Navy of M cannot permit you aboard at this time. It would capsize." Barbara, Martha, and the four Marines aboard erupted in laughter. "Very well," the Polar Bear chuckled. "I suppose that is best." In truth, the Polar Bear's father had also served in the Navy, instilling in her a fondness for the maritime forces. Meanwhile, Shasha waved from another kayak, and the others returned her greeting. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire echoed from within the cave, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Then, a commanding voice emanated from the officer's kayak radio. "Dolphin, Dolphin, the starfish has completely neutralized the targets within the cave. Starfish, Starfish, emerge. The sea snakes have been eradicated." The officer responded affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, a team of Marines clad in black wetsuits emerged at the cave's entrance, where 2 kayaks awaited to receive them. Observing this scene, the island's owner seethed with rage, veins bulging, while Anna gasped in terror. A submarine. In the surveillance footage, a submarine ominously surfaced, its sleek hull glistening in the sunlight as water cascaded down its sides. The hatch atop the vessel opened, and with a flash of fire, 2 missiles soared into the sky, then dipped down, skimming the water surface as they hurtled towards the castle. The castle's alarm system blared sharply. 2 attacking missiles were en route. 300 kilometers, 200 kilometers. The island's master, Anna, and the esteemed guests turned pale with terror, hastily discarding their wine glasses and rushing to escape the castle. They opened the door to a nearby bunker and descended within. Moments later, the bunker's roof slowly creaked open, and a helicopter ascended swiftly, veering into the sky. At that moment, the 2 missiles struck the castle in succession, yet neither detonated. In truth, they were merely practice rounds, intended to frighten the occupants without any intention of destroying the exquisite castle perched upon the cliff. From the helicopter, the island's master tilted his head to observe below, scoffing. "Human weaponry is truly primitive, utterly ineffective." A chorus of laughter erupted from those aboard the helicopter. "Destroy it," commanded the submarine's officer. 2 missiles erupted in flames, launching vertically from the vessel, tracing an arc through the sky as they screamed towards the helicopter. Chaos ensued inside the helicopter. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Anna cried out. The helicopter deployed a flurry of decoys, bursting forth like fireworks. Yet, it was all in vain. The missile plunged downwards, catching up before ascending vertically. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter disintegrated mid-air, scattering burning fragments in every direction, cascading into the ocean. The whirring blades soared upward, then abruptly ceased, plummeting into the sea. The merciless hunters, the alien beings, along with their arrogance and mockery, were consumed by the smoke and ash, meeting their demise in the depths of the ocean. On 7 inflatable boats, the Marines erupted into cheers, swiftly navigating towards the submarine, with white frothy waves trailing behind. Sasha sat at the bow of one of the boats, the driver, armed and standing beside her, as the brisk sea breeze swept past. Gazing through the windshield, she fixed her gaze upon the vast ocean ahead. These individuals had rescued her, liberating her from their clutches. One would expect exhilaration and joy, yet she felt none. Who were these people? Why had they come to her aid? How did they know of Despair Island? Would they transport her to another island? Her concern was not for herself, but for the 3 Arctic bear women, hoping for their favorable outcome. These questions would only be answered once aboard the submarine. She rose, gripping the handrail against the sea wind. The 5 Marines aboard the same boat found the girl intriguing. When they had rescued her, she expressed her gratitude, beaming at them with a radiant smile, pure as an infant. Now, as she stood there, despite her prison garb, her flowing hair and upright posture exuded the grace of a queen. They, of course, refrained from probing further. They were warriors, solemnly seated in their designated places. Sasha stood for a moment longer, under the blue sky and azure sea, as the figures ahead became clearer. Sasha observed as individuals aboard the submarine positioned a net ladder, gracefully sliding into the sea along the vessel's smooth contours. Before long, several assault boats curved towards the submarine, their wakes splashing against the hull. Although Sasha's kayak had yet to reach them, a man and a woman were already standing on the edge of the boat, excitedly calling out, "Sasha, Mom and Dad." Before Sasha could fully descend the ladder, they pulled her aboard. Having been apart for merely a day and a night, the anguish of longing rendered their reunion feel as if they had been separated for an eternity. The 3 embraced tightly, with Wang Jinfeng's eyes brimming with tears of joy. At that moment, Barbara, Martha, and Polar Bear approached. Barbara glanced at Ma Jiangwo, then at Wang Jinfeng, and finally at Sasha, exclaiming, "This is your dad and mom." "Indeed." "Hello, Dad and Mom," Sasha responded, with Martha echoing softly. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng, delighted by the greetings, erupted into hearty laughter. Polar Bear, smiling, said, "Greetings. Thank you for coming to rescue us." "Hello, hello?" "No need for thanks," Sasha replied. "Come on, introduce your parents." "Oh, this is the quick-tongued Barbara. This is the timid Martha, and this is our leader, Polar Bear." Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng listened with wide eyes. Although they were aware of the existence of 3 other female prisoners and knew their names, hearing the term leader caught them off guard. Having entered the prison merely a day and a night ago and already joining a gang with a leader, there must be countless stories behind this. They hoped for an opportunity to hear her recount them. Polar Bear's prison attire clung to her athletic frame and dressed in Marine Corps garb. Her imposing height of nearly 6 feet and prowess in combat lent her an air of striking elegance. The nearby Marines began to stow away the nets and the inflatable boats. At that moment, Barbara gently tugged at Wang Jinfen's sleeve, signaling her to follow. They made their way to the narrow bow of the vessel. "Mom, we've struck gold." "Struck gold?" Wang Jinfen inquired softly, leaning forward. Barbara revealed 2 gemstones from her bra, one purple and one blue, displaying them proudly in her palm. "Look." Wang Jinfen was momentarily taken aback, apart from the shimmering gems. She had never seen anything of such magnitude. The stones were smooth and plump, exuding an antique charm, glimmering under the sun with a radiance that felt timeless. This is treasure. The eldest princess forbade us from taking more, just 2 each. She's quite formidable. Even she did not take any." "Princess? Is there a princess on the island?" No, it's your daughter. We call her the eldest princess. We escaped to a cave where we found 2 pirates." Wang Jinfen grew increasingly perplexed. "Pirates?" "Indeed, these 2 pirates sat in the cave, swords in hand, lifeless. Did you not see the skulls in our basket?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jinfen understood those skulls belonged to pirates. Yet she could not fathom why they had brought them aboard. Was there a secret hidden within the skulls? Earlier, she had noticed the floral wreaths adorning them. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Why did you bring them on board and adorn them with flower crowns?" Upon observing her countenance, filled with bewilderment and curiosity, Barbara contentedly remarked, "You are unaware, aren't you? The esteemed princess and the Arctic bear informed me that these 2 pirates have vigilantly guarded their treasure, motionless for centuries. We have taken their treasure, and thus we ought to honor them by granting them a dignified burial in the sea. However, they lacked garments. So the Arctic bear generously shed his attire to cover them, while we crafted floral garlands to adorn them. Thus, they are now bestowed with dignity. Do you not agree?" Wang Jifeng mused to herself, contemplating the inherent kindness of these girls, which explained the Arctic bear's military garb and their own prison uniforms. At first glance, they appeared an incongruous assembly, clad in prison attire, military uniforms, skull motifs, ancient swords, and firearms. Yet the tale seemed far from complete, prompting her to interject. "Let us focus on the essentials. The submarine is poised for departure." Barbara grasped the urgency of the situation. If they departed, all remaining treasures would be lost. She promptly replied, "I shall be brief. You must hurry and detain those soldiers, negotiating with them about the treasure, ensuring we secure it before we leave." A flicker of realization dawned upon her as she recognized the intent behind the eerie figure. Her curiosity piqued. She felt an impulse to kick her, yet acknowledged the validity of her words. She swiftly sought out Ma Jiangwo, pulling him aside to speak, just as 2 soldiers approached. Upon seeing them, Sasha was momentarily immobilized, for it was Colonel Landing. She began to understand why the Navy of M country had come to their rescue. The colonel boarded the vessel, evidently in search of Sasha, and briskly approached, adhering to military protocol with a crisp salute. "Welcome, Lady Sasha, aboard." The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. Colonel Landing, with his profound background and an air of mystery, addressed her as Lady Sasha. It became evident why he had come to their rescue. The three young women, known as the Arctic Bears, were left in astonishment. A lady? This Shasha, unwilling to disclose her identity or origins, was undoubtedly either a queen or a distinguished princess. The thought of her formidable presence filled them with admiration, and they felt no shame in referring to her as their leader. Shasha recalled how the colonel had rescued her twice before, and this time he had also saved the Arctic Bears, leaving her immensely grateful. "Greetings, Colonel Landing. Thank you for coming to our aid." The colonel saluted sharply. "Thank you, my lady, for your kind words. It is my duty." "Very well, Colonel. If you deem it appropriate, we may set sail." Indeed. Beside them stood the captain, clad in battle attire. He had received orders to follow commands without question, but he was astonished to learn that these directives came directly from the Minister of the Navy. During the phone call, it seemed the commander was also present, instructing him to maintain secrecy and informing him that his mission was to rescue one girl and 3 prisoners. He felt that deploying a strategic nuclear submarine for such a task was somewhat excessive, yet the entire operation was shrouded in a veil of intrigue. After the introduction of the rescued individuals, upon seeing Shasha's regal demeanor, akin to that of a queen, the colonel addressed her as my lady with newfound seriousness. He understood that any misstep could jeopardize his career, prompting him to immediately issue the order. "Prepare for departure." "Wait," interjected Wang Jinfeng anxiously. "This young lady has something to say to everyone." She felt the gravity of her words was insufficient, adding, "There is treasure on the island." Everyone was taken aback. Treasure. All eyes turned towards Barbara, then shifted to the colonel and the captain, finally resting on Sasha. "Colonel Landing, if time permits, let us listen to the charming tale of Barbara before we decide whether to set sail." "Indeed," Colonel Landing replied, "as long as it is convenient for you. We have ample time." "Excellent. I appreciate the patience of all aboard. Now, Barbara, please share your story." Barbara, noticing the imposing soldiers standing with their rifles, felt a rush of vanity as their gazes were fixed upon her. However, she refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, she reached into her chest, retrieving 2 exquisite gems, which she displayed in her palm as she approached the group. "Look at this. Wow, are those genuine gems?" they exclaimed. "They have some too." Barbara proudly pointed at the polar bear and Martha. The 2 women reluctantly produced their own gems, spreading them out before the audience. The reaction was no longer one of simple awe. Instead, they were rendered speechless as the 6 antique gems shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The sight of those 6 magnificent stones was enough to purchase a submarine. "Have you seen enough?" Barbara asked, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Yes, now tell us. Where did they come from?" "Well, let me tell you," she began. "Once upon a time, Barbara," Martha interjected, "that was just yesterday. Do not interrupt. Isn't it customary for stories to begin with once upon a time? Haven't your parents ever told you bedtime stories?" "Indeed, as a child, I would lie in bed, cocooned in my blanket, listening to my parents recount tales from long, long ago. In that warm, familial ambience, we all fell silent, captivated by Barbara's narration of the past. Once upon a time, a princess and 3 little girls were captured by cannibals and taken to a desolate, terrifying island where they were to be roasted for a meal. The beautiful and clever princess first sabotaged their vehicle, tricking them into destroying their own helicopter. Stealthily, she pilfered their chips and, alongside the 3 girls, sought refuge in a cave inhabited by vampire bats, venomous centipedes, and 2 sword-wielding pirates. The pirates, long deceased for centuries without companionship, were cleansed by the princess and the girls, who adorned them with garlands woven by the little ones. During this process, they discovered a gentle sound of water emanating from the cave wall, indicating the presence of another tunnel beyond. With valor, the princess hoisted a rocket launcher, breaching the wall and dismantling a menacing array of poison crossbow bolts. We ventured through, and the princess sealed the entrance, carefully placing grenades and restoring the crossbows. Meanwhile, the 3 of us unearthed 3 grand chests of treasure, 3 magnificent chests. The tales of 1001 Nights. The treasure cave of Ali Baba. At that moment, the terrifying cannibals brandishing torches pursued them. In a bid to save their lives, The princess instructed the three unfortunate little girls to conceal two exquisite gemstones in a designated spot. Barbara pointed to her elevated chest and continued. Submerge the remaining ones in the adjacent river, one hidden beside a canoe resting at the riverbed, and then leap into the water, heading towards the cavern that leads to the sea. However, the two girls were unable to swim, managing only a mere 10 meters. The princess urged them to grasp the basket with one hand, which contained a skull and a garland. While the remaining bones were wrapped in clothing by the polar bear leader, we cannot abandon them. They deserve a burial at sea, for the ocean is their home. Then, with one hand encircling the polar bear leader's stout neck, she tiptoed to gesture towards the bear's neck. They approached the sea cave's entrance, which the pirates had blocked with massive boulders to conceal it, rendering their escape impossible. Just then, the valiant princess shouldered a rocket launcher and blasted open the escape route. She ventured ahead to assess the situation, but as soon as she emerged from the cave, she was ensnared by the cannibals, caught beneath the water with their nets and firearms. The three girls inside the cave were frantic, tears streaming down their faces as the torch-bearing pursuers drew near. At that very moment, behold, the gallant knights descended from the heavens on flying carpets, unleashing a barrage of gunfire with their assault rifles, vanquishing the vile cannibals. Barbara paused at this juncture, ceasing her tale, and then inquired the wide-eyed soldier. There is no one then. You all witnessed it. Are we not currently aboard a submarine? The clever Sha, with an air of nonchalance, paid no heed to Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng, who were well acquainted with such expressions. Much like receiving a note from someone aboard the ferry to Staten Island. With a smile, Sha addressed them, Colonel, Captain. Indeed, Barbara concluded her tale, inquiring if they wished to craft a perfect ending for the story. We do, came the enthusiastic chorus from all present. Very well, Colonel, Captain, go retrieve the treasure. Yes, Your Excellency, the two responded with fervor. The captain turned to the brothers, exclaiming, Brothers. Why call them brothers? The soldiers responded with a resounding agreement, promptly casting all 7 inflatable boats into the sea. Wait, the colonel called out, then whispered to the captain, Bring the metal detectors. The pirates must have hidden more than just 3 chests of treasure on this desolate island. The captain instantly comprehended and commanded, Team 1, Team 2, take the metal detectors. The soldiers, initially taken aback, soon grasped the implication of further treasure and eagerly fetched the metal detectors. Before long, all 7 inflatable boats sped forth, cutting through the waters toward the small island, leaving behind 7 long trails of white foam across the vast sea. Chapter 35, Barbara's Love at Sea. 5 inflatable boats gradually faded into the shadow of the distant island. Shortly thereafter, a report was received. 3 chests of treasure had been located, and they were currently being searched by Team 1. In the clean and brightly lit submarine command cabin, everyone anxiously gazed at the screen. In the dim cave, the beams of flashlights flickered erratically along the riverbank, ultimately converging on a recessed area of the cave wall where a massive, dark mass writhed. What could this be? Moments later, 2 heads emerged. My God, it is a 2-headed python. Do not harm it, commanded the captain. The dark mass slowly unfurled. Good heavens! There are 2 of them, and they are about to attack. Retreat, retreat. On the riverbank, 8 Marines pressed tightly against the cave wall, forming a line with their guns aimed at the snakes ahead as they backed away. The python raised its head, its green eyes glinting menacingly at the Marines, flicking its long tongue and inching closer. Everyone held their breath. If they turned to flee, the last person would surely fall prey to its jaws. Halfway through its advance, the python lifted its forebody and swiftly lunged to the side, splashing into the water with a thunderous crash, sending towering waves that drenched their faces and uniforms. The second python followed suit, both snakes, over 20 meters long and as thick as barrels, twisting and swimming toward the sea entrance, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, the soldiers regained their composure and cautiously illuminated the cave wall with their flashlights. From the deep, dark crevices emerged numerous black centipedes. each over 20 centimeters long, writhing with countless legs against the wall, an utterly chilling sight. All eyes were fixated, silence enveloping the group, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. "Report." The crew in the cabin jumped at the unexpected sound. "There is an object behind us. This cave wall resembles a door." "Detonate it. Step back to avoid any potential hazards," the captain commanded. The two Marines at the front affixed a ring of explosives along the recently surveyed cave wall. Inserting a detonator. Delay for 30 seconds. Retreat swiftly. In the darkness, the green light on the detonator illuminated, commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The Marines quickly withdrew, taking cover. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A flash of fire erupted, followed by a resounding explosion. As a wave of force surged through the river, rushing out of the coastal cave entrance, a large rectangular boulder soared into the water, unleashing a flurry of tiny, poisoned crossbow bolts that darted forth like fireflies. Ignoring the river water clinging to them, the Marines advanced rapidly. Amidst the swirling dust, several beams of light illuminated a cavernous opening, towering over a man's height. The two front soldiers cautiously proceeded, and as the beams shone inside, all beheld a circle of numerous chests surrounding a vast mound of shimmering gold coins. It became evident that the 3 chests discovered by Barbara and her companions were merely a decoy, designed to ensure that those who found them departed with satisfaction. Clearly, there were 20 chests and a substantial heap of gold coins. "We have found it." The jubilant cries of the men echoed. Barbara and Martha clasped hands once more, dancing in celebration. The following tasks were straightforward. The chests were loaded onto the inflatable boat and transported to the submarine, arranged along the elongated central axis of the deck. In total, there were 21 large chests, accompanied by 3 sizable piles of gold coins, all wrapped in bed sheets. The captain summoned the entire crew to the deck, commanding them to form 2 lines, with the 69 crew members positioned on either side of the chests. The captain cast a glance at the lined-up soldiers and proclaimed, "Brothers, we have just heard a delightful bedtime story. Now, we must regale the esteemed ministers with a beautiful tale of our own. We rescued a princess and 3 enchanting maidens. In gratitude for our valiant deeds as knights riding upon the flying carpet, the princess bestowed upon us 21 chests of treasure. To express our appreciation to the beloved ministers, we shall offer them 11 chests filled with jewels and gold. The remaining 10 chests, according to the laws of Country M, are legally ours, gifted by the princess, and we shall convert them into liquid assets, dividing the spoils equally among all brethren. Each man shall receive a gold coin as a memento." Brothers, is this bedtime story not splendid? Shall we not celebrate? Yes, this tale is indeed magnificent. Let us hear more. The crowd erupted into uproarious laughter, followed by a thunderous cheer, each chest representing at least $20 million, all entirely lawful. "Now, brothers, let us open the treasure chests." The 21 chests were swiftly unlatched, and a cacophony of screams and cheers filled the air as boxes of gemstones, necklaces, and elegantly crafted silver and gold artifacts from the royal palace sparkled in the sunlight. Each item, with its unparalleled artistic and historical value, was beyond measure. Surely, the treasures of pirates could not compare. Have you seen Pirates of the Caribbean? Brothers, let us move the chests below deck and prepare to set sail. "Wait a moment, Captain," Barbara exclaimed urgently. "Why?" All eyes turned to the peculiar, whimsical girl. "I have a query for these valiant soldiers. What is the situation?" Everyone seems perplexed, except for Shasha and Beiji Xiong, who smile at the young rascal. "I would like to ask those soldiers who are unmarried to raise their hands." Suddenly, half of them raised their hands in unison. Such a considerable number. "All right, you may lower your hands." Barbara beams with delight. "Now, those who are willing to marry me, please raise your hands." Again, another half of the soldiers raised their hands eagerly. "Thank you, everyone. In truth, I have already made my choice." Barbara strides towards one of the soldiers, the very lad who had helped her onto the inflatable boat, and asks, "Will you marry me?" The young man replies, "Yes, I will. A chorus of cheers erupts from the boat, accompanied by a fervent round of applause. Just as the captain prepares to give another command, Martha hurries over and tugs at his sleeve, saying, "What about me? Do you wish to marry as well?" "Yes." "Very well. Which one do you fancy?" Martha approaches a bashful soldier, who, upon helping her onto the boat, drapes his coat over her shoulders. "Will you marry me?" "I will." "Speak louder," the soldiers urge. "Yes, I will." Another wave of laughter ensues, followed by enthusiastic cheers and applause. The captain glances at Sha and Beiji Xiong, his expression unmistakably asking, "Will you two marry?" "We have plenty of brothers here. Choose one." The two hastily shake their heads. "Oh," the soldiers respond with a collective sigh of disappointment, soon breaking into laughter. Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfen watch, chuckling heartily. The boxes are swiftly unloaded. Before long, those soldiers clad in pristine white uniforms come aboard. The captain cast a solemn glance at all the crew members and declared, "We must lay to rest our two fallen comrades, in accordance with maritime tradition, by consigning them to the sea." The remains of the two pirates were carefully arranged on a stretcher at the side of the vessel, draped with the naval ensign, adorned with the floral garlands crafted by Barbara and Martha on the island. "We ought to show our respect for these departed souls and grant them a proper burial. Fire the salute." In unison, the crew saluted, and a volley of gunfire echoed across the submarine's expanse. Another round of shots followed. Gradually, the two pirates were sent into the depths of the ocean. Barbara, Martha, and Sha, their eyes brimming with tears, bid farewell to these two pirates, who had finally found their peace beneath the waves. The submarine glided through the ocean's depths like a phantom, while discussions about their fate quietly unfolded in the captain's quarters. Sha addressed the colonel and Ma Jiangwa, who were seated on the sofa, saying, "I have contemplated two potential courses of action." Ma Jiangwa responded, "One option is a pardon." They assisted Sha in acquiring the chip from the Hound Star beings. "The other possibility is confidentiality. I will communicate with headquarters, and I trust they will lend their support." "What about your Minister of Justice?" "The minister is already aware that Sha is an extraterrestrial, so there should be no issue. However, if we proceed with the pardon, the media will relentlessly pursue the story. Furthermore, with their sudden marriage and the treasure at stake, it could create significant complications. The sailors would also find themselves in a precarious situation, making secrecy challenging. What is your other proposal for us to compare?" "Then let the three of them simply vanish from existence." "Vanished from existence?" The three exclaimed simultaneously. "I apologize for my lack of clarity. It is imperative to convey that they were tragically killed by kidnappers during the rescue operation and have been laid to rest in the depths of the ocean. The issue at hand is that their original files will be transformed into death records, leaving you unable to provide them with new identities. Upon reflection, it is evident that Barbara and Martha are orphans, which simplifies matters considerably. However, the situation concerning the polar bear is more complex. She has two daughters who are currently in the care of her sister. The polar bear is a person of gratitude and would undoubtedly bestow a substantial sum of money upon her sister, which would inevitably attract media attention. Furthermore, her sister is married, and her husband has relatives, creating a tangled web that complicates confidentiality." The colonel chuckled softly and remarked, "We have conducted our investigations. It turns out that the polar bear's brother-in-law is also an orphan. This arrangement would indeed be quite neat. The problem lies in the fact that once the media relentlessly pursues the first plan, it will eventually die down, and no one will care anymore. Meanwhile, the second plan must remain shrouded in secrecy, which is no easy feat, considering they are untrained individuals living in constant fear. They will inevitably grow weary of such a life." The analysis was thorough. "Therefore, we shall submit both proposals to headquarters for their discretion. They possess a broader perspective and foresight," as Jiangwa stated. "Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly." The colonel replied, "You shall report. There are still over 20 hours until the submarine reaches shore. Once we receive word from headquarters, I will relay the information to my contacts. For now, I will proceed to the command center to assist the captain. This operation must not falter. Should we come under attack, we will retaliate immediately." as we must remember that the overseer is no longer present. Very well. I shall first elucidate to Sha how our alliance was forged. Once you and the captain descend, we shall deliberate further. Additionally, the box acquired from the Bronx and the chip obtained on the island must be unraveled here. I believe it would be safer to inform the captain upon our arrival in South America. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, we could rely on the submarine for support. We are uncertain of what may transpire upon our arrival. The colonel, somewhat troubled, remarked, I have received orders to maintain confidentiality regarding the entire crew, and I must resolutely adhere to these directives. Therefore, I suggest you report this matter to headquarters. It would indeed be splendid to have a submarine dispatched to South America. Very well, I comprehend your orders, and I shall report immediately. The colonel discreetly exited, and as the door creaked open, laughter echoed from the adjoining room. Once the door was shut, Ma Jiangwo retrieved his mobile device and sent out the issues we had just discussed, turning to Sha, who was seated beside him, and inquired, Are you weary? Perhaps we should postpone our discussion for a while. No, let us converse now. There is much to address before we reach M country. I anticipate that headquarters will soon provide updates. Before long, orders arrived from headquarters, and we promptly boarded a military helicopter alongside the colonel. It was not until the following morning that we caught up with the submarine. As we stepped aboard, the sound of gunfire from Disappointment Island reached our ears, prompting the immediate deployment of 7 assault boats. The subsequent events are known to you. By the time we departed, the steward had long since vanished, and the villa stood completely deserted. Now, the colonel and I stand united as allies. So it is, Sha remarked. Your unity is commendable. Yet I wonder how Sha Keqing is faring. I perceive he is also weaving an extensive web. According to the Amnesty Office, the Arctic Bears have made significant contributions to dismantling transnational crime syndicates. Sha, due to her continued pursuit of criminals, cannot disclose any information publicly. The treasure will be managed according to your advice. The submarine will be under your command, and the South American nations have coordinated their efforts. The sole condition is to avoid causing local panic and to conduct operations as discreetly as possible. Please update me on the status of the chip and the box. Excellent, Ma Jiangwo exclaimed. The 3 Arctic Bear women have received amnesty, indicating they possess sufficient capability to handle the media. The treasure will be managed as per our recommendations, and we will command the submarine. We require immediate decryption of the chip and the box obtained from the Bronx. Sha, Ma Jiangwo continued. Please inform those 3 ladies to rejoice a bit earlier. I will summon the colonel and the captain to address the issues regarding the chip and the box together. Very well, thank you. Headquarters, Sha expressed her immense joy and promptly proceeded to the submarine's cabin. Inside, the laughter continued unabated, with crew members seated or lying on narrow bunks. Upon her arrival, an immediate hush fell, followed by a resounding applause. Welcome, Your Highness. The quick-witted Barbara had informed the sailors, who now hailed Sha as a princess, and she truly resembled one. I apologize for intruding, Sha said with a charming smile. Not at all. Your presence is always welcome, came the cheerful response. A wave of joyful laughter ensued. Well then, my brothers. Sha imitated the captain's tone. A chorus of laughter erupted, for this princess was truly amusing. One could only wonder how she would react upon discovering her identity as a celestial being. I have come to announce 2 pieces of delightful news. The crowd fell silent. First, the trio known as the Polar Bear Girls shall no longer face imprisonment, having been granted a presidential pardon. Cheers and prolonged applause filled the air as the Polar Bear Girls, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of disbelief. Barbara and Martha rushed to embrace the princess, showering her with kisses before leaping into the arms of their lovers, exchanging yet more fervent kisses. Who could have anticipated such fortune following Sasha? Secondly, the treasure will be managed according to our wishes. The cabin erupted in jubilation, hats were tossed, whistles blown, and embraces exchanged with uncontainable excitement. In Chapter 36, the people in the box, Ma Jiangwo and the colonel awaited in the captain's quarters. Have you informed the Polar Bear Girls? Wang Jinfen inquired. Sasha nodded affirmatively. Excellent. The colonel beamed. This is indeed splendid news. Let us celebrate in a moment. Ma Jiangwo suggested. Turning to Sasha, shall we examine the chip or the box first? Let us first examine the chip, Sasha replied, retrieving it from her chest and handing it to Ma Jiangwo. He accepted it with care, hoping it would unravel all enigmas. After a brief inspection, he passed it to the colonel, who too scrutinized it before handing it to the captain. It was an unremarkable chip, slender and as diminutive as a fingernail, black in hue, compatible with all phones and computers, yet the material from which it was crafted remained indiscernible, appearing darkened. The captain handed the chip to Ma Jiangwo, who, glancing back and forth hesitantly, remarked, "We cannot utilize the equipment aboard the vessel or our mobile phones to decipher this. We have no knowledge of its protections or potential viruses. Should it be compromised, we could find ourselves in a predicament. I believe it prudent to entrust this matter to the military of Country M, allowing them to implement proper precautions before attempting to decode it. This would ensure the safety of our submarine and our phones. If we are breached, it would spell trouble for the submarine, for us, and for headquarters. I doubt the Houndstar beings would be so foolish, given their grand designs. Are they unaware of the necessity for safeguards?" Mr. Ma's assertions were indeed astute. This was no jest. I will promptly contact the military to prepare them. Captain, what are your thoughts? Let it be so. Our safety is of paramount importance. Should they gain control, we would face significant repercussions. With that, Ma Jiangwo handed the chip to the colonel and said, "Wang Jinfen, please retrieve the box." Wang Jinfen picked up the faux leather pouch from the sofa, unfastened the brass clasp, and produced a box the size of a cigarette case, handing it to Sasha. The colonel had seen this box within the villa and was aware of its significance, instinctively taking a step back, while the captain observed it for the first time. The colonel learned from Ma Jiangwo that the headquarters had approved the submarine's participation in the operation. He promptly informed the captain of the situation in the command chamber. Upon hearing that Sasha was an extraterrestrial, the captain was taken aback, momentarily halting in his tracks. The presence of an alien aboard the vessel was no trivial matter. It was no wonder that such a significant effort had been made to rescue her. He also realized that those aboard the shot-down helicopter were from the hunting dog star, which meant Earth was now in grave peril. An extraterrestrial conflict was unfolding, and the potential calamities for humanity were unfathomable. He pondered the contents of the mysterious box in Sasha's possession. Observing the colonel step back, he instinctively followed suit. Sasha cradled the box in her palm. For its sake, the steward had resorted to nefarious schemes. Ma Jiangwo and his associates had engaged in a confrontation in the warehouse, landing him in prison and subsequently on the island. The nature of the contents within remained a mystery. Taking a deep breath, she brushed her right hand over the surface. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the box levitated 10 centimeters and moved forward a meter, hovering in midair. The captain stared in astonishment, questioning the nature of this object. Could it potentially detonate the submarine? After all, it was an alien artifact. "I must open it," Sasha whispered. "Understood," Ma Jiangwo replied. Everyone's eyes were fixed anxiously upon the box, uncertain of its contents and the reason for its movement. Sasha gazed intently at the box and softly uttered, "La, ding, Mia?" With the elongated intonation, the box suddenly became transparent, resembling a solidified square of light. It then expanded horizontally by 1 meter and vertically by 2 meters, transforming into a towering, 2-meter-high transparent column, radiating brilliance. Within it, 3 colorful strands of genetic material, each taller than a person, gracefully spiraled and slowly intertwined. The luminous aura of the surrounding column was continuously absorbed, gradually revealing a skeleton, followed by muscles and clothing. As the light column vanished, a resplendent figure, elegantly attired, stood before the assembly, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "Uncle," Sasha exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Is this truly my uncle? Inside there?" "Enough with the tears, Sasha. Why not introduce your uncle to your friends?" The unexpected ability to speak startled those present. Wiping her tears, Sasha lifted her chin and declared, "These two are Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng, while those two are Colonel Landing and Captain Marco. Greetings, Shasha's uncle said, shaking hands with each of the 4 dazed individuals. It is a privilege to meet you. Hello, they replied, shaking his hand, feeling as though they were clasping the hand of a mummy, cold to the touch. We are equally honored to meet you. Since that is the case, let us dispense with pleasantries. My existence in this form is fleeting, and my meeting with you in this manner signifies that I have encountered misfortune. What sort of misfortune, I could not possibly know at that time. He continued, however. One thing is certain, Sha King has taken control of the Agricultural Science Institute. He represents the second generation of extraordinarily potent genetic beings. The average intelligence quotient of humans ranges from 80 to 100, with those exceeding this threshold deemed intelligent, and exceptional individuals reaching up to 200. In stark contrast, the second generation of genetically modified beings boast an average IQ of 1,000, far surpassing that of humans. Such beings, with their extraordinary intellect, could pose a terrifying threat to the universe should they succumb to malevolence. Consequently, prior to the experiments, I disabled the reproductive capabilities of these genetic beings and ensured that all knowledge was preserved within their minds. Note that it is preservation, not mere storage. Sha King cannot acquire knowledge through reproduction as humans do. Thus, these genetic beings cannot procreate and must emerge from test tubes 1 or 2 at a time. Their average lifespan slightly exceeds that of humans, culminating in a natural demise after 120 years, whereas humans, once their reproductive capabilities are disabled, will naturally vanish after 150 years. The rationale behind disabling human reproduction, I believe, has already been conveyed to you by Sha. Indeed, Ma Jianguo replied calmly. We have comprehended your intentions. However, after discussion, we have resolved to assist Sha in realizing these intentions. Although we deeply regret this course of action, we have formed an alliance with Sha. We will aid in fulfilling your aims, and in return, you will assist us in addressing the threat posed by the Hound Star people. This is the foundation of our alliance. I hold great respect for your candor and courage, yet I must convey 2 crucial points. First, if Sha were to alter her mission on Earth, the program embedded within her mind would lead to her immediate demise. Second, we must remain vigilant against the genetic beings who seek to dominate Earth and then venture into the cosmos. My time is exceedingly limited, and you likely have more pressing inquiries to make, so please, do not hesitate to ask. Allow me to briefly recount the proceedings. However, Uncle, was it you who interrupted my information input? Sha interjected suddenly. No, why would I interrupt your data input? He gazed intently at Sha. No wonder you have formed an alliance with humanity. You are no longer merely a programmed entity. You have developed emotions, which is truly astonishing. Let us not dwell on this. Who interrupted my information input? Was it she? Before he could finish his thought, the lights began to flicker and gradually condensed into a minuscule point, vanishing in an instant. Had he truly disappeared just like that? Was the energy extinguished? The cabin fell silent. Tears welled in Shasha's eyes before she could utter a word of affection. Her uncle had vanished. The others naturally comprehended her feelings. Having journeyed from the distant fairy star to Earth, she had finally reunited with a loved one, only to be deprived of the opportunity to express her joy, to the extent that not even a single word was exchanged before his disappearance, leaving her in anguish and uncertainty about his fate. Enough, Sha. Wang Jinfeng approached and embraced her, saying, Do not despair, we will surely find him. But there are many matters to attend to at present. Sha nodded in agreement. Thus, Ma Jianguo remarked, we have finally elucidated 2 points. Firstly, Sha Keqing is an individual of exceptional intellect, a product of elite genetics, incapable of reproduction. In an attempt to activate the reproductive mechanism, he has usurped the role of Sha's uncle and taken control of the Agricultural Science Institute, while the true uncle is not merely confined but rather frozen. For confinement would allow him to form new memories. The objective is to extract the knowledge from his mind. I have often pondered why Sha Keqing has not harmed Sha. Perhaps Sha is the key to unlocking her uncle's mind. Secondly, I believe that until Sha Keqing acquires the secrets harbored within Sha's uncle's brain, He will refrain from causing her any harm and will, in fact, offer her protection. The crux of the matter lies with the Houndstar beings, who seek to consume all life forms on our planet. They are already strategizing and taking action, with the intent of eliminating Sha to prevent her from shutting down our reproductive capabilities. Should that switch be turned off, they would lose everything. Thus, they will relentlessly pursue Sha. Our role is twofold: to safeguard Sha while simultaneously leveraging their pursuit of her to track their movements and ascertain the extent of their power and scale. From the current situation, it appears that their strength is not yet formidable. Had it been so, they would have long since conquered the earth instead of merely lurking among humanity. Therefore, we must act swiftly, setting a trap before their power escalates, to ensnare them completely. What do you think? The malevolent intentions of the Houndstar people are glaringly evident, the Colonel asserted. South America must be approached without delay, as it harbors the means to annihilate the Houndstar beings. It is uncertain when they will act, and we can utilize operations in South America to capture a few of the Houndstar individuals, interrogate them regarding their plans, and subsequently devise our strategy. As for that ship, it would be preferable if it contained a web, along with other components, rather than merely a handful of Houndstar beings. For I suspect that the individuals within that ship may have already vanished. The disappearance of the chief administrator is a telling testament to this. That notion is indeed sound, Captain, but what is your perspective? As a soldier, I am rather unversed in intelligence operations, yet I shall lend my utmost support to your endeavors. Capturing a few prisoners should be no insurmountable task for the Marine Corps. However, it appears that time is of the essence, and I believe that expediency is paramount. We ought to act immediately. Indeed, Captain, the Colonel responded. What is the current position of the submarine? We must hasten, as upon receiving the report, directives from headquarters will prompt our immediate action. The captain glanced at his watch and remarked, we have 3.5 hours until we reach the United States. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. Ma Jianhua promptly relayed the report to headquarters. The submarine glided silently through the depths of the ocean. Chapter 37. The Clash of Plans at Midnight. The submarine covertly docked at New York Harbor. New York, the illustrious city that never sleeps, continued to revel in its vibrant nightlife, while those residing away from the bustling center had long succumbed to the embrace of sweet slumber. The captain needed to address the matter of supplies, while the colonel was tasked with organizing the arrangements for the treasure. A secret foundation was to be established, and the hotel suite accommodating Ma Jianhua and his companions was to be relinquished. The midnight harbor of New York lay enveloped in silence. The vast Atlantic Ocean also shrouded in the stillness of the night. At midnight the following day, the sailors returned to the submarine, which soon vanished stealthily into the dark expanse of the Atlantic. For a full week, the submarine journeyed from New York, traversing the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle, the narrow Windward Passage, and crossing the Caribbean Sea before navigating through the Panama Canal to reach the Pacific Ocean. In the stillness of a quiet night, it arrived at a small nation, located adjacent to Peru on the Pacific coast, through which the equator passes, extending into the ocean. This nation serves as one of the sources of the Amazon River. The Amazon River, with its vast basin spanning over 6.9 million square kilometers and nearly 15,000 tributaries, the longest exceeding 3,000 kilometers, is cloaked in dense tropical rainforests, characterized by a humid heat. Many areas remain scarcely trodden, rendering it one of the most mysterious regions in South America. The moment the submarine departed from a whisper of a landmark echoed through the cabin. Upon glancing at the open map, Ma Jianhua, the colonel, and the captain, Wang Jinfeng, were taken aback. It depicted the enigmatic tropical rainforests of South America, renowned for the frequent sightings of UFOs. This region is home to inexplicable crystal skulls. The fabled Golden City of the Inca Empire, the vanished Maya civilization, the Sun Gate, and purported extraterrestrial remains, alongside a plethora of mysterious indigenous cultures. Within this vast expanse, there exist locales that even explorers dare not venture into. Sha gazed at their solemn faces and spoke. I have refrained from revealing the landmark, fearing that should any misfortune befall me, it might be compromised. The subsequent arrival of the fairy star envoy would be of no avail. That location is perilous and ill-suited for humanity. Are you willing to venture there? I may not be able to attend to all of you. The three of them lifted their gazes to Sha. Ma Jiangwo declared, "We are allies. We shall certainly go. Colonel, what about you?" "Of course I shall go." "Excellent. Now, Colonel, as a military officer, how many Marines will you arrange?" Ma Jiangwo inquired. For a combat team, the colonel responded, "There should be scouts in the front. The main force in the center, flanked by 2 wings, and a rear guard, with the remaining personnel providing support. So, that means at least 5 Marines?" "Indeed." "Very well." Ma Jiangwo stated, "Only 5. The others will remain on the vessel. If we take too many, we risk total annihilation, leaving no one to relay word. Captain, once we ascend, you shall withdraw the submarine to the deep sea, where its firepower can still reach us. As for communication, it may encounter various unforeseen interferences. We should carry a sufficient supply of visual signal flares, each color representing a different meaning, reserved for emergencies. Do you find this agreeable?" The colonel pondered momentarily and replied, "To accomplish the mission, this is indeed the minimum number. 5 Marines should suffice to protect the 2 of us. However, it would be prudent to add 2 more for the guide's protection. Losing our way there would be disastrous. As for the remaining Marines, they should remain outside the rainforest to facilitate swift support." "Captain, what is your perspective?" "That is better. I concur," the captain said solemnly. Wait, Wang Jinfeng interjected. "How can it be just the 2 of you? What about me?" She craned her neck as she spoke. "You shall not go. Remain aboard the submarine," Ma Jiangwo declared without hesitation. Indeed, the colonel added. "The tropical rainforest is ill-suited for a lady, fraught with peril and inconvenience, which would only serve to distract our focus and efforts. What if we encounter the natives? I am with the South American Etiquette Bureau and possess a wealth of knowledge regarding languages and customs. Therefore, to fulfill our mission, I must go. If you can venture forth, so can I." "You are with the South American Etiquette Bureau?" Ma Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment. "What? You were unaware? Even if you are now informed, you cannot go. We have Sha, who understands every language. This is an order." Upon hearing the command, Wang Jinfeng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood her chances were slim. She longed to accompany them, eager to witness the enigmatic beauty of the South American rainforest, and glanced at Sha with a sense of longing. Sha wished to laugh, but refrained in the seriousness of the moment. Yet, a hint of a smile graced her lips as she said, "Let her go. Her curiosity is too intense, and if she does not, she will regret it terribly. Allow her to stay with me. I too seek companionship. Indeed, daughters are so thoughtful of their mothers. Sha will protect me. There is no need for you brash men to intervene." She beamed with pride. Ma Jiangwo and the colonel exchanged a glance, each contemplating the situation. On Disappointment Island, Sha was skillfully leading 3 women in guerrilla warfare. They also pondered the unknown duration of their stay in the rainforest. With a woman accompanying Sha, they hoped to avoid numerous inconveniences that might arise, as having a domineering man in charge could indeed prove troublesome. Should they encounter indigenous people, perhaps they could still be of use, while those of them wielding firearms might find themselves at a disadvantage. Ma Jiangwo remarked, "Very well, but we must refrain from screaming in alarm. There will undoubtedly be various snakes lurking about, on the trees, on the ground, and in the underbrush. A scream could frighten someone to death and easily reveal our position. I am unafraid of snakes and shall not scream," she asserted, puffing out her chest. The colonel and the boat captain found her bravado somewhat amusing, yet they thought to themselves that this charming young lady was in for a rough time. The rainforest was no playground, harboring countless unfathomable secrets of nature. Nevertheless, the colonel inquired, "Are you proficient with a firearm?" Wang Jinfeng paused, then replied, "I am not. But if the time comes for me to shoot, then we are truly doomed." Her words elicited laughter from everyone, as they recognized the validity of her statement. Indeed, if she were to take up arms, their situation would be dire. Very well, Ma Jiangwo concluded, the personnel are confirmed. He gazed at the map and continued. We have 6 days until we reach South America. Now, let us discuss the potential adversaries we may encounter, along with our strategies and tactics. The colonel stated, our adversary, the Houndstar people, presents a significant challenge. Our strategy is to capture one alive, as we require intelligence regarding their deployment against Earth. From the current situation, it appears their operations are still in the preparatory phase. If they had completed their arrangements, I believe they would have already acted openly rather than hesitating. The second enemy is Shaken, who, as it stands, seems solely focused on protecting Shasha, thus posing no immediate threat. In fact, he may even serve to distract the Houndstar people. That makes a great deal of sense, replied Ma Jiangwo. In the context of military operations, once their deployment is complete, it signals an impending attack. Therefore, we must act before they finalize their preparations. Otherwise, we risk utter defeat and find ourselves with no escape. The colonel continued, the challenge lies in the fact that we are in the light while they remain shrouded in darkness. Our understanding of them is limited, and we are unaware of the extent of their energy or the sophistication of their technology. The chip we sent has been with them for nearly a week without being deciphered, as it is encoded in an unfamiliar language. Thus, capturing a prisoner has become our foremost objective. As for how to execute this, I believe the Marine Corps possesses ample experience. The only uncertainty is the enemy's location. We must wait for the operation to commence, lure them out, and then allow the Marines to determine the best course of action for capture. Indeed, the unpredictability of battlefield circumstances is undeniable. Otherwise, rigidly formulating plans would render one inflexible and stale, remarked Ma Jiangwo. The second adversary is, without a doubt, the Jin people, a latent threat lurking in the shadows. Their strategies and deployments remain shrouded in mystery. Presently, they appear to be safeguarding Shasha's mission. Yet their motives for ensuring her success are perplexing. If their intent were merely to compel Shasha to access her uncle's mind, they could simply detain her. Why must they entice her to willingly unlock her uncle's consciousness? Should Shasha deviate from her mission, the program directives within her mind would lead to her catastrophic failure. Are they truly unaware of this? Regardless, until their intentions become clearer, we must exercise caution while simultaneously cooperating with them, for they have yet to initiate any hostile actions against us. Clarity will only emerge once operations commence. Both the Houndstar people and the Jin people are cognizant of Shasha's impending journey to South America. Thus, a triad of forces is poised for confrontation. Colonel, time is of the essence. Have you selected your 7 Marine candidates? Yes. Excellent. Please summon them. Shortly thereafter, the 7 Marines entered the cabin, feeling somewhat cramped as they gathered around the large map. Ma Jiangwo addressed them. Brothers, our mission is to protect Shasha as she retrieves an item. Your commanding officer is Colonel Landing, and all operations will be under his command. What I must emphasize is that all 11 of us must enter alive and exit alive. Not a single one may be lost. Yes, all 11 must enter alive and exit alive. Not a single one shall be lost. Now, Colonel Landing will assign you a mission. Brothers, Colonel Landing declares, for this operation, you must first equip yourselves with ample mosquito repellent, plasma, and serums for treating various snake venoms. The adversaries we face are not only unknown foes, but also the myriad venomous insects, ferocious beasts, and diseases of the tropical rainforest. Do you understand? Yes. Furthermore, for this operation, you 7 shall be designated as code names 1 through 7. These 2 individuals are Miss Wang and Mr. Ma. Sasha. Do not address me by my rank. Simply call me Landing. Do you comprehend? Yes. Following this, the colonel defined each member's position within the team and assigned the task of capturing the enemy alive. He then proclaimed, yes. While preparations for the operation were being fervently undertaken, on the other side, at a charming seaside villa in South America, the steward was conversing with the supreme commander of their hunting dogs, Emperor Ba. Yes, yes, the steward affirmed. The personnel are ready. 37 well-equipped mercenaries, each highly skilled and thoroughly acquainted with jungle warfare. They will not repeat the blunders of Disappointment Island. I have already prepared for the victory banquet. The error of Disappointment Island did not lie with you. The island master faltered due to underestimation, and strictly speaking, it was at the hands of the fairy-like beings, not of humanity. Humanity is foolish enough to assist its own enemies. It is incomprehensible what they are thinking. Do they still possess technology? Yet their technology appears quite primitive before us, and they shall soon come to realize this. Indeed, they will soon comprehend. I have made meticulous arrangements. When they lead us to that entrance, we shall annihilate them in one fell swoop and then obliterate the facility. I have also concealed a bird among the indigenous people of the rainforest, and they are gradually walking into our trap. A well-crafted plan is essential to showcase wisdom. Moreover, we possess formidable backup forces. As he spoke, the video abruptly vanished. The overseer, with a sense of triumph, remarked to Mary beside him, "The Emperor believes in my capability to bring those who perished on Despair Island to their knees before me." Meanwhile, in Yunnan, China, at a villa by the New River, Shakaching was also making a call. "Is everything prepared?" "All set. We guarantee Sha's safe entry into the cave." "Very well." Shakaching hung up, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Chapter 38. The Mysterious Rainforest Country E. Pacific Coast. Colonel Pietro stood at a military dock in this equatorial nation. The sea breeze enveloping him as the waves crashed against the pier, the vast Pacific Ocean shrouded in darkness, stars twinkling above. He found it rather peculiar that his superiors had called him at 3 a.m, rousing him from slumber to escort an expedition team to a remote town in the southeastern tropical rainforest. As he stifled a yawn and squinted sleepily, 3 speedboats rapidly approached, startling him. The occupants were clad in full combat gear, their faces smeared with war paint, their eyes fixated on him with an unsettling intensity. Panic began to rise within him. This was no ordinary expedition team, but rather a contingent of Marines. Colonel Landing was the first to leap onto the dock. "Greetings. I am Colonel Landing." "Hello, I am Colonel Pietro," he replied, extending his hand with a sense of inquiry. "Are we all prepared?" Colonel Landing inquired as he grasped his hand. "Ready," came the response. "I apologize for the inconvenience. Let us proceed." On the dock, 2 military helicopters roared to life. Accompanied by Colonel Pietro, 12 individuals filed in, and the helicopters ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the darkness with their navigation lights flickering out. 2 hours later, the helicopters gently descended to the eastern edge of a remote town. In the hazy light of dawn, the nearby rainforest was enveloped in mist, where 2 guides, brandishing machetes, led 2 donkeys that seemed equally disoriented, their heads bobbing and nostrils flaring. The Marines swiftly disembarked from the helicopters, placing various equipment, tents, detectors, and boxes filled with food and medical supplies, onto the backs of the donkeys. "We can only take you this far. Beyond this point, the instruments will malfunction. You will need to rely on the guides. The area is prone to volcanic activity, and the rainforest in the valley can be quite perilous, so exercise caution," Colonel Pietro advised. "Thank you for your counsel," Colonel Landing responded, shaking his hand. "Farewell. Goodbye." Colonel Pietro ducked into the helicopter, his mission complete. The remainder of the journey would depend on them. He wished them luck as the helicopter swiftly vanished into the sky, painted with the crimson hues of dawn. An air of tension and excitement enveloped the group as they gazed toward the enigmatic rainforest, a realm of endless mysteries. "Let us embark," the colonel commanded softly. 2 guides led a donkey at the forefront, followed by a group of 13 individuals who ventured into the rainforest. In the hazy light, a narrow path, seemingly long abandoned, was overgrown with vines and subtly extended deeper into the wilderness. The procession was arranged in a line, with Sha and Wang Jinfen positioned in the midst. As they advanced further, the forest thickened, and the light dimmed. Everywhere they looked, they encountered verdant, multi-branched trunks, an abundance of year-round foliage, intertwining limbs, dangling parasitic vines. And in the shadowy depressions, clusters of lifeless branches from trees that had succumbed to decay. They ambled along, seemingly without end, until dusk fell. and not a single bird call broke the silence, rendering the place akin to a realm of death. As night descended, they cautiously ignited a campfire beside a stream nearly concealed by wild grass, curling up for the night. With dawn's faint light, they resumed their journey, now devoid of a discernible path, lost to the cardinal directions. Surrounding them were towering banana plants and robust, fruit-laden trees. The guides incessantly hacked away at the branches and banana leaves flanking their route, the forking limbs reminiscent of countless hands tugging at their garments. Suddenly, the guide halted, and the donkey refused to proceed. In the dim light, he bent low, straining to listen to the dense thicket ahead for a considerable time. Then, he retreated a few steps, prompting the entire group to tense and follow suit. He began to vigorously chop at the nearby underbrush, leading the way forward from there. From the spot where he had paused, a glimpse through the foliage revealed a massive python devouring a creature with only 2 slender legs protruding from its jaws. Beyond lay an expanse of wild grass, scattered deadwood, and a few disordered bones. As I traversed the thicket, I beheld a swamp overrun with creeping vines, from which emanated a noxious stench of decay. After much effort, I navigated through the mire and entered a dense rainforest, where the midday sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled beams of light. The forest took on an air of mystery and obscurity. Shards of pottery and fragments of tile began to emerge from the ground. A jaguar's visage revealed itself, baring its teeth ominously. Further ahead, in the shadows, stood a towering ancient tree, its descending vines entwining a colossal stone sculpture of a head. The guide approached, wielding a machete to clear the encroaching foliage, unveiling a colossal carved human face with bulging eyes and a slightly ajar, cavernous mouth, which gazed upon us with a trance-like intensity reminiscent of a sorcerer in a reverie. Startled, the guide took a step back, exclaiming that he had never encountered such a sight before. Suddenly, he too seemed to fall into a stupor. Perceiving an animal's head within the statue's mouth, a python's head with its gaping maw wide open. Perched atop the statue was a raven, while a slender, crimson-tipped poisoned arrow was embedded in a nearby tree trunk. The guide let out a terrified scream. Cursed. He cast aside his machete and fled. Another guide echoed his horrified cry, discarding both machete and reins, hastening to follow. 2 donkeys, as if bewitched, pursued the fleeing men with wild abandon. The crowd, already fraught with anxiety, traversed through the dim light, witnessing a python coiled around a leg, withered trees, ominous white bones, a fetid swamp, a snarling jaguar, and a mysterious, terrifying visage. Suddenly, they were startled by a chilling scream, their hearts racing, and observed a donkey fleeing in sheer panic. It was as if they had been cursed, their expressions vacant and dazed. In their stupor, they beheld a small, naked figure perched atop a statue, draped in cloth, surrounded by similar diminutive beings in the trees, wielding tiny bows and arrows, and spears, with bamboo tubes clenched in their mouths, ready to unleash poisonous darts. Then, they felt their limbs bound, dragged through the thicket. Swaying precariously, as they dreamily glimpsed the azure sky beyond the treetops, the remnants of crumbling walls entwined with vines, the collapsed edges of a pyramid, encircling crows. Alongside towering stone tablets, they observed the small beings tying their hands with ropes, which would inevitably fall away, again and again. The little figures scratched their heads, pointing with their spears, instructing her to walk ahead. Before long, Wang Jifeng spotted a bonfire, the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the air, and saw herself alongside the 9 others who were bound, their weapons piled nearby. A barefooted small figure, brandishing a spear, hurried towards a conical grass hut, followed by a person adorned with an array of colorful feathers and a string of animal bones, resembling a chief. The small beings gestured animatedly towards him, indicating that their hands were bound ineffectively and that they had not been poisoned. The chieftain approached the standing Sha, his eyes, resembling the gnarled texture of brown bark, fixed intently upon her. Accompanying him was a hunchbacked witch, brandishing a feather of red and green, who swayed it up and down before Sha, circling around her. She then leaned down to sniff King Jinfin, bound on the ground, from head to toe, before returning to the chieftain to whisper conspiratorially in his ear. Sha comprehended the words distinctly. She understood the language. The witch proclaimed, "These two have never borne children. They are virgins. Once cleansed, they can be offered to our deity. Or perhaps they may bear offspring for us. Those armed men are not of this celestial realm. They are unprotected, coveting what we safeguard, bringing forth the plague of the night. They should be sacrificed, so that the crows may carry away their souls." The chieftain felt a twinge of fear at her words, his feather trembling as he inquired, "Will they bring forth the plague?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "The time and place of their arrival align perfectly with the ancient plague they have brought, coinciding with our sacrificial rites." "Are the two women pure?" he asked. "Very pure, fragrant even." The chieftain then glanced at Ma Jiangwo and Colonel, lying bound like pigs, and then at Wang Jinfen and Sha. Addressing the surrounding naked figures, he declared, "For the sake of our kin and our God, hang those men upon the sacrificial altar." Instantly, 9 men were dragged away. In the distance, before the encampment, a doorway-shaped scaffold loomed like a colossal football goal, where 9 men were suspended, facing a towering 5-meter stone statue. Its hollow eyes gazed into the vast cosmos, while a blazing black sacrificial basin burned at its feet. Shortly thereafter, the priest approached with a respectful demeanor, casting a glance towards the chieftain, who nodded in acknowledgement. The priest then turned to the diminutive figures behind him, instructing them to skillfully cleanse the captives and administer a green liquid through slender bamboo tubes. As the sacrificial fire ignited, a flock of crows descended, perching upon the crossbeams and adjacent trees. Regaining composure, the onlookers beheld the diminutive figures, previously darting about in their minds, transformed into tall, brown-skinned men with bare torsos, wielding bows, spears, and poisoned arrows. The mist dissipated, revealing that we had indeed been captured by the indigenous people. It struck one as rather amusing that these elite Marines had become prisoners without the sound of a single gunshot. Equally perplexing was the fact that among the captives, Sha and Wang Jifeng remained unbound, appearing remarkably clean and standing aside, observing their awakening. The chieftain hesitated momentarily before striking the totem staff adorned with stars and skulls against the ground, signaling to the priest, clad in a black robe and hat. The priest took 2 steps forward, raising his arms high above his head, and addressed the suspended men in a voice laced with mystique. As he spoke, he lowered his hands, crossing them over his chest, bowing his head as if reluctant to witness their demise. A line of indigenous warriors, their bodies painted with vibrant colors, stood before them, arrows and spears aimed at the helpless captives. From the moment her hands were bound, Sha began to observe the indigenous people, listening to their tongue and inhaling their scent. Their body odor was quite potent, a pungent amalgamation of earth, sunlight, bananas, sweat, and the aroma of makeshift garments, a rather unpleasant concoction, to be precise, exceedingly foul. Yet, she had not encountered the Houndstar people since her imprisonment on Despair Island. Where she first caught a whiff of their presence, she had not sensed even a trace of the Houndstar beings again. Nevertheless, she dared not lower her guard. The Houndstar people had traversed the vast cosmos to reach Earth, and their cunning and technology were not to be underestimated. Alone on this planet, she was the solitary fairy star being. Could she contend with them? Upon hearing the language of the natives, her mind conveyed that they were the ones she sought. They revered the fairy star beings as deities, safeguarding remnants left on Earth eons ago, waiting patiently through countless generations. Yet now, these guardians intended to kill the Marines and her parents, and she realized she could no longer afford to wait. Sha approached the chief. The witch instinctively took a step back. She had been quietly observing Sha, a girl so pure as to resemble an infant, yet bearing the grace of a maiden, possessing an aura and expression unlike anything she had ever witnessed, starkly contrasting with the others. As Sha offered her a faint smile, the witch found herself unconsciously bowing her head in reverence, retreating as if there were no place for her there. Standing beside the chief, Sha whispered in their tongue, "I am your deity." The chieftain, inherently suspicious and paranoid, found himself unable to bind Shasha's hands and feet, nor could he poison her. Her skin radiated an innocence akin to that of an infant. The individuals suspended above showed no fear. Their hearts were remarkably untroubled, in stark contrast to the malevolent souls of yore. Thus, he hesitated to issue any commands, fearful of missteps. Furthermore, Sha approached him, and to his astonishment, the witch reverently stepped back, a scene that diverged so drastically from the past. Now, Sha softly declared, "We are your gods." Her voice resonated like ethereal music, traversing countless ages to penetrate his ears and reach the depths of his heart. It awakened memories of his childhood, sitting by the campfire, gazing at the stars. As his father had gently whispered to him, "Our gods will one day arrive." In that moment, her declaration, "I am your god," felt both familiar and surreal. His father had told him, "The gods descend as fire-breathing birds," yet here she was, bound by her own restraints. Compared to his ancestors, he had been exposed to modern civilization far more extensively. Perhaps, after countless generations, it had merely transformed into a myth. Caught between this legendary narrative and the tangible reality of contemporary existence, he hesitated, casting a glance toward Sha. She nodded and smiled at him. Suddenly, a profound tremor surged within him, and his breath quickened, for only a deity with a heart as clear as a tranquil sky could possess such a smile. Yet, this was merely a moment of astonishment, failing to entirely dispel his doubts. His face, as wrinkled as tree bark, bore an expression of peculiar bewilderment, akin to that of a lost lamb gazing at Sha. Noticing his lingering disbelief, Sha leaned in closer and whispered, "Litimia." The individuals wielding bows and spears raised their arms. Feeling the strain, they were bound by tradition to slay the crows perched nearby, adorning themselves with the carcasses and banishing their naked forms from the jungle. From that moment forth, they would not dare to return to the rainforest, with crows trailing behind them. Yet the chief remained silent, turning to observe. The priest, standing at the forefront, also harbored deep suspicions as he glanced back. The bare figures, with bows and spears aimed at themselves, closed their eyes, waiting in vain for action. Peeking through one eye, they gazed at the natives, seeking the chief's intention, and cautiously opened the other eye to assess the situation. Wang Jinfeng, too, felt a surge of fear as she witnessed the priest's proclamation, followed by the natives simultaneously raising their bows and spears towards the suspended figures. She was on the verge of a scream, but recalled Ma Jiangwo's warning against such an outburst, cautioning that it could frighten the natives into releasing their arrows. The thought struck her, should she scream, it might lead to a disastrous outcome. Thus, she stifled the scream in her throat, feeling an uncomfortable tension and her heart racing. Fearing she might faint, dizzily, she observed Sha approaching the chief, whispering to him. The chief's expression changed more rapidly than that of a chameleon, and as he reached for the totem staff adorned with a skull, Wang Jinfeng thought it was the end. Suddenly, the chief let out a loud cry, "Laoding Mia?" This startled everyone, prompting a young native to lose his grip, inadvertently releasing an arrow that veered off course, striking the priest's black hat instead. The priest, alarmed, quickly clutched his bald head and knelt down. At that moment, Wang Jinfeng noticed all the natives bowing toward Sha. Only she and Sha, along with those suspended individuals, stood upright, if one could indeed consider the suspended individuals as standing. The name Litimia resonated with a sense of familiarity. In the minds of Wang Jinfeng and Ma Jiangwo, two vivid images emerged, one in Xinyu County, opening a game box, and another aboard a submarine, also opening a box. Both boxes bore the image of a woman clad in a long robe, her arms raised high above her head, as Sha proclaimed her to be their deity. The suspended individuals, with the exception of Ma Jiangwo and the colonel, were left in utter astonishment. What was this situation? Could it be that Sha was their god? For a chieftain kneels only before a deity. All eyes turned towards the colonel and Ma Jiangwo, seeking answers. Wang Jinfeng was well aware of their thoughts, feeling a mix of amusement and indignation at the sight of those valiant soldiers dangling in such an undignified manner, while crows continued their business above. With a chuckle, she nudged Sha, directing her gaze towards that crooked smile. Shasha responded with an "oh" and whispered something to the chieftain. The chieftain stood up reverently, grasping his totem staff, and proclaimed loudly, "Release those suspended individuals. They are friends of the gods." With a swift motion, the suspended individuals were lowered and tumbled onto the ground in disarray. Chapter 39. The which once the 9 suspended individuals were released, they immediately donned their garments. The chieftain approached, embracing each of them warmly and bowing with utmost reverence. He then turned, totem staff in hand, and announced to the entire tribe, "This evening, we shall hold a grand bonfire dance to welcome the arrival of the deity." This ritual was to be conducted with great solemnity. The entire tribe was required to cleanse themselves thoroughly, as it was a divine command. The chieftain would present an ancient, dark metal disc, flat and approximately the diameter of a modern basin, passed down through generations. The obverse features an intricate depiction of a galaxy, adorned with a particularly luminous star at its edge. Beneath it lies a sequence of numbers ranging from 0 to 9, accompanied by corresponding symbols. This star represents the abode of the deities. Conversely, the reverse showcases a topographical map of Earth during the Ice Age. Over a millennium ago, an indigenous individual clandestinely sketched this Ice Age map for the learned inhabitants of the city. At the time, it garnered little attention, merely perceived as a haphazard drawing by a native. It was only in modern times that astronomers recognized its astonishing accuracy as a meticulously rendered aerial map of Earth's Ice Age, depicting both the northern and southern hemispheres. Even more astonishing are the numbers and symbols inscribed. For instance, one allotment equates to 23,040,000,000 days on Earth, which translates to an astounding 2.3 billion days. A scholar from the M Nation, named Eric Umland, remarked that only in recent years, with our growing understanding of the cosmos and burgeoning interest in space travel, have astronomers and physicists acknowledged the necessity of employing such vast units of measurement. Light years, first utilized in 1888, and parsecs, equivalent to 3.26 light years, with light traveling at approximately 330,000 kilometers per second, are only required when addressing interstellar distances and navigation. The enigma lies in how an agricultural indigenous person over 4,000 years ago could possess such a sophisticated map and numerical comprehension. However, the indigenous youth showed little interest in such matters. Their passions lay in the exhilarating contests around the bonfire, the joy of dancing with their beloved, and the excitement of courtship. With heartfelt gratitude to the deities, they cheered and hurried away. The chieftain welcomed Shasha and the 11 others into a grand tent, measuring 15 meters in diameter, adorned with animal skin carpets. In the dim light of the central fire, the tent's walls were draped with the pelts of wild beasts, alongside the skulls of jaguars and deer, as well as bows and knives. Nestled within was the chieftain's wife, unable to rise due to a spinal injury, offering her most sincere greetings to the gods and their guests from her recumbent position. The group seated themselves around the fire pit. At that moment, the 7 Marines had come to understand Shasha's true origins. After setting down their gear and cleansing their bodies in the river, they learned the reality from Ma Jiangwo and the colonel. They grasped the deeper truths behind the submarine. Disappointment Island, the princess, the rainforest, and the enigmatic natives, recognizing their true adversaries as the Houndstar aliens and potential genetic beings. Their shock was palpable. They were confronting extraterrestrials. As calmness settled over them, they felt a newfound assurance, yet a twinge of embarrassment flickered within them at the memory of their earlier exposure before Shasha and Wang Jinfeng. However, they also sensed a deepening bond among them. The chieftain served tea brewed over the fire and then inquired of Shasha, "Are the gods here for the sacred relics within the divine cave?" To which Shasha, cradling her tea, replied candidly with a smile, "Indeed. I have come to retrieve the ancestral treasures and fulfill my mission." The chieftain nodded solemnly and stated, "The possessions of the divine can only be claimed by the divine. That cavern can only be opened by the gods. We have gazed upon the starry heavens, safeguarding this land for millennia without departure. And now we finally sit alongside the divine. I am profoundly elated. It was only at this juncture that Ma Jiangwo and the others comprehended the gravity of the situation. These indigenous people had been guardians of the belongings of the celestial beings. They then understood why the natives revered Sha as a deity and why they held such deep respect for them. They felt a surge of joy at the prospect of working alongside the natives, believing that this collaboration would ensure the successful completion of their mission. At that moment, the witch and the priest entered quietly. The witch approached the chieftain, leaned in to whisper, and gradually, a serious demeanor enveloped his countenance, prompting him to nod. The gathered crowd remained perplexed. The witch, hunchbacked, approached Sha and, with great reverence, bowed and said, "Our esteemed chieftain's wife is in poor health, afflicted by the curse of a demon, having sustained a spinal injury. Day and night, she suffers torment from this malevolent entity, causing immense anguish within our entire tribe. We beseech the divine to banish this demon and heal her affliction." It became evident that the seemingly devout witch felt her status threatened by Shasha's sudden adoration from the tribe, previously basking in the glory of her proximity to the chieftain. She now found herself subjected to this unprecedented disregard, denied entry into the very tent she deemed her domain. This was intolerable. Her position was irreplaceable. She resolved to publicly humiliate Shasha during the grand welcoming ceremony, stripping away her divine fade. But how could she orchestrate this humiliation and unveil her true nature? As she paced outside the tent, inspiration struck her regarding the chieftain's wife's ailment. Yes, let her treat the lady. If she cannot be cured, then she ceases to be a deity and instead becomes the embodiment of a demon, using beguiling words to ensnare our souls and deceive us of our sacred relics. In such a case, she would indeed have rendered a tremendous service by peeling away the demon's fade, thereby sparing her kin from disaster and solidifying her own position. However, should she succeed in healing, it too would be credited to her, as it would be her stratagem that bolstered her standing while simultaneously pleasing the chieftain and his lady, ensuring her ascent and status. She would take great satisfaction in this clever ruse, even inviting the priest to witness it. The chieftain, possessing an inherently upright and kind heart, had long contemplated his wife's ailment. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to beseech the deity for healing, for his wife's affliction, stemming from her fall, was also a manifestation of divine will. To seek the deity's intervention would place the deity in a dilemma. Wouldn't it be akin to striking a blow to one's own honor? He pondered the potential for rampant rumors that could jeopardize the unity of his people and tarnish the millennia-old legends surrounding the divine. After much reflection, he resolved to permit the witch to approach the deity, leaving the decision of healing to the divine will, as he firmly believed in the deity's capacity to resolve any matter. Upon observing the witch's entrance, Shasha whispered to the chieftain before turning to articulate her request. The young woman, possessing a sharp intellect, discerned that this was the witch's scheme and fully comprehended the intricacies of her motives. She found the situation somewhat amusing, but chose not to disrupt their unity. However, she was acutely aware that healing the lady would contravene the directive of non-interference with earthly beings, leaving her to ponder the potential consequences. Conversely, failing to provide treatment could jeopardize her own mission, particularly in a scenario where the indigenous people were uncooperative, which might incite internal conflict, an outcome she wished to avoid. Her priorities included safeguarding the Marines as well as her own kin, while also considering the long-term protection of humanity over the span of the next 120 years. With a gentle nod, she declared, "I am capable of healing, but the lady must be thoroughly cleansed, requiring disinfection. Moreover, she must consent to the treatment, as it will render her remarkably youthful. You may inquire with her." The witch, taken aback, pondered the implications of becoming remarkably youthful. Could it truly be cured? Regret washed over her for not having sought divine assistance for her own ailments. Now, her thoughts twisted in a less than favorable direction. She would need to ensure that Shasha would also address her concerns. How could she have overlooked her own needs? It was foolish indeed. Should the treatment prove successful, she could stand tall and proud, earning the envy of all. The deity has healed my affliction. I bask in glory. Should the healing fail, I suffer no loss, for it was destined to be thus. Moreover, I can utilize this experience to unveil her tricks, thereby enhancing my stature, ensuring that none dare underestimate me. Truly, this is a strategy that yields dual benefits. How foolish I am. Now, how can I voice my sentiments? I feel so constrained. I shall cast a glance her way, to discern if she can fathom my thoughts. In response, she exaggeratedly hunched her back, coughed softly, and lowered her head to gaze at the ground. Sasha, seemingly attuned to her intentions, flashed a radiant smile and proposed. Why not cleanse yourself and seek healing alongside the lady? Would you be willing? Oh my, what a goddess she is. She even comprehends my innermost feelings without needing to inquire. My hunchback burdens me, causing me great discomfort. The witch nodded her head with a rapidity akin to the legs of a centipede. Then go and ask the lady. The witch glanced at the chief, noted his approving nod, and promptly turned to approach the lady. She was aware of the lady's benevolence, despite her immense suffering, and was certain she would acquiesce. With a tremulous gait, she approached the lady, filled with hope, and said, "Esteemed lady, would you allow the deity to heal you?" Upon witnessing the earlier scene, the lady understood that the witch was requesting divine intervention for her. She shook her head and replied, "No, thank you, dear deity. I inadvertently caused my own injury and must endure the consequences. Perhaps my heart lacks sufficient kindness. This is the will of the divine. To request healing now would be to burden the deity, which is not an appropriate course of action." The witch stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh my goodness! You are beyond cure, and I too am powerless to heal, yet you claim your heart lacks kindness. Am I hunchback due to a deficiency in benevolence? This is utterly absurd." She understands that the lady possesses a heart of immense kindness, constantly considering others, and it was in her effort to assist others that she injured her back. Thus, she implores, "Esteemed lady, if you refuse to heal, then the divine will not intervene on my behalf either. Look at my suffering hunchback. I can scarcely endure it any longer." The lady chuckled softly, recognizing the old witch's cunning. However, realizing that alleviating another's suffering is a noble act, she could not allow her own reluctance to inflict further emotional distress upon the witch. With a slight nod, she acquiesced, "Very well, I shall agree to heal." The witch was overjoyed, her scheme triumphant. She leaned towards the chief, who appeared taken aback. Gazing at her in disbelief, "You too wish to be healed?" The witch disregarded him and approached Sasha, declaring, "The esteemed lady has consented to heal." "Very well," Sasha replied with a smile, turning to the chief and adding, "Prepare for the festivities. Once healed, we shall host a grand celebration." "Excellent," the chief exclaimed, his faith in the divine unwavering, viewing it as pure and benevolent, never contemplating the possibility of failure. "Well then, respected chief, my companions and I shall take our leave to make preparations." "Indeed," the chief replied, his face alight with joy. Sasha nodded slightly, and along with Ma Jiangwo and the colonel, they expressed their gratitude to the chief and bid farewell. Upon exiting the tent, they beheld a scene of jubilant activity. The natives were busily constructing a bonfire and arranging an array of food, including domesticated fowl, pigs, sheep, chickens, as well as the distinctive llama meat and various fruits native to South America, all bustling with delight. However, Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfen, along with the colonel and the Marine Corps members, were not in such high spirits. They were taken aback in the tent as they listened to Shasha's claims of healing. They were aware that the chieftain's wife had suffered a broken lumbar vertebra, but what ailment could the witch possibly have? Upon further reflection, they realized she was hunchbacked. Could that even be treated? Delving deeper, they sensed the gravity of the situation. It was fraught with potential conspiracy. If the healing were to fail, Shasha's revered status would instantly crumble, and the indigenous people might swiftly turn against them, their earlier trust dissipating in an instant. They could very well regard them as charlatans, perhaps even preparing to strip them bare and hang them up as offerings to their true deity. The once relaxed atmosphere grew tense once more. Why was this witch so intent on seeking a cure? The group anxiously watched Sasha. The colonel inquired, "Have you healed anyone before?" "In this tropical rainforest, with disinfection, surgery, and steel reinforcements. No, I do not require those. I have a program in my mind. A program. A second brain. How can a program heal? The minds of the onlookers were filled with exclamations and questions. Please do not regard me so skeptically. Although I have not performed any treatments before, I am aware of the process. All that is needed is to activate the genes in that specific area, enabling the body to repair its necrotic tissues. The colonel, astonished, remarked, "Are you suggesting that a person can regenerate like a lizard regrowing its tail? Indeed, if her body can withstand it. And if she cannot endure it, then the treatment will not succeed. That is what the program indicates." The colonel, overwhelmed by anxiety, found himself at a loss for words. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to the nearby marine and whispered, "We must stand outside. If something feels amiss, we should immediately retreat to the small hill we previously observed. Shasha has the ability to protect herself. I have no desire to be strung up again." Jiang Jianguo replied earnestly, "We must exercise caution. Should we fail to heal them, the chief could gesture, and those poisoned arrows and spears would be aimed at us. Once encircled during the feast, it would be too late. We must reorganize our strategy." Shasha nodded in agreement, asserting, "This is prudent. If the situation deteriorates, you may withdraw, but refrain from using firearms. They are not malevolent. Absolutely no gunfire," the colonel affirmed, "but retreat is permissible." Shasha then turned to Wang Jinfen, inquiring, "Mother, have you bathed? There is a crystal-clear river nearby." "Not yet. I am awaiting your arrival," came the reply from the colonel. "Hurry, they have already assisted the lady in washing, and the witch has prepared the garments." Chapter 40. The witch's thoughts. All eyes were fixed on the two women as they made their way to the riverbank, and a palpable unease settled over the group. They had hoped that Shasha would confidently assure them of a cure, providing some solace. Yet this extraterrestrial woman spoke with such despondency that their previously tense hearts grew even heavier. How could something so promising be marred by such unexpected turmoil? Their faces turned ashen, longing to retreat to a safe distance, as the memory of their earlier harrowing experience still loomed large in their minds. Wang Jinfeng, burdened with a hefty pack, followed closely behind, her heart brimming with anxiety. What if the treatment failed? After the bathing ritual, she would have to be alongside the Marine Corps members, a scenario she wished to avoid repeating. This woman, who once aspired to be a model, had no desire to become the consort of a deity, nor to bear children in this terrifying jungle. She would prefer to have her soul taken by a raven, enduring any agony and hardship without hesitation. The two arrived by the riverbank as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a scarlet hue over the waters, enveloped in a profound silence. Although they had washed away the day's toil, their spirits remained unlifted. At the river's edge, Wang Jinfeng, at Shasha's behest, intricately braided the strands of hair cascading from Shasha's ears to conceal them, while gathering her long hair into a bun, secured with a blue net. She donned a flowing white robe and adorned herself with the floral crown they had just crafted. Once Shasha was attired, she stood by the riverbank. My heavens! Wang Jinfeng marveled at Shasha's appearance. It was truly enchanting, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Could she indeed be a fairy? Shasha urged Wang Jinfeng to wear a floral crown as well. With her towering stature clad in Marine Corps attire and a crown upon her head, she resembled a goddess of war. Wang Jinfeng was inherently pleased with her physique, recognizing its merit. Mother, Shasha said, when the time comes for the healing, stand beside me as the warrior goddess of our fairy star. Oh my goodness, to have me stand beside her, unable to retreat with Ma Jiangwo and the others. Is this not a matter of life and death? Yet, I soon recollect that we are here to assist her in accomplishing her mission. If I were to act out of fear for my own life and refrain from going, would she be pleased? She would undoubtedly look down upon us. Moreover, to leave her to face this alone while we cower at a distance is simply absurd. Everyone would mock us. Besides, Shasha constantly calls me mom. And if she were truly my daughter, would I allow her to go alone? I would undoubtedly risk my life to protect her. Yes, I must protect her with my very life, demonstrating our sincerity and ensuring that she does not underestimate us earthlings. Thus, Wang Jinfeng adjusted her clothing and declared, "I will accompany you. I shall be your warrior." Sha, seemingly aware of her thoughts, smiled and said, "With such spirit, you truly resemble a warrior. Let us proceed." Like a ghost, sending your mother to her doom, she retorted playfully. In front of the camp lay an open space the size of half a football field, surrounded by small bonfires that formed a large fiery circle. At the center stood a towering bonfire, beside which was a makeshift bed of branches adorned with straw and animal hides, illuminated by large oil lamps. The flames danced vigorously against the backdrop of a starry sky. The chief, wielding a totem staff, stood outside the fiery circle with the priest behind him, flanked on either side by rows of warriors armed with bows and arrows and spears. The moment Sha appeared in their sight, all were taken aback. Her presence mirrored that of the deity depicted on the cave walls, clad in white robes, barefoot, and adorned with a floral wreath, as if she had descended from the ancient murals of yore. The Marines stationed at the periphery were taken aback, for the attire before them resembled that of deities from Greek mythology. The majestic Wang Jinfeng, clad in military uniform and adorned with a floral crown, evoked astonishment. Had she wielded a spear and sword, she could easily be mistaken for a warrior goddess. The entire camp fell into a hushed silence. The chief, observing Shasha's divine presence, instinctively exclaimed, "Latimia." Grasping a totem staff, he knelt on one knee, a gesture echoed by the priests and the natives, all kneeling in awe. Shasha approached the chief, her hands gently raised, and uttered, "Please rise." In unison, the chief and the natives stood. "Are preparations complete?" Shasha inquired. "Preparations are complete," came the response. "Well then, bring them forth." The entrance of the nearby large tent was parted by valiant warriors, revealing two stretchers bearing patients, both immaculately clean and garbed in vividly colored attire, draped with white sheets. The first was a lady, followed by a witch, both lifted high by 8 bearers. They called out, "Latimia," as they stepped into the fiery circle, placing the two individuals side by side upon the grand bed. Casting a glance at the chief, Shasha commanded, "Everyone, step back." The chief, the priests, and the native warriors complied, bowing and retreating 5 steps before halting. As the flames roared higher, Shasha solemnly declared, "From this moment forth, no matter the sights witnessed, silence must be maintained to avoid disturbing the spirits." "Yes, understood." Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Shasha led Wang Jinfeng into the fiery circle, making her way to the side of the bed where the two patients lay side by side. The lady reclined on her back, her eyes closed, while the hunchbacked which lay on her side, facing the woman. Shasha raised her gaze solemnly to the starry sky and then looked down at the two, saying, "Soon, you shall feel an unusual sensation in your bodies, akin to the growth of plants. Fear not, consider it a dream. For now, surrender to the tender care of Latimia, and let yourselves be cradled in the tranquil embrace of this beautiful cosmos beneath the serene night." The witch thought to herself, "Is this mere theatrics?" Yet, as her head tilted, she, along with the lady, fell into a deep slumber. However, the witch felt as if she had not truly succumbed to sleep. Terror gripped her as she shrieked in anguish, seeing the dark abyss below. She cried out from midair, and then, feeling a sudden lightness, a large raven swooped in, carrying her off through the canyon. Meanwhile, the lady remained in deep slumber. Ever since she had fractured her vertebrae, she had not truly slept. She was perpetually jolted awake by sudden pangs of pain, staring at the tent-s ceiling in the darkness and listening to the snores of others, enduring loneliness amidst waves of agony. Now, however, she found herself in a sweet slumber, akin to an infant rocked in a cradle. With white clouds drifting across the blue sky of the valley, a gentle breeze caressing her form, as if she were lying in paradise. The crowd watched anxiously. Shasha, within the fire circle, lowered her arms, her palms resting atop the heads of the two women. The onlookers observed intently. 1 minute passed, then 2. The two patients lay utterly still, but the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, as Shasha gradually emanated a soft azure glow. This ethereal light began at the patient's crown and slowly advanced forward, enveloping the two patients within its embrace. The figure lying in the halo appeared extraordinarily beautiful, as if a miracle were about to unfold. The chieftain, along with the gathered natives, instinctively knelt in reverence, bowing deeply towards the luminous aura. Sha gently moved her hand backward, causing the halo to shift in tandem. As her hand fell, the brilliance dissipated. Leaning down, Sha whispered softly into the ears of the two women. In their dreams, the women stirred as though awakened by the gentle caress of a morning breeze. The witch found herself cast among the flowers by a crow, while the lady awoke as if in a fairyland. Though the two women had roused from slumber, their souls lingered nostalgically in the realm of dreams, lazily opening their eyes and feeling as if they still resided within that enchanted world. The sights of the crackling bonfire, twinkling stars, vibrant tents, and the colorful crowd were so vivid, and those gathered gazed at them in silent awe, their mouths agape, yet no sound emerged, save for the soft crackling of the fire. The witch, in a languid manner, swung her legs off the bed and stood up. The onlookers, wide-eyed and taken aback, were astonished to behold the once ragged witch now transformed into a strikingly beautiful and youthful figure. Yet her entire presence resembled that of a resplendent specter emerging from a desolate graveyard, spinning in circles to behold her own transformation, tracing her upright back with her hands before lifting her gaze to the crowd. The crowd could not help but draw a sharp breath. They had never encountered such a stunning enchantress, and it seemed unlikely they ever would again. Her face remained unchanged, her attire consistent. Yet the essence of the witch lingered palpably in the air, a bewitching aura wafting through the glow of the bonfire. The indigenous people, to be precise, even those who seldom dreamt, would inevitably find themselves haunted by vivid and sinister dreams henceforth. Madame Sue rose gracefully, standing barefoot upon the ground, sensing its softness and warmth. This warmth coursed through her body, a sudden surge of strength supporting her as she stood firm, youthful, dignified, pure, and serene. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The chieftain's mouth gaped in astonishment, his weary wife transformed into a figure of youthful beauty, reminiscent of the first time he beheld her by the creek. The present scene melded with that memory, rekindling a feeling of mesmerizing enchantment within him. When the Marines observed Sha stepping into the circle of fire, they initially assumed she merely sought to comfort the two women, providing temporary relief. Given their training in hand-to-hand combat, they were accustomed to such interactions. They speculated that Sha might possess superior skills to those of trained masseurs, sustaining her touch for a longer duration. However, as they witnessed Sha place her palms upon the crowns of their heads, they were intrigued, bracing themselves to withdraw at any moment. Yet, upon seeing the azure light radiating from Sha, enveloping the two women, they were utterly astounded. Ma Jiangwo and the colonel shared in this astonishment. Ma Jiangwo had felt Sha's formidable presence before, and the colonel had witnessed the energy emanating from that box. Yet, they had never anticipated that Sha herself could emit such power. Wang Jinfeng was utterly astonished, enveloped by a radiant blue light. She sensed a peculiar transformation within her body, believing she could live for 200 years and leap effortlessly to the distant trees. Upon witnessing the lady and the witch standing in perfect harmony, she abruptly regained her senses, realizing she was the weakest member of this small team. Sha had encouraged her to follow, aiming to enhance her strength and enable her to protect herself. This well-meaning girl, however, mischievously chose not to disclose her intentions, leaving her to ponder on her own. Such a playful spirit. Once they reached a secluded area, she would have to playfully pinch her a couple of times and shower her with kisses. The astonished squad, buoyed by the prospect of successfully completing their mission, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It seemed that Sha had alleviated their fears. Amidst the shock, the chief, trembling with emotion, proclaimed, "La, ding, Mia." Instantly, thousands of natives echoed his call, "La, ding, Mia." They had been healed. In Chapter 41, titled The Possibly Insane Sha, the healed lady stepped out of the circle of flames, her heart brimming with gratitude as she approached Sha, bowing deeply in appreciation. She then embraced the chief, overwhelmed with joy and tears. The chief, too, wept profusely, having endured countless days and nights watching his beloved wife suffer. He often gazed at the starry sky, facing the mountains and rainforests, praying alone for divine intervention to cure her ailment. The gods had answered, healing her. With immense gratitude, he led his wife to Sha, bowing in respect, and also acknowledging the marine soldiers, believing them to be harbingers of good fortune. The witch approached Sha, bowing respectfully, and similarly acknowledged the marine soldiers. With theatrical flair, she traced circles on each marine's chest with her finger, proclaiming, "The crows shall no longer steal your souls. You are now blessed by the divine." The marines were taken aback by the vibrant witch's presence, pondering whether they had been cursed and were now being liberated, questioning if they could ever resume their lives in peace. The witch, however, responded with a mysterious smile, casting a meaningful glance at Ma Jiangwo before turning to the chief and declaring, "Esteemed chief and lady, the hour has come. We may commence the dance feast to express our sincere reverence to the divine and its friends." "Very well," the chief replied, nodding to the priest beside him. The priest then addressed the indigenous people, proclaiming, "The dance feast begins." Thousands of natives erupted in joy, swiftly clearing away the grand bed to reveal an open space dominated by a towering bonfire, reigniting the sacred flames before the stone statue, illuminating the campsite. Clad in vibrant attire, the men and women of the tribe first presented the ancient iron platter bestowed by their celestial ancestors, placing it on the long table before the ritual basin. On either side, they arranged the abundant offerings of South America: chicha, llama meat, whole chickens, and sheep, purple grapes, and golden apples. Once the preparations were complete, the priest ascended the altar and turned to face the open ground. The chief knelt on one leg, with the remaining natives forming a line behind him, each mirroring his posture in solemn reverence. Clad in a black robe and adorned with a tall hat, the priest raised his hands high, gazing upwards as he murmured the sacred incantation. He then lowered his head to address the chieftain, proclaiming that the deity had promised to bless them and urged them to welcome his emissaries with joy. In obedience to this directive, the chieftain declared in a resonant voice, rising to address the indigenous people kneeling on one leg, "Let the feast commence." A chorus of cheers erupted from the natives. Subsequently, families gathered around small bonfires, partaking in drink and sharing stories. The 11-member squad, regarded as esteemed guests, settled by a bonfire adjacent to the chieftain's residence. Once seated, Ma Jiangwo glanced at everyone and urged, "Let us eat quickly, for we are famished." As he tore off a piece of camel meat and chewed, he continued, "Today has been fraught with the bizarre and unpredictable, akin to a roller coaster without brakes, a harrowing ascent and descent that has left us terrified. We have all experienced this, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, I must mention 2 points. Firstly, the canine star beings and the genetic beings have yet to make their appearance. Their absence does not imply their non-existence. They are surely lying in wait for us to discover the entrance. As for Sha, we have all witnessed her healing those 2 patients. Her complexion is pale, and she remains but an infant. Her current energy is insufficient to safeguard us all. We must rely on ourselves for protection. As for the extent to which Shasha's energy may accumulate in the future, and whether it will be adequate to confront the canine star beings, we remain uncertain. And even Shasha herself does not know. Shasha, do you believe this is the current state of affairs?" Sasha was voraciously devouring a chicken leg, her mouth glistening with grease as she nodded and said, "Yes, Dad, my energy was quite feeble recently. Ever since I departed from Country Z, I have been unable to sense the presence of the UFO. According to the programming in my mind, I should be able to feel its existence and summon it from anywhere on this planet, but that is not the case now." Ma Jiangwo fell into contemplation. The colonel pondered before responding, "It shouldn't be." Sasha interjected, "The UFO possesses formidable capabilities. The cosmic magnetic field is far more intricate and perilous than that of Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have even reached our planet. This underscores the advanced technology of the Houndstar aliens, which far surpasses anything on this world. This has always been my concern. which is why I consumed food with such fervor to accelerate my growth. When I departed from the UFO, I checked my energy levels, 10 rows of energy cells, with a total of 100 slots, and I hadn't filled even one. Now, I should have managed to fill one slot. The Marines gasped in astonishment. To think that even an unfurnished slot could wield such immense energy. With a full 100 slots, one would be capable of moving mountains, commanding winds, and reigning supreme. Yet, this power seems destined to shine solely on Earth. Once we venture into the cosmos, we may lack the assurance to even triumph over the Houndstar aliens. The universe is boundless. What if even more powerful extraterrestrial beings intervene? Contemplating this, we realize how minuscule we truly are in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Hardly worthy of notice, Ma Jianguo was equally astonished, having previously witnessed the formidable nature of Sha. He was taken aback to find that her energy levels were far from full. He had presumed that she was born this way, unaware that she still had room for growth. The gravity of the situation struck him as he realized the urgent need for Sha to develop rapidly and safely. Should anything happen to her, they would be utterly defenseless against the canine star people, who had spared them solely to maintain their dominion over Earth. The colonel, too, was pale with fear, his heart racing. He had believed that the fairy star people were sufficiently powerful and that by assisting her in completing her mission, they could easily confront the canine star people. However, the latter proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. Even if Sha were at full capacity, it might not suffice to confront the canine star people, and with her currently only at a fraction of her potential. The predicament surpassed their worst fears and was exceedingly dire. Thus, he declared, "Brothers, you have all heard. The situation is more severe than we imagined. If anything happens to Sha, we are doomed. We may never have another chance, for Sha is the only fairy star person on Earth. Even if we could reach out to the fairy star people, we do not know when they would arrive, if they would come at all, or how many light years it would take. Therefore, we must protect Sha at all costs." The Marine team, comprised of the elite among elites, had already grasped the seriousness of the situation in that fleeting moment, acknowledging the vast disparity in military strength, and they resounded in unison. "Yes, indeed," Ma Jianguo remarked. "Once everyone recognizes the gravity of the situation, their vigilance will be heightened, and our objectives will become clearer. Our strategy must now shift towards safeguarding Sha. As long as Sha persists, we retain hope. We must endeavor to prolong time to allow Sha to thrive. This is of utmost importance at present. As for the fertility switch, whether to engage or disengage, it is not our immediate concern. What do you think, Sha? Sha paused for a moment before responding, "Father, the switch must be turned off, and swiftly. The program in my mind incessantly commands me, leaving my thoughts in disarray. Should conflicting commands arise or notions of pausing emerge, it may result in a malfunction akin to a computer crash or even a systemic collapse. Since my interaction with humanity, my emotions have become tumultuous. One moment I feel compelled to disable it. The next I perceive the merits of humanity and hesitate. Additionally, there is a persistent voice urging me to trust my observations. However, the directive to deactivate the fertility switch was implanted in my mind by the beings from the fairy star, and as I entered the rainforest, these dual voices have grown increasingly pronounced. The question remains, should I turn it off or not? The intention to deactivate is hardwired into my nervous system, while the inclination to keep it on arose later, as I witnessed human kindness. Thus, the conflict between these two thoughts leaves me in turmoil, and my nervous system is still quite fragile. A breakdown could trigger a signal for the fairy star to send reinforcements. Therefore, I must first execute the command to deactivate the human fertility switch, thereby restoring order to my thoughts and enabling me to contemplate based on what I have observed. Everyone was taken aback, their minds in disarray, wondering if they might descend into madness. Moreover, she was now aware that she could inadvertently become insane, a lunatic alien on Earth. What would that mean for the planet? Ma Jianguo was genuinely startled, fearing that Sha might lose her sanity. "Colonel, shouldn't we promptly assist Sha in completing her mission?" "Indeed. The sooner the better," the colonel replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Wang Jinfeng, with a hint of anxiety, grasped Shasha's hand and inquired, "Shasha, you won't go mad, will you?" Shasha smiled, glancing at her, and then at the others. "Not at the moment. Your concern brings me joy, and happiness wards off madness. However, I fear that once I fulfill the mission, you may harbor resentment towards me." Wang Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the truth of her words. If she were to undertake such a task, who wouldn't he resent her? Hadn't she herself felt animosity toward Shasha at first? This was her emotional turmoil. She had developed feelings for humanity, which had led to her internal conflict. If she were a cold-hearted individual, why would she forge an alliance with them? She could simply accomplish her task and leave without a second thought. The existence of emotional entanglements was a positive sign. No wonder she had remained silent by the riverside. It was imperative to unravel her emotional knots. Thus, Wang Jinfeng quickly reassured her, "Dear girl, we do not resent you. We cherish you immensely." She then cast knowing glances at the others, urging, "You all hold affection for our daughter Shasha, don't you?" The group, understanding her intent, promptly affirmed, "Shasha, we truly adore you. You are innocent, kind, and beautiful." It was Mother who prompted you all to say that, wasn't it? No. The burly men spoke in unison. Otherwise, why would we have ventured all this way into the rainforest, nearly losing our souls to the crows? Shasha recalled their bare figures and chuckled. If that were the case, I would indeed be delighted and could concentrate better, but I must quickly replenish my energy. Precisely, Ma Jiangwo remarked. We have just effectively resolved one of Shasha's issues, but I only mentioned the first point. The second is that the witch cast a meaningful glance my way. I sense that Shasha has cured her ailment, and she has something to convey. The witch has arrived. The colonel gently nudged Ma Jiangwo. Everyone turned to see the resplendent witch striding elegantly toward the bonfire. Wang Jinfeng stood to offer her seat, but she shook her head, smiled faintly at the assembly, placed a hand over her heart, and gave a slight bow. The group felt an awkward amusement at her smile. Moments ago, they had been drawing circles on their chests. Now they were met with her gaze, which evoked a sense of unease regarding her profession. The witch spoke, bowing slightly as she approached the chief's fire. The crowd was left in a state of anxious anticipation. What did it mean? Chapter 42. Shasha's martial arts. Ma Jiangwo observed as the witch approached the chief's bonfire, leaning in to converse with him while his son sat beside him. He then gazed into the distance, where the rainforest was tinged a faint red by the flames, shadows lurking within as if concealing some hidden presence. Turning his face back, he said, "She has come to warn us of impending danger. Otherwise, she would not speak of divine protection. She cannot elaborate further, as it would risk betraying her kin." "Indeed, we find ourselves in perilous circumstances," the colonel murmured. "Upon our departure tomorrow, no one is permitted to act independently, not even for the most trivial of needs. Understood?" "Yes," replied Ma Jiangwo. "There are advantages to delving into danger. The hidden adversaries may presume they hold the reins, which would facilitate our covertly laying traps. However, I believe the true peril lies at the cave's entrance. Perhaps they are anticipating our guidance to lead them to it. We shall discuss our observations of the terrain at the cave's mouth tomorrow. For now, let us hasten to nourish ourselves and gather our strength for the morrow's endeavor." Quickly, "Look, the contest is about to commence," Wang Jinfeng announced. Indeed, the small campfires encircling the family feast began to extinguish, while the natives busied themselves bringing forth bows, arrows, spears, and targets. We shall merely observe and refrain from participating or offering wild cheers. We are unfamiliar with the dynamics among the competitors, and it is prudent to avoid making enemies, she cautioned. Yes, the chief approached with his family, adorned with vibrant feathered headdresses that shimmered beneath the firelight. Everyone quickly rose, and Shasha hastily grabbed a chicken leg, standing up with it in hand. The chief, noticing Shasha voraciously devouring the chicken leg before him, appeared quite pleased and did not perceive her behavior as rude. With a smile, he inquired, "Esteemed deity, does our food please your palate? It is exceedingly delicious." Shasha exclaimed loudly, prompting a hearty laugh from all present. The chief's wife, delighted by this, stepped forward, grasped Shasha's hand, and said, "Esteemed deity, I truly admire you. Your smile is reminiscent of an infant, so innocent and pure. I am but a mere infant, Sa began, but Wang Jinfen swiftly interjected. Oh no, no, no. Sa is no longer a child. She is growing up and, in just a year or two, will be seeking a partner. She is simply very mischievous, akin to a child. The Marine was momentarily taken aback by Wang Jinfen's words, but quickly realized that Sa's age was a closely guarded secret. If the Houndstar people discovered that Sa was still in her infancy, they would undoubtedly deduce that her energy level was less than 1 unit, placing her in peril. Ma Jiangwo was also startled, for his restrictions on Sa pertained solely to her identity, origins, and intentions. Imposing too many limitations would hinder her ability to communicate, leading her to utter only the phrase no comment. Consequently, she readily answered other inquiries with the mind of a simpleton. This particular question was troubling, and everyone would need to think creatively to guide her on what to say. Fortunately, Wang Jinfen was quick to respond. The chieftain, however, erupted in hearty laughter. All gods are but children, very mischievous, and thus they find immense joy. The chieftain's son stood respectfully to the side, attentively listening to the assertion, I am an infant. Meanwhile, his 2 daughters took hold of the Marine's hands, curiously exploring, touching their weapons, and caressing their faces. It is a world that cannot adequately explain itself to another. The Marine, naturally, could not comprehend their actions. While Wang Jinfen felt a bit awkward, Sa, however, was unfazed. She had been similarly touched by Shurer and Yuer and watched the sisters with great interest as they explored her. The chieftain, disregarding all of this, declared, Let us sit here and observe the contest. The view is quite clear. Thus, the crowd, along with his family, sat in a row, with Sha positioned between the chief and his wife. The wife held her hand tightly, reluctant to let go, for the emotions expressed by the people of the rainforest were profoundly sincere. Aside from the towering bonfire in front, the area had been cleared, with 3 grass targets set up about 50 to 60 meters away. A line of robust warriors stood by the bonfire, clad only in a modest loincloth, their bodies adorned with streaks of red, green, and black paint. Some wielded bows and arrows, while others held slender tubes for blowing feather darts or brandished long spears. The Marines sat upright, intrigued, pondering the warriors' accuracy. The distance was considerable, requiring a blend of arm strength and core power. Yet, observing their agile, leopard-like physiques illuminated the mystery behind their unexpected capture. As the horn sounded, those brave souls took turns showcasing their skills under the flickering flames, launching arrows, hurling spears, and releasing darts from their tubes. Each movement was graceful and practiced, all strikes finding their mark. Particularly impressive were the feather darts. They executed a variety of simulated motions, climbing trees, crawling, and crouching in the grass to stealthily approach their targets. Then, with a whisper of silence, they released slender darts that transformed the targets into a porcupine-like spectacle. The Marines shuddered at the thought. In battle, these projectiles would be laced with poison, and such silent weapons could bring forth death without a sound. The spectators erupted in fervent cheers, especially the young girls adorned in vibrant attire, who danced and screamed with excitement. The chief's family clapped vigorously, and under the colonel's watchful gaze, the Marines, Ma Jiangwo, and Wang Jifeng joined in the applause, with Sha following suit. After the last spear was thrown, the priest approached, glancing at the chief and his son, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The priest bowed to the chief and said, Esteemed chief and lady, the warriors wish to witness the prowess of the divine and their companions. Ma Jiangwo and the colonel did not pay close attention to the duel. Following the witch's arrival, they remained vigilant towards the chief's son. The slight nod and expression from earlier had not escaped their notice. It seemed he intended to make them look foolish, yet it appeared not to be so simple. The Marines stayed alert, but if the colonel were to signal for them to take the stage, they could shoot with absolute precision, regardless of their stance, even with their eyes closed. However, attempting to shoot arrows or throw spears would likely result in utter failure, placing the Marines in a precarious situation. Their faces were marked by profound embarrassment as they looked towards the colonel, who wore a similar expression, caught in indecision. A moment of silence enveloped them. The chief's son displayed a friendly demeanor, smiling at them. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, the chief turned to them, and upon seeing their expressions, he understood. He smiled at the priest and said, "The divine and her companions are distinguished guests. It is not appropriate to showcase martial skills." The priest nodded and respectfully stepped back. Suddenly, Shasha cheerfully exclaimed, "May I perform a demonstration?" Everyone, except for the chief's son, was taken aback. The chief, astonished, remarked, "Honorable deity, do you wish to perform? You are exalted and have not wielded such weapons." The chief's wife quickly grasped Shasha's hand, urging, "Please do not perform. Let your friends take a couple of shots instead." She feared Shasha might embarrass herself. "I observe the warriors performing remarkably and contemplate trying my hand at it, treating it as mere recreation." The chief and his lady find themselves in an awkward predicament. Their embarrassment could tarnish their dignity, and more critically, it could sway the tribe's faith in the deity. Yet the god has decreed that disobedience is not an option. Thus, the chief nods at the priest and states, "Let the god demonstrate their prowess. Everyone, please keep your distance." He harbors no desire for anyone to be harmed, for the arrows and spears could land anywhere. And the legends surrounding the deity do not allude to any martial skills. The priest promptly strides to the center of the arena, proclaiming, "The gods shall now exhibit their martial prowess." The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. The deity has healed the sick, revealing miraculous signs. And now they are to witness a display of combat skills that promises to be nothing short of enchanting. The inhabitants of the rainforest are alight with excitement, anticipating yet another miracle. Sasha approaches the priest. The bonfire blazes brightly under a tapestry of shimmering stars. "Esteemed deity, what weapon shall you wield?" The priest inquires with deep reverence. "Let it be arrows," replies the deity. The priest calls forth a warrior who stands at the sidelines, bearing a long bow slung over his shoulder and a bag brimming with arrows. "Do not allow him to approach," Sasha instructs. "Have him remain at the edge of the arena, ensuring that others keep their distance and do not interfere with him. Place 2 targets in front." The priest complies. Yet the onlookers are left bewildered, questioning the nature of this spectacle. Although Ma Jiangwo and Wang Jinfeng have witnessed Sasha's display of energy, they have yet to see her wield a blade or arrows. Wang Jinfeng silently implores, "Oh, dear daughter, please do not falter. Do not cause any harm." This is a solemn competition, with people all around. Under the gaze of the multitude, Shasha, clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a floral wreath, stood barefoot, her presence commanding. Slowly, she raised her hands above her head and intoned with a deep, mysterious voice, "La Din, Mit A." The crowd observed her, yet discerned no miraculous signs. The bonfire remained merely a bonfire, and the starry sky was unchanged. The Marines gaped in astonishment, having once prided themselves on their elite status. Stripped bare and suspended, they felt a wave of disillusionment wash over them. Their minds echoed with disbelief at the cosmic power before them, rendering their advanced weaponry as mere scrap. Frustrated, they contemplated how a single arrow could pierce them all. Shasha, at present merely a fraction of her potential, seemed formidable. What then, they wondered, if the entire host of the Houndstar people were at full strength? A sense of despair took hold. In the face of such power, the audience fell into a profound silence. Eventually, the devout chief, awakening to realization, joyfully rose to applaud, igniting a thunderous cheer. "La Demier, our deity." The lady, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed at Shasha with tears of joy, seeing her as kin, now elevated to divinity. Shasha, filled with elation, recognized this as the desired outcome, for she had perceived the chief's son harbored ill intentions. She hoped to instill a sense of reverence in him, urging him to abandon any malicious thoughts, so that he might live harmoniously with his family, for she wished no harm upon any member of this tribe. Though the chieftain's son clapped with a broad smile, a hint of disdain lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he had witnessed mightier forces and felt unperturbed. This expression did not escape the notice of Ma Jiangwo and his companions. Despite their smiles, an undercurrent of unease gripped them. The chieftain, brimming with excitement today, first witnessed the divine healing of his wife's ailment and now marveled at the deity's martial prowess. With a radiant countenance, he declared with great enthusiasm, "The dance has commenced. Today's miracle shall weave a new legend for our people." Curiously, the indigenous people withdrew to the periphery, sitting quietly without uttering a sound. The chieftain, wearing a serious expression and keeping his lips sealed, gazed into the empty arena. A profound silence enveloped the entire camp, only interrupted by the crackling of the bonfire. The Marine Corps members also remained silent, and the absence of sound from so many individuals evoked an indescribable sense of eeriness. Suddenly, one of the Marines caught sight of a shadow moving in the woods outside the circle. Instinctively, he grasped the rifle resting on his knee, vigilant and alert to every movement and sound. The figure emerged from the thicket, adorned with a white mask, and approached the crowd. Strangely, everyone seemed entranced, unresponsive to the masked figure as it stepped deliberately through the seated assembly. As the bonfire illuminated her, it became clear that she was a witch. Advancing with an unusual gait reminiscent of the I Ching, her arms extending rhythmically in front and behind her, as if banishing malevolent spirits. She circled the bonfire before abruptly halting, raising her arms skyward and tilting her face toward the heavens, as if pleading for something. The entire gathering fell into an eerie silence, gripped by a palpable tension. A gentle, rhythmic sound suddenly floated from a distance, reminiscent of someone tapping on a parched tree trunk. The sound emerged gradually from the shadowy woods, followed by a faint, bittersweet melody akin to the notes of a two-stringed guqin, harmonizing with the soft thuds. This auditory experience evoked memories of a distant homeland and its people, stirring a sense of nostalgia for times long past. The chief and his wife fervently stomped their feet, beckoning Sha to lead the way into the dance floor. She was divine, lauding Mia. The drumming and the music came to an abrupt halt. Sha stood poised in the center, her long hair gently swaying. The chief led the indigenous people, who knelt in unison on one leg, bowing their heads to express their utmost reverence for the deity. However, the chief's son was conspicuously absent. Chapter 43. Departure. The following morning dawned under a gloomy sky, with a fine drizzle falling, enveloping the camp in the characteristic heat and humidity of the rainforest. The chief hurriedly arrived with his wife, followed closely by a priest and an indigenous man. Upon reaching the tent, they gestured anxiously to a Marine on duty, requesting an audience with the deity. The Marine, startled, replied that they would proceed after breakfast. Recalling the fear and excitement of the previous day, followed by an evening of festivities that left everyone in deep slumber, he rushed into the tent to awaken Sha, who, along with Major Jiangua and the colonel, was roused from her sleep. They exchanged knowing glances, reminded of the witch's words from the night before, and understood the true reason for the chief's visit with his wife. It pertained to his son. The two men sat up, but did not rise. Sha understood that it was her responsibility to go forth. She stepped outside the tent. The chieftain, visibly unsettled after exchanging pleasantries, spoke. "My son has betrayed his kin, forsaken our ancestors, and turned against the divine. He left a note and quietly departed, seeking to follow a deity he believes to be more powerful and benevolent than ours." As he spoke, he handed a folded note to Sha. Upon unfolding it, she discovered a small piece of paper, the size of a cigarette box, inscribed with peculiar symbols. Sha immediately understood that he intended to follow the deity that brings them enlightenment, rather than one that offers despair. Overcome with sorrow, she realized she too must take a similar path. The lady wept profusely. The chieftain declared, "I have dispatched men to pursue him." Startled, Sha exclaimed, "You wish to release him?" The chieftain paused, then replied, "Indeed, it is a divine act." He respectfully continued, "As you command." The priest quickly whispered to the indigenous people behind him, and they hurried off. The lady, who had always favored this deity, was moved to express her gratitude before departing with her husband. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ma Jiangwo reflected. His choice to ally with them indicates that the Canis Majorans are nearby, and they must have conveyed Shasha's intentions and demonstrated their power to him. Shasha has managed the situation well, and his actions are for the benefit of his people. The challenge lies in the fact that our adversaries are well prepared and are already aware of the cave's location. We must catch them off guard, act swiftly, and ensure Shasha's safe entry into the cave. Let it be so, the colonel promptly ordered. The Marines swiftly rose to their feet and soon stood ready outside the tent. I will speak with the chieftain, Shasha said. At that moment, a sentry approached. The chieftain has arrived with his men. The chieftain, bare-chested and adorned with paint, brandished a long spear, flanked by hundreds of similarly adorned barefoot natives wielding bows and spears. The chieftain stepped forward, proclaiming, "O great deity, I shall fight for you myself." In a fluster, Shasha hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "No." The chieftain, with great fervor, declared, "For the sake of our God, we shall face death without hesitation." The natives behind him raised their bows and spears, chanting loudly, "For the sake of our God, we shall face death without hesitation." Observing Shasha's solemn expression, the chieftain was both astonished and moved, realizing that the deity was considering their fate. Although he possessed unwavering resolve to sacrifice himself, he understood that the divine acted with foresight and grandeur. Thus he shouted, "Indeed, we shall obey," and departed. The guide, spear in hand, led the way, followed by the Marines, forming a single file line as they ventured into the rainforest. The familiar guide swiftly navigated through the jungle, crossing gorges and braving torrential rain. By afternoon, they halted beside a small, turbulent river overrun with weeds. The guide pointed across the river to a small hillock, saying, "There lies the entrance, which only the deity can unveil." The group stood in a line by the riverbank, gazing across at a clearing spanning nearly 500 meters. At the foot of the mountain lay a flat expanse of stone, with a small hillock rising at its center, resembling an unremarkable, barren grave from a distance. Tension filled the air, for after enduring countless hardships, they finally beheld the base of the celestial beings. Had it not been for the guide's indication, none would have guessed that it was the enigmatic extraterrestrial stronghold. At that moment, the river, the hillock, and the surrounding jungle were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the whispering breeze. The guide nodded respectfully, bowed slightly, and promptly departed, quickly vanishing into the thicket, gazing at the surging river, flanked by rocks and vegetation. Ma Jiangwo remarked to the colonel, "This torrent is the result of the recent deluge. Within half an hour, the flow should subside. We can cross then. What do you think?" The colonel replied, setting down his binoculars, "It is impassable at present," before turning to issue a command, "Take a brief respite and maintain vigilance." The Marines, having endured a morning in the humid, oppressive rainforest, traversing steep mountains and gorges while being drenched by the rain, were utterly exhausted. After ensuring their watchfulness, they gathered in small groups to kindle fires, dry their sodden clothes, and partake in sustenance, resting in place. Wang Jinfen, Shasha, the colonel, and Ma Jiangwo sat by the riverbank, some smoking, others eating, as they awaited the river's abatement. The colonel stated, "The cave entrance lies just ahead. The enemy remains patient, not revealing themselves even once. Perhaps their binoculars are trained upon us." This assessment was unlikely to be erroneous, as the chieftain's son had mentioned seeking a more formidable deity, suggesting that the enemy was aware of the cave's location but uncertain of how to access it. Perhaps they perceived this as a trap, waiting for Shasha to open the entrance, only to extinguish her once she did, and subsequently destroy everything within. My notion is that once Shasha opens the cave, she must enter without hesitation, while we delay at the entrance as long as possible. If necessary, we might feign capture by the enemy. For once Shasha secures the items and escapes, our objective will be fulfilled, avoiding needless sacrifice. As long as Shasha survives, they will regard us as leverage, reluctant to act against us. I shall convey this thought to the brethren. I concur that in such an expanse of open area, concealment proves to be exceedingly challenging. This is indeed the most prudent strategy, and I shall convey this idea to my comrades, urging them to prepare accordingly. I find myself somewhat perplexed," as Wang Jinfeng remarked while partaking of her meal. People typically conceal their secrets and treasures in hidden places. Why then would the fairies of the star employ such an extensive open space? Upon hearing this, Shasha erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Mother, this is the clever plan of the star fairies. The truth will be revealed in due time." The colonel and Ma Jiangwo joined in the laughter, having long since cast aside concerns for their own lives. However, Ma Jiangwo felt that this little fairy could be both mischievous at times and rather brash at others. Thus he solemnly stated, "Shasha, should you find yourself compelled to enter the cave, do not give a thought to us. Retrieve what is necessary, for in doing so, the enemy will regard us as hostages in their negotiations with you. Communication is impossible here. Even if you hear something, it is best to remain oblivious. Complete your task independently. Once you enter the cave, we will be powerless to assist you. In this endeavor, we shall have fulfilled our promise to aid you. And I have faith that you too will honor your word and assist humanity in its mission. Father, you are quite verbose. However, when it comes to important matters, it is prudent to reiterate. You've only mentioned it twice. One more repetition would suffice." Ma Jiangwo cast her a disapproving glance, pondering the uncertainty of their future encounters. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Half an hour later, the river's flow began to slow, revealing the stones washed downstream. The colonel, lowering his binoculars, inquired, "Mr. Ma, shall we all cross the river, or should we retain a portion of our forces to secure the riverbank? For this is indeed a vast expanse, devoid of cover." "All cross the river," Ma Jiangwo declared resolutely. "I can sense that the enemy has encircled us. They will first eliminate those left behind, leaving us with no escape route. And then they will annihilate those in the open ground. The open terrain is our disadvantage, as well as theirs. There is no place for concealment. They are waiting for the rustling to reveal the opening." With a faint smile, Ma Jiangwo remarked, "It is truly regrettable. There is indeed no place to hide." "Indeed, there is none," the colonel said, meticulously scanning the area with binoculars. "It is all level stone ground. We can only form a circle, using our backpacks as makeshift cover." Thus, he commanded, "Let us proceed to cross the river. While traversing the open ground, we must encircle Shasha, ensuring that the enemy is deterred from firing recklessly or deploying heavy weaponry. If they kill Shasha, they will have failed." The colonel turned and issued the order. "Everyone cross the river, wear bulletproof vests, don helmets, and always keep Shasha in the center. Is that understood?" "Yes." Before long, clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, and carrying their gear, the Marines formed a rhombus around Shasha and Wang Jinfeng. They waded through waist-deep water, and upon reaching the shore, they sprinted across the 200 or 300 meters of open ground, quickly surrounding Shasha and Wang Jinfeng behind the hillock, where they took cover. At that moment, the air was rent with the sound of gunfire. Strangely, the bullets were not aimed at the Marine soldiers lying by the hillside, but rather at the surrounding rainforests, the mountaintop, and the slopes. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to discern who was engaging in combat with whom. Suddenly, 2 helicopters surged from the depths of the jungle, rapidly approaching the open ground, their machine guns sweeping the area, sending water and stones flying. Above the clearing, they dropped 2 ropes, seemingly intending to parachute in and capture the Marines alive, while threatening Shasha to open the cave entrance. Just then, 2 rockets launched from the hillside, hurtling toward the helicopters. Realizing the imminent danger, the helicopters veered sharply, but were swiftly pursued and struck in the tail, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The 2 helicopters, trailing thick smoke and spinning wildly, crashed just ahead of the Marines in the clearing, erupting into flames as the debris of the rotor blades whistled past the spectators. The gunfire intensified. Ma Jiangwo shouted loudly, "Someone is assisting us." Shasha quickly opened the cave. "Yes," Shasha exclaimed, leaping onto the hillside behind her. The hillock, with a diameter of 15 to 16 meters and a height of 7 to 8 meters, became her swift refuge as she circled it and then dove into the center of the Marines, exclaiming, "There is a spell from the fairy star above, and it is toxic. Moreover, there is a concealed cave 10 meters to the left front. When it opens, you must take cover inside and don your gas masks." Do you understand? Yes. The 10 soldiers immediately donned their gas masks. Sasha leaped once more, darting to the left side of the hill, swiftly brushing her hand across the surface as she exclaimed loudly, Ladinmia. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the ground 10 meters ahead silently slid apart, revealing an opening approximately 2 meters square. One by one, the Marines rapidly descended into the abyss as the stone slab promptly sealed behind them. As the Marines activated their flashlights, the erratic beams illuminated a chamber of over 100 square meters, and they gasped in astonishment as an image materialized on one of the cave's walls. Sasha raised her hands high above her head, her voice resounding once more, Ladinmia. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the hill unfurled like a blooming flower, unleashing molten lava that soared over 500 meters into the air, a cataclysmic eruption resembling a dazzling fireworks display as it cascaded into the open terrain. No creature in the vicinity could escape the devastation wrought by the lava's wrath. The remnants of 2 helicopters were swiftly consumed by the boiling flow. Shortly thereafter, the Marines beheld 2 nearby active volcanoes erupting with a deafening roar, flames and lava shooting skyward, their smoke billowing like mushroom clouds, obscuring the sun. All the while, Sasha had enveloped herself within her azure energy shield, ascending gracefully into the opened cavern as the flower buds slowly closed, and she vanished from sight. The Marines stood in stunned silence, realizing at last the true purpose of the open terrain, had they been unaware. The opening would have spelled doom for those on the ground. It was no wonder the guide had mentioned that only a deity could unlock such a passage. Meanwhile, surrounding media outlets promptly reported on the volcanic eruption, noting that there were no casualties. At that moment, the corners of the screen revealed numerous armed individuals clad in camouflage, staring in astonishment at the expanse covered with thick molten lava across the river. Simultaneously, a wall on the opposite side of the basement unexpectedly swung open, revealing an entrance. A beam from a flashlight illuminated a dark tunnel, its destination unknown. Just as they were about to deliberate, the stone slab above, which had just sealed shut, reopened, and molten lava cascaded down. There was no time for discussion. They hastily fled into the tunnel as the lava surged behind them, engulfing the area in toxic fumes. Fortunately, they all wore gas masks. The colonel, sprinting in a frenzy, shouted, I just saw the camouflaged individuals. If there are enemies at the exit, surrender immediately. Do not resist. Our mission is accomplished. Our priority now is to survive. Wait for assistance from Sasha. Understood? Yes. The exit turned out to be by the riverbank, where 10 men found themselves ensnared like fish in a barrel, captured by over 20 mercenaries in camouflage. In their stupor, they suddenly noticed a section of the riverbank collapsing, revealing an entrance. Armed, they approached, and to their surprise, they apprehended 10 captives. However, this came at a cost, as the first 2 were overcome by the poisonous gas that surged forth, followed by an eruption of molten lava. Upon contact with the river water, it hissed and emitted white smoke, solidifying into blackened rock. The escape tunnel was sealed by the cooling lava, and the entire clearing was blanketed in slowly solidifying darkened lava. Pyre glanced around, still trembling with trepidation, and quietly remarked to Wang Jinfeng, This battle is truly peculiar. We became captives without a single shot being fired. Chapter 44. The Underground Universe. As Sasha entered the cave, 5 petal-like thick stones sealed her within, encasing her in dim light emanating from an energy sphere. Peering downward, she beheld a chasm extending 1,000 meters deep, where deep crimson lava flowed beneath, a veritable furnace ablaze. The molten rock radiated searing heat, threatening to incinerate anyone not sheltered within the luminous sphere. The glaring red glow of the lava illuminated the depths, while above, in the faint crimson light, the cavern walls appeared charred, riddled with small openings resembling a honeycomb structure melted in the fire. Sasha gradually descended within the sphere, and upon reaching 400 meters, 2 stone beams unexpectedly jutted from the cavern walls, suspended in midair, forming a broken bridge. Just as she alighted on the left beam, a line of celestial characters appeared on the opposite wall. To walk left is a mistake. As Sasha exhaled in relief, The beam beneath her abruptly shifted sideways. Just as she approached the wall, the blackened surface revealed an opening large enough for a person. Shasha glanced around and stepped through. A surge of excitement enveloped her, reminiscent of her homeland. As she advanced to inspect her surroundings, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping her and rendering her immobile. Startled, she realized this was an unprecedented occurrence. The ground beneath her began to sink, and shortly thereafter, the ceiling closed overhead while the wall in front of her opened, ushering her into a hall that left her utterly astonished. In a vast square hall, each side measuring a kilometer, a lofty dome loomed above, resembling a profound sky adorned with twinkling stars. She beheld the familiar Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, and the distant solar system at the periphery. Overwhelmed with excitement, she reflected on her journey from the far-off Andromeda Galaxy, her heart brimming with tears as memories of her time on Earth flooded back. In the center of the expansive hall lay a magnificent arc-shaped stone table, stretching 100 meters, upon which rested a 2-meter-wide golden model of Earth, crafted 200 million years ago. Flanking this model were colossal golden dinosaurs, alongside various primates, gigantic crocodiles, woolly mammoths, immense flying creatures, half-meter-long dragonflies, ancient trees with large leaves, and tribesmen resembling chiefs, all seemingly alive, gazing intently at her. Amidst her profound admiration for the grandeur of her ancestors, she felt a sense of reverence towards the Earth-esque creatures from 200 million years past, yet she was reluctant to examine them closely. Upon entering the cavern, her thoughts were consumed with concern for the safety of Ma Jiangwo and his companions. She could not comprehend why, after their separation, an urgent desire to know their fates had arisen within her. In her attempt to reach out to the concealed devices created by her forebears for information, she trembled with fear, dreading the sight of their lifeless bodies strewn across the landscape. This marked the first occasion she had projected a controllable thought that could be perceived by others since arriving on Earth. Whether this was driven by instinct or caution, she had meticulously guarded this ability, especially upon learning of the existence of the Houndstar beings. Deeply buried within her heart, she had secured it, revealing it to no one. Yet now, in the embrace of her ancestral home, she felt liberated to employ this thought. In a fit of rage, Wang Jinfen spat at him, and he retaliated with a swift strike. Shasha witnessed her mother endure such indignity. Infuriated, she attempted to retaliate, only to realize that she was but an illusion. Her hand merely grazed his face, leaving the camouflaged figure untouched. Observing Wang Jinfen lying on the ground, the figure in camouflage leered and guffawed with his companions. Enraged, Shasha contemplated springing out of the hideout, but a fleeting thought reminded her of Ma Jiangwo's foresight, urging her to remain deaf to provocations and blind to distractions, to fulfill her mission and assist humanity in vanquishing the Houndstar aliens. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she restrained herself, watching as the camouflaged figures handcuffed the Marine soldiers one by one, escorting them into the jungle and onto helicopters. The hall flickered. The rainforest and river vanished, restoring the original scene, a vast starry sky and a curved stone table. Above the table, illuminated by a beam of white light, hovered a box the size of a cigarette case. This box, unlike the one obtained in the Bronx, shimmered with a cerulean glow. She recalled that she had come to fulfill her mission. The box was 30 meters away, and as she extended her hand, it slowly drifted towards her, transforming into a gentle light that seeped into her palm and permeated her being. Her hand appeared almost translucent, tinted with a delicate pink hue, while her mind conjured the visage of her uncle, warning her not to let the genetic beings uncover the secret of the fertility switch. She could hear the melody that compelled her to deactivate the fertility switch, yet how could she prevent the genetic beings from discovering its secret? Once the music played aboard the spacecraft, it would resonate with everyone, including the genetic beings. She recalled the inexplicable gunfire that echoed before entering the cave, and she and the colonel had long concluded that it was the work of Shaking's genetic beings. They could not access her uncle's mind. They could only assist Shasha in obtaining the box, releasing the music, and then employing the pre-designed device that simulated the human brain to receive the music she released. From the brain's reactions, they aimed to uncover the secret to activating the reproductive switch, thereby achieving their goal of dominating the Earth. What should they do? She furrowed her brow and paced a couple of steps in the hall. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her super brain. "It's simple, miss," said a password. How could such a voice exist? It had never been there before. Regardless, she decided to inquire. How do I set it? Will it harm the human brain? She certainly did not wish to damage humanity's minds. She needed to ensure that shacking would be caught off guard while not harming human brains. Addressing her own mind, she said, "Please open the knowledge package regarding the effects on the human brain." "Oh, there are familiar and unfamiliar sounds, Mississippi. Which category would you prefer?" Shasha frowned, feeling annoyed. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Familiar. Wait, what is bodily fluid?" "Human saliva, sweat, tears, urine, and feces, etc., released to alleviate pressure after stimulation." "That's enough. I have what I need." "Miss, have you discovered the method to set the password?" "How clever. Refrain from excessive flattery. Once the music is released, every inhabitant of this planet will be able to hear it. Yet, it is only upon hearing the music that the human reproductive switch is turned off during urination, effectively bypassing the simulated human brain of Shakyuan, for a simulated brain lacks the need to urinate. Thus, it is indeed a clever stratagem, one that might leave Shakyuan utterly bewildered. Let her contemplate this thoroughly. My dear lady, you have ingeniously orchestrated a scenario where humanity can relieve themselves while simultaneously disabling their reproductive capabilities. Quite a cunning maneuver. Chapter 45. A shift in identity. As Shah pondered the sealed entrance, realizing escape was impossible. She stood before the stone table and surveyed the immense cavern walls extending hundreds of meters. The grand hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any exits. Could it be that their ancestors, millions of years ago, had not considered establishing an alternative exit? Was her uncle truly compelled to place the box here by crawling in and out through that entrance? Moreover, the winding slide led downward. It couldn't he possibly expect her to traverse upwards on all fours? What a foolish notion that would be. She projected her thoughts into the hall, which flickered momentarily before dimming. On the stone wall, hundreds of meters away, a doorway was illuminated by beams of light. Now, that resembled the ingenuity of my ancestors, who were not entirely lacking in intellect. Upon discovering the door, she did not leap with joy at the prospect of exiting. Rather, it signified that her passport was no longer valid. Everyone would recognize her, and the Houndstar inhabitants would not allow her to be destroyed here. They would undoubtedly have their eyes everywhere outside, perhaps even across the entire planet, employing every means to intercept her and prevent her from using the flying saucer to unleash the music, thereby thwarting their nefarious plot to dominate Earth. She must not incite any trouble. She needed to swiftly fulfill her mission and rescue Ma Jiangwo and the others. As she contemplated this, she lifted her gaze toward the vaulted ceiling of the hall, where the starry expanse astonished her. In the shimmering constellation of the Andromeda Galaxy, it appeared as though a visage composed of stars was concealed, an ethereal face reminiscent of the goddess Latimia, benevolently gazing down upon her. How had she failed to notice this before? Had she somehow amplified her own energy? Without dwelling on it further, she directed her thoughts toward the Andromeda Galaxy. "I wish to alter my appearance. I require a new passport." It seemed she could hear a voice resonating from afar. "We are certainly not the ancestors you deem foolish. Whatever you can conceive, we too can envision." She realized they were attuned to her thoughts. How remarkable. A gentle laughter seemed to echo. In an instant, the hall flickered, and a beam of light descended to envelop her. Within this luminous cocoon, she felt as if a gentle breeze caressed her. Before long, the illumination dissipated, revealing a passport suspended before her. Eagerly, she grasped it and opened it, yearning to see what transformation had befallen her. The passport bore the image of a brown-skinned face with light blue eyes, a delicate nose, sculpted cheeks, and tightly curled hair, unmistakably indicating a mixed heritage. Below the image were the words, "Sophia Lima." Sophia Lima? How could this name possibly belong to her? As she examined her attire, a common ensemble of fitted denim, complemented by a cowboy hat slung over her back, she hastily donned it and sought a mirror. A beam of soft blue light descended, revealing a girl strikingly similar to herself, twirling around for her admiration. She gazed left and right, feeling quite satisfied, and offered a subtle smile towards the fairy star system in gratitude. The girl reciprocated with a gentle smile and suddenly spoke with warmth. Your adversaries are formidable. Your energy remains feeble, as your body is yet incapable of enduring substantial power. However, it suffices for the purpose of escape. Let me escape, she replied. The girl smiled faintly, urging, hurry, do not linger. Oh, are you hastening my departure? Yet, it is indeed time to go. Nonetheless, one wonders. Does this girl embody the goddess of Latinomia? Regardless, Shasha bowed slightly and swiftly approached the luminous portal, feeling remarkably light on her feet, as if she might take flight. Upon crossing the threshold, the portal dimmed and transformed into rock. She paused, astonished. Was this the conclusion? Turning around, she found herself before a dimly lit tunnel, stretching endlessly into silence. Contemplating briefly, she dashed forward. Each time she neared the end, the rocky barrier would yield another door. She raced on, losing count of how many such doors had opened. When would this journey conclude? She hardly considered whether others might be weary, just as she voiced her complaints. She suddenly discovered herself standing in the wilderness, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, with a gentle night breeze caressing her. To her astonishment, she realized she had emerged from the vast rainforest, and before her lay an endless expanse of desert. The desolate hills undulated gently, with a few cacti dotting the low-lying areas. The equipment in the hall had not indicated the location of the exit, yet she believed that as a celestial being, she possessed sufficient capability to discern her position on this planet. Moreover, she was endowed with the knowledge and advanced technology from her home among the celestials, including a firm grasp of geography. Rustling in the wind, the woman, now known as Sophia Lima, gazed up at the starry sky. To her surprise, she found herself at the border between countries M and M, which meant she had unknowingly traversed over 5,000 kilometers. She was confident that the tunnel was straight and that she had not veered off course. Her ancestors were truly remarkable. She wondered what means they had employed to transport her here, at the border of country M. I can keep up. Take me with you, she implored. However, the man ignored her and rushed to the front of the group, murmuring, Hurry up, we must reach country M before dawn. A man pleaded, Give her some water. Give it to the devil, may God bless her. Seeing the group hastening ahead, a woman who had fallen behind collapsed on the ground, stretching out her hand and crying out in despair, Take me with you, I can walk. The group paid her no heed, continuing to distance themselves, while she bowed her head, pressed against the sand, weeping hopelessly. As Shasha reached this point, a wave of bittersweet emotions churned within her. Her brows furrowed and relaxed several times, veins pulsating in her temples as she struggled to suppress her impulses. Mind your own business. Refrain from unwarranted sympathy. Intervening will only invite trouble, she admonished herself. Yet, her fervent heart compelled her to act impulsively, and she sprang to the side of the woman, swiftly cradling her head. The woman appeared to be in a stupor, her forehead burning with fever, her lips murmuring, Water, water. Shasha gently laid her head down, then bounded forward to the rear of the line, exclaiming, Halt. Bewildered by her own audacity, she could hardly comprehend her actions. The individuals, startled by her authoritative shout in the stillness of the night, instinctively believed they were surrounded by military police and promptly dropped to the ground in a display of discipline. The leader, who had been reprimanding the girl, also prostrated himself, arms raised high above his head, amused by the scene before her. Shasha couldn't help but chuckle at how obediently they complied, all sprawled on the ground. The leader cursed his misfortune, lamenting yet another blunder. After a prolonged silence, no one approached to restrain him, which felt contrary to expectation. Gradually, he turned his head, peering back from under his arm. In the clear moonlight, only a small girl stood resolutely there, her fiery spirit igniting as she rose abruptly, brandishing a handgun toward Sha, marching forward with reckless bravado. "What the hell are you shouting for? Don't you realize that such cries could frighten someone to death?" he bellowed. Finding his demeanor amusing, Sha laughed and replied, "Put the gun away. What if it misfires? It reminds me of the guns I've fired before." "Oh, how curious." Not the slightest hint of fear. He instructed himself to holster his firearm. A mere child standing alone in this desolate expanse, illuminated by the moonlight. Where could she have emerged from? Might she be a vampire, intent on draining our lifeblood? This place is rife with tales of vampires, those who transform their victims through a fateful bite. He nervously tapped his face with the gun, and upon a closer inspection, he was seized by terror, for he discerned that she was no specter but rather the very embodiment of death. A figure so fearsome that even ghosts would tremble before her. Beneath the pallid moonlight, she radiated a chilling blue glow, her presence here unmistakably signaling the arrival of death itself. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered, though despite aiming his pistol at her, he lacked the resolve to pull the trigger. "Holster your weapon, hand over the water, and give me that girl's passport. Leave her there. God will punish you." "God will punish me?" she replied coolly. "Quickly, take them away. Speak of my presence to no one, and refrain from committing any more heinous acts." Yes, understood." "Who was that?" "I saw nothing at all." With that, he led his group away, never to engage in such deeds again until he passed away peacefully. Sha poured some water from the skin into her hands, sprinkling it onto her parched face and lips. The girl, with her mouth slightly agape in search of water, had the skin's opening gently placed to her lips by Sha, who carefully lifted the skin. She drank deeply, gradually regaining consciousness, her efforts to open her eyes revealing the moon overhead. She beheld a hazy face gazing down at her, while the wind rustled through the cacti. As her sense of reason returned, she felt someone tenderly helping her up. Remembering the recent despair, yet still haunted by trepidation, she asked, "Are you human? Did you save me?" "Yes," came the reply. "I can't be dreaming, can I?" "No, it is not a dream." The girl, still weak and tearful, murmured, "Thank you." The other woman shook her head, replying, "I have no home. I am an orphan." Upon noticing Shasha's faltering speech, the girl hesitated, fearing abandonment, and pleaded, "Please, don't leave me." No, Shasha responded, taken aback by the thought. Perhaps this unfortunate soul had encountered too many ill-intentioned individuals. She added, "I simply do not know how to accommodate you. Let me follow you," the girl implored. "Wherever you go, I shall go. I can do anything. Wash clothes, cook, clean," she said cautiously. "That is not feasible. I have important matters to attend to," Shasha replied, recalling the dangers posed by the hunters. A sudden thought struck her. "By the way, where are you headed?" "To M country," they said, "for it is said to be a paradise where money can be grasped with a mere outstretched hand." Hope glimmered in her eyes. The gentle laughter of Shasha echoed as she replied, "Is it really that easy?" Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to the polar bears of M country, wondering how they were faring. With so many treasures at stake, it would indeed be prudent to entrust her to them. However, given their recent ordeal on Disappointment Island, it was certain that the three of them were now on the list of the hunting dog aliens. Sending her there would make it four. The hunting dog aliens would likely prefer this, as it would save them the trouble of searching high and low, allowing them to capture all at once. This was indeed a predicament, but never mind. After all, she was already entangled in this affair. She decided to leave it to them. They were decent individuals, and she hoped the hunting dog aliens would refrain from causing them any trouble. "I will go to M country," she declared resolutely, gazing at her companion. After a moment's thought, she added, "By the way, I am Sophia. How old are you and what is your name?" "My passport states I am 18, but in reality, I am 15. I am Laura Lima," the girl whispered. "Ah," Shasha paused, surprised to find they shared the same surname. What a coincidence. She couldn't help but recall the hidden Latinia goddess within the twinkling stars of the celestial fairy galaxy above the hall. Perhaps it was divine will that compelled her to rescue Laura. "Very well, Laura, let us journey to M country. There." My friends will look after you while I attend to my business. Does that sound agreeable? Yes, Laura replied. However, Laura, you must be obedient, no matter what happens. Do not utter a sound. Simply pretend you are dreaming. I feel as though I am dreaming right now. That is splendid. But what if I wake up? Then think of the dreams you've had. But all I dream of is bread and milk. Then keep eating. But Laura, do you see the moon and the stars now? Yes, I do. Look, they are about to fall. We must reach country before dawn. You are still quite weak. I shall carry you. No, Sophia, I merely have malaria. It will resolve itself. I am capable of walking. As she spoke, she realized her head had been resting on Sasha's leg. Sasha disregarded her words, lifted her head, turned, and hoisted her onto her back. After briefly orienting herself, she sped northward through the tranquil night. It seemed as though the malaria had struck again. Laura felt a fever enveloping her, languidly resting on Sasha, drowsily murmuring, Sophia, I feel as though I am flying. Laura, we agreed that you would sleep and dream. Yes, we did, she replied, her head drooping as she succumbed to slumber. As Sasha ran, her thoughts were consumed with how to rescue Ma Jiangwo and the others. Chapter 46. All in search of Sasha. Laura was unwell. Sasha did not wish to neglect her treatment, but she preferred to wait for the moment. If Laura were to awaken, even without complaining, witnessing her sprinting through the night like a divine being would surely frighten her into fainting again. Thus, it was best to keep her on her back, providing her with energy to sustain her vitality and allow her to sleep deeply once more. Sasha possessed an intimate knowledge of the topography and administrative divisions of country. During her stay at the Summer Grand Hotel with Ma Jiangwo, they had perused a map together. To traverse from the southwestern corner of country to its eastern coastline, one would cross 9 states, effectively traversing the nation. She resolved to embark on a journey along a route marked by geographical features. Commencing from the border at Saguaro National Park, proceeding through the Arkansas River, the Mississippi River, the Ohio Caverns, the Pennsylvania Grand Canyon, and the Susquehanna River. After a brief respite in Allentown to gather information, she set her sights on New York. With her course firmly established, she commenced her expedition. To elude the watchful eyes of the Hound Star aliens and avoid interception, she steered clear of airports, docks, train stations, and highways, opting for the solitude of wilderness during her nocturnal travels. 2 days hence, at dawn, she found herself standing in Allentown, with New York within reach. In truth, she stood in a park east of Allentown, beside the Lehigh River, where a casino, a local attraction, lay across the water. She placed Laura on a bench by the river, meant for weary travelers, and roused her from slumber. Laura, reclining on the low bench, opened her eyes to the sight of towering trees lining the riverbank, momentarily believing she was in the tropical rainforest of her homeland. Groggily, she inquired, Sophia, where are we? Are we still in country? Having lived amidst the mountainous rainforests, she was bewildered. No, Laura, we are in country, nearing New York. At the mention of New York, Laura sat upright, her ailments seemingly vanished. I took a nap and woke up in New York. Is country truly so small? Sasha, opting for brevity, smiled and replied, to me, the journey from country to country is akin to moving from one yard to another. To the aliens, it is undoubtedly perceived as such. From this yard to that yard? Laura did not perceive it that way. She surveyed the surrounding woods, the lawns, the river, and the morning glow, perplexed as she inquired, is the yard really this expansive? The owner must be quite affluent. All right, Laura, it is still dawn, and there is no one here. Shall we hitch a ride on the highway to New York? The cars in country are as plentiful as ants. I believe you can manage to walk now. Laura sprang down with exuberance, declaring, I feel as though my malaria has subsided. I can walk now. Of course, Sasha chuckled softly, adding, however, Laura, regardless of what transpires on the road, do not scream, just as we agreed. You are merely dreaming, remember? I remember. Once dreaming of country, and again of paradise. That will suffice. Half an hour later, the two stood beside the municipal road leading to New York. Shortly thereafter, a jovial van came barreling down, blaring music. Before Sasha could even gesture, the vehicle zipped past her, kicking up a cloud of dust, followed by the sharp screech of brakes. The van lurched forward and came to a halt, revealing a sun-kissed young man's face peering out the window. "Ladies, would you like a ride? We're heading to New York." Before Sasha could respond, Laura exclaimed with excitement. The young man laughed heartily. "Perfect timing. Ladies, we're indeed going to New York. Hop in." Accompanied by a companion, the side door of the white van swung open swiftly, and a lovely girl leaned out, saying, "Ladies, come aboard." The two eagerly climbed into the vehicle. Originally, there were 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, appearing to be vibrant university students. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was thick with the scent of alcohol, and the music blared loudly. "Fasten your seatbelts," exclaimed the girl, opening the door. "Today, David is at the wheel." Just as the two reached for their seatbelts, David abruptly released the handbrake, causing the van to lurch wildly as the rear swung forward with a sharp screech of wheels against the pavement. The interior erupted in gasps. Sasha and Laura secured their seatbelts. The girl who had opened the door called out, "I'm Maria. Nice to meet you." She had a cascade of red hair. Sasha replied, "I'm Sophia, and this is Laura." "Thank you." The girl in the back leaned forward and said, "I'm Anna. I'm so excited today." She seemed quite chatty. "Are you here to enjoy the gambling city as well?" Yes. Sasha quickly responded. "We lost everything. Not a penny left." Anna burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. "We had a fantastic win today. Last night, we lost it all, but as we were leaving, John discovered a coin in his pocket. Frustrated, he shoved it into a slot machine, and guess what? We hit the jackpot." The money flowed endlessly, and onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. One person shouted, "Bet it all again. It's all winnings, after all. The goddess of fortune is unstoppable." John exchanged a large bag of coins for chips and placed everything on a single number. The roulette spun and wobbled slightly before gradually coming to a halt. It was a win. As all the onlookers erupted in screams, they laughed with a sense of schadenfreude, as if they bore a grudge against the casino. The commotion attracted the manager, who, upon observing the scene, exclaimed, "Scram, kids. If you keep winning like this, you might just become my bosses." Laughter echoed throughout the casino as we stepped outside, indulging in drinks and embraces. "Look," Anna pulled open her travel bag from the aisle, and Laura peered in, almost fainting at the sight of bundles of dollar bills stacked within. "Here, take a bundle," Anna said, reaching for the money. But Sasha quickly interjected. No, this is your lucky money." Nearby, Maria burst into laughter, declaring, "Luck is meant to be shared. It brings joy to all." She forcefully shoved a bundle of cash into Sasha's arms. "How generous the Americans are," Sasha mused, with not a penny to her and Laura's names. Pondering how they would manage in New York, food and drink were essential. With a radiant smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much. This makes me so happy." Anna, seemingly still caught up in the excitement, hugged Sasha and kissed her, asking, "Are you happy?" "Happy," came the chorus of laughter from everyone in the car. John, appearing somewhat inebriated, fastened his seatbelt and drifted into a deep slumber, limbs sprawled. Seeing the large bundle of money in Sasha's hands, Laura's eyes widened in astonishment. America truly is a wonderful place. Money is just within reach. At that moment, the music from the car radio, accompanied by a video, abruptly ceased, giving way to the enthusiastic voice of a female announcer. Now, we continue our coverage on the extraterrestrial phenomenon. As of now, there have been no recent updates regarding aliens. Since her mysterious disappearance in the tropical rainforests of South America, she has not been seen again. A close-up image of Sasha's face appeared on the adjacent large screen, set against the backdrop of a terrifying volcanic eruption. The beautiful Maria exclaimed, "They're broadcasting it again. It's been 2 days of this. Back and forth with this stunning photograph. Where are the aliens? This is merely fabricated to attract attention. If aliens look this adorable, I would welcome them with open arms. I adore aliens," she shouted. David, the driver, whistled in agreement. "I like them too," Anna chimed in. "Humanity deserves to see new faces. That would be truly fascinating." Noticing Sasha's silence, Maria turned to her and asked, "Sophia, don't you like aliens?" Laura glanced at Sasha. Concealing her true intentions, Sasha felt guilty. If they were to discover her purpose for coming to Earth, it would surely break the hearts of these kind souls. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and fearing they might see through her, she quickly replied, "Of course I like them. The real question is, where are they?" If the others in the vehicle had been observant, they might have noticed the discrepancy between Sasha's words and her expression. However, they were far too exhilarated and joyful to pay any heed. The news continues to report on the chaotic streets of the M Nation, where scenes of parades, welcoming crowds, and demonstrations unfold. Footage captures frenzied supermarket shoppers snatching up food, the complete sellout of firearms, and even the disarray during a meeting of legislators, where the presiding officer desperately pounds the table with a shoe. Outside, armed citizens wander aimlessly in search of extraterrestrial beings, with glimpses of firearms seemingly resting behind every door. Laughter erupts from those inside vehicles, jesting that such chaos has arisen even before the aliens have made their appearance. Although Sasha joins in their laughter, her heart races with anxiety, her face flushed with embarrassment, grappling with the reality that this is no mere jest. Just days prior, upon learning of Sasha's disappearance in the rainforest, the overseer was infuriated, his meticulously crafted plan having captured only a few inconsequential individuals. He berated his subordinates vehemently before. In a state of despair, he picked up the phone to report. On the other end, a voice chuckled, advising him not to be angry, as such a display was unbecoming. "This kind of opponent is indeed intriguing," the voice continued. "You must release the news of Sasha's reproductive shutdown, inciting humanity's hatred towards her, prompting them to deploy their most advanced fighter jets against her spacecraft. When their aircraft are utterly obliterated, they will understand her plight. Then, we shall emerge to salvage the situation, earning their gratitude. Our advanced fleet is en route to the solar system. Trust that we possess the might to bring humanity to its knees, for we are their deities. Offer a bounty of $100 billion for the capture of Sasha. Countless eyes will be fixated upon her, leaving her with nowhere to hide." Thus, the ensuing chaos unfolded, with everyone in pursuit of Sasha, a matter that hinged on an astonishing sum of $100 billion. Meanwhile, the headquarters was in a state of acute anxiety, for they could not publicly disclose the alarming news that the Houndstar beings intended to treat Earth as their pasture. Such revelations would incite greater chaos, leading the public to ponder the implications of a mere Sasha incident, only to be followed by the arrival of the Houndstar entities. Thus, they found themselves juggling media relations while surreptitiously mobilizing all available resources to locate Sasha and the missing Ma Jiangwo. Consequently, armed individuals were dispatched to search for Sasha in stations, docks, airports, highways, hotels, inns, lodgings, entertainment venues, and even in the remote mountains and deep valleys. While some were scouring for Sasha with weapons in hand, others were brazenly offering money to the extraterrestrials. Such is the peculiarity of the world.